para que vuele, pero motivos para quedarme. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Me diste alas para que vuele, pero motivos para quedarme. Tú me ves como nadie más, bebé. Tú me curas cuando más me duele. Sé que siempre has sabido amarme. Shining like diamonds in the light. Gonna fly, going up. Just you and I, we're going up. We're gonna fly, we're going up. Just you and I, we're gonna fly, we're going up. que pasa, mi amor, pero mi vida abandonas. Sabes lo que pasa, mi amor, sabes lo que pasa, mi amor, sabes lo que pasa, mi amor, pero mi vida. Si quieres reina, sé que estás muy buena y todo, pero el que juega con fuego se quema. Sabiendo que existen miles así de hermosas y así de nenas. Quieres que por un ratico me den castigo, me den condena. No lo estás pensando bien,
Chica me tiene de virolao, mirando como un volao. Si te sigo el juego te he fretado. Mis días están contados.
Nice shot for me! Perfect!
Oh, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Six Major. It's day 2 and it's fallen on Halloween. Saturday is set to be an incredible day of Siege, and I can't wait to kick it off. Yesterday was absolutely incredible. All 3 of our best of 3s went the whole hog. They really did go above and beyond in the terms of how much weight the players really felt inside of the server. But the wait is over if you're excited to see the man that's going to be joining me. Of course, Ace of Pyrite will be alongside me for the entire day once again.
Hello.
Hello,
mate. Jackie. I am very excited to be here today. What big games we've got coming up. As you say, Halloween. There's going to be a couple of treats for some and a trick for another, as one more team is going to go home. They're going to follow the way of MIBR now. NIP, how about that yesterday, Jackie? Snatching it out at the very last second, down to overtime in the last map before they brought it back and kept themselves fighting. What a day we had.
It's crazy. It's crazy. All three of the best of threes were absolutely ridiculous in their own right. And it's crazy just how good the storylines were going into them as well. We couldn't have asked for a better draw in the sense of having MIBR versus Team 1 as our first game and then Liquid NIP as the second. That's probably the best way the bracket could have panned out. And it meant that we got the really exciting lower bracket brawl, Tim. One that genuinely looked like NIP were going to be leaving on day one of the major. That would have been ridiculous.
I mean, it would have been unexpected. That much is for sure. There's no two ways about that. You know, we all came in thinking NIP were going to be the team to beat, and they've not really shown us that so far. You know, they just about limped through. That's the reality. Yeah. They got beaten 2-0 off Liquid and limped through against MIBR. The question now is, was it just a bad day for them? Are they going to come back a lot stronger today? They've only got one game to play today instead of two. They will just play that losers bracket final against whoever loses between Team 1 and Team Liquid. But it's not going to be easy for them one way or another. Whoever that is that they face, they're going to have to show us a little bit more than they did yesterday.
They will do. They will do. But if you missed yesterday, let's show you exactly what went down. We can get into the bracket and recap the day as a whole. It was 10 hours of tantalizing siege that did not stop from start to finish. This is how the bracket now looks as we move into our day 2. This, of course, is where the semi-finals are going to be kicking off.
And I mean, you couldn't ask for better, really, could you? Looking at that, Team 1 and Team Liquid have gone through. Top of the pots last time versus the top seed this time. You know, we've got Team 1 coming in really trying to make a big run of it. They've done better than they did at the last major. They've got themselves through to day 2, Jackie. They've already improved. This is already unknown territory for them in the new structure of majors. And they're going to be trying everything they can to get through to Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Oh, mate. They need to. They need to absolutely give it if they want to go to that grand final to potentially be crowned the new champions here in the November major. There's a lot that's still left to be done, though. 2 best of 3s tonight. Of course, we're going to be starting off with semi-final number 1. We will be covering Team Liquid, Team 1. Whatever happens there, we'll find out who our first finalist will be. Then we'll drop back down to the lower bracket to see who will win out of the slog that is going to occur, because NIP are waiting like vultures in the lower bracket. They're excited to see who's going to be dropping down, Tim.
Honestly, I think that's possibly, if you're any of the other 3 teams, I think what's happened with NIP yesterday is possibly the worst thing that could happen inside of this tournament, because you've now got NIP, arguably one of the best teams in the world, runner-up at SI 2020, waiting in a loser's bracket match. So when you've already played one, you've taken an L, you've come away maybe feeling a bit beat up, who do you have to face? One of the best teams in the world, regardless of how they played yesterday. And that's going to be tough for either of these teams to have to follow up on that first matchup with NIP just sat waiting.
No, you're right. I think it's genuinely one of those where if you fall into the lower bracket, it's going to be a very, very hard run to get back to go to the final. If Liquid or Team 1 drop down, that could be where their run ends. As NIP, all it takes is them to get back into form tonight, shake off the woes of yesterday, and they could very easily start to clean up. Talking of cleaning up, though, Tim, we saw some tip-top frags over yesterday. There was some incredible moments, and we should have a little bit of a look back at some of them, because they were just incredible, man. The whole day was really just overflowing with clutches, multi-kills, tasty little frags. We had everything, Tim.
Oh, we really did, as you say, some really big moments, as we'd expect, really. You know, you wouldn't have thought anything less. And, this was an absolutely beautiful falls just inside of security on Oregon there, the little room opposite Freezer, and just absolutely shutting it down with the shotgun, and then the M-King 3K as well. Yeah, some beautiful. Oh, this one was really something, Jackie. We had the shotgun double kill clutch from cameraman with the game sense to shoot through the soft wall. Absolutely wonderful plays.
Oh man, it's so good to look back on these as well, because obviously we were live the entire day. It was pretty much a 10-hour spree that we went on. Nearly all three of the best of threes went to 3 maps. It was only the Team Liquid NIP one that didn't. We had overtime in 2 of them as well, so it's hard to even remember some of these kills, Tim, considering how long we were live for yesterday, but they are so good to actually get another chance to have a look at them. Some of the bold plays, specifically from Kamikaze as well. Like, it's safe to say he was having a hell of a day for NIP.
Kamikaze went big yesterday. He had some really important moments. We spoke to Julio about it in the interview at the end, and he recognised that and said, yeah, absolutely. Within the team, we saw that Kamikaze made some really big calls today, particularly in terms of getting that diffuser down. He was making plant after plant. It was great support work from him. It's not all about just running in when you're told to and slapping that diffuser down. There's a large element of judgment comes along with that responsibility as well, and Kamikaze meted it absolutely perfectly yesterday, just moving in there at the right time over and over again to get that diffuser down and active on the ground. And honestly, I think that was a big part of keeping NIP in the fight. There was a good number of rounds that they won there because they put the other team on the back foot by getting that diffuser down and just flipping the round on its head. And Kamikaze, started to take a bow because that was absolutely brilliant from him yesterday.
No, it was a really good day. We saw a lot of, just confidence really from him in the way he played it. He didn't muck around. There was no hesitation. If he wanted to go for something, he did. And it helped out NIP an awful lot. The last clip we had in that, though, is rough, man. Specifically for Cyber. That 1v1 that he lost, you could see, I think it frustrated him quite a bit. They knew how close they were to still getting the win over NIP. It was the last map. It was on Consulate. It was a crazy clutch to be left in, Tim. And after he lost it, he walked away from his keyboard for a few minutes before that next round started.
Yeah, I think he needed a little bit of a breather. They had a tough day yesterday, did MIBR. And what they did show us was, I think they will be back, and I think that they'll be back even stronger and they'll do better next time. But they had a couple of unfortunate team kills, which, we don't like to pick up on too much because it's easy to focus on them. As I said yesterday, I called them spotlight moments, spotlight mistakes, and they just stand right out like a sore thumb in the mix of things. But ultimately, there was mistakes throughout, for both teams, on both sides. There always is, and you can't pin it down to just one. But they just had a couple of team kills that were just really unfortunately timed, Jackie, just at really pivotal moments in games, and it just seemed to slip away from there for them. And it must be tough for them to take, but I'm sure they're going to come away. They'll be glad that they've got to the major. They've got plenty of those SI points on the board. It gives them a nice way to cap off the season, and I'm sure that they're going to be gritting the teeth and getting ready to get back into it straight away as soon as they can.
Oh, absolutely. Because that's the crazy bit, is that MIBR, really, they hurt themselves into those games. Like, they genuinely could have got the win over Team 1. It was crazy close. It did come down to a couple of quite specific rounds, as you said as well. Obviously, the team kills were a bit unfortunate. They happened in 2 of the series they played, and they couldn't have come at worse times as well. It was always when it was a do-or-die round for them that they unfortunately had a bit of a team kill, and it left them in a situation where already you're now fighting 4v5. So it just makes your life so much harder. But it was a good showing of resilience from them throughout the day to still at least keep it close and come back. Even when NIP is the team you're going up against, right? And you've had, 3 hours of downtime in between their first series to the last. It goes to show MIBR, they've grown a lot over stage 2. But their chapter does end. For the other 3 teams, though, they carry on, Tim. And that's a good talking point. That's the fact we get our first game of the day. That is, of course, Team Liquid taking on Team 1. This is absolutely sick. As a matchup, this is genuinely really exciting. Also because when we spoke to Bodega, what did he say, Tim?
They were there to win it, and they wanted to play against Team Liquid. That's what he said. He said their play style matches up better to what Team 1 can bring, and I think they feel a little bit of confidence going in. But I did ask the question, Jackie, coming out of that NIP matchup where we saw Team Liquid so dominant, would they say the same thing again? And they know that they're in for a game today. It would have been the same either way around. It doesn't matter whether it was NIP or Team Liquid coming into it. Team 1, they've got to beat the best if they want to be the best, and that is certainly the task that's ahead of them today.
There is indeed a tall order waiting for them. But before we start to speculate and spit facts about how we think this one's going to go, let's get into what we do know. And of course, that is the rosters for these two sides. We'll have a look and we'll start to decipher how exactly we think this game is going to go down. Because honestly, Team 1, they can pack a punch. All 5 of these players can perform incredibly well. However, yesterday, Tim, I must say, they still left a lot to be desired.
They did. There was certainly cracks. I think that's fair to say. But MIBR, for me, are more the sort of team that are going to get a bit of joy out of Team 1. That unpredictability, that aggression. And I think that's historically why they always do well against Team Liquid, because that's not something that they always bring to the table, Jackie. Team Liquid, as we know, like to be slow, methodical. They like to play in sort of a checklist style. They're just very good at doing it. You know, how do you win out gunfights against Nesk and Palu? It's very, very tough to do, even if you know what they're going to do or you have a good idea. But I think that does play more into Team 1's wheelhouse. It's definitely fair that we give Reduct a shout for yesterday. His entry went absolutely off the chart yesterday, went massive. And I think Team 1 today, they're going to be looking towards, I would say, Raps and Lukid to get a little bit more out of them. Foles and Reduct had good days between the two of them yesterday, and I think now they need that third, fourth player to really be stepping it up to just round things out for them.
Yeah, no, you're right. I completely agree with you in the sense of Lukid as well, because he was quiet, and that's out of the ordinary for him. Normally, he is quite loud. He does like to get involved with a lot of the action, whereas we didn't see him pipe up too much. So, bit of a weird one. Hopefully, he can adjust things for that today. As we do adjust over to the other team, though, let's have a look at Team Liquid, because this is a side I imagine all of you will be familiar with. Of course, big organization and big names when it comes to the players, Tim.
Oh, it's hard not to know who these guys are by now if you're a big fan or a small fan or any sort of fan of Siege or Liquid. They are certainly shining lights within World Siege. We've got some of the biggest names, and I want to give PSK a shout again. We saw him have some big moments yesterday, Jackie. There's one Nitro that stands out to me, particularly down in the garage of Consulate. It was an absolute beauty for a vertical kill. Sexy Cake had a great day as well. You know, I've mentioned Kamikaze on the support. I think it's only fair to mention Sexy Cake in the same breath. Plenty of plants going down from him, plenty of great decisions, just timing it exactly right to get in there. But it was the Nesk and Palu show once again. They came out and had an absolute sack full of kills.
Yeah, Nesk and Palu just did what they do best, fragging. They went in hard, and they were just coming away with countless kills in the entry. They were looking really sick. It's awesome to see them actually performing that well. It's genuinely what we expect throughout the regular season, but when they do it in a major, it's just got a little bit of different spice to it. However, Tim, I did like the fact that across the board, Team Liquid, they fell back into their old style. Of course, we've seen Stage 2, right? They played a lot more standardized. It's been quite strat-heavy with the way they've been playing. I don't know if that's Mav's adjustments to the team in the sense of trying to make things work off more of a unified playbook rather than just being so reliant on kills. But into their game versus NIP, man, they could have relied on aim alone. That's pretty much all they did. They were just out-aiming their opponents, going in and playing really confident Siege. And honestly, it was refreshing to watch.
I think maybe from an outside perspective, I would look at that and think, yes, they've been trying to play the more sort of strat-based game with Mav's influence coming in, but I don't think they will ever have intended to move too far away from that fragging power and ability as well. You know, you don't have Palu and Nesk on your team and think, no, we're going to shy away from the gunfights, we're going to leave them on the sidelines. You know, I think really what they've done is taken the opportunity, and, you know, this is just my opinion, maybe right, maybe wrong, but I think they've taken the opportunity through Sage 2 to focus on the strats, to focus on that side of the game, knowing that they could then fall back and have that double threat at the end of the day, to be able to come in and play that strong strategy focused game, but also have that unpredictable fragging nature of Palu and Nesh just going on in the background. And I tell you what, Jackie, if they pull it off, if that's what they are attempting and they do achieve it, they are going to be absolutely formidable.
Oh, man. Generally, you know, you combine the best of both worlds at that point, right? You've got aim stars because they really do. The entire team can perform to a higher level when they need to. We saw that from Sexy as well. Sexy, of course, at this point, you know, known for being quite supportive. He's redefined himself into that role once again where he's comfortable. But we got to see him fragging yesterday, Tim. And that was really quite a nice glimpse to look back on because he's so talented and he was just popping off. He was starting to clean up into rounds. He was getting countless entries and it's just just like, this is sick. This is the sort of Zegsy that I want to see. Then obviously we get him on for the interview. It's probably the first time he's not just sat there and been so cool about the situation. He was giggling. He was happy. You could see how much it meant to him. And it's awesome to see that level of emotion coming out.
Well, this is it. You look at a 2-0 result like that and you think, you know, the history books will suggest it was maybe one-sided. You know, they came out and just sort of had the run of NIP. But I think, as you say, that interview that we had with Sexy Cake afterwards, it really showed that that wasn't quite the case. It was the first time I don't think the phrase rattled is probably the right one, but he certainly seemed on edge, you know, a lot less calm and collected than he would do normally. You know, we usually have him sort of led back in his chair, just chatting away to us, and he's just chilled, no problem. But yesterday, he was right on it. He was like right up there at his mic. He was like, you know, you could see it in his face, how passionate he was, and obviously how much effort had gone into the game. And it just, I mean, he said it was only a small thing that he said, but he said, you know, it's been so much work has gone into this. And it really was that feeling of the team know that this is the hard work paying off. That's what's just happened. And it really did seem to sink in for him through that interview as well. And it was a really interesting sort of glimpse that we got of just how high emotions must have been within the team through the matchup.
Oh, absolutely, man. It's cool, though. It really is quite cool to get that insight from him, especially as well, because obviously we spoke to him so much throughout both of the stages now. The one time we get to interview him in a major, because obviously last time around they got knocked out straight away. This time we actually get to see him just living it and genuinely being really happy. So it's cool to see. Obviously on the flip side of that, when we did speak to NIP later on, the losers of that series after their grueling affair versus MIBR, right? The interview with Julio, completely different tempo, different sort of emotions there.
Still pretty chill. You know, I think they know that there was probably a better performance that they could have given. But ultimately, as Julio said, you know, the focus for them, of course, is qualifying for SI 2021. Something that they've now achieved based on the points that they've got from the last major with winning it, and then also their league position this time around. Obviously, any bonuses will be great for them, and I'm sure that they'll be chasing down that prize fund of cash as well. But it's just a sort of a slightly different aspect for them. You know, they can come in and sort of not sit back in the tournament, but sit back and enjoy it. You know, they can come out and they can review the performance for what it was and then come back with maybe a little bit less pressure than there is on the other teams. You know, make no mistake, they're here to win it and they're going to be coming out absolutely all guns blazing today in order to do so. But yeah, it was just a slightly different approach, a slightly different perspective that you saw from Julio to Sexy Cake. But I think we glimpsed, you know, a little bit of frustration at one or two things, but overall, he seemed reasonably pleased with the performance.
Oh, absolutely, man. It's still, obviously, it's cool as well in the sense where he was saying, yeah, we would like to play Team 1 as well, because at this point we want to play every team that's in the major, and that makes sense. Yeah. At least that way they come away with the best possible benchmark in terms of their performance. But if we reel it back in terms of this specific series we're getting into, we can have a look at the map video for this one. Now, Tim, you did pretty well yesterday, mate. You were banging it out of the park with some of your predictions. Do you reckon you can keep that up for day 2?
Yeah, I wasn't a million miles away. Now, interestingly, the spanner in the works for me probably came from Team Liquid, and that was the fact that they were happy enough to go to Coastline, because we saw them play it so many times at the end of the stage. I sort of assumed almost, and wrongly so it was proven, that they were doing that to maybe just then avoid it at the major, you know, just get all them VODs out there that are then just useless to teams by not playing it. But they didn't take the ban, they allowed it through, so it does mix things up a little bit. I think we will probably see Theme Park and Villa continue to be those opening 2 bans. I think we will see that consistently. Team Liquid, I think they maybe go for a Consulate again as their first pick. Team 1 this time around. They went for Cafe yesterday. Didn't really work out, Jackie. And Bodega said that was just a player choice that, you know, the guys had wanted to play on Cafe, so he went with it. I think they might look to take Clubhouse today. Team Liquid, of course, I mean, they're a good side on Clubhouse. They're a good side anyway. You know, where do you play them? But I think this might be the one that we don't see Oregon. I'm going to say potentially Clubhouse, Consulate, and Coastline as the 3.
All right, well, let's have a look. If it is our Oregon being first pick, that'll mean that it's been Oregon as the first map in every series of the major.
Look at that.
Oh, no. Consulate and Coastline are gone. We get Villa, then we get Clubhouse. Cafe's banned out, and we get Oregon at the end.
Decider.
Hang on a minute. Simon, has there been some kind of a muck-up? What's the correct map that's banned out? I'm assuming it is Oregon at the end. Okay, it is Oregon at the end, Tim. So Consulate was banned out first. So we get Villa, Clubhouse, and Consulate.
We do. Just a little graphical slip up there, but the names are correct. It's Oregon at the end, isn't it? Yeah, Oregon.
Yeah, it is Oregon at the end.
So Villa surprises me a little bit. It's been a consistent ban for Team Liquid, but they've decided to take Coastline instead. That's sort of what I was expecting out of them yesterday. So they've lampooned me, really, Jackie. You know, they've rused me there because they came in yesterday and allowed Coastline through, only to then take it as the first ban today. So Villa and Clubhouse, that's going to be a good start. That's going to be interesting. Team 1 are a good Villa side. We've seen that from them previously. And Clubhouse, you know, everybody's got to be having a good Clubhouse game at this point in time. Clubhouse and Oregon, they are your two primary maps. If you can't play those, you're not going to be competitive at this level. So we know that that's going to be an absolute banger up in the second match.
Curiosity for me, though, is piqued by the fact that we haven't seen much Villa over the past 5 weeks.
A lot less than
really
stage 1.
Underplayed, right? Yeah, because, I mean, we had it loads in stage 1. It was Coastline that was never played. Then we got to the Major. There was Coastline every day, basically. Stage 2, there's just been no Villa and way more Coastline. It's been a complete flip.
And the strange thing is, you look at that and you think, right, so what's changed between stage 1 and stage 2? And of course, the immediate standout point there is Malusi and Ace have come in.
Yeah.
You know, they are the big difference between stage 1 and 2. So then the few times that we have seen Villa, I sort of almost expected to see either Malusi and Ace or one or the other banned out because they were just so powerful on Villa, or allowed through, and we would see them really dominate the map with that operator. And to be honest, it's just not something that we saw. No. You know, we did see the use of them, but it certainly didn't define the map in any specific way. It wasn't, you know, drastically different to how we saw it play out in stage 1. It was, you know, maybe marginally different. And the Banshee gadgets in particular, you know, they are powerful. They can be oppressive gadgets, and they were used in high traffic areas such as heading into Study, the top of the South Stairs area around that corridor, just to make it more difficult to approach them. But still, it was something that teams were able to work around, and so I don't know why we've seen the sudden drop off of Villa, but I'm quite all for it. I'm, you know, welcome back Villa. Let's have it at the Major and let's have a look at you here, because it's going to be interesting. We haven't, as you say, seen too much from either of these teams or from any team so far on Villa, so in that sense, they're not going to be coming in here massively prepared for the other team and what they're going to bring to the table, because there hasn't been that much to watch for them. And I think it's going to be a really interesting start.
So what's interesting as well is it reeks of Bodega's influence, doesn't it? In the sense of how he looks at a veto, how he'll approach it for his team. We always get that insight. When he'll talk to us in interviews, you know, he doesn't hold much back. He'll tell us exactly how he approaches it with his mindset. And normally he has final say on a lot of the veto calls, where he'll ask the team, see how they're feeling, and make those decisions to throw in potentially a bit of a spanner pick. And that could be one of those picks, Tim. Villa to start things off, that's genuinely that's treacherous waters for Liquid. If they're not prepared going into that, that could be a Team 1 map straight from the get-go.
And it's going to be interesting, depending who wins this one out and who we get to speak to at the end in our interview. It's going to be something that might be actually worthwhile discussing, Jackie, because as I said, Team Liquid quite consistently ban out Villa. It is one of their popular bans. So you look at that and think, have Team 1 just taken an opportunity? Is that an opportunistic pick? You know, did they come in here today thinking we're going to try and play Villa? Or did they just see, hang on a minute, Team Liquid haven't banned it out. We're going to take this. We're going to go for this, because they usually don't want to play there. You know, is that going to be the sort of thought process here whereby Villa has been picked up?
It's got to be. It's got to be some kind of 400 IQ mega mind play from Bodega. That's the way I'm looking at it. I think it shapes up to be that kind of series. Outside of that, it's a little bit more normal, right? Clubhouse, it's fair game. We'll see what happens there. Both of these teams are pretty proficient at it. They need to be. And then obviously Oregon at the very end. Again, the same can be said. So it's a curious way to start the series. But the previous two are, of course, a lot more, well, normal. But Villa is definitely going to be a tasty way to start off the day.
It certainly is. And like you say, it's always, I really like Villa as a map because it's really big. There's lots of room, so you've got a lot of variety. You tend to see some interesting site-based play, but there's a lot of opportunity for those roamers as well. You know, looking across to the other team that is left, NIP, we've seen Julio downstairs in the piano room doing great work with Goyo, getting in there with the nitros, the vertical kills, and, you know, that's something that both of these teams are capable of bringing to the table as well. And there's just a lot of unpredictability in Villa and a lot of opportunity to really mix things up and to try different styles and play different things.
Oh man, it's genuinely going to be really exciting to see, because also it's just the fact that we haven't had it in so long as well, right? So I'm curious to see how Villa's going to be once we get into it and actually kick that one off. Then following through the rest of the series looks to be quite tantalizing. However, for of course our viewers at home that are waiting for this one to kick off, don't worry, we're just getting things sorted out behind the scenes and then we'll be heading into it. You haven't missed anything yet. Me and Ace will kick this one off when we can. If you want to let us know how you're feeling about the game, though, of course, you can. You can use the hashtag 6Major or BR6. You can tweet in at either me or Ace as well. That's at Ace of Pyrite on Twitter and at Jackie Esports on Twitter. And let us know who you think is going to be taking the win off the back of Team 1 versus Team Liquid. It looks like we're heading into it. And we are already a round in. All right, so it did seem like obviously the technical issues we had, unfortunately, mean we miss out on the first round. Clearly, that's gone the way of Team 1. They've walked over big old win there. Having a quick look at everyone's KD. Across the board, it seems like it was quite an evenly shared round. Nearly a team ace, but Raps did pick up the double kill, Tim. We'll, of course, see how this develops from this point. Team 1 are on attack. Clearly fired up and coming in hot here on Villa. So the cheeky pick of Villa working out well so far, with Team Liquid being on defense.
So we've got the operator bands are Glass Clash. That's a difficult combo to say, Jackie. Glass and Clash. Thatcher and Mira. Those are the four that have been taken out. As we'll get the details for you of who's banned out which. I believe Team 1 banned out Glass and Clash. And then Thatcher and Mira have been Team Liquid's choices. So that's who we will be playing without. No major surprises there. Team 1 certainly not wanting to play against Glass at the minute. It was used against them yesterday. Jackie, the Dega did say he knew that somebody would bring it to the table with the new little buff that Glass has had. Just a little adjustment to his thermal scope and its length of time that it is disabled for when he moves. It just been reduced a little bit and means it's a bit more easily accessible for him.
Yeah, we saw some nice, glimpses of Glass yesterday. We didn't see too much of it, but some of the shots that were landing were pretty tasty. So it makes sense why it's been deleted going into this matchup. Again, guys, we apologize, of course, for the fact that we didn't catch the first round, but don't worry, we'll make up with it, because the rest of this game is going to be incredible. And this is one round of an entire best of 3 that we have between Team 1 and Team Liquid. So there's a lot on the line. Don't worry, you haven't missed too much. And we'll see how the second round goes as well. Now you're up to date with everything to this point. I tell you what, though, Tim, it seems like Reduct has a date with death, as he's going to be going down. Knocked onto his backside as he's finished off there. He was incredibly low. They want to capitalize, but Sexy Cake might be biting off more than he can chew. He's forced to peek back over the shield and toss out one of those smoke canisters to at least buy himself time, but he has no time. He's pushing up daisies, goes down. This round is actually favoring Team 1, but it leaves us currently in, well, I was going to say a 3-on-3, but now it's really down to a 3v2.
It's all going in the favour of Team Liquid at the minute, as you say, with Reduct bleeding out right now. The defenders have got themselves an advantage, and Team 1 are going to have to make something happen, and they start to do that, finding themselves now in a 2 versus 2. But look at the two they're up against. Palu and Nesk both on full hit points, both with utility to help them lock themselves into position. We can see the deployable shield, the Wamai magnets all still in place there for Palu on those side stairs. And they are not going to be easily moved. Now, moving up the red east stairs instead, Team 1, they decide to flip things around here and try to push from an alternative direction. But as soon as Team Liquid realise that's the case, things are going to get tough for them. But Team 1 managed to get themselves established inside a site, moving through into Vault. Philippox here is looking for a first kill, takes shots onto the door. Nesk it will be to find one onto Lukid though, sees him through the soft wall, switches to the pistol, runs out of time as Nesk, he manages to duck and weave his way to safety and let those seconds tick down, finish off the round, and that's going to be a successful defence for Team Liquid in Aviator Games. And if I had to make an educated guess, Jackie, and that's all it is at this point, we'll try and get the actual information for you. Team 1's victory, I would guess, would be in Aviator Games as well. Given that the second round there was in Aviator Games, if Liquid have failed their first defence, I think there's a very good possibility that they sort of gave that one a retry and went back there again. But this time we're going to be heading down to Kitchen and Dining for round 3.
Okay. So, of course, the game's kept close, at least in the opening moments. Redux looking like he's going to be switching off Ace, and goes into the Capital. Not the pick I was expecting to be brought out. We'll see what he gets done with it. I love seeing a bit of Capital, Tim. I feel like there's not been too much recently, mate. It seems like it started to take a little bit of a dip. We saw a couple of picks yesterday, but it didn't get much done. I personally think it's so awesome when we get to see Capital come out, just purely because of the kit he can bring to the table. The amount of utility packs is a dream for me. It just trivializes so many of the executions if you can at least use the old arrows, right? If you can get those asphyxiation arrows out, force people out of position. You've also got the smokes to shroud yourself and block off lines of sight. Hopefully Redux gives us a good showing of what Capital can bring.
Capitau's a great operator. You know, he's one of those operators. He's great in a team composition because of how much he brings to the table. But if you play in solo queue, you know, looking towards your own games as well, Jackie and Siege, and if you're in there in the solo queue, Capitau's a great choice. He's 3-speed, he can rotate quickly, so if you get a couple of deaths on your team and you need to move around and just adjust what you're doing, but he's also very self-sufficient, as you say. He's got that area denial. He can smoke things off for himself. Great weapon. Lots of choices for him. So yeah, Capitau, very versatile, very interesting and exciting operator to watch. And like you say, seeing Redux bring him to the table, it's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on, just exactly what he can do. Now, Raps, he's just burst into the map there like a wrecking ball. He's going straight in and not messing about. Philippox tries the same thing on the opposite side with the Iana, trying to go in through the pantry and gets absolutely decimated by Sexy Cake. He's not having him going in there taking his biscuits, Jackie.
Get off him. They're his biscuits. You leave his bourbons alone, Tim. You can't be stealing those bad boys. Oh, Moringa's going to catch Redux with his hand in the cookie jar, though, and does shut the man down. So, unfortunately, not too much limelight being gifted to the Capital, who's now dead on the floor for at least the rest of this round. A round that still has tons of time to burn through. There's 2 minutes to go, Tim. And already we are, well, I was going to say in a 5 versus 3, but there's a bite back as Raps comes in with 1 frag on the Ash, finally picking up a pick as he will shut down PSK and smoke the smoke. Still a minute and 40 seconds to go, though, and Team 1 are at a major disadvantage here. They don't have a lot to work with in terms of utility and, more importantly, in terms of sustainability. As Raps, he's 1 shot away from being set up on a date with the coroner. And Team Liquid, all they've got to do is play the trade game and play smart. Falls sneaking up, though, could be gifted a free frag here, potentially, if he can get the backstab off, but he's spotted out from over the crevasse, as he will be dropped. It all falls onto Lukid. 1 man with a dream, Tim, to pick up a 1v3.
He's got plenty of time. That's the one thing in his favour. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. He's got 2 drones in hand. They are out and active in the map. You can see that by the bright white dots there next to his drone indicator there on the UI that you can see just off to your left-hand side. That user interface just giving you all the information that you need. He's also got the diffuser in hand, as denoted by the yellow briefcase next to that drone as well. So Lukid finds a wonderful headshot through onto Nest there. Absolutely decapitates him and finds himself now 1 versus 2. Palu half health, Sexy Cake full health, but Lukid, he's got the full 100 HP complement for himself as well, and he's going to get himself a little scan now. 35 seconds left. He needs to find at least 1 kill here. More than likely, he needs to find both. It'll be very difficult to get the diffuser down as both operators are on site. He's getting the ping. He knows that one is playing in behind that bomb chassis. He's actually just behind the table behind that, but there's one led prone to the side. I don't think he's aware. He's going to go in here and die as he does, and Sexy Cake hits him with the shotgun. 1 pump is all it takes. And that shuts Lukid down for another round on the board for Team Liquid.
Oh, the big golden shotty, teaching him a lesson as the slugs will hit him in the face. Another round goes the way of Team Liquid, and, well, it feels like at the minute it's Team Liquid lockdown coming out here early on the defense. They picked up the first 2 rounds. They ruled that one with an iron fist for quite a while as well. It's quite surprising that it was brought back to be as close as it is. It's also just exciting that we're getting this going down on Villa. I know we said it during the veto, but now we're in the server, it's a lot more exciting. This is another exciting pick as well. I was going to say, Frost again. I know we got her yesterday, but this is the major, and they are going to be a bit more reasonable, Tim. PSK just 6 picking off and going back to mute.
Got to be reasonable, Jackie. You've got to be reasonable coming in here. You can't be just throwing Frost picks about willy-nilly.
No, not at all. I mean, especially if you were on a server, Tim, you come through those windows, you'd be down on the ground, bear trapped.
I would be. Honestly, I'm just a magnet for the things. You know, they found me, if anything. It's not even about me going through windows. I can stand outside of them and the frost mats just leap out and grab my face.
Like a mimic for like an RPG, but it's just an angry Frostmat just coming.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. My teammates don't believe me. They think I'm just jumping into him without droning. I mean, can you imagine such a thing?
That would be ridiculous, Tim.
Oh, it's not even.
Where
an
have they
option.
made that up? Have they bought that live from the toilet store?
Wild fantasy.
Absolutely ridiculous. But this is a reality, not a fantasy. This is the game we've got ahead of us. It's Team Liquid taking on Team One here in the Major. It is day 2 of the November Major. If you missed day 1, an awful lot went down, and it led us to this point where, of course, our opening semi-final is Liquid taking on Team One. Whoever wins this, best of 3, will be going into the best of 5 tomorrow, and they will have their place guaranteed. So this is it, really. This is the game that matters most. If you pick up a victory here, you at least have the guaranteed final to play in. If you don't, you have to drop to the lower bracket, and NIP are going to be waiting, rubbing their hands together, Tim, to see whoever comes down staggered to try and knock them out.
Interesting, just looking at the drone economy of Team One there, and we know at a point they only had 5 drones out active and 4 were still sat in pockets. Now, if you have a look down that left-hand list of operators, you'll see that there are still 3 sort of dull grey dots on there, which means there are 3 drones in the pockets of operators. And that's not to say they should always be thrown out there, that they should always be in play on the field, because of course, whilst they are, there is a risk that they get taken out. And if you need one in the late round, it can only be a useful thing to have it in your pocket, but they do need to be careful that they are trying to gather enough information. Now, the ace is going to move in there and try to open up onto the soft wall, but will be unsuccessful, as you can hear them just being shot out from the other side. So that's a great play from Team Liquid there, just to deny that use of that hard breach gadget. On a soft wall, it can just be shot out through the wall, so big risk to try and use it there, and that's 2 Selma charges wasted effectively, and Reduct, he's going to start taking some damage, but Rapslay's waste to Sexy Cake as Luca gets in on the party as well. Neska Moringa, they're having absolutely none of it and take a few swings, jumping in for their teammates, and we find ourselves now 3 versus 2. Moringa's going to be down and out as Reduct shuts him down, and this one is going at an absolute breakneck pace, Jackie, in round 4.
It really is. It's rattling off. Much like these guns are firing off round after round, because we see everyone drop down to the ground. It's just PSK and Nesk that remains alive for Liquid. And can this dynamic duo somehow bring this one back to be a 3rd on the board and get them a good defensive half? Time will tell. There's still a fair amount of it left. 45 seconds to be precise as PSK holds the angle, peering over the crevasse and looking for the push to come around. Whereas Team One, they know they can't afford to make mistakes. They group up, looking like essentially this will be a bit of a wolf pack play into the late round when they execute together, go for the 3-pronged attack. Droning in right now, close towards the site though, and clearing out the close angles, hoping that they'll unearth where Team Liquid are playing. If they don't, they're really going to be at a disadvantage. Good use of the Gemini to bait out the peek from Nesk, but Nesk, he doesn't miss, as he's going to make a mess of Reduct. Going in there, knocking his face off. PSK doing more of the same as well with the SMG flick. That's beautiful, Tim, as Team Liquid get another round.
Honestly, PSK has been so solid coming into the back end of the stage, and we saw that switch from him. We've commented on Sexy Cake moving on to the support, playing that planter, getting the diffuser down on the ground, and that used to be PSK's role. We've seen them switch it up, and PSK, he's come out and answered any critics that he might have had about his fragging ability, because he has been absolutely going off through stage 2, and it's continuing here in the Major, and just buddying up with Nesk there. They played that absolutely perfectly and turned a 2 versus 3 situation quickly into their own advantage and closed out the round. Now, interestingly, Jackie, that was Trophy Statuary that they've just successfully defended, and I was actually wrong at my guess. Round 1 was Trophy Statuary as well, and that is where Team 1 took a round away from them. So Liquid coming in, adapting well, and getting the round on the board this time around. So great growth from them to show that they can then mix things up, do things differently. They are not a one-trick pony.
At least a multi-trick pony. Like, do a hula hoop. To be fair, imagine a pony doing a hula hoop, Tim. That'd be mind-boggling. That's the sort of stuff that would happen only on Halloween.
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 Happy Halloween to you.
Oh, man.
I mean,
it's like if you're really posh
I love a bit of
Halloween.
Halloween, Jackie. I think I could get on board with Halloween as well. Whatever you want to call it. I've carved some pumpkins this morning. I've done a couple. I've done a couple of them.
What have you done? What shapes?
Absolutely. Done a couple that my daughter was into. A couple of like cartoon stuff from films. So she's loving them. She's loving life.
Got the pulp culture pumpkins. Nice.
We've done all of that this morning, and we've had a bit of Halloween fun. And I mean, talking of Halloween fun, Jackie, do you know what a ghost's favourite dessert is by any chance?
What is it, Tim? What's a ghost's favourite dessert?
It's ice cream, Jackie.
Oh, there it is. Oh, the thing is, if anyone's coming back from yesterday, they're going to be like, oh, they're really going in on the fact that it's Halloween tonight. And it's like, well, yeah, you've got to make the most. It's a holiday. It's a day you got to celebrate, Tim.
Very prominent holiday across the world. Lots of places do celebrate. Like I say, I love a bit of Halloween. It's just a good fun. It's just good fun. We've got the opportunity for dressing up and all sorts of things. A lot of fun. But back to the fun that we have at hand. Team Liquid versus Team One. We're a minute into round 5. Attacking onto Aviator Game Room this time around. So of particular importance are going to be those south stairs. We will likely have Palu holding them down in the near future. He's for some reason getting himself involved in front of that deployable shield, as I'm just trying to say that he's going to be covering the south stairs. He's sort of away from his post at this point, but I'm sure that he'll be watching over it. He usually plays there with the Wamai and the magnets just to try and prevent any push. We've got Felipox downstairs in library and living room at the minute. He will push forward and try to get up those stairs that are in front of him, and it's actually Nesk that's traded out with Palu this time, so it's going to be Nesk on the Jaeger just trying to hold those down, and just shows how interchangeable this team is, Jackie. Players happy to just step up and play in all sorts of different locations. And the thing is, they do bring a different angle, a different element, a different impetus to it when they do so. So it's a very worthwhile thing to do.
It is. It keeps your opposition guessing, and it allows you to play dynamic, never having to be on the back foot for too long of a period. Utility being used by Team 1, though, to slowly try and at least stabilize the hold that Team Liquid has, but they won't overreact to it. They will keep themselves bunkered in and ready for a scrap. Raps now really trying to turn on the jump scares as well, as he'll peek through the window, shatters that one out with his gun, and pre-fires towards the general vicinity of where Moringa is lying in wait. He backpedals, joining his teammate close towards the stairs and linking up with that shield to provide him a bit of protection. This is a fairly slow round from Team 1 as well, as we're quite close towards the final 20 now, and they've not done too much to force Team Liquid out of position or find any entry frags. They lose out on the entry as well. There is at least a bite back from Nesk as he doubles down, getting himself a second onto Raps. Here comes Palu as he'll punish falls. Nesk will drop, and we're down to a 3v2. With 10 seconds left, Team 1 have to get onto the site and open that diffuser up now. Unfortunately, they can't, as Lukid and Reduct are going to be opened up. Quite literally. Intestines everywhere, Tim, as they'll drop. That's another round going the way of Liquid as they're starting to lock down this opening half on Villa.
Palu, PSK and Nesk just absolutely dominating proceedings there, and the interplay from them was something to see. Moringa as well playing an important game, tight in on that study door with the Valkyrie and just preventing the push coming in from the balcony. And that's what that south stairs is all about. If you're wondering why I picked that area out or why it's so heavily invested in, that is the reason. Basically, you're holding down 2 angles of attack, and generally speaking, what the attackers want to do, they get control over study, which we saw is the area where you would come in from that external balcony, and then also they want to move into the corridor. They actually want to move into 90 corridor, open up the wall behind bar and get themselves in for a plant behind bar. That's their ultimate intention. So by holding down that south stairs area right in the midst of that, you're in the absolute middle of no man's land, you're right in the middle of the battlefield there. That is where the fight is going to be the bloodiest. It is always the case, but you hold down every single one of those angles of attack, and whilst you are there is no progress the attackers can make from that south side. They have to instead push from Master. But what happens then, and we've seen it happen there, when Reduct moved in, he's funneled in through a single door. Palu's going to stand in that location all day long, Jackie, and he's just going to gun people as they come in. That's what he's going to do. Just pivot and gun. And you're not going to win against Palu in that situation.
Oh, no, by no means. He is literally a human sentry turret. You just prop him up in an angle where all he's got to do is hold mouse 1 when he sees a head, and he'll basically be a human reaction test. He is so quick when it comes to getting those shots off, and I mean, that's being reflected by the scoreline that we're starting to see, right? It's a 4-1 split. Keep in mind, everyone that's joining us as well that didn't catch the veto, this is Team 1's map pick. It was a cheeky pick that was thrown into the mix. It feels like it was a bit of a cheese play, potentially to try and catch Team Liquid off, as we've not seen much Villa at all throughout Stage 2. More so, it's just the fact that it's thrown in at a time like this, when you are in the major. As you can see, the map picks are up on screen now as well, so this gives you a better idea of why this is so important for Team 1 to get back into it and actually pick up a win here. But when you're already 4-1 down, Tim, on your opening attacking half, and you haven't run a one around since the opener, that's going to raise a few eyebrows, and unfortunately for Leapox, he's not going to be raising himself back up. He's dead for good in round 6.
He is, and I mean, you'd usually expect the defenders to have the run of things on Villa to begin with, but as an attacker, you're looking for 4-2 at the absolute worst coming away. 5-1 is certainly not something you want to be fighting back from. And to be honest, even those sort of statistics have changed recently. They're not as maybe rock solid as they used to be. As we see these maps in competitive for longer, the defenders have the advantage because it takes time for the attackers to get to grasps with what is being put in front of them, and the defenders are always adapting, but eventually we do see it swing in the favour of the attackers as well, and especially here on Villa where it's such a big map, it's just taken those attacking strategies a long time to be developed and worked up to the point they are now. But we are still seeing Team Liquid come out extremely dominant here. Raps taking a lot of damage there. Now, there was a kill. Palu was lost along the way, so that squares things away. 4-4. Team 1 are certainly in the fight here, but right now they have to clear out Nesk and Moringa before they can do anything about approaching site. They cannot move downstairs without taking these two out because they'll just get hit on the flank repeatedly if they do try that. Nesk, he's surely going to get one, but no, Lukid manages to shut him down above the deployable shield. What a headshot that was onto the Jaeger. That is the Jackal putting a C7E to absolutely fantastic use there. 30 seconds left to go, 4 versus 3.
This is a horrific spot to be left in. You're really still going to have to try and dig your fingers in and claw this one back. And for Team 1, they've sustained a lot of damage. You can see that Raps, Lukid, and Reduct are both quite low when it comes to the question mark of their health. PSK still has 1 smoke can in reserve as well, and there's only 16 seconds left. This is clutch as hell. He can chuck that out, pull out the SMG, picks up the double kill. Sexy with the shot. He's going to come through on the Reduct as well, and it's all going wrong for Team 1, as it doesn't look like they're going to be able to win this one. It's just Lukid left in a 1v2. He has the frag, but he's got no time. And Team Liquid get themselves another round. Tim, Villa could be over before it's even started if it carries on at this rate. Liquid are locking it down. They move on to their second half with the biggest advantage we've seen here in the major, a 5-1 split.
And the big panic there for Team 1 is the fact that they're now moving into, or very soon are going to be moving into Team Liquid's map pick on Clubhouse. And Team Liquid are a very good Clubhouse side. As I said, coming in, everybody has to be good on Clubhouse. If you're not, you don't get to this level. You're not going to hit the majors without being a reasonably good side on Clubhouse. So Team 1, they're going to come in there and they'll have the confidence up, I'm sure, at being able to get something out of it. But right now, Liquid have just absolutely dominated them. They've sent a message. Team 1 have received it. The question is now, do they rip it up and throw it on the fire jacket? Or are they going to take the words to heart? Is it really going to hurt them moving into their defensive phase? And Team Liquid, they need to find something on the attack. As I've said, it's not always the easiest place to attack, isn't Villa, depending on the day, but Liquid were extremely good. If anything, it was their stronger side yesterday on the attack. Coming in, they really did dominate NIP, so can they show us the same? They're just looking absolutely terrifying right now. I don't want to call it too soon, Jackie, but they're looking like a major winning side at the minute.
Well, they look like they want to win this series and then just get themselves, hard set into the final, right? Because this is Team 1's map, and you wouldn't notice by looking at the scoreline. And you're right as well, Liquid, they played really good in attack. Statistically at the minute as well, everyone's performing quite nicely. You've got Nesk popping off with 8 frags, and now you put him in a role where he's off the leash. He can do whatever he wants. That's going to be terrifying. I agree with you, Tim. It looks a lot like Team Liquid at this point. They want to stamp that ticket. They want to go to the best of 5 tomorrow, and they want to play whoever survives out of the slobber knocker that will be Team 1 versus NIP if they fail to get themselves back into this series. This is the first map, though. So even if they lose here, although they'll be at a major disadvantage not winning on their own map pick, they still have another lifeline ahead of them. They'll have to win the next 2 maps in a row, though, to net themselves a spot at the final. So a lot of the odds are favoring Liquid, but it's their first round on attack, so we'll see if things start to switch up and if the defense of Team 1 will be any better. For the meantime, it's just slow and steady, sending in the drones and using those automatons to relay all the information they need. They found all the vertical angles that have been opened up. They're aware of the shield close towards theirs as well. It has, of course, a hefty angle to defend. It's going to be up to Team 1 to try and hold back the wave of Liquid that's coming in fast.
If they're not careful, Jackie, they're going to find themselves getting washed away off Villa very, very quickly here. And the first couple of rounds on defence is going to be extremely important for Team 1. They need to lock this down. They need to get themselves back into it, find themselves a fighting chance. And if they can do that, maybe get the first 2 rounds on the board, find themselves 3-5 behind. It's not the end of the world at that point, because you do start telling yourself, yep, it's all about the defence today on Villa, and we are now in the ascendancy. But if Team Liquid can come in here, I feel like this round would really break the spirit of Team 1. If they get this one, guarantee the overtime, and look to move forward, they've then won on the attack just like they've won on the defence. It's going to be a huge ask now. Falls is going to take down Nesk, but that does not stop Palu and Moringa. The Tide races on, rushes forward, Jackie, and Team Liquid, they are just washing away every danger that is in front of them at the minute. Team 1 just being swept away by the current. There's absolutely no stopping the onslaught as shots come in through the soft wall. Probably a Z-ping there onto Reduct, unaware to begin with, and takes a hell of a lot of damage as he tries to escape with his life. And right now, 55 seconds is an age for these defenders.
Team 1 going to be struggling to keep it together here. Hearts pounding, adrenaline pumping. They're going to be terrified, Tim. They've got 40 seconds to hold this one out. If they can hold off final remaining 4 from Team Liquid, then there's a chance they can keep themselves in the game. If they don't, that'll be overtime guaranteed by Liquid incredibly quickly. Here at the first map of the series. Moringa's been dropped, though. That's the sledge out of commission already. So a nice opening by Team 1 to at least make their lives a little bit easier. He's down but not out, though. So there's potential for him to be revived if someone wants to run the risk. Instead, they're just going to charge their way in. Good play. They dodge the way underneath the shotgun barrel and find the first frag. Sexy shutting him down with a knife, but Lukid trades back in with 2 of his own. Off the Vector! Lukid throwing over the Nitro, gets it through the hole in the wall, detonates the face of Sexy Cake and blows it to high hell. Oh, Tim, they clutch it out. Somehow they've held on at a manpower disadvantage. They've hit their shots and made that one explosive to get back into Villa.
Perfect start for Team 1 on their defence. It was Aviator games, so they can't allow themselves to get carried away. It's a site that we would expect them to be winning, but it's a good springboard. It's a great foundation to build on now, and that is exactly what they need to do. Come forward and treat this as if it's a best of 1. There are no more mistakes to be made, and they want to cruise their way to a 6-0 half and all the way to a 7-5 victory without the need for overtime. But there is a lot of siege to be played before they can start thinking about that. Now, heading into round number 8, it's going to be trophy and statuary that they defend this time around. So we're back up to the top floor. Quite often you'll just see the absolute flip reverse of the attack that you see onto Aviator games. So you might have a little bit of pressure applied towards the bottom left of your screen, master bedroom and closet by the attackers. But generally speaking, they're going to try and get 2 or 3 in from the top half. We can see Lukid there on the Wamai being joined by Raps on the Malusi and just expending a bit of utility, just extending that defence out in that direction just to try and slow down any push coming in from the south side from Team Liquid as well.
I'm so shocked. I'm absolutely flabbergasted they've been able to pick that one up, Tim. And obviously, you're looking, right, and you're thinking, wow, Team 1, they're holding on. We spoke about who we needed to see step up tonight. Lukid, he was struggling a bit yesterday. He didn't have the greatest day in all of the games he played, really. But tonight, he's popping off. And he's realised if he doesn't show up massively now, then he might not get the opportunity to again. So, of course, he goes big on the Wamai. He comes our way with a huge round and hopefully is reinvigorated the rest of the team because they need to step up now, Tim. If they win 3 rounds on the spin, they can bring it back to a 5-5 split. If they concede even one of those 3 rounds, though, at that point, Liquid have OT dead, set, and locked in. And that is a horrific position to be in, especially when it's your map pick. It adds so much more pressure to the actual matchup, and it stops you from playing the way you'd want to. You can't play as loose. You can't play as confidently. It might force you into some awkward positions where you don't have the confidence to go for a peak you otherwise would, and that can cost you gravely. Here at the round 8, though, specifically, we've got 2 minutes left on the clock. There hasn't been a frag yet. No overzealous play from Team Liquid. They're grouping up and, again, opting to play a bit of a slower round rather than rushing in and giving away the early entry just off the back of a confidence pick.
Interesting repositioning of the Banshee coming in there from Raps on the Melusi, just moving it a little bit deeper into 90 corridor, obviously recognising that the maybe quick push they were expecting from the south side stairs hasn't come along, so just repositions that utility, takes the opportunity now. That's an interesting one from Moringa there. I think he's looking a little surprised himself. He just kept hold of his nade. I don't know if he's had some sort of input problem there or, something that's just prevented him moving. I think we just see him drop out of the game there, so that's not too much of a surprise. I wouldn't have expected him to just hold on to his nade for that long. Otherwise, that's quite unfortunate for Team Liquid. It finds them now in a 4 versus 5. 1 minute 10 to go, so plenty of time left to them, but right now, they're on the back foot, Jackie. They need to find themselves a kill, and being peaked on this corner, I think the Sophia of Palu is going to be aware as he just fires out that lifeline. It is going to tell him there's a man there, but bodies start to fall as Lukid steps up once again, finds himself a nice double onto Nesk and Sexy Cake, and that leaves us now in a 2 versus 5. PSK and Palu, they've been slaying all day. We know that they can do this, but there's a lot of work ahead of them. In 45 seconds, they've got to find 5 kills.
PSK and Palu. What can they do? We know how strong they are individually, but even this is a ridiculously tall order to drop on 2 of the best in the business. Palu taking his peaks, gets fragged down upon as a couple of bullets will rain towards him there from Redux, peeking from the vertical angle. It's a little bit awkward by Falls, but it won't matter in the grand scheme of things. They both pick up the frags, and they shut down both of the attackers, cleaning up another round and making the game a bit closer here, at least keeping themselves in it to win it for now. Of course, we did have the one player drop out. Yeah, doesn't look like he's going to be able to get back in time, so Moringa isn't going to make it in. We will just remake this one, get the lobby set back up, and get him back in so we can carry on. But a 5-3 scoreline now, Tim, looking a little bit more manageable for Team 1 compared to how bad it was going.
It's certainly better. That much is fair to say. There's still a task ahead of them. 5-3 down against Team Liquid. The thing is, you're sort of waiting for that tertiary site at this point because Team Liquid, they only need to pick up 2 rounds. So once Aviator and Trophy is out of the way, which is now the case, we might see them get a little bit of an advantage coming into this downstairs site, the tertiary site. If they can get the win there, that's all they need to do. And then if they can rinse and repeat, they win 7-5. So they only need to be picking up 2 rounds here. It's certainly not an easy feat for them. Team 1 looking solid on defense, but given that Team Liquid looked great and only managed to go 5-1, you've got to expect these rounds to be found for them somewhere on the attack. And it's just a matter of time at the minute, is what it feels like, until they push to that guaranteed overtime. But I think we will be back in very, very quickly to this one, Jackie. We're not going to be waiting too long to find out. I would make a guess from the way that it looked. I think it was probably a game crash on Moringa's end that just left him locked in the game with his input selected like that. So I think he'll already be in the process of rebooting and getting sorted and back in. So it shouldn't be too long at all.
Yeah, this is like your common. This is a grey.
This is a white.
Rehost.
Yeah.
I mean, is it white or is it grey? I've always thought, but it is white, isn't it? Because grey is
well,
like trash
in
loot.
Siege, it goes grey, white, blue, purple, gold.
Mm.
So for anybody who doesn't know what we're on about, we're talking about the rarity scale of the rehost and the reason for it. So because it's just a game crash for a player, I'd say grey, white. It's on that sort of common level.
Yeah, that's fair. It's probably more of a grey, right? Because it's one of those where it's like, it's a game crash. That's like your trash loot. That's like you found.
That's your duplicate.
Like a bone. Yeah, you'll take that to the shop. You'll make 5 gold from a vendor. That's basically the sort of rehost we're working with here. It's not on the scale of a legendary rehost. We gave some speculation as to what those might be. We said maybe a sinkhole and the house is gone. I was also thinking potentially overrun by trick-or-treaters on a day like this, Tim. Imagine they just barge the door in. They come sprinting into the house. They've knocked you off the PC. They've taken the PC. You've been robbed.
They smell chocolate.
They thought it was in the PC, but it's
they
not.
smell chocolate, and they will do anything that they can at this point to get to it because they're all hyped up on the sugar, and they're ready to go. They want more treats.
They do. I mean, that's the thing about Halloween, of course. It happens very regularly. People just running into houses and stealing PCs, hyped up on sugar. It's a frightening sight.
Just thinking that's what they're powered by.
Yeah, fair play. Computers have come a long way.
I've heard his PC's powered by sugar. Get it?
Maybe if it was like one of those hamster-powered PCs, and you've just got the little guy hyped up on sugar. But to be fair, I don't know how sugar affects small animals, so it might not be beneficial.
I mean, I'd imagine it's much the same. I don't think biology
Probably
changes that much from species to species. Obviously, there's some, reasonable differences, but I think the impact of sugar would be one thing that remains a fairly constant effect throughout.
I'll tell you something interesting, though, Tim. Hedgehogs. Common misconception about hedgehogs, of course, is that they tend to just be commonly ground animals and just sort of, walk around on the floor. They like sleeping in trees. They enjoy actually climbing up and sleeping in high heights on branches.
Well, I saw a thing that suggested that you should cut holes in your garden fences to allow for it, but often they have those concrete bottoms. So the suggestion was to put some ramps up and build a little hole so that they can up the ramp.
A little ramp just for the hedgehog to get his way up, and then just ramp down the other side.
Because I think they're quite mobile animals, and that's the real point there, is they're actually quite mobile creatures, and they like to go from sort of garden to garden, so being able to do like a run along the whole thing is like a real positive for them, apparently. I mean, interesting question, Jackie, about hedgehogs. I've just, are they an international animal? I know obviously they're very common here in the UK. It's, I mean, I don't know if I'd go very common, but there's certainly plenty of them knocking about.
Common. I feel like I don't see them as often these days.
No, I think they need a little bit of support, but they're reasonably common sort of garden animals. Would you find one of those in Brazil, for example? Would you find hedgehogs there, or are they just sort of native to us? I don't know. That's an interesting question. Citation needed.
Let us know on Twitter, #6Major, @AceOfPyro, @Jackie Esports. Do you have hedgehogs in your country? We're curious. Let us know. What we're also curious about, of course, is what's going to be happening inside this specific matchup as we head back into our opening best of 3 of day 2 of the November Major. It is a 5-3 split on the scoreline at this point. Team 1 trailing from the rear, but they've done a pretty good job of at least picking up a few rounds so far on their defense and keeping the game going. We'll see if they can go on to get a 4th here, though, Tim, or if this is where Liquid eventually lock themselves a 6 and have the guaranteed OT.
So to bring you up to speed, focusing back on the sieges, we know that's you're here for the hedgehog talk, of course, who isn't, but you are primarily here for the siege, and we know that, and we're going to bring you all the action as the day unfolds ahead of you. So what have we seen so far? If you've joined us during the rehost or maybe just before it, something like that, and you're wondering, Jackie, how exactly did these guys get to 5-3? Well, let me tell you. Round number 1 started off. Team 1 were on the attack for the first half, and they won that first attacking round. They managed to take trophy and statuary away from Team Liquid and got themselves 1-0. And then Team Liquid ran in 5 consecutive rounds, defending almost everywhere. They didn't take living room and library, but we did see successful rounds in aviator games, trophy, statuary, and dining and kitchen. So Team Liquid showing us a little bit of a masterclass, to be honest. PSK and Nesk particularly going off through that first half. But then the brakes have well and truly been put on by Team 1 as they've flipped over onto the defence. They've had themselves a win in aviator games and a win in trophy, and that sees them now moving to their tertiary site. And this has really got to be Team Liquid's sort of eyes lighting up, Jackie. This is their opportunity. This is where they could guarantee themselves that overtime. They're attacking onto kitchen and dining, so the likelihood is they're going to be looking for that top floor control to begin with, which is what we see with Palu looking to aggress into study there. They want to take control, really, of master bedroom, trophy, statuary, because that's where your vertical angles are, down into kitchen and dining. If you've ever wanted a little tip about Villa, how do I remember where I need to go to get vertical angles? It lines up with the upstairs sites. So if you're in kitchen dining, the vertical angles are from master bedroom, trophy, statuary, and astronomy. If you're in living room and library, then a lot of the angles can be gained from sort of the 90 corridor, from aviator and games area.
Now, timing-wise, obviously, we've still got 1 minute and 50 left on this one. For Team Liquid, they don't like to rush things. They do enjoy to take a bit of a slower approach to the rounds when possible. In a position like this, where you've still got 5 alive on either side, it's not worth going overly confident and throwing away the initial frag. PSK, though, sets himself up for a perfect freebie as Raps gives the game away, drops the ball, and gives them the first kill. It is onto a mute, so not the worst operator to lose, but it's still never ideal to have a man going down, as it does now mean you're defending 4v5, then there's still a ton of time that you've got to contend with. 1 minute and 20 to be precise. Redux bites back though, and he went bold for that one, clambering himself out the window, going for the jump out, but he's run straight into a frightening sight of Moringa, who holds the angle, picks him to pieces, and again, that's another trade that works out well for Liquid, as there's only 3 players alive now for Team 1, Tim. They've got 60 seconds to stay alive and defend these 2 sites. Can Falls, Phillypox, and Lukid lock it down here in round 9?
It's a lot of time to try and absorb as defenders is 60 seconds. You know, we sit here and we say, right, there's only 60 seconds left. We're into that final minute as if, you know, those seconds are going to tick away faster, but they don't. If anything, they go slower and slower when you're at a man disadvantage and you're on the defense like this. Vertical angles being used against you, just trying to scurry and scarper, trying to get yourself out of the line of fire as best you can, just trying to keep yourself alive. And Lukid's managed to do exactly that. He's moved himself away from sight for the time being, just trying to hold down an angle, and right now the onus is being put on Team Liquid, and this has actually been a good flip reverse of the advantage from Team 1 here. They've managed to put themselves in the ascendancy here with 13 seconds. Team Liquid have got no option but to try and rush into sight. Palu gets a kill onto 1, but Phillypox trades 1 out and gets a second. Phillypox going big for Team 1 here, but PSK, he manages to shut him down with 1 second left to go. Palu starts to get the diffuser on the ground. Lukid gets the kill onto PSK. Palu with no choice but to move away and be ready to challenge. And with that clock having ticked down, it is a win on time for Team 1, and they have managed to shut out the tertiary site. They've got 3 on the board in a row, Jackie. They brought themselves back within 1, and they are fighting here in the semi-final. Could we see them run this all the way back in?
God damn. I mean, potentially so. From what was an incredibly one-sided scoreline, 5-1. They've won 3 rounds on the spin, and the reverse sweep's now looking doable. More so than doable, entirely possible, because Liquid are just making slight mistakes in these rounds and giving them opportunity. Also, they're hitting their shots. They're popping off. Reduck coming back out of his shell as well is good to see, and I just hope it's maintained. Obviously, for anyone that's joining us now and looking at the stats, yes, they have been wiped. We had a rehost, so don't worry about it too much. Only 1 round's been played out since then. That's why the numbers haven't been jam-packed up to the top again. But we were seeing some great plays coming out from Team 1 in terms of damage that was done. Mainly just from one man, Lukid. He was running away with the game. It was like 13-6 or something crazy like that. It was quite a big statement that was being made by him. But if his teammates are now going to step up to help him, if he gets a bit of aid from Phillypox, from Reduct, that's what we need, Tim. That was the one factor that was leading them to lose rounds, is because it was basically the one-man army every time. If we have the rest of the team now waking up a little bit and getting into the game, then this is the dream scenario. It means we're actually going to have a big back-and-forth slobber knocker for the next few rounds here on Villa. But Team 1 need to win round 10. This is a do-or-die round for them, as of course, it's still looming over them that Liquid could get that OT guarantee.
I think that we are likely to see all 12 rounds at this point, whether that results in a direct win for one of these teams or whether it's another map that heads into overtime for us. Time will tell, of course, but you wouldn't want to bet against Team 1 putting another round on the board here. Aviator Games is the defensive side this time around. We saw them take it in round 7 and they were successful, as they have been everywhere else that they have defended, completely able to shut Team Liquid down. And it just feels to me, Jackie, like Team Liquid are struggling with pace a little bit, and we've said it during the regular season. It's something that they can have an issue with, just like NIP. They like to do things in a methodical way. They like to go in there and, you know, step A, step B, step C, and check those off as they go along. But sometimes it does just leave them lacking in the aggression stakes. And right now it feels like they just need to light the blue touch paper on Nesk and Palu and just send them in. Let them go off like a firecracker in sight and see what happens.
I'm far back, though. You don't want to get burnt. You don't want to be feeling the heat on your hands. I'll tell you what, the firearms that are in their hands have an awful lot left to do into round 10, though, Tim, as we've just hit the minute 30 mark. Team Liquid grouping up, playing together as the drones will be sent in to recover a bit more reconnaissance, so they at least have a clear-cut idea of where exactly Team 1 are playing this one. Drone-wise, it's not too overzealous. They're effectively just holding angles and playing crossfires together so they can cut off the entry points into the site. They're playing a fairly effective turtle game at this point, and they're not being baited out either. They are shutting down the drones, though, and using utility to at least waste a bit of time. Talking of utility, that's a bit of a mistake there, as we see Palu peeking in just as the concussion's going off. He'll be blind and can't get the shot with his lifeline in the manner he wanted to. They do push further forward, and Ness gets the early opener on the stairs, though, supported by the sledge. They now have control of a critical part of the map. They've also got the Habana into a brilliant position where the ex-Kairoses will make quick work of the reinforced wall, and they can then waltz their way into the site if they hit their shot on the player lurking behind the bar. I believe that's Falls there with a big old shotgun locked and loaded and ready for some close quarters carnage. Good use of the nade as well. That could be incredible if it actually does the damage to frag the man out, but it doesn't. Just a bit of shrapnel in his legs, Tim, so we'll try it with a second to see if this one's any better.
20 seconds left to go, and kills need to be found here by Team Liquid. They have to get in, they have to mix this up, or they're going to be in that last second plant situation once again that Palu suffered to last time around. PSK unaware of the man on the close angle. Raps and Felipox getting kills for themselves. Palu trades one out, and Moringa joins in on the action. 3 seconds left to go, and this is an absolute bloodbath. Palu starts to get that diffuser down. Can he stick it? He's got 2 seconds left to go. He's being hunted by Falls. He gets found. He manages to get up and get the kill. Unbelievable! The shotgun does not do the damage, and Palu is able to react in a split second. Watch him get off the diffuser straight onto the man, and that was unexpected to say the least.
I'm so baffled. Oh, I'm so baffled. I don't know if we can, but if we can, producer Simon, if we could catch that last clip from that, because that was ridiculous, man. He's running in. You can see, like, it took him a second to react off the back of seeing him, thinking he was finally in range. Takes 2 pumps with a shotty. Neither of them kill. Neither of them find the frag. He comes off and just shuts him down. Look at this. As he eventually gets there, spots him out behind the chair. No damage. No tag whatsoever from both of those shots. Oh, that's rough, Tim.
The distance is just far too great for a shotgun there. That, you know, I don't want to say the mistake he's made, because it's, you know, you're in a last second 1v1 with Palu, diffuser going down, the clock has run out, you don't know exactly where he is. There's a million things going through your mind at that point in time, and primarily is, where is he? Because I want to catch this guy before the diffuser is activated, because basically I want the easy kill. I want the cheap frag on him. I don't want him coming and challenging me here. And, you know, that's everything that's going through your mind at that point in time. But going in through that wall, you've got to think about your surroundings. Where are you likely to be challenging? He's unlikely to be planting right up against the wall between the two sites. You know, generally speaking, he's going to be behind vault door or behind maps, which is exactly where he was in the corner there. So you're thinking then, I'm going to be engaging from behind couch. I'm at distance. So am I better switch into my SMG here? You know, that would have basically won him the round at that point, because then it's a couple of taps, bang, and Palu is dead. But by trying to engage at that range with the shotgun, the thing is, it's absolutely devastating, Jackie, as we have seen, is the SAS shotgun at short range. But if you get just outside of that active range for it, the drop-off is horrendous, as we've just witnessed. You know, the accuracy goes down, the damage drop-off is there, and you're not going to pick up the kills and the downs like that. And, you know, by sticking with the weapon, it gave Palu every opportunity, and that's going to be a tough one to swallow. That really is unfortunate for Team 1.
Yeah, it's horrific, man. It's one of those where you look at it and you just think he could have played time. He could have gone in with the sidearm and potentially had a better run of it, but you can't alter what has already happened. Hindsight is 2020. The issue is, this could be the 7th round now for Team Liquid, Tim. It was going so well for Team 1. The reverse sweep looked entirely possible. It was set to be the game, tied back up 5 rounds apiece, but that dream is now dead. And the best they can do is hope to take it to OT to then have the opportunity to win on their map pick, because that's what this is. Villa is their territory. This is their turf, and they have to defend it, so they need to play better than that into this following round. Timing-wise, we've got 1 minute and 30 on the clock, and Team Liquid have just waltzed their way into the compound. They've got into Villa, but they're not over aggressive. They are just clearing out for the roam, trying to see if anyone's there. Also setting up with the air jabs, but Palu's gone down. He's already knocked onto his backside and has to get himself back up. Of course, now at this point, he's a bit of a loose cannon, and he is quite a risk as well, because he's only got that one shot of HP to work with, Tim. Someone sneezes near, he might go down.
Oh, he's a breath away from death at this point, and he needs to be very, very careful moving in. He can't play the same aggressive role that he might otherwise. Could just do with a little bit of a switch up potentially to maybe just try and, you know, come in from a different angle, maybe take on a different role in that attack. I think we've just had a little bit of a freeze on the feed. We will, of course, have it back up and running as soon as we possibly can do. Hopefully we won't miss too much action in this round. There was about a minute left to go, and as I was suggesting, really, Palu just needing to maybe switch up exactly how he was doing things, given that he was on lower health. Now, we join back with the feed, 30 seconds left to go. Felipox is dead. Lukin gets one onto Moringa, and we find ourselves 4 versus 4. Plenty of action yet to unfold in this round. A little freeze again. We're going to just iron out these technical difficulties. We will just refresh that and try and get back in. It may well be that we take the opportunity to alter a few things in between the rounds, but right now we're just trying to catch the end of this one, and what we see is Team 1 taking kills, a double from Falls to finish us off with the shotguns there, and that's going to be Sexy Kate biting the dust to finish the round. Team 1, they keep themselves fighting here, Jackie. They want that overtime.
They do. They want to stay in the game. Unfortunate freezes cannot stop the too cold the whole team of Team 1 that have got back into the game at least now. So, of course, one more round and we go to OT. That's it. That is the do or die outcome. And genuinely, it's possible. They've been having some really tight rounds. Their whole defense has looked sick as well. It's been the biggest boon for them. Back on attack, it was sloppy. All of those rounds whizzed by. It was done in seconds. They weren't long. They weren't clean. They were really quite rough. But at least here on the defense, they've been putting up a great comeback. There was the one unfortunate clutch with Big Papa Pump. But we can forget about that if they get another round, as then it's basically a whole new game, Tim. We fall into that OT where it comes down to the final 3 rounds to decide the outcome between these two teams. This is the first map in a best of 3 as well, so it's incredibly important that if Team 1 want to have a good run here against Liquid, they pick this map up. It's their pick. They need to make that worthwhile.
They do, and I just want to take the opportunity in between rounds as well, Jackie. It's somebody, you know, we always mention from time to time on LATAM, but I think it's been a little while since. I just want to give a big shout out to all the mods that moderate our chats, both Twitch and YouTube, of course. We have plenty of viewers over there, and they do some great work to keep the chat active and keep it nice and friendly. So, of course, always be nice to your mods, always be friendly with them. They're doing the best they can to keep everything nice and wholesome for us, and I think they do an excellent job, Jackie.
Yeah, man. You know, we got to give love to the people that make the show possible. Everyone puts the work in. Producer Simon and Jacob are always just working away behind the scenes to make everything look beautiful, but they keep our chat nice and clean as well. Of course, the one issue with today's show is there's been a couple of slip-ups, but don't worry, we'll have those ironed out over the course of the rest of the day, and hopefully they won't happen again. We do apologize, though, for the dropouts with the feed. Hopefully, everything will be smooth sailing from this point forward, because these rounds mean an awful lot, though, at the minute. We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock for this one. And Team 1, it's all on them. All the weight's on their shoulders to pick this up, Tim. They have to come away with a big old-school anthem and pick this one up as a 6 if they want to go to OT. If they do not, that's an easy loss. It's a big L that will be taken, and then we move on to Liquid's map pick.
2 minutes left to go in round 12 here. So coming in on Villa, we are going to see maximum regulation time to start us off, and you get the feeling that is how the day could well progress as we go on map to map. There is going to be no easy victories for anybody here today, let alone whoever comes away the loser from this map and has to face NIP in their second game of the day, who are of course waiting in that losers bracket after a tough day yesterday, but they managed to scrap their way through and keep themselves involved. Now, an absolute shower of utility is ultimately going to take Falls down, as Moringa's nade will hit the target this time. He dropped out last time he tried that one and it exploded right in his own face, but not this time. It's going to take the head off Falls, and that is the smoke gone along with those Toxic Babe canisters. So that is a big loss for Team 1 on the defence.
minute and 5 seconds left. Palu, very low at this point, but of course the morale of Team 1 might be even lower as they're fighting down a man. It's a 4v5. Or if they hold towards the site, maybe they'll be okay to stay alive, but damage being done to Lucid as they fire towards him. 45 seconds now. Team Liquid getting close to boiling point when they want to engage. In talking of engagements, there we have Redux as he'll swing out with the first headshot found on the Moringa. Bodies the man and puts it back into a level playing field. This is far better. It means it's actually doable and overtime could still be achieved. 30 seconds left now. Palu and Co have to push up and they need to get involved with this fight soon. An overextension there from Felipox as he reveals himself. He gets punished because of it, but he won't be dropped. There's another trade as they go 1-for-1, leaving us in a 3v1. 3v3 that quickly turns into a 3v1, and the one's gonna fall. There's none left as Reduct is reduced to nothing. Nest leaves him looking like a fine paste, and that's Liquid picking up the win on Villa as they clean up in seconds. Out of nowhere, Tim. They just pop off.
Well, that is exactly what Nesk and Palu bring to the table, isn't it? It's that unpredictability, that explosiveness, that they can just absolutely cap off a map just like that. Inside of 2 seconds, they rain down 3 kills and just completely shut Team 1 out of the round and out of the map. But Team 1 really did run them to the wire there. To say that that first half was 5-1 in favour of Team Liquid, they made a great go of it in the second half and they forced Team Liquid all the way to 12, but they were able to lock it down. 7-5 it finished, and that's going to be map number 1 to Team Liquid, and they look like they're cruising towards that grand final at this point.
Yeah, one more map. That's all they need. It's rough as well. The difference the shotgun clutch could have made there for Team 1. Who knows, man? Who knows what that alternate timeline would have looked like if they picked that up and taken it to overtime mere moments ago. Instead, of course, Liquid, they get the win. Huge result there, and they need one more map. That's all it takes, Tim, to knock Team 1 into the lower bracket where NIP are going to be waiting. God, you got to think NIP are going to have a field day with that game.
Oh, the thing is, NIP want every single one of these maps to go to overtime. That's what they're hoping for. Just make it as difficult as possible for whoever they're going to face. Just really wear them down, frustrate them, fatigue them, and just, you know, something like that with a big run back, 7-5 overall. It's perfect for NIP.
It is indeed. We'll see, though, who NIP will have to fight, of course, because there's still 2 maps left in this series. There's a chance that Team 1 could reverse sweep, get the 2-1, and still keep themselves alive going to the final. We'll find out what the answer is going to be to that big question, though, when we come back in after the break.
Yo no sé ya si fue algo más que el placer, si me amaste alguna vez, yeah, o si fuiste mi mujer. Por lo que yo he visto y lo que te gusta, amor de tu vida yo no voy a hacer. Dame una noche, te voy a demostrar que soy el pecado que amas con mi chica. Y si tú
Shot for me. Perfect.
And welcome back to the November Major. As the battle carries on here, it's our opening semi-final of the tournament, and it, of course, is Liquid walking away with the first map victory on Villa over Team 1. But Tim, there's still 2 more maps to go, and there's still a chance for Team 1. They put up a lot of a fight. They did seem resilient, but in the end, they did let that one slip away.
It just feels like everybody's catching Team Liquid at the wrong time right now. They've just hit form at the right moment coming into this tournament, and they look absolutely just devastating in most maps. But as you say, there was a window of opportunity for Team 1 there where they did try to get back into it, but we know the attack can be a tough one to successfully sort of win rounds on Villa. So Team Liquid, they were always going to lose a few there, but getting it over the line in the end. And coming into Clubhouse, you've got to wonder now, this was Team Liquid's map choice. Now, like I say, with the popular maps, particularly Oregon, Clubhouse, I'd maybe count Coastline in there with how much we've had it in Stage 2. You expect all the teams to be capable of playing there. You know, of course, Team 1 are going to come in there and be reasonably comfortable. But if Team Liquid have been particularly working towards Clubhouse, and that's why they've picked it, you could be just finding them at their absolute peak here, and that could be dangerous.
It could be. It could be very dangerous. We'll find out, though, as we head into the map. This is where we're going next. Clubhouse, of course. You can see the veto on the left-hand side. It was a 7-5 win on Villa. Clubhouse is now coming up. If somehow Team 1 come back and win this, they do have a final opportunity on Oregon to reverse sweep the series and take it as a 2-1 win. But that's a very big if. Ooh. Interesting, though, to see the bans continuing over. That's the second glass ban that's coming out. Team 1, very hard stuck in their ways, Tim. They said they thought they were going to see a lot of glass play into the major. They didn't ban it out yesterday, and it was used against them. Today, though, in both maps so far against Liquid, they remove it from play.
Oh, they're just having absolutely nothing to do with the Russian sniper today. They don't want any part of that action whatsoever. And to be honest, it doesn't surprise me on Clubhouse, probably more so than anywhere. We've seen Glass can have a real impact sort of in previous years. It was a good while ago now, the old Glass Ying meta particularly. We've also seen him used in combination with Montagna on this site, this map particularly, coming down Dirt Tunnel into Church and Arsenal and just walking in there into clouds of smoke like an entry fragger and just popping skulls left, right and centre. So it's no surprise to see Glaz banned out. If Team 1 are going to take him away on any other map, then surely they're going to take him away on Clubhouse as well. So he goes by the wayside. Mirror and Clash, they join the I won't call it a party because they're going to be sat on the sidelines, Jackie. They're on the bleachers just waiting to see how this one plays out. They will have no part in it themselves.
They've run the back of the bike sheds, Tim. Being the bunch of naughty boys all sat there together watching the game on one of their mobile phones. They've propped it up with like a can behind it. Probably needs to have a full can to withstand the weight of the phone, but they've got the phone propped up and they're ready to watch the game, as it is going to be an incredible game. Team 1 take on Team Liquid. It's our second matchup between these two, and it's on Clubhouse. It's the first time we've got a Clubhouse game here in the Major for November, and I'm excited to see where it's going to go. Both of these teams can be very proficient on the map, but honestly, Tim, I'm looking at Liquid to lock this one down. It feels like they've got a lot of confidence. They're hitting their shots. They're playing really quality Siege. Over the course of yesterday, they were dominating. Into today's games, they looked so defiant on that first half that I thought the game was over. I'm surprised it was brought back as close as it was, but I don't think that's going to be happening here. Genuinely, I reckon this is Liquid locking it down, taking the 2-0, and netting themselves that best-of-5 spot in the Major.
I would tentatively agree. I think we're going to see a very good Team Liquid coming out here on Clubhouse. But I just look at the team on the opposite side, Team 1. They've shown us some fantastic performances through both Stage 1 and Stage 2, particularly against Team Liquid. They always seem to have found themselves an advantage against these guys. And I just think that there is something to be said from them. There is the potential for a twist in the tail yet. That's not to say that even if they do come out and play fantastically well, that it will be enough, because as you say, Team Liquid, they are going very well right now, and it would take a serious performance to put a stopper on them, to be able to slow them in their tracks with the way things are going at the minute. But Team 1 is certainly a team that are capable of doing that.
Okay. Team Liquid on the attack, would they be able to keep up the tempo that they had from the first map? Because, of course, they did have a couple of nice rounds, but for the most part, it was a lot sloppier than their defense. This is quite clean, though. Nesk setting up on the angle, looking through, of course, with the hole that he's made. Effectively, that's what's being done across the board. Everyone just holding and waiting to see if there's an overextension from Team 1 before Team Liquid do anything audacious. They are just going to hold. Sexy Cake looks a bit frustrated there. He's actually looking back over as well to check the monitor for PSK. I was curious to see if something could happen to him, but he's fine. So information just being passed between both of the players off the back of the read in the boot camp. Lukid, though, droned out, forced to peek it, and he pays with his life, Tim. Down to Sexy Cake. Makes complete sense now with the read, of course. That's what Sexy Cake was chatting to PSK about, and that's why they had that one set up brilliantly.
5 versus 4 in the reasonably early round. A minute left to go, which is plenty of time to aggress on to Church and Arsenal. But Team Liquid, they need to get themselves moving, start getting into position, and particularly getting things open. Now, an interesting one to watch out for is Reduct on the mute. He's got himself inside the freezer there. He's looking to defend Kitchen, and I'm not sure if Team Liquid are actually aware of his position. They're all running wholesale into Kitchen here, completely unaware, and he could come out and have an absolute field day. He gets himself one. He's looking for a second out into the corridor. The call will have gone out from Moringa now. They know that Reduct is here. This is it. He has to play his life. He is not getting away from this unscathed. He will be shut down as they manage to get the pink. Peak Palu, it is from the window who takes out the mute. Leaves us 4 versus 3, but what that has done, Jackie, is waste another 30 seconds without that kitchen hatch getting opened, and right now 20 seconds left to go. Team Liquid are not in a position to get the diffuser down. They don't have control over the blue tunnel. They've got Falls on the smoke, just looking to smoke off that kitchen hatch and prevent them from dropping. 10 seconds left to go. Kills need to be found here. Nesk is pushing down blue corridor. He sees the man behind the generator. Won't be able to do anything. Sexy Kate with a kill onto Felipox. Seconds are ticking away. The diffuser's not going down. And Team 1, they're going to win based on time. And boy, that was close. But I've got to call that a win for Reduct, Jackie. Those 30 seconds wasted in the kitchen, absolutely perfect from him.
It's beautiful stuff. Really, really nice. Surprising they've actually been able to pick this one up as well. Oh, man. Okay, so Team 1, they put up a fight at least coming in fresh here in the opening round of the second map. So Clubhouse starts off with a bit of a bang for them. I hope this invigorates them as well. Forget about the woes of the past. Forget about the opening map on Villa. It was a risky pick to go into. Yes, it was your map pick. And yes, it could have been a top trump one to throw into the mix to get yourself an instant banger, but it didn't happen. Instead, you're now in the cave of Liquid. Clubhouse is their domain. This is their pick. So stealing away a first round from them is going to be really good for the overall momentum of the team. You've got to keep that confidence level up. I also want to see the confidence of Lukid reaching the same heights he had on Villa as well. Although they lost the map, he was a huge part of the reason they were in it for so long. He single-handedly brought them back a few rounds, Tim, and he was hitting some good shots. I think he was like 13 to 6 before the rehost. So obviously, in terms of impact, he was up there. If he keeps that up here on Clubhouse, that's going to be the dream scenario for Team 1.
Absolutely, and they've had a dream start there, getting round 1 on the board. I didn't really get a chance through round 1 to point this out, but Team Liquid are much stronger on Clubhouse, on the attack, than they are on the defence, to be fair. So it is something that they need to come out and have a good half here, Jackie. They've, so far through the regular season, played Clubhouse 3 times. They've won it once and drawn it twice, whereas Team 1 were actually unbeaten in Stage 2, playing it twice and winning it twice. 100% win record here on Clubhouse. So as much as it is Team Liquid's pick, as I said, there is a real opportunity for Team 1. Do not count them out of this. They could well shut this down and take us all the way to that third map on Consulate. But no, sorry, it was Oregon, wasn't it? All the way to the third map on Oregon. And as I said, defensively, that's where the sort of cracks have been for Team Liquid. That's where the opportunities you may expect to come for Team 1 when they're on the attack. But Team Liquid, they have to have a good start. And losing out on Church and Arsenal there, now attacking onto CCTV and Cash. You've got to think they need to be coming out with a win in the next round or two, really. They can't leave it much later than that because they're going to at best have a split half then. And if they're going to struggle when they get onto the defence, that really then spells a loss. And we've got the diffuser down right now as Sexy Cake is taken out to start things off. And I think it was that man Lukid, wasn't it, who got the opener there. So he's going to get himself a second onto Palu now. And Jackie, just like he was in Villa, he's going off once again here on Clubhouse.
Mate, he's off like a rocket. He's flying off to new heights at this point. It's pretty sick to see. 2 of those frags from a tasty angle where he's just taking the fight at every opportunity. And obviously this puts a lot of pressure onto Liquid. You're already fighting a 3v5 disadvantage. You might have the read. You know exactly where they are on Catwalk, but getting these frags, is a whole lot easier said than actually done, even when you can pre-fire onto the angle. If Ness peeks in, yes, he can go for a 1-for-1. Sure, he can probably get an easy frag onto Falls, but there'll be an immediate trade back onto him. That's why it's not worth it. Even if he gets on the stairway, then you just see the peek from the second player. He's traded out, and Lukid's got himself a triple frag into the round. Moringa at least comes over and will rotate in to provide some kind of assistment here to his teammate. I don't really know what they're going to be able to get done to him. Diffuser's down. I think it's just been picked back up by PSK, which it will. But in terms of gaining control towards Garage, I think they're out of luck.
I would agree with you, and it is very important to get that catwalk when attacking onto this site. CCTV and Cash, we've seen it defended so many times from that peak hole that's been opened up between the catwalk and the site, because ultimately, if you don't get Garage, generally your push is then moved over to construction. Now, Team Liquid don't really have time to do that here. They don't have any option but to try and push through this East breach, but if they do, where is the plant spot? It's either next to the B-bomb, or it's just inside of that breach, inside the single doorway that comes through to Red Corridor. Now, Ness gets an important kill there. PSK gets in on the action as well, but Raps manages to get himself one in there. PSK's gone absolutely ham there. Finds himself 3, but it's Redux once again. He's having a big day, Jackie. He comes out and he manages to get the final 2 there with the Kaid to finish things off onto, I think it was Nesk and PSK that he finished at the end there. And that's going to be the round going for Team 1 once again. And just that inability to clear out Garage, I think, really cost Team Liquid. It burnt a lot of time, and they just didn't have the opportunity to flip the push over to construction, as would be normal if you can't get Garage control, because trying to get that diffuser in, as I said, anywhere into CCTV, you're then exposed, because they'll just hit you from the rotate, they'll hit you from the window, they will hit you hard and fast, and you've just got no opportunity. And Team Liquid right now, they are being hit hard and fast. They are 2-0 down and need to get themselves into this one quickly.
They do. They have to get back into the game. They can't afford rounds to being lost in this manner. It's good to see, though. Definitely a whole lot better here from Team 1, in the sense that you still got Lukid playing really well. Pivotal kills towards Garage. He opened up the round massively for them. I'm shocked that it was as close as it was in the final moments, and it came down to Redux having to basically be the saving scalpel to dissect the final 2 members and keep them in it. But it doesn't matter. If he's hitting his shots, at the end of the day, that's what counts, that's what's remembered, and that's where the round goes, as it has gone over to Team 1, and they're building up a bit of a buffer on the defense. Feeling a little bit more familiar now to Villa once again, of course, because Team 1, they were really good on their defense. They were fantastic at holding angles, playing together. The teamwork was on point as well, whereas Liquid, they were struggling a bit on the attack, Tim. It wasn't as cutthroat as it was for them when they just had to play on angles, when they had to play defense. It was definitely a lot riskier. We'll see if maybe there's an opportunity for them to make things better, though, into the 3rd round. Because as you said, they need to pick one up soon. You can't afford to waste time anymore.
I just want to pick up on that, Jackie. That was some long-range Hibana play from Pally there. We don't tend to see the ex-Kairos pellets deployed from that sort of range. Let me tell you that. That was a cross-map situation straight onto the east wall there. So Liquid trying to breach that east wall, just make it difficult for anybody to play inside of CCTV. And the reason they do that is to allow them to play on the south side windows, so the windows that you see to your left there. Because once they try to play on there, if there is a defender still in CCTV, there is, of course, the Overwatch. We can see the number 3 ping there just in front of us, pointing out the window. You're going to look all the way down. It becomes like a tin can alley. You've just got a chute in front of you, and you can just absolutely gun people who try to use those windows. So that's why Liquid have gone in and closed that out. It also offers a nice pinch as well. If they can get themselves in from the hot tub wall side, they can start really applying pressure to both sides of the site.
Concussions coming in, trying to daze and confuse the defense of Team 1, but they don't make any mistakes. They play their angles. Some of these angles are quite tasty as well. This position, primarily being played by Philippox, is really dirty. If he can hit that shot from the underside of the shield, that'll be a punishing weight to go down, and it'll leave you frustrated off the back of the frag. There's 1 minute and 15 seconds left, though, so still tons of time before we'll actually see that one put to good use. They're just holding for this. They're not going to go for anything crazy. There's no peaks from Team 1. They're just playing their crossfires. They're just holding their angles, and that's the best way you can play it. Although, if push comes to shove, there's potential here that Nest might be able to get himself the entry. They're using their utility to force them back. No one's going to rotate off because of it. Reduct is there. He has support, of course. If the peak comes out from Nest, there should be a trade at least, even if there is the 1-for-1. He's really gunning for it. Peeking in with a pre-fire, but no one's baited out. Felipox, though, falls into the trap as he'll swing around, but he gets the kill, Tim. Opens up the head of Nesk, shuts down the drone, and retreats away. He stays alive. There's no trade.
Great opener for Team 1, and as you say, not having the trade there, that's going to become problematic for Team Liquid because they're now in a situation whereby they can just lose through attrition. So if Team 1, by contrast, do pick up their trades to any kills that Team Liquid manage to pick up, then ultimately they're going to lose. Reduct, he manages to put the Alder to work, gets the kill onto Sexy Cake. Moringa will trade it out, but as I said, they're still now in an advantageous position, 4 versus 3. However, Moringa finds a second on the round. Palu gets in on the action. That's one for him onto Raps. And then PSK joins as well. This is a real team effort as Moringa starts to get the diffuser down. It is all left to Lukid, but he's unable to do anything this time around. Liquid get their first attacking round onto the board. It is Gym and Bedroom. They need to find some in those primary sites of Church and Arsenal, CCTV and Cash, I feel, if they want to be walking away with this map on Clubhouse.
What's really interesting as well, Tim, is genuinely a lot of the parallels you can draw from this matchup over the past 3 rounds are also akin to what we've seen from Liquid versus NIP on Clubhouse, right? Like the way Team 1 are playing it is very reminiscent of NIP's defense. That very slow style, no info plays, no peaks, not going for anything crazy. They will just play sight. They'll attempt to hold on to as much utility as physically possible and want to win it into the late round. Issue is, when it's getting to the late round, even if they have an advantage of a 4v5 firefight, Liquid just go off. And Liquid really are going off when it comes to getting the frags to draw it back in their favor. They're hitting their shots right now. They're very confident on the peaks. So it doesn't matter if you're playing for a late round execute in the final 30 seconds when you've got the 1 frag advantage, because Liquid are rocking up to the party and they are bringing the champagne. It's a little bit of the bubbly, Tim, with the way they're playing it, because they're just hitting every single shot.
Oh, they're going to be popping that cork, and to be honest with you, I think they could probably get a kill just from popping the cork out of that champagne at the minute, Jackie.
What, the right angle? Yeah, I mean, those things come out pretty fast.
Oh, they certainly do. It's one of those things that, it's a bit terrifying to do, really. You, especially in a party situation, we've all been there where you get past the bottle of champagne by your mum, open that for us, yeah, and you're thinking, there's 40 people watching me, I'm about to ruin this crystal chandelier that's up in the hotel. This could be a problem.
Oh, especially if, you panic, the nerves get the better of you, so you're shaking by accident. At that point, you've shaken up the champagne, the cork's gone flying out, everyone's clothes are ruined by the champers that's gone everywhere. The carpet, Tim, the carpet that's a vintage shag carpet is ruined.
Oh, you've just got to style it out at that point, though, haven't you? You've just got to make it look like a podium moment and pour it over your uncle or something. You've just got to get in there and act like you meant it.
At that point, though, that's when they just go, right, leave, Tim, get out. You're not welcome back for Christmas anymore. You ruined it.
Look, it happened one time, Jackie.
It won't happen again, I promise.
And what won't happen again is PSK breathing in this round as Lukid shuts him down with a headshot. That opens things up for Team 1, and they've been doing very well in the entry stakes here on Clubhouse, Jackie. And as you say, once again, you picked up on it last round. I'm going to hit the same note here in round 4, and that is no trade coming in. The ace is gone. That's half of the hard breach. They do still have Sexy Cake on the Maverick, who can deal with those hatches, allowing Palu to breach the church wall if they want to, but it might just switch up exactly what the plan was, because naturally PSK, he would have been the man to get down there and try to open that wall with the Selma chargers. Not going to be possible anymore as Lukid sees to that. Now Moringa looking to open the vertical angles with the book, make things a little bit more uncomfortable in sight. And to be honest, the vertical play is not something we've seen too much of from Team Liquid on the attack so far, Jackie, and it's nice to see that they're really paying some attention to it, bringing it out and getting that pressure applied early. Still half of the round to go here.
Yeah, there's a big play that could potentially develop off the back of these vertical angles they've opened up, right? Kitchen control is always so pivotal because it gives you another access point if you can gain the hatch, but it's also the fact that you can find yourself a frag onto an unsuspecting defender that's lurking in the depths below. But at least for now, Team 1, adapting from their playstyle a bit, did go for the bold early frag. It does come back to bite them, though, as I said, those vertical angles opening up, and Philippebox, well, he's been opened up. Down on the ground, does backpedal, could potentially be revived here by Reduct if they want to go for the gamble, and at least at that point, it's still a 5v4 advantage for them. In the numbers game, they're way better off. It just obviously means that Philippebox has to basically keep himself out of trouble, stay on the down low, and just go for a 1-for-1 trade. That's the most use you'll probably get out of him. Team Liquid now, though, going in for the three-pronged attack as they've opened up multiple entry points through both of the hatches and the stairway. They push in to try and converge, but they're detonated by the Nitro. Palu gets one with a quick adjustment. Philippebox is decked. Palu, double kill into the round, but it's not enough as Falls and Lukid will be able to clutch that one out and keep it in the bank for Team 1.
Absolute bloodbath ensuing in the final seconds there, and it's Team 1 who come away standing. There were punches flying left, right and centre. It was a real melee down in the Church and Arsenal site there. It was tough to know exactly who was going to come out on top, but Team Liquid just again not really gaining enough access to the site, Jackie. They got the vertical angles open, but you just feel that kill onto PSK, taking the ace off the board to begin with, the hard breach going by the wayside early in the round really seemed to impact on how that round played out, because they got Palu down, and normally what Palu would do on the Hibana from there, from the double door, he'll open up the bottom left-hand side of that triple wall. We've seen him do it so many times, and he lays prone, gets himself a nice line of sight all the way through Church, and just holds that angle down, and he gets kill after kill from it. But he didn't do that this time, and I think that was probably because he knew that PSK wasn't following up. He didn't need to clear any utility. He didn't need to prevent anybody impact tricking the Selmas. He didn't need to clear a mute jammer or anything else out, because there was no Selma devices coming. PSK was already down and in the grave. So it just really seemed to switch up what they were trying to do, and then it came down to try and rush down the corridor and into double door and do what you can, and Team 1 were just well alive to the danger, managed to shut it down, and they find themselves up in CCTV cache again, and you can see this very easily becoming a 4-2 half for them now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if they keep it up, if they maintain this pace, then hell yeah, it's entirely doable. It's working out quite nicely for them. It is still very reminiscent of that NIP play style, but it's the fact that obviously Team 1, they're going for picks and they're giving themselves a bit of an edge at least, so it's harder for Team Liquid when we get into the late round. Liquid looking a little bit less confident as well now, Tim. Villa, it was pretty cutthroat, especially on their defense. When they had to hold angles, they were hitting some mean shots and they were mean mugging the competition. Whereas here onto Clubhouse, it's not been as exhilarating. It feels a little bit slower to the burn. And that's scary because, of course, you then leave Team 1 in a spot where they'll go into their attack soon. And hopefully they can keep this newfound pace and run away with the game. Remember, if they bring this back and they do split the series 1-1 apiece, we go to the decider and we will have a third and final map that will be Oregon. So there's still a lot of story to get out of this big old book. Coming in, though, Sexy Cake on the drone, wanting to at least figure out who's playing towards the catwalk and where the control is on Garage. He'll get that read and now know what the setup is, this time being just the one man rather than the two-player setup they had previously with both the Wamai and the Jaeger.
Look, we're doing a good job at surrounding site here. They've got the East Breach open with plenty of time left on the clock, so that is a good start. We're going to see Moringa take up his position and hold down an angle towards that Garage catwalk, but it's an area that Liquid are going to either have to deal with better than they did last time, or they're just going to have to ignore it and forego it. Now, that can be a dangerous play because, of course, you can watch all the way through to construction from the hole that will have been opened up in the wall between Garage catwalk and CCTV, but there is the possibility to get a plant down on the threshold. If you open the wall from construction into cache, you can get a plant down on that threshold and still keep yourself invisible to the angle from the Garage catwalk. So there is a possibility there for Team Liquid, but the way they're shaping up at the minute, Jackie, there is no attention being paid towards the construction or bedroom side of the map. It's looking all focused still on the East Breach and on Garage, and right now they haven't really done anything to mount any aggression or pressure towards the man playing on the catwalk to try and dislodge him. They've got Reed up down in the oil pit. He could prove an absolute nightmare in the late round. You're going to see as Sophia comes across here. I think it was the Sophia, yes. Nesk's going to get shut down there with a headshot from Reduct. And lessons need to be learnt for Team Liquid. You have to draw out the oil pit. You have to pay attention to everywhere on the map. But a couple of kills rain in and they bring it back into their favour. 4 versus 3. Garage catwalk is in their control.
If there was lessons to be learned, it seems like school is now in session, and we've got Professor Liquid teaching this one to the students of Team 1. As they're being schooled, Tim, 2 players have already been dropped down. That's Reduct falls out of commission. Sexy tanking the damage from the Sanguine Arsenic, goes in to commit to the plant. The second doesn't spread far enough as well, so he should actually get this off. Now it puts even more pressure on the one remaining member of Team 1. It's all on Raps, but he can't drop bars to be able to pick this one up as it will slip out of his hands. Palu picks it up with a headshot as the Habana clutches it. It's another round going the way of Liquid, and it couldn't have come at a better time. A big confidence round for them that they needed to win to keep this half close. Now we fall into a position where this goes one of 2 ways. Either it is a 4-2 split, which is going to be rough for Liquid and be a gigantic boon to jumpstart this comeback for Team 1, or it's ended in an equal situation, 3-3, right down the middle. At that point, it's anyone's game here on Clubhouse.
To be honest, I think even an even split still suits Team 1 down to the ground. Coming onto the attacking half, they've got 100% win rate on Gym and Bedroom, 60% Church and Arsenal, 75% CCTV and Cash. It is a bleak picture for Team Liquid when you look at Team 1's attacks here on Clubhouse. I'm not sure that they've done enough in this first half. They're going to have to really come out and perform on their defence if they want to get this one inside of 2 maps. It's not going to be easy for them, and Team 1 are playing fantastically well to try and make that as difficult as possible. But what was interesting about that last round, Jackie, was it was a great demonstration of why the Garage Catwalk is so powerful. We've seen 2 rounds on CCTV Cash, one where Liquid completely failed to get control of it, and one where they locked it down. And look at the difference in the outcome. The diffuser went down on the ground, activated, still 4 men in the round, able to hold angles. It was just it was a world away from the first attack that we saw from Team Liquid.
It was indeed. Very different, very bizarre. I suppose that's the way you can sum up this series. There's been a lot of interesting moments that have been sprinkled in between the both of them. Clubhouse looking a little bit more normal, at least, if this does go 3-3, but we shall see. We shall see. Pushing up early on. Of course, we've got Sexy Cake on the Maverick. Thought he was going to get the door opened up, but no. Instead, just repels up to the roof. That'll be quickly burnt through by PSK with the Ash as he dashes out a Selma device to bring the wall down on that one. Team 1 again, though, sticking to their roots. They don't overcommit. They don't push out. They're just playing for effectively the full 5-man setup close towards site. Nesk cutting off the rotation towards Oil Pit already as he does drop down that Claymore. If you walk up the ladder unsuspecting, you'll get the back of your head blown off, Tim.
Certainly will. Team 1 looking to close out a strong half here. We're a minute in, and there's a little bit of frantic manoeuvring going on between Cash stairs, and also inside of the bedroom as well. Lukid for Leapox, they're just darting about left, right and centre, in and out of construction, just trying to make things as difficult as possible. Now, we hear some sounded like electricity being applied, but we don't have anybody. I think it was actually an impact trick that just burnt off those pellets, the Hibana pellets there. Now, Neski's going to open things up for us onto Raps. That's going to be an opening kill for Team Liquid this time, and let's see what they can do with that advantage in manpower. They need to make it pay here. 5 versus 4. They've got some good progress. They've got the peak hole opened up into Cash. That's going to prevent the defenders locking things down inside of there. So Team Liquid should be fairly free to move through towards Cash and into construction now. They can also start to apply some pressure to the side windows. And so the heat is certainly going to get turned up for Team 1 on the defense here.
Like an induction pan, they've turned it all the way up to 11. The heat is starting to come to a boil. And it's certainly getting scary. 50 seconds left. Who's going to get burnt into round 6? I'll have an answer for you very soon, as it seems like Liquid is moving further forward. Nesk starts to advance. Of course, he's a little bit low, down to about 75 health there. We'll see if that'll come back to bite him in the bottom when push comes to shove. Sexy Cake and Co. still lurking outside as well, peering down the corridor and hoping someone will pop out. But there's no scare actors that will be jumping out in front of him tonight, Tim. Instead, they're really waiting. They want to keep themselves out of trouble, but trouble comes their way. Reduct cuts from Moringa, but there's a trade back onto Lukid. The Alder, again, with another frag, but it's only 2 before he's shut down, taking a dirt nap for the rest of the round. 12 seconds left. It's a 3v2 that favours Liquid. Falls and Felipox, the Double F brothers, turn into just one solo act, and he's not going to be able to do anything. No perfect play there. Shot in the side of the head as he's flanked. He's spotted out, hiding in the closet, and he's going to be left there forever.
Liquid able to close it down, level up the half, and that now sees us going into the second half. 3-3 on the scoreboard, and these two just trading blows toe-to-toe right now, wailing on each other. And this one is turning into just as close an affair as Villa did. If you missed that first map, Villa was finished off 7-5 by Team Liquid after they managed to come into the half 5-1 up. Team 1 were able to fight all the way back into it, but ultimately Team Liquid just managed to nudge it over the line at the last second, and got some replays of the absolute bloodbath that ensued. And what a nice kill out onto the hot tub balcony there it was for Team 1 on the defence, but it wasn't enough for them in the end, and Liquid were able to secure the round and level things up. But can they improve on that defensive performance? That's what they're going to have to do here. And as I said before coming into it, Team 1 in their Stage 2 performance is nothing less than a 60% win rate on any of the major sites here on Clubhouse. Jackie, it is 60% and up for them. So this is going to be no small task for Team Liquid.
This is going to be hard. This is genuinely going to be a scrap. Obviously, for Team Liquid, the ball's still in their court in the sense that they have a one-map advantage coming into Clubhouse. So, if they do win out, they can at least end it here, and they'll have that guaranteed spot in the final already sorted. That would save them a lot of scary games and a lot of potential heart hurt that could be coming if Team 1 bring it back. But we'll see. There's definitely a possibility that they could achieve it. The entire team's playing well at the minute. Reduct, again, we need to give him a shout out to him because he looked dominant yesterday. He really did step up massively when he needed to. In today's games, it's been the same state of affairs. Reduct is just cleaning up. 7-5 at the minute, hitting all of his shots, playing in a supportive role though. We'll see if that'll hinder him at all. For Felipox, I want to see a little bit more. Lukid, he's playing really well as well. So you've got a good trifecta of players here from Team 1 that are starting to bubble to the boil. For Team Liquid, though, what's the response going to be in this round? Early on, of course, just setting up, nothing crazy. They are looking around, clearing those monitors, well, checking the other monitors, rather, and just seeing if everyone is content, because there is no early push. Team 1, what's the play going to be as they start to advance? Clearing out level by level. Falls, of course, with the diffuser in his back pocket. Just droning in as well. And they do get contacts. They've spotted out Parlu, which is good. At least they have a read into where exactly he is.
Paulu's likely to dip away from that fight. We see him moving back down towards the bottom floor now. Felipox shuts down Nesk as well, and that leaves Moringa all alone out on the roam on the mute on the top floor, and 3 down inside who are likely to stay put at this point in time. They don't want to leave themselves light down there, but Team 1 making quick work of this with half of the round left to go. They're in a position to almost think about getting themselves into that mid floor and starting to open up the hatches and the vertical angles, but Moringa's going to hold on for the time being. You have to wonder. I think Felipox is aware of his presence here as he approaches from that garage catwalk. In comes the lifeline. That's going to tell him everything he needs to know. He does peek the angle, but in comes the support, and it just threw Moringa for 6 there. He didn't know which one to aim for. It was the Habana of Reduct, but ultimately Felipox is the man who gets the kill from the window, and that now leaves Team Liquid in a 3 versus 5 with still a minute of pressure to absorb. It is possible on this site. It depends how quickly Team 1 can work now. They need to start getting those hard reinforcements opened up, and they are straight to work on it with Raps using that Maverick blowtorch to do so. And look at that aggressive line that PSK is holding, getting right up in the faces of the attackers, seeing if there's any opportunity to put some damage onto the Maverick, but no opportunity will be found whatsoever. And 35 seconds left to go. Team 1, they need to get a shift on, but it is certainly possible for them.
Final 30 seconds left. This is where it's going to get quite frightening for Team Liquid, unless they can strike like lightning against Team 1 and stop them from reaching new heights here in round 7. 19 seconds left, time whizzing by. They've got a lot of openings here into the site with the way they can approach it, through dirt tunnel, down the stairs, through both the hatches. You can capitalize if you play it correctly. Nitro going to shut down Falls. PSK traded back upon. Palu comes in with one of his own with the MP5, and he peeks in for sloppy seconds. As he gets the connection off onto Felipox, it's all going wrong for Team 1, as it's literally down to just one. Lukid, trapped. He has the plant, physically can't come off it, and he's going to be forced to. His cold, dead hands pried off the diffuser by Palu, who goes on for a hat-trick in the round, Tim. One by one, he claws that back to a Liquid lockdown.
Perfect start for Team Liquid, coming in on the defensive half, shutting down Church and Arsenal. All they need to do is win those primary sites. Church and Arsenal, CCTV and Cash. It doesn't really matter, Jackie, what happens in Gym and Bedroom. They can lose those. They can give them away to Team 1 because ultimately 4-2 on their defense will see them take Clubhouse. It will see them take the second map, and it will see them take the upper bracket final and head through to the grand final with the advantage that is bestowed upon the upper bracket winner as well. So it all hangs in the balance for Team Liquid. For me, here in this round, if they can get CCTV and Cash on the board, then that is a huge step towards making it through to Championship Sunday tomorrow.
It's on the cards. It's on the cusp. It's so achievable for Team Liquid to go to that final. It's also ridiculous, right? Like, in sense of individuals that have really showed up this major, we had Sexy Cake going crazy yesterday. He had so many rounds that were won off his own back. We've had Palu and Nesk, which at this point is just expected, right? Palu and Nesk, they do their own thing. They drop these 15, 16 kill games on the regs. It's nothing new. But to see PSK pulling away from the pack and really coming out of his shell, especially in bracket play at the major against NIP, against Team 1, that's so awesome to see, because he's genuinely a player that it feels like he's been in his shadow for quite some time, right? Now he's come out, he's back in the sun, Tim, he's got his thongs on his feet, and he's content. He's just living his movie.
Loving life, and Raps, he's loving life, opening up this wall on the Maverick. He's going to work the East Breach. He's going to save some utility. I mean, it's an interesting choice when you've got Hibana and Ace on the cards as well. And of course, you know, there's a risk when you're opening these things up with Maverick, because as that hole is opened up along the bottom, there is the potential for bullets to rain out of that and to take you in the skull and take you out of the round. Now, the Selma devices, they've got the X-Kairos pellets, but choosing not to use either of them in order to get that one done. Of course, it does mean you've got to clear out that utility, but it's not generally too difficult. You've got a number of options to be able to do it on the east wall there, but they decide not to go for it. Instead, they're going to mount the split push that I was talking about previously. So that's where those hard breach utilities are going to come into play. Falls and Reduct, they're going to push in towards Construction, try to take control of that side of the map. And they're going to open up the wall between Construction and Cash Room and just make it, especially with that East Breach having been successful, extremely difficult for the defenders. There's going to be absolutely nowhere for them to move, no breathing space whatsoever. They're going to be practically locked in place for the remainder of the round, and certainly not going to be easy for them from there on in, but there's still a lot of work for the attackers to do to actually accomplish this yet.
Utility being chucked out. Trying to cook the nade to perfection. Throws it in. Oi! Lovely stuff there from Raps as he gets a strike onto Moringa. Shuts him down. The Goyo is a goner. So, is an advantage for Liquid here into round 8, Tim. 57 seconds left on the timer. Liquid now, they're going to be hard pushed if they want to play it out and just turtle into the late round. But they do still have PSK on the smoke, and that is going to be a bit of a saving grace for them. As long as he can keep onto those smoke canisters and keep all three into this final 40 seconds, he can burn off the entire time on the clock and salvage a round. They've also got utility in the means of nitro cells that are lurking over on Sexy Cake. PSK has all three of those cans, but he goes down to him. Drops at the 25th second to Falls, firing up from the floorboards below. Philippox will be traded back upon by Palu, and in the last 20 seconds, there's going to be a bloodbath because it's a 4v3 for site control here in round 8. 15 seconds, fight or flight. What's it going to be for Team 1? Looks like they'll be going flying as the Nitro comes in. Sexy will shut down Falls, and Lukin's traded out. It's all on Redux, but he can't do it. He's overpowered. It was the double takedown from the Nitro as well that came out from Sexy as it mained the other man. As he gets his final frag, they'll both be put to bed, and Liquid somehow salvage that one.
Team Liquid are stepping up to the plate, Jackie, and they're about to knock this one right out of the park if this continues. Gym and Bedroom they head to now, but as I said, really, what they have done there is everything that they needed to do. They can now rinse and repeat. It doesn't matter what happens here in Gym and Bedroom. If they can lock down Church and Arsenal, CCTV Cash again, that is it. They are through to the grand final. The job is done for them. So They just need to keep going. If they can get Gym and Bedroom over the line here, then fantastic. That's even better for them. It guarantees them the overtime. It's just a perfect position for Team Liquid right now, and they've come through so solid on the defense.
Oh, man. Mad, Tim. It's so mad to see. It's beautiful, right? You know, we were talking about Sexy Cake. There's a hell of a round to pull out individually. Making some magic because he made Team 1 disappear with that Nitro. And he's going to be smiling. You can imagine he'll be just as cocky as he was yesterday if we get him back on for a winner's interview if they go into lockdown this game, because they don't need much to win it now. Just 2 rounds is all Team Liquid require. And Palu, he's 10-3. Nesk 5-5. Sexy Cake 7-5. Moringa, a bit of a quiet game, 2-6, but it doesn't matter if you've got someone like PSK that's pulling out the big numbers with a 10-5 split as well. The entire team is looking really good right now. Absolutely resplendent in the way they're playing it. Oh, Tim, I am enamored by watching Team Liquid play over the course of this major. It's been awesome to see some of the rounds they're pulling out.
Really has. They've been so impressive, as you say. You know, coming in against NIP yesterday, they just had a perfect read on them, but it's also been that they've had the opportunity to just get in and get those big frags, the big kills, to have those moments. Players like PSK, Sexy Cake really stepping up. It's not all been on the shoulders of Palu and Nesk. You know, everybody has been chipping in. Everybody has had those moments, and when you get a team that's operating like that, with each individual bringing their best, but then also working together fantastically as a team unit, as a squad, then you're always asking for trouble, and that is exactly what everybody else is finding. So it looks like NIP could potentially get their wish here, Jackie. They might be facing up against Team 1 in that lower bracket final to see who faces up. We could have a grand rematch in the final between NIP and Team Liquid, or who knows, Team 1 might be able to get the better of the Ninjas in Pyjamas. But one thing or another, the one thing that I can guarantee is that there's going to be fireworks tomorrow, whichever combination of these 3 get through.
Oh, yeah. It'd be crazy to see. No matter if it's a Liquid NIP rematch, if it's Team 1 Liquid, if it's NIP, it's so many stories that could be built off the back of these next games that would be incredibly beautiful to see. PSK, though, wanting to make this round beautiful, and it could be so memorable if he pulls this off. The Nitro cell being tossed out, but it's just damage. Mere shrapnel landing in the thigh of Falls. It won't be the frag that he wanted. Just merely attack, but it does still set them up into the round, Tim, as any damage is going to be beneficial, not damage against the own team they're playing on, though, as Redux swings in. He'll take the peak and behead Palu. Your Jaeger's gone. Yes, you can stop worrying about grenades now, but you need to worry about the fact you're fighting 4v5 in round 9.
Palu as well. Again, one of those big impact operators that you don't necessarily want to be losing that early, but it certainly hasn't seemed like it's mattered too much to Team Liquid. PSK is going to step up, and this is what I've said. There always seems to be somebody on hand who can have an impact on the round, but Redux, he's going to trade that one out. He's had a good day, and he's certainly continuing to fight hard, but that is a great example of the problems that Team 1 are finding at the minute, Jackie. Just going in blind, going in without the relevant information, and Felipox finds out exactly why that is so dangerous. Nesk manages to shut down the man of the moment as well. Redux, he goes by the wayside. Moringa, he comes in awesome on the Alder. Sexy Cake shuts things down on Raps, and that's going to be Team Liquid guaranteeing themselves overtime, and they look right now, for all my money, like they are heading and cruising towards that grand final tomorrow.
One more round. That'll be the 2-0 sweep for Liquid. And at that point, Tim, they would have got themselves into the grand final of the November Major without dropping a single map. That is what's achievable here for Team Liquid. What a turnaround from back in August, right? When they turned up and they got dismantled in both of their games and left the competition very swiftly. This time around, they're looking like a different team. Honestly, Tim, they look like they were struggling into stage 2 in a few of the games. But as soon as it comes to a point where they don't have to save strats anymore, they don't have to save face, and they can just look like the big brutes of Liquid, they are getting in there, and they are bruising. One final round is all they require, and at this point, it feels like it's only a matter of time before they get it.
You've got to look at the impact on Team 1 as well, potentially. They've had a good game on Villa. Luke had really stepped up in that second half, as we said, and Redux had a great game here. Raps joining him as well. 17 kills between the two of them. But they're still going to feel a little bit beaten up. There's no two ways about it. They've been getting themselves the advantage in terms of man count. How many times have we seen Liquid win these rounds from 4 versus 5, 3 versus 4? They always seem to be behind, but then find a way to get it over the line. And that's not going to be easy for Team 1 to stomach. And then heading straight into a matchup with NIP with that mentality, that sort of beating up behind you, it's not going to be easy for them.
Oh, it's not. It's the exact opposite of easy. This is going to be quite hard, Tim. This is going to be really rough. And it is a scary spot to be left in. You're staring down the barrel and you realise that in one mistake, in one misplay, one trade that doesn't go the way you want it to, that's your dream gone. That's you in the lower bracket. That's you fighting NIP. Quite possibly at this point, the best team in Brazil, one of the best teams in the world, to even have a chance to get back into the upper bracket to play in that grand final best of 5 against what seems to be Team Liquid at this point, as they're one round away from stealing that first spot. And I don't really see them slowing down, Tim. They're hitting their shots, they're looking quality. In terms of all 5 players, they're all performing really well. Sexy Cake is just having a game. PSK is running away with it. You've got Nesk and Palu that at this point are just unbelievable. For Team 1, you've only got Lucid. You've only got Redux. No one else is coming in. Where's the try factor?
That's just holding a tight angle there. Does see his man, but just his own movement there takes him away from the shop. Unfortunate timing for him, but not the end of the world. The Jaeger just trying to hold Felipox at bay and prevent him from pushing in towards those blue stairs for the time being. Now, Nesk's going to dip away. He's likely to play in behind the generator there. He'll probably have a rotation through into Church as well, should he need it. But for the time being, he's going to hold on to blue corridor for as long as possible. The last thing that you want on this site is to get surrounded by the attackers. Now, Rapsy's got himself established in bar, and Team 1 with half of the round gone are in a position to start getting hatches and vertical angles opened up. We need to be obviously aware of the potential for a flank, but we have the beauty of the X-ray vision, and we can see that Team Liquid have got all 5 defenders down on site now, and it looks like they are content to play this as a bit of a turtle round for the remainder.
And the remainder is going to be the final 60, but this could be gone in 60. It could be them going to the lower bracket if they fail to defend this one. Team Liquid with all 5 alive. Oh, barely brought down to a 4v5. A Sexy Cake. I don't know how he's shaken that one off. He must have a very thick helmet on, as he's just taken a bullet to the cranium and shrugged it off like dirt off his shoulder. 40 seconds left now, Tim. The vertical angles that have been opened up by Team 1 are providing them with at least entry points to deal damage. Bits of chip damage here and there. Opening up with loads of utility as well. Nade after nade dropped in. X-Kairos pellets put onto the hatch to give them that vertical angle to play off. 25 seconds left. The push has to come out soon. Team 1 need to be very hot when it comes to the shots they've got to trot with. If they can get in, clean up on a couple of entry frags, then the round's still winnable. If they mess up and the first kills go the way of Liquid, I imagine it'll be theirs for keeps. Falls on the drop down, gets tagged up. Sexy will blow him away as he hits him with a nitro. Palu jumping up on top of the boxes as he wants to box them, but he can't land the KO. Sexy with another. Peeks back in, and that's all it took. They had no time. They went so slow, they didn't check the watch, and they've watched that one fly by into the camp of Liquid. It's a 2-0, a 7-3 scoreline on their map pick, and they've done it, Tim. They're going to the final.
They're going all the way, Jackie, and they're going to take a 1-map advantage with them, and boy, do they deserve it. They are yet to lose a map inside of the November Major. 7-5, 7-3. They dispatch with Team 1 in quick fashion there, and Team Liquid, they just look to be going from strength to strength. Whichever team it is, NIP or Team 1, who will face up to them tomorrow on Championship Sunday, they're going to have to be wary going into that one, because for my money, they are meeting Team Liquid at the exact wrong time. Team Liquid look formidable right now. One of the best teams in World Siege as things currently stand. And I'd love to see anybody try to face up to them on this form.
And all they've got to do is win a best of 5 to be crowned the guaranteed best team in Brazil. They can take that title from NIP. That's achievable at this point, Tim, because that's what these majors mean. And it'll be a major title to steal if they can find it, but that'll be tomorrow. They have guaranteed their spot in the best of 5 grand final that will be coming up on Sunday, the 1st of November. That's why we called it the November Major. But what we do have in October, at least, Tim, here on Halloween, is a lovely interview. We're going to be speaking to Mav for the first time since he was on FaZe.
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting. Like you say, we can get a read on exactly what his input has been. It's obviously been sizable, and to see just how that's been fitting in and if it's something that we're seeing having an impact here and now. But also maybe just, it's always interesting to get a view from the coaching staff, because you get that more overall picture of, what's the sort of feel within the team, how are they reacting to these results at the minute, and, whether you can get a read on just exactly how that's going to continue.
Yeah, no, it'll be really cool to get his insight, right? We've been asking the players an awful lot, especially from stage 2. We asked multiple different people their POV on how Mavs helped the team, but now we can ask him how he's helping the team and what his approach is straight from the horse's mouth, which will be a great bit of insight to get. We'll let you know once we've got him ready, and we'll drop him on in and get that interview popping. I can't wait to speak to him, Tim, and I can only imagine the rest of the boys are going to be celebrating at this point. Sexy was over the moon yesterday. He's probably sat there laughing now, right?
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see some celebrations going on in the background. We had Silence giving us a wave yesterday, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of high spirits in the Liquid camp at the minute.
Yeah, and obviously on the other side of the coin, it's the fact that obviously for Team 1, they drop down to the lower bracket. Now, we will have that game. That's our last best of 3 we'll be covering tonight here in the 6 major. NIP versus Team 1. That's going to be crazy. It's a hell of a fixture to get into, and obviously it's a hell of a game in the sense that whoever loses that leaves in that 3rd to 4th place, and whoever wins goes on to fight Liquid tomorrow, Tim. I've got to be feeling for Team 1 right now, though, because NIP, they're going to be refreshed, they're going to have watched that game, and they're going to be waiting in the wings.
As I said, it was always going to be a tall order. It was a tough ask for whoever loses the upper bracket matchup to then go and face against NIP. It's not going to be easy for Team 1. It's an interesting matchup for us, Jackie, because we've got the top 2 teams over the regular season, as we saw them finish 1st and 2nd. So NIP and Team 1 squaring off, and it is going to be a real battle. It's going to be a sort of, battle of the giants, really, and one of those behemoths is going to go through to the grand final.
Oh, yeah. We'll find out how that's going to go, though, later on. For now, we have the interview with Mav ready, so we can actually speak to the madman behind Team Liquid, the statistician himself, as he will be joining us now live here on the 6 major. We've got Mav in the building. How you doing, brother?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm doing
Yeah,
great.
good, man.
I'm
It's
doing
good to
very well, actually.
I can imagine. It's good to have you on and finally have an opportunity to pick your brains, Mav, because that's a huge series win. Obviously, this time around the major, Liquid 2-0 both games. Your impact has got to be absolutely huge in the sense of coming into it. Obviously, last time you competed with FaZe. This time around, you're behind the scenes with Liquid. What have you changed? What's different for their preparation coming into this major off your back?
I think with me, we have more time to analyze. We have more manpower to watch their VODs, to watch their how they play. We pretty much knew exactly the maps that we're going to play today because we haven't played Villa in like 8 months, so we knew they were gonna pick it, and they did exactly the same they did in the previous match. So it pretty much went out the way we expected, and that helped us in a more predicted game. We could handle the game better. Um, yeah, I think that's it. Unfortunately, in the end of the season, I couldn't help my teammates due to personal issues. My last game with them was against Furia, I think. But since we qualified for the major, I started helping them again, analyzing the teams and stuff. And I'm just happy they are performing so well. It's amazing to see them in such a good mood and playing so well, and 4-0 in the major so far. So yeah, it's really nice.
I mean, looking at the games that we've seen so far, especially that one today, Mav, it seems like you're playing great as a team, but it seems like everybody is having fantastic individual performances as well. They're just popping everywhere. If it's not PSK, it's Nesk, it's Moringa. It just doesn't seem to matter. And is that having an impact on the team? Are the spirits really high because of that?
Yeah, of course. Every single player here has the ability to perform. They always like if someone is not performing as well, the other one can keep up and push their responsibility for themselves. So it's just great to see the team performing so well and playing such a good diversity of maps. We're just confident, and we're gonna win this final no matter who's coming. Excited to see now the NIP and Team One game should be really good. But yeah. By the way, this angry Pikachu is the only reason we won. After I got him on the table, we won 7 rounds in a row. So yeah, thanks Pikachu for the win.
Oh man, he's coming in clutch. It's the Pokemon crossover I've always wanted, Mav. That's
Yeah,
incredible, mate.
he was looking at me sitting on the table, and I was like, "Why are you so mad at me?" And I got him, and then we just won every single round, so it doesn't even matter.
Ah, MVP Pikachu.
MVP Pikachu, yeah.
That's incredible. That's absolutely wonderful to hear. Oh, it's caught me off guard. I didn't expect the Pikachu story, Mav, but that's
Yeah,
amazing,
the
mate.
people that were watching the Liquid stream, they saw that I got the Pikachu and we won every single round. So I was just like, "Hell Pikachu, and it was funny. It was hilarious.
Oh, that's incredible. It's so awesome to see you. You're also light-hearted as well, man, because it's an incredible victory to pick up, right? Like at this point, you are in the grand final of the major. Compared to last season for Liquid, this is huge. So it's crazy to see just how calm and happy everyone is. I think it's the happiest I've seen the entire team.
Yeah, not only that, but we also had like the issue with maybe not qualifying for the invitational. Now I believe, guaranteed the spot. So that as well is one of the main objectives of a player, a professional player in Rainbow Six. I think it's qualifying for the invitational, like the biggest tournament. So yeah, I think everyone is so happy, and that's just a consequence of working hard and dedicating their lives to it. So it's amazing. Yeah.
Looking towards the grand final tomorrow, obviously a lot of work has already been done for both preparing Team 1 and NIP. You've got a lot of the VODs watched, a lot of it done. So is it time for a bit of rest now and relaxation, or is it straight back to work?
No relaxation, just straight back to work. We gotta prepare. We want to win this, and we have 1 day to prepare. We can watch their VODs now, the next game, and they're gonna put their lives on it because it's all or nothing for them. So we know everything they're gonna do. It's pretty much like their best they can do. There's no hiding strats anymore. So yeah, I'm looking forward for the finals, and we'll see.
All right, then, Mav. Before we let you go, of course, you can get that prep in and take a little bit of downtime. Any final words, any final thoughts you want to say to the Liquid fans out there?
Same as always. Thanks for supporting us. Thanks for rooting for us. We have such a passionate fan base. Like everyone is just since I've joined like a month ago. Everyone has been great, and it's awesome. I'm very happy to be in the Liquid team, and thanks for supporting us. Thanks for watching Rainbow Six competitive, and buy the and buy the sledge skin. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you, and thank you, Pikachu.
Awesome, man. Keep holding on to that Pikachu, brother. Hopefully we'll speak to you again soon. We'll catch you later on, Mav.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
See you later, man.
Oh, Tim, I didn't expect the Pikachu. That's caught me off guard. It came out of nowhere.
That's the stuff that I love, though. That's the behind the scenes that we want. And I don't think that plush toy is going anywhere after that jacket. It's going to be absolutely super glued onto that table for the rest of the weekend.
We'll have to get the admins round, check him out, make sure there's nothing going on with that dodgy Pikachu. But it's clearly helped them win the series, Tim. They 2-0. They're going to the final. Liquid are in the grand final of the Six Major for November. That is a fact. And that means we still have one big question mark to answer, Tim. Who is going to join them? Will it be NIP or will it be Team 1? If you want the answer to that incredible question, then keep it locked here. Come back in a few moments when we return after the break, as we'll be getting into that series ASAP.
Ella quiere farra. Llegó el mariachi con la guitarra, por lo que se narra. Su mejor amiga es la barra. Como Colgate me pone bien clean. Dame tu Facebook o dame tu pin. ¿Es el comienzo o será el fin? No me importa porque ya me dice que siento que tú y yo sentimos lo mismo. Nos ha cuadrado como si fuera algoritmo. Te vuelves loca cuando escuchas mi ritmo. Ella se lo canta como si fuera un himno. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Farra, farra, farra.
shot for me. Perfect.
Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra.
La gente dice el chamaco le mete, ey. Solo en la cabeza tengo los billetes, tengo piquete, estoy bien. No tengo de 100, pero tengo los míos, hermanos. Aquí estamos todo bien, ey. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Todas las rolas con los Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Cuando necesitas mula yo sé que te pones coqueta. Porque no busco trabajo, al menos vendiendo paletas. Gozo la vida, trabajo, lo tuyo no te comprometas. Me gustan independientes, también que tengan tus metas. Todo el mundo busca dinero, también busca la fama. No digo la plata y la fama no hace mañana. Por eso veo mi regla y trato de tener una vida sana. La envidia no enferma, también nos saca la gana. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. El dinero no se rico la gente. Gente rica de dinero y no de mente. Todo el mundo mantiene tan pendiente de lo que hagan otros porque no son suficientes. Dímelo, dímelo, es que no sé si porque no lo conozco. Todos son bicis que tienen dañado todito los focos. Lo que ellos hacen me parece muy loco. Usa la lógica como un vicio, se la come poco a poco. Como José, que la vibra no rellene. Que no desee todo lo que el éxito tiene. Que no vendía con plata, pero no la de la acera. Tener una esposa que se mueve como Salmazo y Antonio Bandera. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando. Pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Yo soy el mismo de siempre, el chamaco del barrio que quiere la gente. Vacilamos en tu mente, gozándonos la vida es más que suficiente. Claro.
Hey, welcome back everyone. Off the back of our opening semi-final, we have seen Team Liquid waltz their way into the grand final off of an electrifying performance from all of the boys and Pikachu, of course, Tim. Now we go into our next game, the last lower bracket matchup we have for the Six Major, and this one is tantalizing. NIP have been knocked down, waiting for their opportunity to go to the final, and now, of course, they know their opponents are going to be Team 1, Tim.
Well, it's going to be tough for Team 1, of course, coming out of the back of that loss, but I don't think it's necessarily the worst circumstances it could have been. I don't know what's, they've come out, they've lost 2-0. If they can hit that reset button and just move on, the one positive from that is they've not played a huge amount of Siege. So then fatigue doesn't start playing those issues. If that had been 3 maps, 45 rounds, overtime every time, it starts to play a real mental drain on you if you're really close to the point of winning and Team Liquid bring it all the way back. It could be a tough one to move on from, to sort of let it go. But given the fact that they've, to be honest, just been outclassed a little bit by Team Liquid there's a bit easier to just say, you know what, that was a one-off. Everybody has those games. Let's just move away from it and head into this one. So I think it's probably not the end of the world how that's gone down for Team 1, but it's still not going to be easy for them against NIP here.
No. This is going to be a really hard-fought battle for either side, because I think it's also fair to say that NIP inside of this major haven't looked like their usual selves. They've looked a little bit weak, honestly, Tim. They struggled against Liquid. I mean, a caveat to that is this is a Liquid team that's looking really dominant right now. They've turned up again tonight as well, so it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? NIP playing a bit bad, Liquid playing very well. It is what it is, but they struggled against MIBR as well. That was a series where, for the most part, it looked like NIP were leaving the tournament in 4th place. They didn't, and they barely brought it back. But honestly, they've been underperforming, Tim. They haven't been looking fantastic, and I'm still a bit worried because Team 1, they're good. They are good. They might have been overpowered by Liquid, but you go against an NIP team that struggles at the minute, maybe there's a chance that they could still win this one.
I've just got a feeling, Jackie, that we're going to see a slightly different NIP today, if I'm honest. I think we are going to see more of what we've seen from them through the regular season, particularly. I think we're going to see that was a bit of a blip yesterday, and we won't see... I think Team 1 can't come into this expecting the same sort of wiggle room that maybe Liquid and MIBR were granted by NIP. I think they're going to be much more sort of on it today, much more ready to punish those mistakes.
Yeah, no, you're right. Hopefully they look like a different team from yesterday, but in terms of the roster, that's still going to be the same. We can get into these rosters as well and break them down for you. Obviously, if you have been tuned in since the first game, you should be familiar with Team 1, and hopefully you'd be familiar with the Ninjas in Pyjamas as well. But if you're not, we'll give you a quick refresher, because all 5 of these players can perform to a very high pedigree, Tim.
Certainly can. Who do you need to look out for? Based on what we saw yesterday, Psycho played very, very well. I would normally say, of course, Muzi alongside him, but a little bit quiet yesterday, and he's going to be, we pointed out Lukid for Team 1. I'm going to point out Muzi in the same way and say he's one of the players that NIP need to get a little bit more out of today. Now, Kamikaze, we've already discussed, had a fantastic day yesterday on the support. Just great decisions about getting the diffuser down, going in, taking the opportunities as they were presented to him. Did a great job all round, picking up some important frags as well. So if he can continue doing more of the same, and then they can squeeze a little bit more out of Muzi and Pino, it could be a tough day at the office for Team 1.
It could be very, very hard for them. Let's have a look at all of Team 1 as well. Of course, we do have the roster for the Team 1 boys. They have just been dismantled by Liquid. They've had a few moments. It hasn't really been that long since we played that first series. So hopefully, Tim, they've had time to recover themselves and at least reset for this next match.
That's it. It's all about regrouping now. They've gone in, they've taken the loss, and that happens to every team around the world. Ultimately, nobody goes unbeaten. It's just about getting there and thinking, we've got to be able to brush those results off. It's what tournament play is all about. Sometimes you do take that L, and you've got to be able to regroup and just reassess and come back from it stronger.
Oh, you've got it. You can't hold on to the mistakes of the past. You've got to forget about them and completely reset. Mistakes of the past, though, is also something that can be applied with the same brushstroke to NIP, as there was a lot of mistakes made over both of the best of threes they played yesterday. At least today, it is only going to be one best of three. So in this game, they can give it their all. But they did give us some very tasty kills yesterday, Tim. So we should have a look at those to try and get everyone excited for what is going to be an incredible matchup. We'll have a look back at some of NIP's highlights from day 1 of the 6th major.
Oh, as if more excitement was needed. This is really going to whet your appetite as you see the sort of kills that we're going to be looking at today. And, looking at NIP, they really did take us down to the wire. They showed some great mental resolve, Jackie. It was all the way to map 3 overtime. They'd been behind the whole way through, and then they just managed to push it over the line and close things out. And ultimately, it doesn't matter when you win the rounds, so long as you win the ones that matter. And that's exactly what NIP did.
Oh, yeah. They stepped up when they needed to, right? Winning that series over MIBR was grueling, and it was very, very hard for them. It wasn't easy whatsoever. It went the whole way. We had overtimes. We had all 3 maps. We had some crazy twists and turns in the scripts that were won off the back of very close 1vx rounds. So many disgusting plays were made over yesterday. It had us ranting and raving to the point our voices were almost falling off, Tim. At least today, we've had them reattached, and we are ready to see what's going to be happening into this matchup. We can move on from their highlights and get into, of course, the actual game that's going to be coming up, because NIP is still a constant, but MIBR are gone, and we've got Team 1. What do we think we're going to be seeing in terms of the veto for this one, though, Tim?
Well, it's a tough one to call because coming out of that last map, you think Team 1, they're going to be well aware that NIP have probably sat and watched that game. So do they want to go into the same maps again, having just shown a lot of strats, a lot of information there that NIP can react to very quickly? Do they want to do that? They only get the opportunity to ban one map out to begin with. So I think we will see NIP probably banning out their usual theme park or Villa, very popular between the two of them. Team 1, I think they might take the other. I think we could see Theme Park and Villa be the 2 maps banned out, but that will allow NIP to go to Clubhouse, and I think they might just take the opportunity, to be honest. So for me, I think Clubhouse, Cafe, and Oregon will be my 3 here.
All right, Clubhouse, Cafe, and Oregon. Let's see how right you are. Unfortunately, Cafe's already gone, Tim. I've seen that's put your interest a bit. We do get Clubhouse. We get Consulate, that I know you'll probably be happy about for different reasons. And then finally, we shut it down with Oregon as the decider.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, not too many surprises there. NIP taking the opportunity to come in and start things on Clubhouse. It's a bold move. It's certainly a measured pick there. Team 1 have just been beaten up by Team Liquid on there, 7-3. They didn't really show too much of a competitive spirit in it. Team Liquid were pretty much in charge for the majority, so NIP seeing the opportunity to just double down on the pain there, get them straight back in and continue punishing them. But can Team 1 bring anything different to the table? We'll see that in Map 1. And then Consulate to follow us up. I think that's Team 1 looking at the matchups as they happened yesterday. And it was a map that NIP struggled to get over the line. You know, it wasn't the best playground for them yesterday.
It wasn't. It's still a map I'd be quite scary to take them to, though, as Consulate, I mean, previously, it has been pretty good for them. They've been able to pull away some great results, but, of course, isolated into the major, the bracket play games on Consulate have been a little bit sloppy. They've had mistakes thrown into the mix. They've had close calls where, effectively, they only got through them off the back of very tight 1v1. So, a lot will be decided if we end up on Consulate. For now, of course, though, it's Clubhouse that will be our opener. Clubhouse again, Tim. Scary stuff for NIP. How many games have we seen on Clubhouse that have just been pulled out from underneath them in seconds?
Well, I mean, it seems to be all or nothing for them, doesn't it? They've had some good performances in the regular stage. In stage 2, we saw them go 3 wins and 1 loss, but it's important to remember that 1 loss was a 7-0 unicorn game, Jackie. They were absolutely whitewashed, and they were basically run out of town in quick fashion on that day with MIBR. So there is weaknesses for them here against a team that will anti-strat them like Team 1 will. I'm sure they'll be prepared for this. They will have watched plenty of NIP coming into this, knowing that there was a good chance that they would be playing them either in the grand final or in a matchup like this in the lower bracket final. So Team 1 will be ready for that. And NIP, I feel like they really do need to come and show us something different this time on the defense particularly. But I think it suits them down to the ground coming in on the attack to begin with.
Yeah, it's definitely the preferred side, I'd say, allowing them to not have to, of course, just go into the old routine that Team 1 is definitely aware of. They understand all of the choreography that goes into their defense and would probably have strategies prepared for that. So at least NIP starting off on attack might make their lives a bit easier. We've had some interesting bans today. This is a little bit more normal, though, as Monty and Clash have both been taken out of rotations, and neither one of the Shieldy boys are allowed to be played here. Clearly, neither of these teams are down with the thickness, Tim.
Not Team 1 taking the shields out of play, but that does leave Glaz in. It could be something that NIP might want to utilise. They're not going to do immediately. And interestingly, site choice there, Jackie. We're going straight into bar. I mean, how many times have you seen us play bar on Clubhouse? And the answer will be never.
I don't think I've got the fingers for it, Tim, yeah.
The answer will be never, Jackie. This is a bold choice coming in from Team 1 here. It's certainly one way of trying to mix things up a little bit. This is a site that we literally never see here on Clubhouse. It is, as far as competitive sites go, I would say the least used in competitive Siege as it stands at the minute. And Team 1, they really are just trying to catch NIP on the back foot here, and it's going to be a really interesting one. This is one of those situations, Jackie, where it's almost as if Team 1, they just want to watch the world burn and see what happens when it does.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy. Spicy pick to be thrown in. I'm living for it, though. I'm actually quite excited, because obviously this is... it's got to be something they prepared for and had in the back of their minds as an execution they want to run, right? Go to this site, catch NIP off guard. It's such an important game as well, where you wouldn't do this on a whim. This would have been prepared for, so we'll see what the answer is via NIP. They might be feeling quite uncomfortable when they realize what the game afoot is going to be once they push into the compound. This is going to be a very exciting opening round to our last game of the night. It's a best of 3 between Team 1 and the Ninjas in Pajamas. Whoever wins this and takes 2 maps goes to the grand final to play against Liquid in a best of 5 tomorrow. That will crown the November Major champion here for the BR6. But the series has only just begun, Tim, so there's a lot to go before we get to that point.
So how are NIP going to go about attacking this? Now, top floor control, I would imagine, will be paramount to them. There are a couple of vertical angles. There are hatches that can be opened up. So to begin with, NIP will look to get in and make sure that they are in control of that top floor. And that's exactly what they're doing at the minute. Particular pressure going towards CCTV, construction and logistics, and looking to get in there and just clear out any roamers. Now, Garage could also play an important part. Of course, you can open the wall through there into lounge and just give angles on towards stock and just make it more difficult, because the lounge area is going to be quite an important rotation spot for the defenders. See, just in the sort of top left of your screen there where Philippox is playing, they're going to try and hold that down quite hard just to prevent access into there, prevent access directly into stock and to bar, and it really is just a good rotation for the defenders. And if they can get control of that, NIP might just catch them on the back foot a couple of times. They might just catch them out as they try to move from one side to the other. But it's going to be all about holding down vertical angles like this. Psycho in Garage having that control. He's just going to look to find kills onto Philippox or anybody inside of the lounge. Now, it's going to be Muzi ultimately that shuts down the Mozzie. And that is the opening kill for NIP. And things are going wrong for Team 1 here as Pino gets in on the action. Kills onto Lukid. He finds another one inside of Cash, but will be shut down on the shotgun by Redux. 1 minute left to go. 4 versus 3. NIP still in control.
Oh man, as if he's come round the corner with a blunderbuss and blown him away. That's beautiful, Tim. It's brought it back into a 3v3 here. 45 seconds left on the clock, and NIP, they've got to be a bit scared about how this round started to go. This could be terrifying. Raps, Falls and Reduct, all they've got to do is waste time now, as there isn't much of it left. Kamikaze has wove his way into the site. He tried to get the diffuser down. It was 1 second away from being planted, but they plant a nitro onto his back and blow him out of the map. It's all on Julio and Psycho now. With 20 seconds left, they have to recover the diffuser, crack it open, and get it down. It's the only way they can win the round if they don't play for the frags, but it seems like that could be a possibility, Tim. Psycho pushes in with the first, cuts his way through Raps, flicks onto the second. As he drops down to prone, he'll be left there forever, always laying on the ground as he's dead. 1v2 now for Julio, left in the 1v1, but no time to plant, no time to frag. Team 1 get it.
Well, Team 1 managed to get Bar over the line for a first successful defense. I'm not sure how much the surprise element worked there, Jackie. I think NIP were largely on top of what they were doing. They knew exactly what they wanted to achieve, but there was a pivotal moment there where Kamikaze almost got that diffuser down. I tell you what, if he's successful, that is round NIP at that point, because they're just going to defend it externally, and you're going to have an absolute nightmare trying to get anywhere near that activated briefcase that's on the ground. But the deployable shield almost working against them as well. It was a smart play from Kamikaze using that defensive utility against the defenders, as you can see there. But the Nitro just blew the shield. It blew Kamikaze. It blew NIP out of the water.
It was like a depth charge. They just got blown straight out and they were gone. Oh man, you got to be so annoyed as well. If you're an NIP at that point, you're thinking, this is it, diffuser's down, easy post plant, 3v3, we win this one all day, we clean up. But at the last second, just denied, Tim. Massive stamp. X gone. Goodbye. They get the opening round and they take the first on the board off the back of an unorthodox way to come in, which means, of course, their lives are actually now much easier. It does genuinely make their defense on Clubhouse that tad bit simpler, which is going to be beautiful for a team like Team One that's already been playing really well on the defense today. They put up some great defenses against Liquid. If they can keep that up now, feeling comfortable with the first round on the board, Tim, they could get themselves a really quality half here against the Ninjas.
They could do, and I don't think NIP will be too worried about that. They excel generally on defence here on Clubhouse. They do very well. Like you say, it's all about whether they can bring something a bit different to the table. If they do bring the same old, then Team 1 may well be very ready for that. We'll begin to get them shut down, having them anti-stratted. So that's going to be an interesting point to watch out for in the second half. But if we just go off the stats historically, NIP very good on the defence, and Team 1 will have to find something. So if NIP come out and they win 2, maybe 3 attacking rounds, I think they'll be more than happy with that. But coming into Bar, I'm sure they will have seen it as an opportunity for themselves, especially with how the round went. But once again, Pino gets in. It was Muzi last time, Pino this time who gets that opening kill. Reduc fans one for himself, but Muzi, he joins his partner in crime. Muzi and Pino going big so far here on Clubhouse, really putting some bodies in the ground for NIP, and that leaves them now 4 versus 3 after just over a minute. It's a good start for them here on Church and Arsenal. They've forced the defenders back to site. For Leapox, looks like he's on his way from the main stairs. He maybe just needs a little bit more encouragement, but I don't think it'll be too long before he joins his fellow operators down on site.
The duality of it's quite exciting as well, because obviously Team 1, their defense recently has been somewhat reminiscent to how we see NIP approach it. So, with the fact that now NIP will opt to just slow this down, stand still and waste time until we get into that final 30 seconds before they then aggress in towards the site, with a 4v3 advantage, that will probably help them an awful lot, because Team 1 aren't going to go overly aggro. They're not going to push out and look for a frag. Images that precede unfortunate events, though, as we do have the feed freeze at the worst possible time, with a drone sneaking up from Pino to try and detect the man hiding in behind the bar. Oh, Tim, that's rough. It's like a meme in itself.
Yeah, it's a funny little technical glitch that we've got today. We do apologise for it, of course. We'll get it ironed out as soon as we can do, but there doesn't seem to be any real rhyme or reason to that one. Of course, you know, we want to watch the action as smoothly as you guys do. So I think it's a little bit of a remote working issue. It's a bit of a connection issue because, of course, we get the feed all the way from Brazil by the magic of the internet, Jackie, but it brings its own problems along with it, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Luckily, though, the tech wizard producer Simon, who was knighted, of course, by Lord Internet himself, and he comes in to fix things. Unfortunately, when we're talking of knights, it seems that Raps has pulled out his sword and beheaded Muzi. Kamikaze comes in with one of the falls as well, and there's 5 seconds left, Tim. You've got a plan, or this round is gone. Filipox pushing in. He came off it to bait him. He'll get the frag. That's the round 1. Oh, the Butcher Pete play. He pulls out the blade, and he's chopping that meat.
Team 1 come in strong, 2-0 now as they are successful in their defence of Church and Arsenal. And the thing that they've really got in their favour by winning that Bar and Stock, you heard me right if you've joined us, Bar and Stock was the first defensive site for round 1 for Team 1, and they were able to get it on the board, and that gives them a big advantage because they can go to Church and Arsenal, primary site. They can go to CCTV and Cash, secondary site, where you would expect them to be winning, and they can come away with a 3-0 before they go into gym and bedroom, which is always a roll of the dice. It's definitely winnable for the defenders, so you can see the potential now for them having a complete clean sweep of Clubhouse to begin things, and that would be a massive start for Team 1 because coming in here to Clubhouse, this is NIP's map choice, and they chose it because of the result we've just seen against Team 1 and Team Liquid, where 7-3 Team Liquid won, and NIP thought, yep, we'll have a bit of that action, we'll pile on, we'll double down, we'll stack all our chips in that box. But Team 1 coming out and showing that might well have been a little bit of a mistake.
Oh, man. Imagine you tune in. You wake up today, Tim, you're like, oh, what time is it? 6:30. I'll pop the major on. I'll have a look how the game's going. You look in, you're like, oh, lower bracket, is it? Team 1 versus NIP. They've won what? Sites? You'd be sat there rubbing your eyes, splashing water on your face, not believing what you're reading on your monitor. Firstly, probably because it's in Portuguese and you're a little bit confused. After that point, once you've heard what we've said, you'd be like, they won Bar? And you're just there baffled, Tim. And honestly, it feels like Team 1, they want to bar NIP from any one of these sites with the way they're playing it. They're looking like a collective 5-man bouncer, and they are checking for IDs. And I tell you what, Tim, NIP, they've left their ID in the jeans, and the jeans are in the wash.
It's certainly not with them. It's certainly not here to be presented, and they're going to be rejected entry. They're going to not get served if they are careful. The only serving they're going to get is one dished up by Team 1, and the east wall breach is being cleared off quickly. A few random shots are fired through. And I think we hear the Zofia explosive grenade come in from Muzi there. Now, a bit of information for Pino, I think, that he's got a player playing inside a master bedroom. He takes the shots in through the barricade. You never know what you're going to find on the other side. It's always worth a little punt. Certainly not short of ammunition in Siege, and there's always the opportunity to just fire a few shots through, see what you get. But Pino will not find the kill that he was hoping he might do, but it does scare the man away, and it starts to give NIP access into construction, which is exactly what they were looking for. Now, Pino's going to just look to throw in some utilities, looking to clear out any ADSs, and also potentially force the man deeper into sight. Now, if that head pops up, he might well just get himself a kill. He needs to be very careful there. Goes in to deploy the X-Kairos pellets. Out comes the Nitro Cell out of the window, but it will be unsuccessful. It won't connect on to the Hibana, but I don't know if it caught the windowsill and just prevented those X-Kairos pellets detonating or not. There was already a hole opened up in the wall, so it's a little bit difficult to say until we get a better view onto it, but I don't think it was. I think it was actually outside of the map. Now, that's an interesting explosive used from underneath as well. We can see shots raining up trying to find Psycho, but he's been quick thinking enough to get himself moved, but Kamikaze doesn't really want to. You can see him squirming around. He didn't want any part of that action to pick his teammate up to begin with, did he? After he saw the bullets raining up, he didn't want to lose his life as well, and it's understandable. But with a minute to go, 5 versus 5, still a kill to be found.
Ooh, they pushed their way in. They actually do get the opening frag as well. It looked a little bit awkward on the peak to clear towards the stairs, but it will not matter as now they've got a manpower advantage. Flipping the script as it goes 4-5, favouring the attackers of NIP. Psycho, of course, brutally maimed off his first engagement, will go down easily if they unload onto him. However, that happens to Pino first, as the Hibana is a Hagona, and we're left with 25 seconds left in a 3v4. NIP, what is the play going to be? They're fragmented. They're split up at this point. They need to win their individual 1v1s. Muzi, baited to peak, pre-firing towards the catwalk, but none of the shots will land. 12 seconds left. They need to react soon, and that's a reaction for Reduct that will be remembered for a long time as he doubles down with a second, a follow-up frag that will be so good to win them the round, and he wants to keep on giving as well, but it doesn't matter, Tim. They win it off time. He doesn't need to massacre, because they've got this one in the bag, and they are rapidly winning their way through Clubhouse.
Team 1 doing a great job so far of frustrating the NIP attack, not letting them get into position, not letting them prepare for an execution until the very late round, and we're seeing those seconds ticking away at the end of the rounds more and more frequently, and Team 1 doing a fantastic job of that, and they just need to keep riding that train at the minute because it's taking them all the way to Victoryville.
Oh, man. It's far better than being on the struggle bus. If you're on the victory train, that's probably the dream scenario. Redux, man! Oh, Tim, he's been getting his aim training in. It genuinely, off the back of stage 2 before the major, this man must have not have slept. He must be waking up every morning, jumping on T-Hunt and just popping heads over and over and over again because he's making it look easy with some of the plays he's made.
Oh, he's definitely been doing his 20 minutes a day, hasn't he?
Oh, more than that. At least 35.
Tell you what, it's a noticeable difference. I did go through a period of time where I did it for a few weeks, and you know, it almost got me up into silver.
A man can dream, of course.
The heady heights. I do joke, of course.
just a little meme for everyone out there. Ace has never been silver.
Unfortunately, I am at the minute. I've had some solo queuing nightmare this season, Jackie.
Mate, don't worry. We'll sort it out. We'll get that sorted quick, smart. We'll come in. We'll just do what we've learned here from Team 1. We'd never lose a ranked game again.
I mean, ultimately, Jackie, it's all about having fun. That's what I'm there for. I don't mind what rank I'm playing in. I'm just there to have fun. Unfortunately, you know, I'm all brain and no aim. Obviously, you know, I know how the game's played, but I just can't always put it down in the physical sense on the server. But Yeah, it's always an interesting one, but as long as I have fun, I don't really mind too much. And 5v5 heading into round 4, 30 seconds into the action phase. We don't have any damage done as of yet. A tentative start to this one. It's going to be Jim and Bedroom, and Team 1 are looking for a very unusual, complete defensive sweep, a world tour, if you will, here on Clubhouse. They're looking to get every site locked down on the defense, and Foreign stock is usually one that you would not add to that list, but they achieved it back in round 1, and Lukids achieved an opening kill on Topino, giving them an advantage once again. That's the Hibana gone, and that is some hard breach options gone along with him. They do have plenty of alternatives, so it won't be the end of the world in terms of utility, but manpower still not favouring NIP again.
And this has really been rough for them, dude. They're losing out on a lot of these engagements. Cheeky peek from Muzi as well with the lifeline to at least get the shot off and doesn't pay with his life because of it. I'm really worried for Nip though, Tim, because they're not deviating from the set executions they've wanted to run. They're still going for the late round, final 30, charge in and go for a scrap. But when you're fighting 4v5 with Team 1 always getting the entry, it's going to favour them. It worked against Team Liquid for even a few rounds, so it certainly is a scary position to be left in. Raps' position could be beautiful, though, if he plays his cards right. Timing is everything. As he peeks up, he bombards his way onto the first, cuts the second down, and looks for the hat-trick. But he's not strong enough to gather it, Tim. It falls now into the hands of the final two members, the dynamic duo for NIP that is Kamikaze and Muzi. Muzi needs to go off. We haven't had a chance to see him really reveal the true level of skill that he brings to the server, but if he pulls it out now, there's a chance they could pick this one up. 50 seconds left, and it goes back into a 2-on-2. This is entirely doable if they keep on playing in this manner. Reduct reveals himself on the run out, but Philippox will shroud himself and strike with a critical attack onto Kamikaze. It's all on Muzi. He's got 30 seconds of the dream. He spots him out, but he can't do anything. Spams into the shield, detonates it, and nearly sends Goyo off to the Burns ward, peeking back down on the stairway as well, paranoid about the peek that could come out from the toilet, so he doesn't aggress towards it. He has to get that diffuser as soon as possible. He knows exactly where it is, but how does he play it? Roams in on the close angle, paranoid about the peek from the left, he has to be wary of the right, and he doesn't make the right move. The Vector will cut its way through him viciously, and Philippox frags him out as another round goes the way of Team 1. When's the streak going to end, Tim?
Team 1 have completed a full circuit, Jackie. Every single site on Clubhouse successfully defended, and that puts them 4-0 up. And I don't want to be the one to say it, Jackie, but there's a point in time where you have to start looking at the possibility here that NIP could be falling flat on an opening map of Clubhouse once again. I commented on it coming into this. We have seen them lose 7-0 to MIBR here on Clubhouse in Stage 2, and it could happen again, and it wouldn't be a worse possible time for them to face that down.
God damn, man. Some of these kills are crazy as well. It's rough, dude, that it's going the way it is. You got to feel for NIP, but you've got to feel happy if you're a fan of Team 1. Everyone out there that supports this side must be living it right now, screaming at the top of their lungs as they are racking up the rounds one after another. And they don't need many more, Tim. The scary factor is as well, is the most dominant half we have seen in the major was a 5-1 split. Is there a chance that T1 could best that? Can they get all 6? Can they not drop around? Can they make no mistakes, Tim?
Well, at the minute, honestly, Jackie, if you're asking me that question, I've got to say that I don't think they can. I don't think what they've shown us at the minute would enable them to come back from 6-0 down at the half. I really don't think that's going to be possible for NIP at the minute. I know that they fought tooth and nail right down to the wire yesterday, but they were at least in touch throughout that. They didn't have to, fight back against MIBR necessarily. They were, I think, 5-2 down at a point. It certainly wasn't 6-0, and they were straight away 5-3, 5-4, got themselves back in touch. But to come all the way from 6-0, I don't know. I wouldn't like those odds.
Oh, they're awful odds. You'd be terrified if your bookie dropped those on you, Tim. You wouldn't ever want to be looking at odds like that, but that's the situation NIP have put themselves in. You can't bail yourselves out easily. It is certainly going to be terrifying They need round 5. That's really just the raw facts of this one. They need round 5 and they need round 6, ideally, to get back into the game. Even a 4-2 split now would be brilliant. It would basically be an oasis compared to what they've got, because they have nothing. Not a single round on the board here on Clubhouse. And Team 1, they're running away with the course of the game. They're playing smart as well once again. Effectively just the crossfire setup where you've got these 2 players here, Reduct with his teammate in Lukid, so there's a quick trade, or they'll get themselves a free frag, both of them will peace out through blue and get back down to the site to just turtle up and play with the one-man advantage. It's been working really well for them in the early game. They've been getting that opening frag and not losing out on the trade back. They've been getting it for free. NIP cannot allow that to happen again here in the 5th round.
Absolutely not. Psycho holding a nice angle there. It's one you can take away and use. It goes down onto main stairs, all the way down towards that double door. So it's always interesting to watch and see if you can catch anybody out on a rotation now. Pino's going to head in on the Hibana. He's looking to open up some hatches. He's going to shoot wildly at the kitchen door there. I dare say there was a few bullets missed, Jackie, but he won't mind. He just wants to get access in there to allow him to start thinking about that hatch. He's going to move in, hop onto the counter and start applying those X-Kairos pellets whilst the vertical angles are being watched. But there is a man underneath there that has the potential for a nitro, but I think it could be the Valkyrie of Raps. Now, Reduct, he doesn't need a nitro to do the damage. Putting in the vertical hurt there. Reduct onto Psycho, and that is going to be the opener for Team 1 once again. 45 seconds left to go, and NIP are going to be leaving this one down to the wire. More damage done up through the floorboards there. This time onto Julio, but Kamikaze, he's able to trade that one back out before Julio loses his life. 4 versus 4. Problem here is definitely going to be time for NIP, but Pino finds one onto Reduct. That should allow them to clear out the hatch. That's both players that were playing under that position. 20 seconds left to go. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Oh man, the blood keeps on coming, Tim. Muzi, nearly with a quick transition onto Felipox. That would have been the round, set and done. There's 12 seconds left. They have to get the diffuser down. It's up to Kamikaze to make the smooth moves, but they can also just play for the frags. 6 seconds remain. Falls. If he stays alive, he can still win this one. He just has to get the kill back onto Kamikaze. 3 seconds till the diffuser goes down. He's winning his individual engagements. He's scaring them to the point they don't want to peek him. Holds with the shotty. Switches back out to the gas. He'll chuck that into the site, believing it to be planted on the close left, but it's not. It's on his tight right. Peeks in with the shotty. Clutches it out. It's a 1v1. He's hiding in dirt tunnel. It's entirely doable if he lands the shot with Big Papa Pump, but no. The pre-fire from Muzi will send him off into a dirt nap, deny Team 1 from having a flawless half, and at least get 1 round on the board for NIP.
Muzi hits the dirt and hits his shots there, just lying prone to make it difficult for the man and able to shut down the remainder of the round. NIP taking that one for their first attacking round. If they come away 4-2 on the half here, Jackie, they're going to be thanking their lucky stars at that point. As I say, NIP generally stronger on the defense of Clubhouse. There is a long way for them to go yet. But I think, as I said, at the beginning, a 2-4 split wouldn't be the end of the world, and especially when that's on the back of a 4-0 start. There is still 3 minutes for them to go to accomplish that. Round 6, we are into the final defensive round for Team 1. It is going to be down in Church and Arsenal again. I mean, it came down to the absolute last couple of seconds, so I'm sure that they'll be confident that they can do better this time around. What they don't want to do is lose the men in the mid-round. That was what hurt them last time around. They were 2 versus 4 with the attack coming in onto site. It's always going to be tough. You can have a big squeeze on your final defenders there, so they need to keep themselves alive into the late round better this time to Team 1.
No, you're right. You know, it was like Gangstar. They put the squeeze on them, Tim. But it's scary because Team 1 never needed to get into that position. The amount of fights they took up on Kitchen, right, through the vertical angles where you could have just hid. You could have just played safe. You had already a 1 frag advantage. If you're 4v5 in the final 30, just chill out. Take a chill pill for 5 secs. Wait for the push to come in and clean up when you hit your shots. Don't take those awkward, low percentage fights that 9 times out of 10, you're never going to win. It cost them gravely. It was crazy. It was as close as it was as well. When it comes down to the 1v1, I mean, the amount of times it happens and the way it did, very slim. The fact he got the first frags, he turned the corner with a shotty, incredible. So close to winning it. It was beautiful, but It's even more exciting, of course, that NIP have at least gotten on the board, Tim, because there was a timeline here where we swiftly move into the second map and NIP don't even have a chance on their defense. At least getting one round, it sets them up for the opportunity to maybe get two. If, again, you get a 4-2 split on the half, normally we'd say that's really rough. In this circumstance, though, it's a million times better than what NIP could have ever have hoped for mere seconds ago into this game. So they need to get that 4-2 split. They've got 2 minutes on the clock here into round 6, though. Where's the first play going to come? It seems like the play is actually going to be coming out of Felipox on the rotate. Oh, no. A vicious play from the Vigil. They didn't see that one coming, but he's going to see them being cheeky. Oh, they break the wall. He breaks your face as he shuts down Kamikaze. Lukin comes in with one onto Muzi as well. They're making a mess out of NIP, Tim.
Absolutely dismantling them at this point in time, just taking them apart piece by piece here in round 6. And we find ourselves 4 versus 2 with still a minute 30 left on the clock. NIP absolutely no control over the map, absolutely no control over this game at this moment in time. It is all for Team 1 to take away and win here. It is very little choice on the part of NIP as to exactly how this one plays out. Psycho's going to rotate himself back into the bar. The diffuser is down, cold on the ground. He needs to move away and collect that. And as we can see, Team 1 are playing smart here. They've just got themselves back down to the site. They're just looking to switch it now to a passive play style, and that's a great way to play Siege. Go in there, get aggressive, and have that flexibility to change things up as the round progresses. How do things look right now? 50 seconds left to go, 4 versus 2. Well, let's just get back to sight. Let's play it passive. Let's not give them the kills. Let's not move into their line of sight. And that's exactly what Team 1 are looking to do. And you can look at the fear from Julio there, checking every angle, every corner, knowing that there could be just a man lurking in the shadows, waiting to pop out, waiting to give him that jump scare, waiting to wish him a happy Halloween, Jackie.
They are walking into the haunted house right now, and there is 4 scare actors dressed in Team 1 colours. But Julio's brought a real gun, and he unloads onto the first man he sees, shutting down Felipox. With 13 seconds left, though, they've got to be quick about this. They need to go sharpish. But Psycho, he's shut down as he meets a sharp end. Julio keeps on going, though, Tim. He's in the 1v2, but he's blown off his feet as Raps will detonate him with the Nitro. The Valkyrie rises to the top, and they do get another round. Only one round will go the way of NIP at the half, as Team 1 are going to be holding their heads high, proud of that performance on the defense here on Clubhouse. They won bar to start it off, and they go on to gatekeep them from every single site they came to. 5 rounds on the spin there for Team 1, and only 1 as a buffer for NIP. Tim, 1 single round of mistake, that's it. We're going to OT no matter what. 2 rounds, and NIP's dream on Clubhouse is ended swiftly by Team 1.
Now, I've spoken about NIP's defensive prowess here on Clubhouse. It certainly is where they are better in terms of the 2 halves. But that said, what I haven't mentioned so far is the fact that Team 1 do excel on attack of Clubhouse as well. Very, very capable team on the attacking side. If we have a look... Excuse me, if we have a look at the...
Oh, you're all right there, mate.
I'm all right, don't worry. A little bit of a frog in the throat there. I just took a breath at the wrong moment.
Was that a Halloween ghost, Tim, that just snuck in, gave you a spook?
It could have been. Maybe it realised that it could move through walls, Jackie, and didn't have to use the door. But I'll tell you what, seeing as you mention Halloween, Jackie, I'll hit you with a quick one. What's a mummy's favourite kind of music?
Oh. Jazz.
Rap music.
Hey,
let's go. We are back in action, and we are coming full force into Halloween now and into round number 7 as Team 1 move on to the attack. I've got my voice back, and the stat that I was going to hit you with, Jackie, we have got attacking win rates for Team 1 on the 3 main sites. Church and Arsenal, 60%. CCTV and Cash, 75%. Gym and Bedroom, 100%. This is not going to be easy for NIP to close out. They need to go 6 flawless rounds here if they want to get the map on the board without the need for overtime. And honestly, I can't see a way that they're going to achieve that against this Team 1 side as it is at the minute.
Oh, by no means, man. With the way this game's going, Tim, it's not just going to be mummies from, of course, their sarcophaguses we're talking about. It's more going to be NIP running to their mummies, crying if they lose this one, as it seems like it's quite close to being picked up by Team 1. The 7th round is going to be greatly important. It'll affect so much. NIP, you can't make mistakes. You can't have any room for error. It needs to be crystal clear from now until the finish. So, what have they got up their sleeves? What can they pull out for us here in the 7th round? Timing-wise, we've just gotten under the 2-minute mark, and there's no real aggression that's coming out. We're not seeing anything crazy, but Psycho actually on this angle, this could be sick. Resets up with the Kaid Electric Laws, he'll get that out, but this is the shot I wanted to see him hit! Pixel sniffing as he somehow catches wind of Raps, lands that one through a disgusting Kurt angle, and gets the opener of a lifetime.
Great start for NIP, absolute fantasy start really. That is exactly what they needed. They need to come in and just get aggressive, get those kills. And the thing is, you've got players like Psycho, Muzi, Pino, who with kills under their belt will go absolutely ham. They will shut down 3 and 4Ks. They will come in with the big multi-kill rounds. But whilst they're being just sort of left out in the cold, it's going to be tough for them. Another big kill from Pino, though, as Falls moves in and gets the trade onto him. But still, the damage is done. The Fuser will be collected by Lukid, 4 versus 3. And it's not looking great for Team 1 here. There's a lot of work for them to do. There's a fear he's going to just breach his way through. And the stock hatch opening up the angle down into blue. They want to clear out the man from down there. It's likely Muzi on the Jaeger, if anybody is playing in blue. And Lukid, he's just going to start slowing things down a little bit. There's still time, 40 seconds. They need to gather that information. It's easy to just get caught up in the whirlwind of the round sometimes and get whipped away. And before you know it, you're loading into the next one because the round has been won or lost. And Team 1 just taking a breath and just seeing what they can find before they start heading for this final push towards site.
And this is where you'll see from the other perspective what we were talking about in the sense of throwing away free frags into the late round. NIP, they've shown a lot of reserve, right? They haven't peeked out. They've not gone for anything crazy. They just hold the site and wait for the push to come towards them. They already had a manpower advantage, so there was no reason to swing wildly like we saw Team 1 do. So instead they hold, they clean up when they're walking through the choke points, and they shut it down with a nice barrage of frags to round out that round. It does now go 5-2. NIP, you get a critical first round. But the issue is, Tim, every single round has the same amount of weight to it at this point, because even one being given up and dropped over to Team 1 will take them to an OT. That's the scary factor we're looking at. Something incredibly scary we can look out as well as the replay from that previous round. This Kurt angle. Look at it. It's just disgusting, Tim.
Absolutely terrifying, that isn't it? It's just horrible. Not something you want to be on the receiving end of, and it is the sort of kill that can impact on a player's performance. You get hit by that and you're just looking around wondering where it came from. You've got to remember these guys do not have the kill cams on. They do not get that luxury to see that kill and exactly where it came from. Of course, we want to keep the player's location hidden. We don't want to be giving away free information like that. So that point, he's going to have absolutely no idea. There is nothing that he can tell his team as to where that kill came from.
How have you died? I don't know.
He shot me.
What do you mean? Have you opened hatch? No. just scared and sad. God, that would be rough, man. It's one of those, you know, someone's giving you a dirty look as well. You sat at the boot camp, he's just staring at you like, why have you peeked? And you're trying to explain, I haven't peeked.
He shot me across 2 levels through a gap between floorboards. Yeah, of course he has. Stop peeking.
Yeah. Can you stop throwing away the game? We're in the major. I didn't. I promise. I promise. Oh, the comms would have been incredible, Tim. But instead, we're getting a damn incredible game. The top, the bottom, this one is still trucking on. NIP, they might be on the back foot. They're still giving it. They're still trying their all. And they're showing that classic NIP resilience that we've seen time and time again. It doesn't matter how far down they are in a series. They'll keep on fighting until that series is finished. They don't stop until the final bell has rung. The only issue is, Tim, of course, if they're losing rounds, that bell will be rung a lot sooner than I think they would want it to. Into this round, there's no aggression from them, though. They are just holding. They're a little bit further out of sight than we've previously seen, this time pushing around, looking for the early game roam to try and catch any, well, potential entry fraggers that could be coming in from Team 1. But Lukid isn't going for anything crazy on the upper levels.
The thing is, I think they need to get unpredictable. We've said this about NIP, and that's how they've been sort of defeated here previously on Clubhouses, by being anti-stratted. And so I think getting players out into the map, trying to get aggressive, trying to get onto those early kills is not a bad thing. Foles is going to be collected back onto 20 health, but that's a lot of damage done by NIP, and it is a good start into the round. This could give them a foothold. This is an important round here, round 8. If they go 5-3, that's not a great throw from Lukid. I'm going to have to call that one as I see it, Jackie. It just bounces back towards him. Pino, he's going to finish off Foles. Doesn't get the most value out of that nitro, only taking 20 health off Foles, but he does down Raps along with it, and that's going to be the Maverick just by the wayside. Minute out of the round for the time being. He just drop off the roof and Felipox will be able to get in and pick him up. So that's going to leave us in a 4 versus 4, a kill on either side. NIP, this is the one they want. This is a real foothold. At 3-5, you start thinking, right, you know, this is game on now. They've got CCTV and cash to go to after this. Another strong site, another real possibility for them to get another one on the board. And at that point, you're back in touching distance. So a very important round here. This, for me, is pivotal for the entire map. If Team 1 can come away with this, I think they probably come away with the map overall. If NIP do, it could be the start of the comeback.
Very well could be. But it all goes down to what happens in these next 25 seconds. Lukid, well, he suffered a couple of tags. He's a little bit low, but he's still going to be okay. Just slightly green around the gills. The issue is Julio and Psycho have been left black and blue as they're being bruised by the big man Reduct that comes in windmilling, Tim. What can they do now? Outnumbered and outgunned. Everyone's going down. It's all on Kamikaze with the SMG. Slaps up the first man that he sees, but he has to deny the diffuser or clean up in a 1v3. They're all low, but it won't matter as he peeks round, lying on the bed, ready to be drawn like one of your French girls. It's Reduct, and he hits a cinematic clutch, Tim. The Habana goes off. Frag after frag, rinses NIP and gets them one step closer to that victory. They now have map point on Clubhouse. 6-2. No room for error now for NIP, as Team 1 have guaranteed overtime, but they also have a potential win here on the first map, Tim.
We shouted Reduct up so much yesterday, and he has just come in and continued today. Couldn't quite deliver as much against Team Liquid necessarily, but there were other holes within the team, I think, that didn't help in that matchup. And to be honest, it was just Team Liquid coming in and just stealing it away from them. But here against NIP, Reduct once again stepping up and putting numbers on the board, not just consistently, but when it matters as well. He's hitting kills round after round, but then when it's a particularly important one, he comes in and just massacres, finds himself 8-5 now, and we're coming into round 9. This is map point for Team 1. They've got themselves a guaranteed overtime here by getting to 6. You gotta think they can get one of the next 4 though, Jackie. This is an absolute mountain of a task for NIP now. We saw them come back against MIBR, but how many times can they do it? How many times can that mental resolve hold on? Can they find the fortitude to fight their way back into these difficult games?
It's going to be hard. Like, they've done it. They've done it many, many times in the past. NIP have been literally just on the ropes, looking like they're staggering, like they've been playing 10 rounds of chess boxing and they don't know where they are or what is going on or what day it is. But they always somehow get back into the game. Issue is, though, Tim, normally it starts to happen a lot sooner than it has happened here. It's 6-2. Team 1 aren't mucking about anymore. Every single shot is perfect. All of the plays are looking really decisive and crisp. They're coming out clutch when they need to. They're going in for smart, calculated frags, and they're not making as many mistakes as we've seen them make in the past. And NIP, I just don't know if they have it in them. Even if they play their best Siege, all it takes is one round where Lukid, Raps, or Felipox just all of a sudden pick up a 4K, and that's it. The dream's dead. Good night. We're going on to the second map. Genuinely, it just feels like it's a matter of time, Tim. Timing-wise for this round, though, there's 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and Reduct, he's been tagged up a little bit. This will knock some of the confidence out of him, but he'll still hold. He'll watch over towards Bar, and we'll see if a frag will come his way for free, as there is a bit of a roam game developing.
Something that NIP will have to be looking to take advantage of. We can see them just pushing the bottom of the stairs there, just looking to hassle Reduct, aware that the Hibana is in there. Out goes the flashbang, but it will not be sufficient to take away the attention of Pino, who gets in with the Vector and shuts the man down, getting an early advantage for NIP, and that's something that they've been missing, has been those entry frags, getting them the advantage in the first minute and a half. They've not been able to rely on it as they have done through the regular season, and let's see how they can sort of squeeze the advantage out of that situation. They managed to get a kill onto Felipox, but how about that for Raps? Just bursts in through the garage door and deletes the man up on the catwalk with a fantastic headshot, but then finds himself 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3 as he manages to get a kill onto Reduct. He's still got the majority of his health here, so he's actually looking pretty good in that sense. Now, he takes down the proximity alarm just to prevent, I mean, at the end of the day, they know where they are. It's more of a distraction at that point, but out go the frag grenades, clearing out some utility, looking to gain any kill that he can at this point. If he can get it cheap, then fantastic. He finds one man, gets the kill, 1 versus 2. Surely he can't do this. Kamikaze's down at this point in time. This is effectively a 1 versus 1, Jackie. It's Raps versus Pino. It is Goyo versus Maverick. Who can come away with this? He manages to get the kill. That takes Kamikaze out of the running, but shut down as he goes on the repeat. Pino uses his patience and punishes Raps to close out the round. NIP, they get themselves a little bit of a foothold. 3-6 it is now, and they continue fighting for another few moments at least here on Clubhouse.
God damn, it seemed like he was going to do it. It was a hell of a clutch. So much stacked on him if he won that one. And he gave it his all, but Buck was under the pressure at the very end. The peak coming out, he had to face, he had to do something. It just didn't work out well. He was scared the duck, scared the look, he was shook, Tim. We have a replay from that we can take a look at though before we get back in, as it was an incredible clutch attempt made. God damn, it's actually interesting to see just how much is being done off the back of one man. We were saying, you know, who's going to step up? If you have a one round where someone gets a 4K, that's all you need to close down the game, and it was nearly Raps being that man.
It was so close, Jackie. Coming down to the 1v1 there, and he took Kamikaze out. Nothing wrong with that. You got to be careful about not chasing those kills when players are down, but there is a balance. We've spoken about that. Ultimately, he's a living camera at that point in time, and you know he could hold down the rotate and just watch so he can make the call if the change tries to come. You know, if Raps tries to move through and get in through the rotate from Cash Corridor, for example, at the top of Red Stairs, but he takes a kill onto him, takes Kamikaze out of the running, but ultimately it's just on that repeat, because what's happened there, he's told Pino exactly where he is. He knows, he's probably seen the Tracer come in through that hole. He knows exactly at that point in time that he's challenged from server stack. So Pino, until something tells him otherwise, he's going to hold down that angle. He's going to look through that small peak hole that they had in the soft wall. He's going to just have one eye on the single door as well between CCTV and Cash. He's going to hold down that angle. If he hears something over his shoulder, he's going to flip around to the rotate. He's going to know that maybe Raps is trying to make a move, trying to juke him at that point. But it was nice and easy for him as Raps comes in on the repeat. Bang! Out come the 6,000 bullets from the Vector in under 3 seconds and just absolutely decimates the man.
Boy, oh boy. Honestly, Tim, this is sick. For the scoreline, for how crazy it is, it's pretty exciting. It's really interesting to see that they're actually being able to keep themselves in the game and keep it so close. NIP barely holding on to this one. For how long are they going to be able to keep it up? That's the only thing I'm thinking. It does just seem like they're denying the inevitable, but if they get the next 3 rounds, then yeah, we could go to an OT. There's still a chance they could win it. This is the first map in a best of 3 as well, so it's all to play for from this point. This is our lower bracket. Whoever loses, well, this map and then the next, if it's a 2-0, will leave the tournament in that 3rd, 4th position. So still a lot riding on this. For NIP at the minute, though, they are on their defense and they're holding. They're waiting to see where the push is going to be come from. Composition-wise, it's fairly standard. There's nothing out of the ordinary there. For Team 1, what are going to be the tricks they bring out this time around, Tim? Where will the play be? Early on, already working on getting that hatch opened up as they'll send in Raps on the Maverick, and he'll make quick work of it, gets it down just at the minute and 30 mark.
So halfway through the round, and Team 1 making good progress there. Opening hatches at that point is pretty early. You can start applying a lot of pressure then. Felipox is thinking about the oil pit drop, I think, there. He's playing around in garage, doesn't really want to move himself, but I think he's looking to coordinate that potentially with a push into blue. We've got Pino and Julio just holding things down right deep in the back of Arsenal there, so that will make it difficult to move into the oil pit and blue tunnel area. Now, Reduct, he's repositioned himself. He's moved out of garage. He's going to look to get things opened up probably in the kitchen, drop the hatch there, and just give another vertical angle for Team 1 to start using. But Felipox has made the drop down the oil pit. He's taken a lot of damage along the way. But he's also caused some, I think, to Muzi there, who we see just on low health as Jaeger. He's dipped away from that fight for the time being. I think it's Pino who's actually led behind the soft wall there. Little shot will be taken as he sees Felipox peek his way out, but not much more than that. A smoke canister will be deployed as well, just to slow down any potential push. But looks like there's some pressure being applied to main stairs. Team 1, a little bit out of ideas at the minute with 20 seconds to go, Jackie.
Yeah, it feels like they're a bit baffled in the way they want to play this one. Let's see, though. It's a raw 5-on-5. Sustainability comes into question, though, as Psycho gets dropped. Pino, Kamikaze, and Muzi are both quite low as well, so they could be fragged out quite quickly, Tim. And they're cascading in, kill after kill. A smorgasbord of frag starts to appear, and it's down to a 2-on-2. Falls, commits to getting the diffuser down. It's all up to Kamikaze, and he has to go ginormous on the retake. 1v2. Whoa, he's winding up! He tried to walk in, but Falls doesn't give a damn. He doesn't want you to peek onto him. Peeks up from behind the bar, bashes open his noggin as he puts a bullet through where his thoughts get processed and ends the game 7-3. Team 1 take it on Clubhouse, and they are starting this lower bracket run off with a bang.
Great map from Team 1 to start us off in this lower bracket game then, and a great last round there. As I said, coming in with 20 seconds left to go, I was a little bit concerned that Team 1, they weren't sort of concertedly pushing towards anywhere. They had Felipox tickling the blue tunnel, but unable to make any real progress, and when you're just running down the main stairs, 20 seconds left to go, no breach in place, you can sometimes be asking for a bit of trouble, but they managed to move very quickly, very decisively from that point on. Props to them, got the diffuser down and got the win, and it was a difficult one for NIP to face up to there. I think they've sort of come unstuck, Jackie, at just trying to beat up on Team 1, trying to double down on that Clubhouse performance from Team Liquid, and they certainly didn't catch them unawares, and Team 1 have really demonstrated an ability to win out on the map in Germany there. What a great performance from them.
It was a scary one. Looking at the veto, you know, I was thinking Clubhouse, Tim, we've seen a lot of shaky games from NIP on Club. They're struggling on it. I think that is a fact at this point. It's not been their best map, but, of course, the next map is Consulate, and this could flip the script a little bit. This is a map that they've had some better runs on in the past. I don't know how it's going to go. Even based off that game we've just seen, yes, scoreline-wise, it was quite one-sided. In terms of the rounds, it wasn't. It was very close each and every time. There was a lot of clutches. There was a lot of down to 1vx rounds. So it's hard to call. We will be coming back in, though, to call it on Consulate once we get that ready. We'll take a quick break. When we head back in, Consulate will be coming up. So keep it locked here for some more 6 major action.
Necesita alguien más, quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y cervezas, baby, que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, ella quiere ver. Siempre se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, que yo aparezca en mí, No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños. Nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, Ya me doy el follow. En parte si lo desigualo, le gusta lo honesto y lo malo, me traje un regalo.
Good evening, gamers. If you're interested in a spooky siege spectacle, then you've come to the right place, as we have map 2 of NIP versus Team 1 coming up very, very swiftly. Tim, Clubhouse, it's been locked down. It's been absolutely obliterated. NIP have lost on it, and we swiftly move into our second map that's coming up right now as we get into Consulate. Oh, it's all to play for, but for NIP, it's their series to lose now.
Really is, Jackie, and to be honest, I've just been thinking about it for the last minute or two in the break there, and for me, I think NIP, they just feel a little bit deflated. They feel maybe lacking in confidence a little bit. I don't know. It's, we've said so many times, the aggressor, the person carrying the confidence will often win out in Siege, and it just feels like a lot of those fights are going in the favour of Team 1 right now, and NIP, I don't know, they just feel a little bit beaten. They've taken a lot of pressure over the weekend, of course, losing yesterday and then going all the way to the brink with MIBR and then playing from behind here against Team 1. It certainly hasn't been the easiest run of games for them, and it just feels like it's taking its toll a little bit, and maybe they're just a little bit fatigued.
You can't blame them as well. It's definitely one of those where it could be a knock-on effect. It could start to slow them down. It's interesting. It is really interesting. I think this is probably the most normality we've had in our operator bans as well over the day. Obviously, we've had some crazy picks that have been thrown into the mix. Glaz was left in the active pool back on Clubhouse, but it wasn't used. Team 1 were a bit paranoid that teams were going to be picking it more often, so they've been banning it out in all of the games they've played tonight, apart from that first map, and now into the second here on Consulate. I'm really quite curious about Consulate, Tim. I genuinely think this is going to be way closer than Clubhouse, but that's if NIP turn up and look like the actual NIP team that we expected to see coming into the major. If they don't, if they fail to save face, and this could be a 2-0 all damn day for Team 1.
I mean, you got to remember, Consulate is not a bad map for Team 1. Coming into it, they played it 4 times through the regular stage. Won it twice, drawn 1, lost 1. So, only lost 1 out of 4 there. It's certainly not a bad stomping ground for them. Now, NIP, we know they are capable there, but they certainly didn't make it easy yesterday, Jackie. We saw them play against Team Liquid here, and really didn't, look like their usual selves here. They're going to really need to step up the performance based on what we saw on Clubhouse there if they want to keep themselves in this.
All right. If they want to keep themselves in it, what they've got to do is win. And obviously, if Team 1 want to keep themselves in a position where they could be going to the grand final for a rematch against Liquid, all they've got to do is win this map. Win Consulate, get 7 rounds in whatever way you have to, be it dominantly, be it on 1v1s and clutch rounds, then you will go to that grand final tomorrow where you'll play against Liquid in a rematch, but with a couple more maps of safety. It could be a very interesting position to get into. But of course, that's all hyperbole at the minute. That's to come in the future based off of the result here on Consulate. We head into the opening round and we'll see what the play is going to be. Team 1 starting off on defense with NIP on attack. We'll be looking towards NIP to really bring the thunder. Early on, there's some close contact, Tim, as bullets are traded, but no one actually goes down.
Raps just looking to... We've seen this position played quite a lot, and it's no surprise that it's been expected and shut down there. He's been dumped on his backside as he will just try to crawl himself to safety. He's heading towards Foles. Reduct is looking to get in there on the cover. They certainly want to get Raps picked up. Foles is just being cautious about doing so. There's a man coming down the stairs. It could be a double. Muzi gets in. 1, 2, and puts them down in the dirt. Reduct finds one onto Julio, and that leaves us very quickly in a 4 versus 3. Muzi taking full advantage of that situation. It's a dream, isn't it, to find somebody being collected, being picked up like that, and able to just get in and gun them both. Now Reduct, he heads up that spiral stairs right up to the top floor. He's looking to just move around, use the verticality of Consulate. Now he does get the kill down onto Muzi as well, and he's just showing just exactly how slippery you can be as a roamer here on Consulate. Can he get himself another at the main door? Absolutely not. Psycho goes crazy and shuts the man down with a headshot. 3 versus 2, and we've still got half of the round to go. NIP exploding into Consulate on the attack.
Issue is, though, Tim, they might have made a big hubbub and a ginormous ruckus into the early moments of round 1, but the job isn't done yet. It depends Oh, and if Team 1 can barely claw this back, they're down a man and they go for something crazy. Felipox swings out through yellow stairs as they shut down the barricade, but he doesn't hit his shots. He's a bit scared. He's a bit sheepish. And it all goes a tad bit wrong, leaving them still in the exact same scenario. A 3-2 clutch here for Team 1 to get the opening round on Consulate. 50 seconds left on the clock, so not too much time needs to be burnt down. NIP still need to get in and get that diffuser open. They've worked their way over to those reinforced walls by the back door. Kamikaze, of course, has the Thermite charge to tear them down. The rest of the squad fanning out, as I think we see Pino on the sledge rotate in towards Piano Room. He wants to open up the floorboards, but he himself will be opened up by the can opener that is Lukid. Takes the top right off and puts us back into a 2v2. 20 seconds left. This close angle for Felipox, if it isn't cleared, could salvage the round, but he doesn't react quickly enough. Doesn't fire off, doesn't zoom in, doesn't do anything apart from die, and it all comes down to Lukid to clutch it in a 1v2. Walks in, heard one of the players off the back of the audio cues, but wasn't prepared for Kamikaze's angle, swings from behind the van, and ends that one with a vengeance, as the Thermite will burn a hole in the game as the first round goes the way of NIP.
Coming in strong with an attacking opener onto Garage there, just finding every one of the kills that they needed to. It was all built on the back of that fantastic double from Muzi, just managing to chase down that Roma. And as I was saying at the time, I had to switch away to the action, but the point I was making that was the Kaid there playing on the roam, Raps in a really common position. How many times have we seen that in the last 2 days of the Major? Jackie playing in meeting for a Garage hold and trying to roam back down those Visa stairs. And sometimes you got to be careful about just repeating those same actions, even if it's not been from your team. It's been across a number of teams that we've seen that, but it's been punished there because they expected the man to be in that position and they lost 2 lives for it.
Man, what a crazy game, man. Already it's starting off with something special. That was a beautiful round. You do wonder as well what the difference would have been on the peak from the Malusi if he would have hit his shots and actually got that opening frag. Then it would have been a 2v2 straight from the get-go. They would have tons more time. It's very, very interesting. But it's probably good to see at least NIP winning an opening round here, coming in hot off the presses. Kamikaze with a 2k, Muzi with 2 of his own as well. So they'll be feeling quite happy and proud at least they won that clutch to reset their mental and get them into the game anew. Talking of going for something that could break their mental, though, Raps with a Valkyrie cam dashes that out. Lukid can jump on that as well and get a read off, so we'll see exactly where they're coming from and if he wants to go for the spawn peak early on. Raps has to double back to get the second out, so both of those black eyes are now in position. Let's see if Team 1 will leave NIP with a black eye off the back of their placement, Tim.
30 seconds in and no early kills, no early contact this time around. Team 1 just looking to keep themselves full health and alive for a little bit longer into the round. And you can see there's plenty of presence for them in and around the map. They don't mind spreading themselves about a little bit here. They've got a couple of Romas off on the mid floor, the top floor, and they are looking to make things difficult. Redux, Raps, for Leapox, all out there on those operators, especially the Valkyrie just trying to tie that information back in now. They know there's a man on the vertical rappel for Leapox is just going to scare him away. Julio, however, opens things up with a kill onto Lukid, and NIP, they continue that breakneck pace as they started things with and get themselves another entry to start things off. Are we seeing the resurgence of NIP? Can they do it once again, Jackie? Can they fight their way back from the brink? They are, of course, 1 map down in a best of 3. There is no more mistakes for them now. They have to close out Consulate and they have to win the decider on Oregon. Muzi finds one onto Felipox and 2 come back in for Team 1. They're fighting hard here. They certainly don't want to see this go to a decider if they can avoid it.
Yeah, stopping themselves from having to go to a third map will definitely do an awful lot for their momentum. And it will at least let them get to bed a little bit earlier tonight. The longer this series goes on, the more time they're forced to use energy before they get a rest for the grand final tomorrow. So a lot rides on how quickly you can shut a series down. For Team 1, of course, they're slightly further ahead at the minute, but they're trailing in the game by 1 round. In terms of the frags, it's currently equal, though. 3 kills apiece for either side. There's another one coming in, though, as Redux finds the flick shot up onto Muzi. and the Mozzie will massacre the man. This is a great way to send the round back in their favor. As Julio and Psycho, they're a little bit fragmented. They're not really in a perfect position to trade for one another, and they can't even play a sustainable trade game as well, purely based off how the battle of attrition's gone. They're at a ginormous disadvantage, and they have to hit their shots. Julio trying to bait out a face as he uses his concussion to clear the close angle, nearly pushes into his demise. Psycho gets locked into a firefight, and they're really paranoid, Tim. You can see them second-guessing themselves at every turn, constantly clearing behind. Reduct nearly left behind, though. As he drops himself prone, they don't clear the angle. They try to flick, but it's not quick enough. And Reduct goes on for another frag. A beautiful play as he picks up a hat trick and just blows them all away. Team 1 tie it up 1 round apiece.
How has Reduct got away from that? I don't know if we've got a replay of that or not. It's very close towards the end of the round. We might not be able to scramble that one in time, but one way or another, that was amazing from Reduct. Just dropped himself. They knew exactly where he was. He'd already taken shots. We saw tracers raining in above his head through the soft wall, but he was able to just keep himself alive, kill the Nomad, flick 180 down the corridor, and get the second. Absolutely unbelievable. Just like the work from our production team. Unbelievable the speed they managed to generate these replays for us. Big shout for them as they managed to get us the view of that one. And as you say, gets the first, gets the second. Unbelievable from him. He's having just a monumental day for himself.
Oh, man. It's so sick to see. It's so good to have everyone playing this well individually and in terms of the overall teams. The Major's been so sick. November has really been in for a treat, and we're not even there yet. Once we roll over tomorrow with that best of 5, that's where things are going to be popping. But for now, we're getting the storyline developing. Reduct 5-1, cleaning up. Genuinely just driving the message home here for Team 1 that they can still win this. They can 2-0 the series. It doesn't matter they lost out in the upper bracket semi-final because they can still get into that grand final and take down Liquid potentially tomorrow if they win this map. For NIP, what's the play going to be? How do you switch things up? Can they hit their shots? Can they get back into it? Show a little bit of a Texas two-step and reinvigorate themselves? Well, we'll find out here what they have going. Early on, though, there's not too much occurring. Air jabs pre-placed from Julio from quite a substantial distance. He'll get them ready. So if Team 1 go for a run-out, they'll be knocked onto their backsides and won't get the opening pick for it.
30 seconds in once again in Team 1. They could do with getting the opening kill this time around. Uzi and Pino managing to punish them so far, and they just need to try and get themselves out on that front foot this time around. But they're doing pretty well so far on the defense here. NIP, you know, they've shown us an ability to attack, particularly onto the garage site. So now that we're moving away from there, this could be a good opportunity for Team 1 to get a second round on the board and start to lock in a little bit of an advantage for themselves. But that's not going to help them as Reduct moves on to the yellow stairs without proper information, and Pino is waiting ready. ADS and shuts him down. Takes minimal damage on the sledge there, 30 hit points or so. He will happily have traded that for the Jaeger's life. 5 versus 4 and no trade there. Just meaning that NIP have a reasonably solid advantage here coming up to the halfway mark.
Minute and 35 seconds left on this one. Raps ready with the Zebra SMG-11. Let's see if he'll be going out on safari and doing a bit of hunting, or if he'll be arrested for not having his license. Gets himself posted up in the toilets for now and waiting for a peek to come towards him, but no one will dare to defy the man. And they'll at least keep themselves away from him for now, but not for long, Tim. He peeks out, finds the headshot with the connection onto Pino. Psycho will follow suit as well, as they are crumbling one by one like a house of cards. It leaves it down to Julio, Kamikaze, and Muzi, fighting back with a 1-frag disadvantage. They slow peek round the corner. I was thinking that would be a follow-up frag for Raps. He's forced to try and make the most out of the smoke cans he's got on his utility belt as he dashes out 2 of them, scared that he'll be meeting his maker soon. Couldn't adjust on the flick there to find the frag to Muzi. Muzi trading it back and keeping the round close, taking out the pre-placed cameras as well. 40 seconds left. It's up to him and Julio to snatch this one from the jaws of defeat. They have 35 seconds to get in, lock it down, and get that diffuser planted.
There's a real possibility here because the vertical hold is above the main lobby. It is not above piano, which is where Muzi is going to try and get this diffuser down. He just tries to bait out Felipox, who comes into that single door, takes the bait, moves along, but then he has to dip away from the fight. Falls on yellow stairs as well, could make things difficult. Lukid is now repositioning upstairs. Julio moves in. We've got boots on the ground, but Muzi needs to get this diffuser down, and he could well do it here as the Vigil has moved away now from the vertical cover that was needed. Julio taken out. Surely that is the end of it, as there is no choice for Muzi but to get off that diffuser. Team 1, they take the round based on time as the seconds tick away. Really needed to win that gunfight and keep himself alive. I think it would have been a tough one for the Vigil to actually challenge onto from above because he didn't know exactly where the plant was going down, and it would have been reliant on those vertical angles already having been opened up for him, or if he had impact nades less, him at least knowing where he needed to dump it onto the ground in order to get the view. But it is all academic as Muzi was unable to complete the plant, and that is going to be Team 1 taking the lead 2-1 now and head into Archives and Tellers next.
Who will be telling Porky Pies and who will be getting the round? That's the question we're looking at here into the fourth. Team 1 clutching these out, picking up wins by the skin of their teeth, but it doesn't matter as long as they make it sustainable and keep on repeating that time and time again. And they'll walk away here very proud if they can shut down NIP. You'd knock out the reigning champions, of course, that won the previous major back in August, out of the competition. They would leave exit stage left in 3rd to 4th place, and Team 1 would go on to either leave the tournament 2nd place or beat Liquid in the rematch in a best of 5 tomorrow. That's the story that could still be ahead of them. That's the path that they can still forge if they win this map. All it takes is a few more rounds. They're getting close already. You've got 2 chalked up on the board. You need 7 to lock it down. Get yourself a clean half here. Pick up 4 defensive rounds. Leave NIP clamoring with just 2. And it'll make their lives very awkward when they get plopped over onto their defense. Into the 4th round, though, where's it going to go early game? Will Team 1 be able to keep up that consistent streak they've been on of winning out on the early opening entries and making their lives easier with a 4v5? Or is this where finally NIP will defy that and come in with the entry frag themselves? They need to be clean on these opening duels, Tim.
30 seconds in once again, and we see the sort of positions being taken, ready for those opening duels. NIP looking to get the advantage once again. They've done very well so far on the entry, but not so much this time as Foles removes the head of Julio. He's going to make it difficult for him to choose a hat now, as there will be nowhere for him to put it. The Nomad taken off the board, going into Consulate Office now. That is a tough one, because does he need to be aggressing in there so quickly inside the first 30 seconds? I don't feel that maybe the information was in place there for him to know exactly what was ahead of him. He didn't have the support. Out comes the Toxic Babe canister. Muzi's going to exchange a few shots, but will take some damage along with it. Reduct, he's looking low as well. And NIP are desperately trying to fight towards this top floor control. But, as I say, maybe just over-aggressing a little bit with Julio there.
Potentially. It's a bit of a rough opening. There's no real trade potential for it as well. And, they could actually get themselves a follow-up frag. Surely we're not going to see another one of these disgusting peaks come out tonight. The angle's being held. I imagine we'll probably cut back and see someone bludgeoned through it if there is an opportunity. But Falls drops off through the hatch, peers back up. We can see if anyone's lurking around behind him. This is now developing into quite a slow round until they turn on the nitro, with the nitro cell being chucked out. Pedal to the metal. He's blown away. And there's only a triple threat left for NIP. They have hatches opened up to quickly drop down into the lower levels, but I don't think they're going to be surviving for too long as they're walking through a minefield, Tim. Another detonation, as they're just exacerbating this one and making it worse with every second that ticks by for NIP. Finally, there's something to talk about for the ninjas. Kamikaze gets a kill on the Thermite, opens up onto Reduct. But is that anywhere near enough? It's far too little, far too late. They have 30 seconds left onto the 4th round, Tim, and he flicks away at the worst possible time towards Spiral. Luckily readjusts, and he isn't capitalized because of it. But I tell you what, Tim, I am terrified.
really difficult site to be aggressing onto when you've only got 2 men and little time left remaining. Lukid and Raps close things out onto Kamikaze and Pino. That's going to be another round in the books for Team 1. And as I said, coming into this NIP, they just feel a little bit deflated, a little bit defeated here. It just looks like the mental beating that they've taken over the last couple of days, constantly having to fight back from behind, has really taken its toll. It really seems to be setting in here. And it's becoming a big, big problem for them as Team 1 locked down round 4, 3-1 now. They've won the first map, of course, on Clubhouse, and this could well be Team 1 heading towards the grand final. And what a way to announce themselves onto the world stage, Jackie. They've been big in Brazil for a good while. They're an established team, an established name, but I think it's fair to say on the world scene, we haven't seen too much of them. And to see them go into a major grand final, fighting for SI points, fighting for a $50,000 top prize, that really is going to stake a claim for them. And there's a few names here on this side: Reduc, Lukid, Foles, Raps, Philippox, that are going to be a lot more familiar to a lot more Siege fans after this weekend.
Well, that's the crazy part, is because it's also the incredible meteoric rise they've had in the sense that Pro League season, they ended bottom. They then come in, first season of the BR6, stage 1, they end top, number 1 seed. They then bottom out at the major back in August and get nothing. After all that hard work, they fall short once they get into bracket play. This time around, yes, they've had another good, really fantastic season in terms of stage 2, but at the major, they've actually turned up and had some close games, some scrappy ones, sure, but they're keeping them close and they're keeping them competitive, and it's the closest they've ever been to making it to this major grand final. There's a lot of people that are probably tuning in for the first time, seeing and getting to grips with the Brazilian scene. And if you're unfamiliar with Team 1, get familiar. Get yourself as a fan for this team because they're so exhilarating to watch and they're proving why we get hyped when we have them in the server. Into the 5th round though, Tim, can they serve up success here and get a 4th over the Ninjas? They need to come away with another early entry frag like they have been doing into these previous rounds. They've been really crisp at getting 1 kill and then backing off, playing smart, not doing anything crazy.
Foles has just stood on top of the black car there, looking to get an angle towards Yellow Stairs. It's going to be a nightmare for the paint job, Jackie.
Right, scratched, everything. You can take it, you can get it cleaned, but, you know, you'll notice it, Tim. You'll notice the little marks. You have to get it resprayed.
As a minimum, there's going to be boot marks all over it. They could even be dents. You know, you're going to have all sorts of problems there. He's just showing that how important this round is. Quite happy to damage the vehicle. Julio is going to damage Lukid, though, with a headshot, shutting down the Jaeger. That is part of the Rome game shutdown. Pino, however, will be dumped on his backside at the same time and finished off by Foles with the shotgun. So that leaves us 4 versus 4 as Team 1 square things away in round 5. They have this and then one more defensive round. We saw them come out so successfully on Clubhouse. Can they do the same here? They're going to be looking for 5-1. Team 1 can smell the blood in the water. Jackie, the Sharks are circling right now, and they are ready to take a chunk out of NIP at any given opportunity.
1 minute and 10 seconds remain. The pings are coming out. The paranoia is probably getting even worse the longer this one ticks by. Drone thrown in. Reduc peeks off the back of it, believing they might have been close. But it's a close call for him. As the bullets rain in, the hot drone constantly relaying that information for the peaks. He knows he's got to back off, but the timing doesn't work. He tries to get out of there and he's caught in the rear, backstabbed by Muzi as he butchers him with the blade, and it leaves it down to 3 men. Foles, Raps and Philippox with 40 seconds left to hold the site. This is going to be rough. They get the ping out as well as they have a sneaking suspicion. They're getting ready to tear their way through that hatch and drop down into the site. They set up on the angle. They're watching it. They're ready, Tim. But are they ready for this final fight that's going to be coming out? Quick use of the smoke canister. Foles has 2 remaining. As soon as this thermite charge goes off, though, he needs to dash them down towards the front door, which he will. Denies the push. Air jab will hit him as it comes in through the drone hole, but he's doing a great job of wasting time. He will get found. Through the bonnet, he gets bonneted by Julio. 8 seconds left. They have to push in now. There's trades coming out as Psycho's knocked onto his backside. Sideswipe from Philippox. He'll unload with the gunfire. Out goes the nitro, but will he detonate it? Won't need to as he peeks in. It's all on one man. Philippox in a 2v1, looking for the feet, trying to make it cheaper for them to buy shoes, and it all comes down to this, Tim. He's clutching it with a pistol. No! Takes the peek, gets the headshot. He's done it. He doesn't even realize they're all dead. He doesn't know he's down. All he's got to do is find Psycho, jump on the diffuser, and they get the 4th.
Absolutely unreal from Fleapox there, just flicking over to the pistol, hitting the deck, and just taking their ankles out. Anything that you can do, Jackie, anything it takes to get it over the line. What a calm head that man just showed on the Malusi to close out the round and get that one over the line. Team 1, what a claim they've just staked to be one of our grand finalists here in the major.
If they needed to prove why they deserve the rematch against Team Liquid, that was a statement. And it was a hell of a statement. It was a big old boy that had been slammed on the desk of NIP. And they're going to be reading that one all night long with tears in their eyes. As if, man, as if they pulled it off. What a response. Charges in. Crystal clear thought process from him. Shot after shot coming out. Switches to the sidearm and shuts them down with a pistol. Oh, the final moments as well. The panic. Where is he? Where's Psycho? Tracks him down, ends his misery, and then makes the misery even worse, Tim, because it goes 4-1.
You've got to, I mean, you know, officially we will call that a 1 versus 4, but we had men down at the time. I think it was 1 versus 2 when it started, but he had to get 3 active kills because Julio was picked up during the process. So it's at least a 1 versus 3 with, you know, in terms of active kills there, officially 1 versus 4. Absolutely unbelievable from Felipox, but that to me, Jackie, that's the death knell. That's the point. If you've got 3 guns active at differing stages of that post plant and are still unable to get the round over the line, if you're still going to be shut down by the Malusi with the pistol, it really feels like the race is run for NIP at that point. There's as much as you can have mental strength, as much as you can avoid tilting, that's going to be a bitter pill to swallow.
Oh yeah, there's no getting over that. Like, no matter what happens, you're going to be tilted off the face of the earth. You've lost out a clutch in a ridiculous manner where he's just gone nuclear. Cleaning up kill after kill with a sidearm, Tim. Switching to it because he knew it was faster than reloading, and boy, was it. It was fast to make that round look furious. Reduct wants to go for something furious, though, as the aggression is clearly bubbling now for Team 1. They've got to be chock full of confidence, but he won't be that successful. If he goes for the play, the only player is miles down. He's going to need to be really precise about this. He does fire out a few warning shots, but realizes it's not worth overstepping the mark. Backs off. They have that read onto Julio, though. So that's one of the 5 players from NIP already sniffed out.
Team 1 have got to be careful here. They've got to keep a rein on this aggression. They don't want it to get out of hand. They don't want to start throwing kills away in the early round. I think they're fine, as they are. There was absolutely no problem in the run out from Reed up there, and he was, you know, quick to get himself back into safety. If anything, he's just giving NIP something to think about, but it is something to keep in the mind of Team 1 as well, that they don't get carried away. There's going to be a lot of excitement in the server. They will be able to feel the momentum of this game. You know, they know that the power has shifted here, and they know that they are right in the ascendancy at the minute, but they need to make sure that they don't get carried away with that. Psycho just has a little peek up the yellow stairs there, looking to see if he can get himself an opener, but it's going to be his partner in crime, Muzi, who will shut down Foles with a headshot to start things off for NIP. They need to just take this one round at a time now. If they can get a second on the board, 2-4 isn't the end of the world, given how this game has gone so far. Reduct manages to get one, but it's again traded out immediately with a kill from Kamikaze. So the advantage remains with NIP. 4 versus 2 now as Muzi doubles down on the round and finds himself a second. Reduct looking to get aggressive once again, hit by the air jab. That might actually be fortuitous as he gets thrown off the ledge. I thought he might have just blasted him to safety there, but Julio able to react and manages to get that final kill. NIP get themselves around. 2-4 on the half. NIP probably won't be feeling too hard done by to say just how convincing some of those rounds have been for Team 1.
But they get a 4-2 half. At the end of the day, this is a sort of scoreline that is manageable. It's salvageable, but that is when you're playing A+ Siege. That's when you're really hitting your shots and you're pulling out all the stops. For NIP at the minute, it feels like there's been a magnitude of mistakes that have been made over the past few rounds that I wouldn't be surprised, Tim, if coming out on the opener, we get a quick, aggressive round from Team 1 that catches them off guard. They get 5 on the board. From that point, you're 1 away from the OT, you're 2 away from the win, you're 2 away from going to the grand final of the November Major. There's a lot that has got to be fueling Team 1 right now. A lot of these things they're thinking about, thinking how close we are to the Major final, how close we are to overthrowing NIP 2-0 in bracket play. All of this is going to be invigorating them. Whilst at the same time, those same thoughts are going to be slowing down NIP. They're going to be knocking their confidence, and it's going to be causing them to struggle. It's really rough as well when you look at the actual kill divide over on NIP, right? Julio, 5-5. Pino, 1-6. Pino, he's better than that. We know he is. He needs to pipe up into this game. Kamikaze, 4-4. Nowhere near as decisive and as, I'd say, confident as he looked yesterday, specifically on Consulate as well. He was going for some crazy plays, whereas tonight it's very standard. Psycho, 2-4. Muzi, the only performer for NIP, 7-4.
Yeah, Kamikaze unable to get the diffuser down on the attack today of Consulate, and that was one of his sort of primary functions yesterday. It was somewhere that he really excelled, was getting into those positions, making the call at the right time to get that diffuser down and activated, but just unable to do so today. Now, onto the defense they go. NIP will be looking to take control of Garage to begin with, and this is a pivotal round for them. If they can get this one on the board, you start thinking, actually, we're okay here. We've got onto our defensive phase, we're still in touch, we're only 1 behind, and we've still got plenty of opportunity ahead of us. But if Team 1 come in here and break them, then it starts to feel like absolutely nothing you can do is going to work. And the Maverick, he's burnt off the reinforcements of the garage wall very quickly there, so under a minute, and there is an opportunity for that wall to be opened up. We can see the shots raining in now just to try and catch anybody unaware, but also to break away that soft surface and give them access in there without too much danger. Philippot's down there with the explosive grenade. We can see, I think it was actually the Ash Breach in charge that did the final damage, and then a few extra bullets as well, but access gained inside of half of the round. Good start for Team 1.
Team 1, they know how much it would mean if they get this opening round. They're going to be snarling, frothing at the mouth, waiting outside the gates and ready to roll their way in. But the Horde is held back for a minute as Pino will peek out and get himself a redeeming kill. As he opens up, shutting down Philippox. But there's a flick from Reduct. He heard him coming. His loud feet on the stairs will give away his position. And he'll get pumped full of lead. The bullets will shut him down. Malusi's now out of commission. And we're back into a 4v4 in the final 60 seconds of round 7. It all comes down to this big final fight that will be occurring. Team 1 mostly set up with a wolf pack. The only player that's not there is Reduct, who instead is on the drone, getting the information across. He'll start to ping them out. They'll now know when they can take these peaks in. Raps with the pre-fire, but no Valor will come from that one, Tim. Doesn't land the shot.
Looking to play for the plant here, I think, as Raps moves in, but he's going to be taken out by Psycho. Nothing really done about the man on the pipes, but Foles is able to get in and aggress onto him. He has the diffuser in hand, but I don't think there's sufficient cover for him to really get this down. Julio looking to aggress out a cafeteria on towards Yellow Stairs. Shots will be exchanged, but no damage done. It's effectively 2 versus 2 here. Foles is getting really aggressive, pushing forward. Julio's onto his very last chance, his very last hit point. As Foles starts to get this diffuser down, it could all be down to Muzi, who gets a big double, 2 headshots. Lukid falls, say goodnight. Muzi closes out the round, and NIP with a successful first defense get themselves back within touching distance. It's 3-4 now. Only 1 round separates these two, and this could be the start of a big comeback from NIP.
If they want to mount a reverse sweep, they need to keep this tempo they found on their first opening defense. Get another round, bring it back 4-4, go on to win this game. Lock down Consulate and take us to the 3rd and final map. Oregon is where this chapter will end if we have to go to a decider. A lot of this is up to Team 1 though, because of course, if they get the victory, that's it. It's good night. It's GN. They go to the major final. They do quick switch off as well, coming in with a 6 pick. So away from Jackal, back onto Sledge here for Lukid. Potentially just trying to throw them off the scent a little bit and keep them guessing rather than anything too crazy. NIP, Tim, on their defense, when they're allowed to just hold angles, if they start to come out of their shell, we see a better performance from a player like Kamikaze and Pino, then this game's still entirely winnable. As Muzi is just out there, he's living it. Like, he's absolutely giving it round in, round out. He just needs a bit of support, Tim.
Oh, it's absolutely winnable. There's no two ways about it. Like you say, if a couple of players can step up, Pino getting the entry on that last round and it puts him onto 2 kills so far. He needs more. And if he can do that, particularly around that entry, giving them those advantages coming in, letting them play 5 versus 4, then NIP can absolutely fight their way back into this. Now, they're heading up to console this time around. It's not a site they've had too much joy with, Jackie. They've played it 11 times. They've only won it 3 times on the defense. That is not a good statistic for NIP here. It is certainly an opportunity for Team 1 to come in here and get that 5th round on the board to really start edging themselves towards the victory that they want. The strongest sites for NIP defensively are Garage, Cafeteria and Archives Tellers. They don't tend to have much joy when it comes to needing to hold this entire top floor. So your console site, your press and lobby site seems to be a bit of a struggle for them. They're going to have to show us something new here.
Okay. Round 8. Coming up. Oh, a fastball being served, though, immediately from the get-go here as Reduct. He goes in. Pino, he's punished him. He's nothing. He's worm food now as he's left in the dirt. That's your Valkyrie shut down in seconds. This could really harm NIP. In Team 1, yeah, they felt their steel for 1 round. They got shaken by Nip, but their response is to just really turn up the tempo, go in and get louder. And if Reduct can get a follow-up frag onto the stairs, then they could definitely turn up the decibels. But he won't. The base hits him in the face as Muzi makes a mockery out of him, and Raps has to trade it back. We see another frag coming in from the sidelines, though, as Raps really is dropping 6 bars. He is hitting them with the heat at this point, Tim. Diffuser's down. That is probably the quickest diffuser we've seen over the course of the major. The timing on that is brilliant, and it leaves NIP in a horrific spot. A 2v4 retake with 30 seconds left. Muzi, he'll give the game away if he goes for the wide swing out on the jump out. He has a suspicion of where one player is, but it won't matter as they're both dead, taking a dirt nap. Goodbye, Muzi. Goodbye, Kamikaze. And hello, Team 1, getting 1 step closer to the grand final.
The sheer volume of headshots raining in. I know it's a sort of a slightly random point off the back of round 8 there. I've just realised it though, Jackie. Keep an eye on that as we go. The absolute... It's just ridiculous, the sheer volume. We're at about 70-80% of all the kills we're seeing seem to be coming in from headshots at the minute. These two teams are really on top of their game. They are wailing on each other right now, brawling, just exchanging blows one after another. And right now it is Team 1 that certainly seem to be standing tall and standing strong, and they get themselves onto that number 5. So they are now 1 away from guaranteeing themselves overtime here on Consulate. And there's an Amaru pick coming along. It's a thick pick as well. Leapox is going to be the one. Now, it's on the top floor site, Jackie, so there is the opportunity to potentially use that hatch. We've seen it done before, where Amaru zips up into the little closet of console there and tries to get the diffuser down. And given that they went for the fast plant tactic last time around, something that they could try again here.
It works, right? Like, NIP just didn't expect it. They weren't ready for something so out of the blue. And I think that's probably the best thing Team 1 are now known for, Tim, in the sense that they're so good at adapting, so good at keeping other teams on their toes. Be that in the veto, where they'll throw in a cheese pick, be that in the server, when they'll just go for something out of nowhere. They'll go for a fast tempo play when they lose 1 round. They'll go for an operator you're not expecting. They're very good at keeping their opponents on their toes. And right now, NIP are on their tiptoes, Tim. And it'll be very easy to push them over. All it takes is 1 shove in the right direction, and they will fall down to the ground, and they will leave the tournament if they get too old, Muzi! Oh! He's not looking to be too old, though, tonight as he wins out in his 1v1 against Felipox. So I was talking about throwing in those spicy operators, and they go for an Amaru and go for something quite crazy. He charges in, looking for a fast, furious opening frag, but he doesn't get it. His wheels have come off, Amaru's dead, and that first kill goes the way of NIP.
Moosey's having absolutely none of this defeat, is he? He's single-handedly just coming in and trying to take control of this matchup. Gets himself juiced up by Pino on the dock as well, so it's as if that exchange with the Amaru never happened for the Rook, and he's just going to be living his life to continue fighting in this one now. Redux got himself established at the bottom of the spiral stairs here. I'm not sure whether NIP are aware of this approach, but they do have the barricade in place. So if he chooses to shoot that out, they will be, of course, aware of his location. The silhouette that you can see by the distance it is away from him, I don't think it's behind long desk. I think it's actually somebody playing inside of meeting, just playing inside of that reinforced wall. It is indeed. It'll be the smoke of Kamikaze, more than likely, looking to hold down that tight angle. Now, the Jaeger will be spotted out, so Redux is aware of Psycho's location. That'll be fed back to the team. Escapes with his drone, so he can look to feed in a bit more information. He's just going to hold that down for the flank so they can make sure that they don't have anybody hitting them from the bottom of yellow stairs. But Team 1, they're in position here. They've got them surrounded. Now they need to start picking up some kills. They're not going to do it like that as Julio threads the eye of a needle through to the top of the spiral stairs and takes Redux out around 9. That's going to be a serious advantage for NIP now coming into the final minute.
Team 1 firmly on the back foot here. Well, they don't really have any feet left at this point, Tim. Oh, what? Luki with a flick around hits the shot onto Pino, but Julio trades it out with a nitro. Luki keeps on going. He truly is the gift that doesn't stop giving for Team 1, but he has his hardest task ahead of him yet. 40 seconds left for a 1 versus 3. He has the natural tools to get back into this round, but the issue is there's a hammer coming straight for his forehead, and that hammer's going to be Kamikaze. Beats him down to a pulp. And NIP pick that round up. Great from start to finish there from Nip. A whole lot more confidence, as this is what we need to see, Tim. If they want to keep this game going, they have to play with aggression and match what we're seeing from Team 1.
This is without a doubt some of the most entertaining Siege I've seen this year. It's been an absolutely fantastic game. NIP throughout the weekend, to be honest, they've just given us so many thrills and spills. There's been mistakes. There's been times where they've let themselves get too far behind, but they just always have that air about them, Jackie. They always seem to feel like they're on the cusp of fighting their way back into it. They never make it easy for anybody. They never allow anybody to just roll over them, and they're doing exactly the same here. Fighting hard to get back into this one. 4-5, they trail on the scoreboard now. Team 1, they've certainly got a task ahead of them if they want to close this one out. We're going to be heading back down to Garage for round number 10. NIP will be looking to defend this one successfully again. We saw them win down here in round number 7. They were able to close it out. They had a bit of a nightmare when they were attacking. Team 1, on the defense, had a real struggle. But ultimately, NIP will be looking to close this one down again.
They're starting to get back into the groove of things as well in terms of just individuals hitting their shots. It's mainly been Julio that started to come out a little bit. Pino had the 1 impact frag, but he's still been really quiet. He's 2-9. Kamikaze 5-6 as well. It's not improved greatly, but it's been a bit better. At least Julio is stepping up to the mark to aid Muzi to a very clutch position they've got themselves into. If they can starve out Team 1 for another round, it will go 5-5. At that point, there's potential that NIP could reach the overtime first. If they do, it will put a lot more pressure on Team 1's attack. If they don't, and they lose this round, then you are a huge deficit. You'll be 2 rounds down, and not in a spot where you can afford to make physically any more mistakes. Even 1 round being lost will lead you to exit the major. So, scary stuff ahead here on this frightening, spooky night of Halloween, Tim. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. We'll find how it'll go.
Redux just getting out there, putting the air jabs down just to prevent those rotations from the defenders, preventing them surprising anybody as they try to move back up into the map. They want to lock that down, make sure all the defenders are in sight, that they are in a turtle defense, and then we can start thinking about mounting pressure on to the Garage. So they need to think about getting that triple wall open. I'm sure that is currently underway. They do have the Maverick on side, so it's going to be down to Falls to get in there and burn away those reinforcements. Now, Lukid looking to take control over the yellow stairs as well. That's an important area. It just allows him to make sure there's nobody in and around the front of the white van that can challenge onto the Maverick of Falls as he does this work. He's going to look to get both panels open. The furthest to the right and the central one as well. And then he'll start shooting through there, just trying to break away some of that soft surface. But Julio, we haven't seen that for a little while. Jackie comes in with a nitro to open things up, takes the sledge out in Piano. We know how important vertical control can be from Piano down into Garage, and Julio's having absolutely none of it on the Kaid as he shuts down the sledge and gets in on the action with Felipox as well. That's another headshot raining in, and NIP are looking good. They could square things away on the scoreboard here.
5-5 is right there. They've just got to hit these final 3 shots. 1 to the cranium of Falls, 1 to Lukid, and 1 finally to Reduct. But they're not in a spot where that'll be easy, Tim. It's not easy to hit a shot like that as well. Lukid firing off bullets, pepper spraying down, but not enough of them landing into Julio to take him out. Falls with the wide peak, suspecting a player to be tucked in behind the shield. Quick switch out to the pistol as he bypasses the smoke that comes in. He knows exactly where he is, but getting this frag is going to be a whole lot harder than knowing the angle. Flicks around, doesn't come away with a win, and it all falls onto his teammates that are hitting theirs. Trade back, though, into the 1v4 with Reduct having 18 seconds to mount this. It's not doable. He'll tuck into the corner, hide in the toilets looking like Moaning Myrtle, and let this round go to NIP. Take this time to talk. Figure out what you want to do, as you don't have many chances left. It's now a 5-5 split. You need to make a game plan and stick to it. NIP are looking so much more confident than they have done the entire time we've been on Consulate.
Unofficial timeout really taken by Team 1 there, as you say, just taking that final 20 seconds. And of course, it extends the period of time now in between rounds where they can just discuss exactly what's going on. They're being taken to 12 rounds here. It really didn't look like it was going to be the case. Team 1 came in with a serious head of steam. They were like a locomotive train that was run away on the tracks and just could not be stopped. But one way or another, NIP, they've managed to find a way to get the brakes applied and slow things down. They've got themselves back into this one here, and it's something they've shown an ability to do against MIBR yesterday as well. They are down but never out, NIP. Still a long way for them to go. They need to get another 2 rounds here. If we go to 6-all, it will, of course, then lead to best of 3 overtime. But it's interesting to think ahead, Jackie, and think if we do go into that 3rd map of Oregon, if NIP can get the win on Consulate here one way or another, what sort of damage is that going to do to the mental resolve of Team 1?
It could rock the boat a little bit too much. If they actually do get the victory here, right? You know, at that point, NIP are going into the 3rd and final map, full steam ahead. They'll be happy to get to Oregon. And really, for Team 1, they won't. They'll be quite deflated that they've lost it in this manner and let it slip through the fingertips. So, round 11 gives us a very clear idea of how the game is going. In terms of who's popping off, though, it's sick to see Julio not only going above and beyond, but now going even further to infinity and beyond, it seems. Tim, as he's hit himself 11 frags to 6 deaths, he has come out swinging when he needed to most. And he's providing a lot of aid to Muzi, so now you've got a big dynamic duo on NIP. The pace for Team 1 could be changing, though. The Sledge of Raps comes in swinging, opens up the garage door immediately to at least get in, start to develop that roam from the lower levels. But what's it going to be like when it comes to the execution? That's where my interest is raised.
Muzi just looking to hold down that long desk area for the time being. Of course, Team 1 will want to get top floor control if pushing onto archives and tellers. Plenty of drones raining in there, almost crashing into each other as they fight to move through the map and get any information that they can, and Falls is going to work his way in quickly behind them. Looks like an interesting push here, Jackie. Rather than going for that top floor control, they're just going to move straight in. They don't actually choose to break the barricade. Falls is looking for a bit of a sneak play here. He wants to get in there without NIP necessarily being aware of that, targeting all those goo mines, pinging them out with the ping 2.0 system so that they can get them cleared away. But it's Psycho once again, as you said, stepping up for his team. Julio as well looking to get a kill, and that is going to be a good start for NIP with Felipox going down, and they are well aware that this was a garage push coming in from Team 1 halfway through the round, though, and Team 1 are deep inside here. There are kills being exchanged on both sides of the table, and we find ourselves 3 versus 3 quickly. 1 minute 20 left to go, and Falls is still active inside. He is still shooting, still finding kills, but shut down. 2 versus 1 now. It's all down to Kamikaze. He's shown us the ability over the last couple of days. Can he keep cool, calm, collected and close this down? He exchanges shots with the Nomad, but then the double peak. There's nothing he can do. Reduct is ultimately able to close him down, and that's going to be another round for Team 1, guaranteeing them the overtime, guaranteeing them the only opportunity either of these teams will have to close this down in regulation time. They have the map point, they have the match point, they have the point at hand that will take them into the grand final tomorrow against Team Liquid. They just have to find a win on the top floor site of Console Office.
Oh, damn. That was a hell of a round in the way they played it as well, peeking off each other's contact. It was just lovely stuff. Some of the headshots that were found were just juicy as well. The game is looking gory, and it's looking like vintage Team 1 that's now starting to come back to the top spot. And you're right, Tim. They're sat here on series point in a position that they could have only have hoped to have been in, where off the back of one more round, they go to the final. They'll rematch Liquid tomorrow in a best of 5 to decide who wins the 6 major in November. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be hype, but there's still one round to go. So don't count out NIP, because we could be getting ourselves into an overtime scenario. If they bite back now, close it out 6-6, we go into OT. There's 3 rounds available at that point, and we will have to claim a winner off the back of that, Tim. It could be juicy, it could be very exciting, but that's only if NIP pick this round up. And I'm still saying we need to see more from someone like Pino to hit some shots. He's still on 2 to 10. Julio's going crazy. Muzi's been popping off the whole game, yes, but they need a little bit more oomph, a bit of help from the backlines, Tim, because Team 1, they're looking like a well-oiled machine. But NIP, they're coughing and splattering at times. It's not always as clean as it could be.
In a match like this, you've got to have everybody firing, Jackie. As you say, all 5 men need to be contributing, and we've seen so much more from Pino throughout the season. This is not a great time to have that tough game, to struggle to get yourself into it. And 11 kills, great for Julio. It is generally more than his average. To be fair, he is sort of switching places with Pino almost and just getting himself involved in the mix. And that is one of NIP's great strengths, is that there's always somebody there ready to step into the breach if one of them is having a bad day. But it is not the day for bad days here, and Team 1, they are punishing any opportunity that is presented to them. Any mistake made by NIP, they are there waiting, ready. And I like what they did last time around, just mixing things up, for going the top floor take that you would usually see for Archives and Tellers, and instead just pushing themselves directly into sight, and it paid dividends. It was close at the end, coming down to a 2 versus 1, but Kamikaze unable to close it out for NIP. Team 1 now, they could be 1 minute 38 away from the grand final of the November major here, and a date with Destiny, Jackie, as they'd be looking at a rematch with Team Liquid.
A rematch, but with a slightly different flavour. A best of 5 rather than a best of 3, and whoever wins it will be crowned quite possibly the best in Brazil, and they will also be crowned as the winner of the November major. A lot on the line. But of course, at the minute, Tim, we're still walking this fine line between who's going to go there. Will Team 1 pick this up as their 7th? Well, it looks likely with the way they start. It's Felipox, goes all gas, no brakes. He comes in with the opener, beheads Kamikaze, and look which operator's just gone down. That's your smoke. You lose so much utility off the back of that one frag, and they have a lot of utility to use. An abundance of smokes will cascade into the site, block off all of the lines of sight for NIP, and make it easier for Falls, but he falls down as Pino chucks in the nitro. It'll blow him to high hell, and Raps has to trade it with the SMG. Pressure being applied, and it looks good for Nip now. 3-2. It's down to Lucan and Felipox to barely claw this one back. 25 seconds left. They've got to get in, get the diffuser down, and play from the back foot. Outnumbered, outgunned, paranoid, and absolutely terrified. They swing their way in. Felipox with a pre-fire, but it doesn't matter as the angle's held by Pino, and it is up to Lucan now. Spammed upon. He's got 9 seconds. Count your blessings. It's over. We're going to OT.
We certainly are, as NIP somehow managed to hold on. You wanted more from Pino, Jackie. I think he might have heard you, and he just delivered. Came in with a massive nitro there to deny the plant. You can see the body of Ace at the bottom of your screen. It was all about that kill. Taking Falls out. He had smoked off everything that was necessary. All the lines of sight were closed to him. going in for the plant behind that desk, but Pino, he just launched that nitro into the abyss. That was practiced. He's hit that shot before, and he hit it again when it mattered, and then followed it up with another kill later in the round to double down at the vending machines, and that was all the advantage that NIP needed, and they've managed to get themselves into overtime. Best of 3, and they are taking this to the wire. Basically, they don't want to do anything easily at this major, Jackie.
They hate the easy ones, Tim. They despise the easy ones. They love the hard slugs, those games that leave you sat there questioning why you're an NIP fan. That's what it's all about for the Ninjas. They bring it back at the last second. They somehow turn it on, a little bit of magic comes out, and they bring back the game. And that's what's happening here, Tim, is we've gone 6-6. We've gone to overtime. We finally get to this coveted outcome. Of course, based off the rules, we have those 3 rounds to play with. Win 2, that's it. You net yourself a win here on Consulate. Be that for NIP, we go to the 3rd map of Oregon. Be that for Team 1, they knock out NIP and they go to the major final. 2 very different outcomes off the back of what is going to be a symmetrical overtime.
It will all be decided then over the next few rounds here. We saw NIP do very well against MIBR in the overtime. It was almost like it was a resurgence for them. It was the bucket of cold water to wake them up, and they really did come into it strong. They'll be looking to do exactly the same again here, I am certain. Going to be defending to begin with, and they will be down in the garage. Now, done pretty well on that site so far. Played it back in round 7 on the defense, and they got the victory. Round 10 got the victory. So Team 1 yet to have a successful attack against NIP today onto this site. So NIP, I'm sure, will just be trying to rinse and repeat. They'll just be trying to bring more of the same. But Team 1, they need to mix things up. They need to do things differently. They can't lose the man in piano this time around. They had Raps in there on the sledge. He was hit by the nitro from Julio, and it was a big loss for them. Julio then absolutely just rained havoc up through those steel joists and made their life a living hell when they tried to take advantage of the vertical angles. We hear the nitro detonate. It takes a small amount of damage from Raps this time, but will not take his life. So that is at least a step better for Team 1 this time around.
All the Selma charges being dashed out one after another. They'll stick onto that garage door and bring it down, opening up a human-sized hole to go through for the side of Team 1. But they're not aggressing just yet. They need Raps to pull out the sledgehammer, open up the floorboards, and with the utility they've got, tear out the rest of the gadgetry that has been placed down. They've got themselves set up now, and they are content to make their execution. There's still 1 nade in his back pocket as well that he can hold on to for either damage or for just zoning them out if necessary. We're getting close to the final 60 seconds as well. This is where Team 1 is going to be tested. They are in, though, Tim, and they're committing to the plant. There's no overreaction from NIP as well. They're gifting it to them. They've let them get the plant. This could be where it ends for NIP. This could be a 7th round for Team 1 as Felipox finds another frag. In comes Reduct, and it's all on Kamikaze, Julio, and Muzi. They've got 30 seconds, and we know how horrific of a time it can be attempting to get a retake off on this site when the diffuser is dropped down on your front door. Talking of dropping down, though, in comes Julio with the elbow. Shuts up Lukid and silences Team 1, at least for a few seconds. He keeps on giving as well, as Muzi makes a mockery out of Felipox. There's a trade back from Falls with the Kalashnikov, as he will kill him. Drops down prone, sees him through the drone hole, but they can't frag him yet. It's an awkward back and forth that falls into a 1v1, but there's no time, there's no chance. You might get the kills, but you won't get the round.
Team 1 managed to close out the first round of overtime and give themselves the opportunity. They're going to be heading in on the defense now, and that was somewhere that we saw them excel here on Consulate. Did very well in their defensive half. Let's not forget they came out of it 4-2 with a strong advantage, so they could shut this down now. This is once again series point for them. If they get this, it is straight into tomorrow's grand final to face off against Team Liquid once again, and that is the position that Team 1 wanted to be in. They wanted to play NIP. It was something that Bodega said to us, Jackie. They wanted to play the team that they saw as the best in the world. They wanted to challenge themselves, and that is exactly what they've done today, and they've come away from it extremely well so far, especially if they can get the win in 2 maps. It really does stake their claim towards exactly what they are trying to build at Team 1 and the reputation they're trying to send before them.
One more round. That's all they need. One round, Tim. It's doable. It's so close. They can taste it. It'll be tasting like a lovely Halloween treat. They just need to use that sugar rush to shut it down and not give NIP any time to bounce back. Talking of a bounce back, though, look at Julio's stats. 15-7. I was highlighting him as someone that was struggling in the early rounds, and he has been climbing his way into the upper echelons the longer this game's gone on. It truly does feel like it's Muzi and Julio versus the world at this point, Tim.
31 kills between the two of them. Julio and Muzi individually on 15 and 16 have as many or more than the other three members of their team. Without those two coming in and fragging in the way they have, this match would already be over. There is no two ways about it. The race would have been run and Team 1 would already be in the grand final. They really have stepped up here, and it's going to be heartbreaking for them if they don't make it through here, because they really have just left everything inside of the server.
This is going to be terrifying. For NIP, they know how much pressure's on them at this point. Can they deal with it? Can they contend and come back in? Will Julio and Muzi be the dynamic duo they have been over the course of Consulate and come in with the entry frags they dearly need? Or is this where Team 1 have someone like Reduct worm his way back in for an opening frag, and all off the back of one entry does it unravel, leaving NIP in a very awkward spot? Time will tell, Tim. It's early doors into what could be the final round so far, as we're coming up close towards the 2-minute mark. They are actually further pushed up, though. A lot of roam game got in already by NIP, and they're waltzing their way down towards Spiral Stairs, looking out and trying to spot out an early round advantage, but I don't think they realise there's a roamer lurking very close to them.
Raps, he will make that pay with a kill onto Pino, so that's going to be the entry and the advantage for Team 1. They've got everything they need, Jackie. All the cards are stacked in their favour right now, as they are 5 versus 4 on the man count at the halfway stage. One more round, that's all it's going to take. They just need to push this one to get it over the line. Muzi, he's looking to get some vertical angles. The kills are likely going to have to come from him and Julio. That is what we have learned, if we've learned anything from this matchup so far on Consulate. And we can see Psycho, he's looking to get himself down onto yellow stairs, I think, but he's just aware that there's a man potentially coming from the spiral stairs, or it could be that Roma returning from the top floor. But one way or another, something halts Psycho in his tracks and forces him back, but the shots come in from Muzi. Once again, 17th kill on the game, squares things away, 4 versus 4. My concern for NIP here is the clock. 54 seconds left, and they need to start thinking about getting themselves into a position whereby they can get that diffuser down. Kamikaze yet to open the garage door. They're looking to clear off the gadgetry to allow him to do exactly that, but Team 1, they're happy to play passively here and just let those seconds tick away.
And they are ticking by. Bit by bit, the sand from the hourglass falls away, and it leaves them with 30 seconds remaining to attempt to either save the day for NIP or find their victory and go to the major final if you're Team 1. And Team 1 starts to get hyped. They peek out at the right time. They deny the diffuser, and they do more as they cut them down one by one. The pieces of NIP are falling to the ground, and it leaves it on Psycho, who won't be alive for long. Finished off by Reduct on yellow stairs. GG's are dropped. And I tell you what, NIP are dropped out of the competition. They leave the major. They exit 3rd to 4th, and Team 1 go on to have the rematch against Team Liquid in the grand final best of 5 tomorrow.
The reigning champions leave us in the lower bracket final, and Team 1, they march on. They continue that mission that they have been on for the last 2 stages to prove that they are one of the top teams. Team 1, they want to be number 1, Jackie, and that is exactly what they are aiming for. They are powering forward, and they power themselves right into the grand final.
Power levels looking over 9,000 right now as they went off. If that was their one wish from the Dragon Balls, Tim, then it worked out. As they go to the grand final, they're having the rematch against Liquid. They will play in a best of 5 on the 1st of November to decide who is the best in Brazil. It's all been building up to this point. They've had an incredible season in Stage 1 and Stage 2, and now finally they put their money where their mouths are, Tim.
It's time that they're going to have to, isn't it? You know, this is it. It's now or never. This is your opportunity. And to be honest, I mean, we enjoy watching all these teams win. We enjoy watching them get to their goals and what they aspire to. But for me, we've been talking to Bodega for 2 stages now. Yeah. Team 1 have been so resolute in what they want to achieve. It really is great to see them get there and to have cast them all along the way. And now to see them have their moment tomorrow on Championship Sunday, I can't wait for it.
It's going to be incredible. I'm sure we'll get an interview arranged, possibly with the man Bodega himself, because it would be incredible to speak to him, Tim. You've got to imagine they're over the moon. Shutting it down there into an awkward spot in OT, it'll be a sigh of relief for them. They'll be happy. Going to a third map, I think, was a death sentence. If they ended up on Oregon, I don't think they'd be going to the grand final right now.
No, I think it could have well been a different story at that point, but as soon as Kamikaze hit the deck with that diffuser cold on the ground, that was it for me. It was game over at that point. Team 1 had done it. That was the kill that broke the seal, that took them over the line, and, you know, what a moment for them. I'm sure that the emotions are riding extremely high in that camp at the minute. You know, the major means everything to all of these teams. Of course it does. But right now for Team 1, I just feel like coming in here, it's sort of almost the end of that Cinderella story, coming back from Pro League Season 11, finishing bottom, and then they get back into the new competitive format. They have fantastic performances through Stage 1 and 2, and now they get that crowning moment. They've got that opportunity. It's not going to be easy. Team Liquid will make it extremely difficult for them. I'm certain of that, but they have the chance.
Well, that's the thing. And it all comes down to that chance, Tim. Anything could happen. Although Team Liquid have been looking probably the best we've seen them in quite some time over the course of this major, Team 1 have still put up a good fight. You've beaten a lot of great teams to make it to this point. You've overthrown MIBR. You've bested NIP. It's only Liquid that's left. If they beat them, they'll be crowned the champions. But of course, the same could be said for Liquid. And all of that will be happening tomorrow. 1st of November here, live on the 6th Major. It's crazy. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Who would have predicted Team 1 Liquid rematch in the BO5, Tim?
Oh, it's just too exciting, Jackie. There's no way that I'm going to get any sleep tonight. You know, it's going to be filled with nightmares because it's Halloween. Obviously, that goes without saying. But then it's just going to be filled with excitement waiting for that game tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be crazy. Even better, though, we have him ready. Bodega will be joining us again. We can speak to him and see how he feels, Tim. He's got to be losing his mind, surely.
I think it's taken a few minutes just for him to calm down.
Probably. He's joining us, though. Bodega, straight off the bat, mate. Emotions, what you feeling right now?
It's been some mixed emotions. The first game, we simply didn't enter in the game. We think that Liquid played just much better than us. And on the second game, I just told the boys that they need to do what they know they can do to win. If they do that, 100% they're gonna win every game. And what we just saw, it was just beautiful. The finals.
You're there. You've got there, Bodega. You are into the grand finals. And of course, you mentioned that game with Team Liquid. So how do you go about that transition? You lost on Clubhouse. It was a tough game. Team Liquid were very, very good. And then you go straight back into it against NIP. But you just look completely different. It was a complete 180.
Yeah, actually on the first game, I wasn't feeling very well. So I didn't participate on the game. So, and they kind of were, I just told them, you guys are not playing this game, you guys didn't enter in the game against Liquid. I saw the game upstairs. I wasn't feeling very well. I was at the bathroom. I had some problems, some issues, and I mean, they just didn't play the game that we played. They just wouldn't Team 1, and tomorrow we're gonna play like Team 1 and we're gonna win against Liquid. I'm sure of it.
It's actually quite interesting, obviously, to realise that and know that you weren't behind them for that one, Bodega, because they did look a bit different. The squad was playing quite scared. I don't think it was ever anywhere near as confident as you normally looked, specifically compared to this matchup as well. It seemed like the confidence was back. They were peaking a lot more confidently and just hitting their shots. Is that probably what you felt was the difference?
Yeah, that's exactly what I told them. just pick, just play like we do, just play with confidence that we're gonna win the rounds and we're gonna do everything. And we won on bar. Yeah, on a
You
major.
did, you
Yeah,
did.
that was a call for me. We did the. It was just a pocket strat. We did it on the fly. It was crazy, you know.
Sometimes you gotta,
Yeah,
sometimes you
you gotta
just gotta
risk it.
have them moments.
Yeah, I wanted to take the pressure off the game by playing bar for first round. And if we lose, it's bar. If you're gonna win, the kids is gonna be like so hyped up because they won bar. So I think that's the thing that kept them going. On the first round, we win against on bar, and they had the momentum and just played beautiful on clubhouse and on console.
We saw a quiet day for a couple of players yesterday. Didn't really manage to show us their best, I don't think. They were solid enough, but not quite the heights we know they can get to. Lukid, I picked out this morning that we needed to see a little bit more from him, and he certainly delivered today. Did that have a big impact in the team?
Well, Lookid always shows up on the big games. He's always been one of our stars, and I know that from this day one, he's gonna play very well in the next games.
And that's the thing. You've only got one game left, Bodega.
Yeah.
You're in the grand final of the major. It's a best of 5 versus Liquid. Before we let you go, and before we wrap this up, so at least you've got some time to prepare. What are your thoughts on that one? How are you thinking it's going to go? Are you feeling pretty confident as a squad going into that?
We're gonna fight you, man, till the end. That's what I wanna tell everybody. We're not no we're not playing like we played today against Liquid. We're gonna play like we always played on the BR6 play days, on today against Nip, on yesterday against MIBR. We're gonna play great and we're gonna win against Liquid. We're the best team. I know that for sure.
I love it. I love it. I'm loving the confidence. This is beautiful, Bodega. Enjoy the rest of your evening, mate. I can't wait to watch this grand final, and I'm excited to see you prove it.
Thank you guys. Thank you for the fans. I hope you guys enjoy the finals tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoyed the game today. We're gonna rest for now, and tomorrow we're gonna play it.
Awesome. We'll catch you then, man. We'll see you tomorrow for the finals, Bodega. Rest up, brother. Oh, Tim. I mean, where's the confidence there? Where's it all come from? He's giving it, and I'm living for it.
I love it. That's what we like to see. Huge congratulations and the best of luck to Team One tomorrow. There is no two ways. I'm sure they'll say it themselves. They're going to need it. Team Liquid have been very, very good so far, but very interesting to hear that Bodega was, unfortunately unavailable for that matchup, and maybe we will just see a slightly different fixture tomorrow out of that game. If Bodega is on hand and is able to provide that information and that support that he normally does, then we might just have a bit of a different game. It could be a completely different beast.
Well, I think that's really interesting, right? Because obviously we kind of know from spending so much time talking to him and from watching those games over the past 10 weeks of season that he's integral to that team. Without him, there's a lot that probably would fail to work as well as it does. He's always been involved in the veto. He does a lot in terms of feeling out how the team wants to play and keeping them in line if they're not playing as confidently as they should, which it did look like was an issue, right, against Liquid. If he's there, back behind him, keeping them hyped and keeping the energy flowing in a major best of 5 grand final, this could be the best iteration of Team One we've seen yet.
Oh, quite easily, and I think now's the moment, isn't it? This is the point. You've got there. You've got to show up.
Yeah.
You've got to get out there. You've got
Go
to
big or go home.
Go big or go home. That really is the message for Team One now. Turn up. Yeah, you're playing against Team Liquid. Yeah, you're playing against some of the best players in the world. But you know what? You're some of the best players in the world as well, and you need to turn up and you need to prove that. You need to own that stage and you need to get out there for the win. And I'm sure that that's the energy Team One are going to be bringing along. And for anybody watching at home who's thinking how tomorrow might go and thinking Team Liquid have got that one in the bag, I wouldn't write it off too soon. Believe me, it is going to be a very close game.
It's the nature of a best of 5 as well. There's a lot of twists and turns that can happen inside of a matchup like that. So it's going to be incredible. Please come back for that. Make sure you do not miss it. Mark your calendars. Tomorrow is going to be outrageously sick. We have Team One on the rematch against Team Liquid to crown our major champion. That will be tomorrow. In terms of today, though, Tim, that's it. It is only the 2 best of 3s we have today. No more cheeky games hiding just out of sight.
No, we are, of course, done in terms of Brazil. We've still got plenty more action to come from this major, Jackie. What a joy it's been. What a pleasure that it's been. We're going to be handing over to our fantastic colleagues, Blue and Stokes, who are going to be taking you through. In about 20 minutes, they will be bringing you the Mexican best of 5 final. So there's plenty more Siege action to go tonight. So, don't go anywhere. There's still plenty to be seen. I'm going to get a little bit of a rest, Jackie. I don't know about you. I'm going to sit down and watch that game. It's always nice to hear Stokes and Blue casting together as well. So I'll take the opportunity to just relax for a bit on the Saturday night.
Oh, it will be nice. It will be nice. We'll get a bit of a break, of course, as Brazil will return tomorrow for our best of 5 fixture. But, as you said, tonight we still have some great games coming up. A bit of Mexican madness will be played out here on the stream in about 20 minutes' time. So make sure you keep it locked, of course, to hear the delicate tones of Stokes and Blue, the All-American All-Stars that look quite a lot like a beautiful boy band. I know I'd love a slice of them, Tim. Unfortunately, though, we can't stick around for it. We do have to go to bed, so we are refreshed for tomorrow. I think we can actually have a look at some of the highlights from the series as well to play this one out. You might want to stay tuned for them, as there was some banging clips off the back of that game. Me and Tim will be back tomorrow, but keep it locked here for the Mexican matchups after these highlights.
Lo que pasa por mi mente cuando te tengo de frente, yeah. Esas ganas de tocar ese cuerpo lentamente, divertirnos malamente con tu piel. Baila hasta que la noche se acabe, bailamos salsa y reggaetón. Eres hermosa y a tu cuerpo lo sabe, que bailas con esa pasión. Si lo haces como eso lo mueves, yo me imagino eso en acción. Chica, sé que tú tienes la clave, baila conmigo esta canción.
Baila conmigo, tú no bailas con cualquiera. Hagamos de la fiesta nuestra cita en primavera. No estamos para acordarnos de tantos malos momentos. Estamos para disfrutar y vivir una nueva era. La más loca, la que más se atreve. La envidia de todas las mujeres. Está soltera y también como lo mueve. Esa cosa sí que tiene poderes.
Tiene lo que ninguna chica tiene, tanto flow que no se compara en niveles. Mi modelo de ti tengo 10.000 carteles. Eres icy, espero que no me congeles. Paso a paso demuestro lo que ella tiene. Sin reposo te baila trapeza y reggae. Por si acaso le muestro lo que tiene el nene. Lo que quiero, mami, solo que lo ordene. Baila hasta que la noche se acabe. Bailamos salsa y reggaetón. Eres hermosa y a tu cuerpo lo sabe, que bailas con esa pasión. Si lo haces como eso lo mueves, yo me imagino eso en acción. Chica, sé que tú tienes la clave, baila conmigo esta canción. Hermoso, tú eres la mera mera. Me encanta el look de la nueva era. Dile a Mike que ya le encontré nuera, que esa nena ya es mía, la loca para afuera. Así que tranqui, tranqui, que ella se lo goza con un funky, funky. La beso y brinco como un monkey, monkey. Es tan dulce que le dicen pinky, pinky, bebé.
Eres mi miel, mi Anabel, tu favorito y tu perro fiel. Ese nivel en que te cargas, se te ve tan bonita en esa tanga. Dale, muévelo, muévelo, muévelo. Cuando cuentes tres me on the floor. Dale, muévelo, muévelo, muévelo. Tú naciste pa' esto, pa' el reggaetón.
Baila hasta que la noche se acabe. Bailamos salsa y reggaetón. Eres hermosa y a tu cuerpo lo sabe, que bailas con esa pasión. Si lo haces como eso lo mueves, yo me imagino eso en acción. Chica, sé que tú tienes la clave, baila conmigo esta canción.
El lunes.
Baila conmigo,
for me. Perfect.
Ella lo sabe, Luné, Luné.
Va cogiendo el filé, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, yeah. Hablan mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Su y no queda al que sea en primer round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Vamos a pecar con perreo, baby. Te veo con un flow criminal. Aquí en el party se siente como el ambiente nos lleva a otro lugar. Yeah. Con perreo sin tona, todos estamos head, también en la zona. Cuando pone freaky, 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 freaky tona, canta como loca porque se emociona.
Nena, seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Y baila todos los reggaetones y se saben mis canciones como si fueran oraciones en la misa. Tiene carácter de guerrera como Tony Caero, pero conmigo ya está bien sumisa. No es mala mía, si anda sudando. Tú pasas todo el día conmigo aquí gozando y tras. Y no es pa' tanto, esto es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
No seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos cogiendo el filé, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, yeah. Hablan mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo, Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down. Sabemos que quieres es bailar, mi amor, ¿no? Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Ella quiere farra. Llegó el mariachi con la guitarra, por lo que se narra. Su mejor amiga es la barra. Como colgate me pone bien clean. Dame tu Facebook o dame tu pin. ¿Es el comienzo o será el fin? No me importa porque ya me dice quién. Siento que tú y yo sentimos lo mismo. Nos ha cuadrado como si fuera algoritmo. Te vuelves loca cuando escuchas mi ritmo. Ella se lo canta como si fuera un himno. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. vives, cómo tú vives. Te cuento que tú eres una por ahí de miles. Estás más buena que Paloma y no eres de Chile. Tú hablando de cross y yo en bici, soy Carlos Vives. Cómo tú vives, cómo tú vives. Te cuento que tú eres una por ahí de miles. Estás más buena que Paloma y no eres de Chile. Tú hablando de cross y yo en bici, soy Carlos Vives. Es el proceso, no lo que vale. Solo disfruta, seamos normales. Yo soy la cura pa' tu esos males. Y soy un pro para esos desembales. Desembales. Para esos desembales. Desembales. Y soy un pro para esos desembales. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Siento que tú y yo sentimos lo mismo. Nos ha cuadrado como si fuera algoritmo. Te vuelves loca cuando escuchas mi ritmo. Ella se lo canta como si fuera un himno. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra. Farra, farra, farra. Farra, farra, farra. Ella quiere farra, farra, farra. Ella está soltera, no tiene alguien que la amarra.
Tengo piquete, la gente dice el chamaco le mete, ey. Solo en la cabeza tengo los billetes, tengo piquete, estoy bien. No tengo de 100, pero tengo los míos, hermano. Aquí estamos todo bien, ey. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Cuando necesitas mula yo sé que te pone coqueta. Porque no busco trabajo, al menos vendiendo paletas. Gozo la vida, trabajo, lo tuyo no te comprometas. Me gustan independientes, también que tengan sus metas, yeah. Todo el mundo busca dinero, también busca la fama. Como Jim Carrey nos dijo, la plata y la fama no hacen mañana. Por eso veo mi regla y trato de tener una vida sana. La envidia no enferma, también nos saca la gana. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy insane. El dinero no se riega a la gente. Gente rica de dinero y no de mente. Todo el mundo mantiene tan pendiente de lo que hagan otros porque no son suficientes. Dímelo, dímelo, es que no sé si porque no lo conozco. Todos son bicis que tiene dañado todito los focos. Poco de lo que ellos hacen me parece muy loco. Usa la lógica como un vicio, se la come poco a poco. Como José, que la vibra no rellene. Que no desee todo lo que el éxito tiene. Que no vendía con plata, pero no la de la acera. Tener una esposa que se mueve como Salma, soy Antonio Bandera. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Yo soy el mismo de siempre, el chamaco del barrio que quiere la gente, yeah. Vacilamos en tu mente, gozándonos la vida es más que suficiente, yeah. Claro. tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que lo quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar.
Sé que a ti te tengo aprendida. Sé que a ti te gusta esta vida. Superando todo lo que hacía. Este es mi nueva melodía.
Esta falda corta me encantó. Ese baile nuevo me encendió. Cómo me lo mueve con sabor. Mami, mejor dame de tu amor. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esto moda mía es la nueva. Ahora la controlo a mi manera. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva. Ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva. Ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que si enseguida amamos, siempre controlando. Si enseguida amamos, siempre controlando. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Sea lo que sea cuando ella lo desea. Lo compramos pa' que vea. Ve acá, ven acá, dime lo que sea. Lo compramos pa' que vea, pa' que vea. Sea lo que sea cuando ella lo desea. Lo compramos pa' que vea. Ve acá, ven acá, dime lo que sea. Lo compramos pa' que vea, pa' que vea. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar. Sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar. Solamente quiere jugar.
Te desvestiste, lo hicimos en la habitación. Qué rico, mami. Pero en cosas del amor mucho fallaban. No veía nada, mi amor, algo esperaba de tu mirada. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Yo no sé ya si fue algo más que el placer, si me amaste alguna vez ya, o si fuiste mi mujer. Por lo que yo he visto y lo que te gusta, amor de tu vida yo no voy a hacer. Dame una noche, te voy a demostrar que soy el pecado que amas con mi chica. Y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, 12 y 1 éramos pares, no éramos uno ni un te amo. Solo había sexo, nada de cariño, solo pretextos. Estaría fine si lo sabría y no llenaras de fantasías. Ya me dijiste lo que quería, no eran besos ni poesía. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay no más que eso, estamos perdidos. Sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Y por todo yo brindo, desde lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo a mí nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Ay, todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Y cuando la encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Ahora con quién voy a compartir todas mis noches húmedas. Ahora quién me va a dar los besos como tú los das. Todo es una ilusión y eso lo verás. Tú amabas a Nico pero nunca a Nicolás. Tú eras la oveja mala del rebaño. Tu vicio a la fama sí me hizo daño. Tantas promesas fueron por el caño, porque lo único que cumplí son años. Chica, si te vas y luego me quieres ver, eso nunca pasará. Prefiero otra mujer. Chica, si te vas y juegas otro papel que nunca te quedará, como eso de serme fiel. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Tú eras todo lo que yo quería. Hoy eres todo lo que quiero olvidar. Tú fuiste bla, 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 y mi inseguridad lo hizo más fácil para ti. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Si tú te vas. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será Si es parte de mi amanecer, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí?
Vea. Dime, ¿te recuerdas? Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí, pa' mí. Recuerda cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí, yo te comí.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the November Mexico Major. We've got quite a spectacle for you today. It's only a single match, but it's bound to be quite a good one, as this is a repeat from the same Mexico Major that we played a couple months ago back in August, as we're going to be having Timbers go up against Astral in a fully loaded best-of-5 series. I'm very excited to be jumping into it. Not very often we get to dive into this region, so it will be a great chance to look and see how they've been doing over the past few months. And thankfully, I won't be doing it alone, as Stokes will also be here with me this evening, and he'll be jumping in for the cast as well.
Stokes is on.
Stokes, how you doing tonight, man?
I'm very, very excited, John. Very, very Mexico, about to see what these guys have been up to over the last handful of months. I'm extremely excited.
Absolutely going to be the case. Any immediate expectations or things you're looking forward to seeing here? This is I'm pretty sure anyway. I checked the rosters and everything the other day. This is a direct rematch we had back in August. So anything you're looking to see here on the repeat between these teams?
I'm looking to see a lot of improvement in this region. The last time we both noted that this region was very aggressive inside of their play styles, but they weren't scared to use their utility in those ways either, which made it to where the region was really, really fun to watch. And I think that both of these teams have a lot to offer inside of that category, especially Astral and especially Zigma's inside of that.
Yeah, Sigma is definitely the big player that we're going to be talking about quite a bit as the match continues onwards. As he'll more than likely be the highlight player when it comes to a lot of those clutch situations. But there's other shining stars as well. We'll take a look at the rosters here in just a moment in order to highlight that and get a good preview for what we're going to be looking at. Timbers, of course, is their opponent. They're also going to be looking to put up an effort today against Astral once again. Astral was the winner of the previous major that we saw played back in August. They took the lion's share of the SI points that were to be won, along with the lion's share of the actual prize pool that we had available at the time as well. Speaking of which, if you guys are wondering what exactly these guys are going to be fighting for here today, it's very similar to, again, like I was talking about, what we had back over in August. There is a $10,000 prize pool for the first place team, if memory serves me correctly, as well as about, I think it's 215 SI points go to the winner of this one. Try to get the Wikipedia page up here to confirm it real quick, but yeah, 225 points, excuse me, in that $10,000 that I mentioned before.
Well, there's a lot on the line, John, for both of these teams. Last time we saw Astral end up winning it in a series that you and I thought were actually going to close out quite early on in the day, but it turned into a full blown out best of 5 where Timbers was able to bring some things back and actually give Astral a run for their money. I'm expecting more of the same today, but this could be finally the time where Astral breaks that mold of this sub-region and actually establishes some dominance, or at least some sort of light they can possibly carry with them into that international competition if we ever do get that back.
Yeah, and I think that's the big key message looking at today's matchup, specifically for Astral, right? Since they already earned a good amount of SI points coming from the previous major. If they're able to double down on that and get themselves another victory today, I'm not super updated on the current world rankings for the SI points, but I would imagine that winning both of the majors within their regions, we are going to end up seeing Astral get put into a pretty good position, possibly a top 16 position, which could maybe move them into a position towards SI.
Yeah, absolutely. And SI, that's going to be the biggest deal for these guys. It's all about those SI points and trying to collect as many of those as possible. And we've already seen quite a bit accumulated by Astral, as we were talking about before. This is going to be that matchup going all the way back to August that will be seen once again. So these guys know each other in and out when it comes to a game like this. And inside of this best of 5, I honestly think that we definitely can go that maximum distance all the way to that last map, strictly because of these guys just playing against each other all the time. And that's obviously par for the course in what we've been seeing throughout all of Rainbow Six esports with what's been going on.
Yeah, definitely the case. And as Stokes, you were mentioning earlier, we're going to get to see a pretty, I think, unique play style come out of this region too that we don't always get to see from some of the others. It does definitely bring some hints of, I think, what we see out of a lot of the other regions here in LATAM, most notably Brazil, of course, where we see kind of a much more aggressive play style, especially at the beginning of rounds. I've noticed teams in these regions are not afraid to take gunfights early on if it's going to get them an advantage. Normally in other regions like NA and EU, see teams taking a much more conservative note during that part of the game, but it's not always the case. And the thing is too, is that while that is certainly part of the play style for the region, that isn't the whole thing. As you had been talking about, we oftentimes see pretty creative strategies too, some pretty in-depth ones at that teams will try to use in order to get wins. I think specifically I can remember a Villa match the last time we casted these two teams where we saw some pretty insane stuff from the attacker's perspective to try and work those sites. So hopefully we'll get a little bit more of that today, as it's been quite a few months since we've dove in and taken a look at this region, and hopefully they've been able to develop some new stuff in that time as well to surprise us here.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited for this, especially with the names attached to Astral, as well as Timbers. I've been keeping up with Timbers just because of the previous matchup that you and I ended up commentating. And that's why I'm so excited to be back doing this once again. But, for Astral, I think that the main thing for me is Goku, their coach, sitting on the helm there and working with this squad to improve them. Goku's been inside of the scene for a very, very long time, and his name isn't exactly the biggest thing ever, but Goku's been putting in the work and has obviously been working out for Astral. They're once again top of their sub-region and making it work coming into this best of 5, ready to close it out once again. So extremely excited to see if he's made any improvement with this team, if, the efforts that they're putting in are worth it.
And that's going to be the big question of the day. Once again here, we can see the folks from Timbers, of course, are going to be looking to try and steal the title away from Astral yet again this time. And we'll have to see if they'll be able to put up the effort to be able to do as much. Like we said, the records from the regular season of the Mexico division still favoring the folks from Astral quite heavily. The last time I looked at it earlier today, at least, it looks like they had a +4 win advantage overall. Only a single loss, once again, being taken by Astral over the course of this stage from the last time we checked in on them. So they're still looking like a very solid team. But as usual, that's played on a best of 2 system, if memory serves me correctly, with how that region works. And today's going to be played on a best of 5, which is a completely different beast with regards to how that is handled and how it really affects the players as well. Because assuming that the match goes to 4, even 4 out of 5 of those maps, it's really going to test the endurance of quite a few of these players. And it could really change the way a team plays and open up opportunities for some other teams as well.
Yeah, Siege is a game in which, it's a lot of mental gymnastics. It's a chess match going on while people are, sending explosive devices and bullets at you. So it's one of those things where you have to be very quick-witted, and at any moment in time, if, your mental caves, you're going to run into a lot of issues. You all have to be on the same page at the same time, and unless you're able to keep that and, really strive with that mentality, you're going to have those issues bubble to the surface. So it's really going to be one of these teams, really testing the stamina of the other to see what they have to offer. And again, going back to our previous series back in August, this is why we have to expect that it's going to be Astral. It's nothing against the Timbers. It's just the simple fact that Astral just seemed better in the long game when it came down to strategy as well as playstyle. We didn't see Timbers last very well, and that matters inside of these best of 5s.
Absolutely going to be the case. Well, folks, we are still a couple of minutes away from getting started with the matchup. It was good to come on here, though, and give you guys a little bit of info about what's going to be happening. But since we are still a couple minutes away, we are going to go to a short break here. And when we return, we'll be returning with the very start of the match between these two teams. Once again, if you're just tuning in, it's Timbers going up against Astral here in a best of 5 for the Mexico Major. The winner's going to take home a whole lot of SI points on top of $10,000. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes, guys.
Te desvestiste, lo hicimos en la habitación, qué rico mami, pero en cosas del amor muchos fallaban, no veía nada, mi amor, algo esperaba de tu mirada, perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no, nos entendemos haciendo el amor, no hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Yo no sé, si fue algo más que el placer, si me amaste alguna vez, o si fuiste mi mujer. Por lo que yo he visto y lo que te gusta, amor, de tu vida yo no voy a hacer. Dame una noche, te voy a demostrar que soy el pecado que amas con él. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no, nos entendemos haciendo el amor, no hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Y yo te resumo en el desayuno, éramos pares, no éramos uno ni un te amo, solo había sexo, nada cariño, solo pretextos. Estaría fine si lo sabría y no llenaras de fantasías. Ya me dijiste lo que quería, no eran besos ni poesía. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, sé lo que haciendo el amor. No más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. Día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Y por todo yo brindo, desde lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo a mí nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Ay, todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Y cuando la encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Ahora con quién voy a compartir todas mis noches húmedas. Ahora quién me va a dar los besos como tú los das. Todo es una ilusión y eso lo verás. Tú amabas a Nico pero nunca a Nicolás. Tú eras la oveja mala del rebaño. Tu vicio de la fama sí me hizo daño. Tantas promesas fueron por el caño, porque lo único que cumplí son años. Chica, si te vas y luego me quieres ver, eso nunca pasará. Prefiero otra mujer. Chica, si te vas y juegas otro papel que nunca te quedará, como eso de serme fiel. El día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mexico Major. We are just a couple minutes away from getting things started here. Astral Esports going up against Timbers, and it's a fully loaded best of 5. Important to note as well, there will be no series advantage going into this one, despite Astral placing first over Timbers in the regular season. This is just going to start out at 0-0, in case anyone was curious about that. We also know the maps that we're going to be playing now as well, so we can start talking about those a little bit here. So get them up on the screen here in just a second. And Stokes, I'll throw to you here to see if you have any initial thoughts on where these maps are going to be headed towards.
I mean, instead of a best of 5, John, we don't really have too many options here. Just to remind you guys of how this ban phase works, it's pick, then ban. So that means you get the map that you plan to, obviously to play up against the opposing team. So both of these teams getting favorable maps right off rip, which, for me personally speaking, walking into this, signifies that we're definitely going to be going deeper than 3 maps. I mean, already looking at these two teams, they have a lot of history, obviously, playing inside of this sub region. So ban wise, I feel like we're just going to be picking out, the things that are the regular bans for them. They obviously know the matchup here, and mostly the map pool inside of this region has been sticking a lot to what we've been seeing in NA, a decent amount of Clubhouse, a decent amount of Villa. So I'm expecting those two to be inside of the map pool. Ban wise, I don't really know what to expect here. We might see some spot bans come in, but just look for them to prioritize those big picks early on.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case here. We're going to get them up on the screen. The bans have already been done, of course, prior to us going live here. So we do have them on screen. No, well, not on screen for you guys, but we had them available for us here. And actually, we'll talk about it here. We do have the initial picks, though, from both teams. We went on to Clubhouse we're going to Theme Park first as the initial pick from Astral. Or sorry, those are the bans. My bad. Having trouble reading our feed there. My bad. So Theme Park and Coastline were banned out, but keep in mind that happened second because the picks came in first. The initial picks here were Clubhouse and Villa for Astral and Timbers, respectively. Following that, we will go to Oregon and Cafe. Again, same order on the teams that pick those. And throughout the bans, that left only Consulate as our remaining map in the pool. So there's your 5 that we're going to be playing out here today over the course of the series.
It should be a lot of fun. This is some maps that we saw these two play before. I think that the map that I'm most excited for right now is definitely going to be that Villa map. We saw them go head-to-head the last time here, and it was just such an exciting series with a lot of new strats being brought that obviously were, developed for this matchup. So it's extremely exciting stuff walking into this, and it's nice that we don't even have a map advantage either. We have an opportunity to go the full distance, and honestly, I feel like these two right now have what it takes.
Clubhouse is going to be a great place to start out here. It's become very much kind of the battleground for a lot of regions here. It's a very, very rigid map in the way that it has to be played. So it really tests the strengths of teams. As for the most part, a lot of strategies can be read into, as a lot of these haven't played out at this point with how long this map has been in the pool. And it'll be up to the teams to try to innovate beyond that and see what else they can bring to the table to make up the difference. Definitely going to be a fun one to start off on. Definitely a bit of an advantage for Astral. These teams actually played each other twice on it in recent history. One time about a month ago. Another time was, the rematch, of course, or the original match between these two teams that we had at the last major. Both times, Astral won it out. It was relatively close during the major as they took it 7-5 there, but a much more convincing win was had about a month ago during the regular season of the Mexican division. So Astral is looking good here to come in on their initial pick.
Yeah, and this is where the game planning comes in for Timbers. As you said, the series record in between these two, not the best for Timbers, but they have the opportunity now to set the record straight and to say, hey, we inside of a best of 5 can prove that we are better than this squad. And the beauty of it is they know what they're walking into. They know how this team plays. It's really just going to be planning around what you expect this squad to do, but that's the fearful thing. It really seems as though the bag on the end of, Astral is just much deeper, John, and I don't know exactly how Timbers are going to combat this. We saw the last time it wasn't necessarily, a skill gap issue. It just seemed as though, the stamina, the strat book, everything just seemed to be a tad bit deeper when it came to that Astral side.
And that issue is going to continue to plague Timbers even as we move throughout the maps. Map number 2 is going to be Villa. Now, interestingly enough, that's the only map that they managed to win during the previous major. That was won by Astral in a 3-1 overall scoreline. But the Timbers did manage to take it on Villa. So you probably ask yourself, okay, why did Astral let it go through? And the reason behind that was that while it was won by the Timbers, it was only won in overtime and max round count at 8-7. So still a very, very close map. One that the Astral roster definitely could have turned around at a moment's notice with a few things had gone differently. So Astral probably going to be feeling comfortable to let that go back into the pool here for our second map.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. I think that it's a really good pickup. I will notate this. The last time that we ended up playing at Villa in between these two, they both had a decent amount of trouble when it came to their offensive schemes and actually trying to get on site and get those plants going. So we'll see if they've been able to amend that at all here. But I'm still seeing this as going to be a defensive sided show. We'll see how it works out once we get there. Obviously, we still have to get through Clubhouse first. But on to Oregon, John. This is something new that we've seen inside of the map pool recently. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, Oregon is another situation where, unfortunately, right, we're starting to sound like a little bit of a broken record here, but unfortunately, the advantage still favors pretty heavily into Astral. This is a map that hasn't been played too much by the Timbers roster. They've only got a couple of plays thrown in overall on it over the past couple of months, and they've banned it out quite a few times as well. So it doesn't necessarily seem like this is a place where they're going to feel wholly comfortable. On the opposite side of the coin, Astral has a flawless record on this map in recent history, so they're feeling very good about it. And when you consider that it's a newer map as well, we could be looking at some trouble for the Timbers there if they're not going to be innovative enough to bring their playstyle to that map.
Yeah, I think the meta of Oregon is finally starting to get flushed out. So it's nice to see that a lot of these teams are starting to bring it into the map pool more. Obviously, you don't exactly have a choice inside of a best of 5. It's, pick your poison when it comes down to it. But to have Oregon in here and to see what these teams can offer on it, extremely exciting stuff, especially compared to other regions. I mean, we've been seeing the EUL play this map a lot. We've been seeing the NAL play this map a lot. I haven't watched too much LATAM on Oregon just yet, but extremely excited for what this has to offer.
Looks like we are just waiting for one or two more players to join up here, folks, and then we should be good to get started with the very first map. We can take a look at some highlights in the meantime as well, see what exactly you guys may have missed here over the past couple of months as the regular division, and of course, the major itself from the last time we casted these teams has been playing out. Any memories coming to mind here immediately, so we can take a look at these again.
We had some sad times, we had some good times, John, but it was mostly good times. The best of 5, although one-sided in the fact that Astral really just, ran roughshod over the entire thing. Timbers put up a good fight. I think that there was definitely some highlight moments for them that showed off their skill, and that the Timbers can definitely come back and be a force to be reckoned with. I think Astral still has to definitely respect what they offer and what they bring to the table, because if not, they'll make sure to let you know.
Going back to our discussion on the maps, I think this is actually really cool about this map pool is as we head deeper and deeper into it, with Cafe being our 4th map, this only turns into, I think, more and more of a complex match for these teams, which goes back to my point earlier that I was talking about, where I was bringing up the fact that since this is a best of 5 and not a best of 2 or best of 3, as a lot of these teams are used to playing into, it's really going to test the mettle of both of these rosters. It's really going to test the endurance that these guys are able to bring to the table, and whether they're able to continue putting up proper play throughout all of those maps. Of course, it's a real endurance race, if you will, here as we get into maps like Cafe and then eventually Consulate as well, to have to execute, think, and play these maps out while having already been playing for a good 3, potentially 4 hours at that point. It's really going to stretch the limits of these players, and you love to see that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I think that that's the thing that we're probably going to be talking about the most today, because it's not like the the map lineup here is for the faint of heart. If anything, this isn't even the high road at the split. It's going through the low road, the nitty gritty, getting into the trenches and trying to fight this out if they get that far. I mean, things off with Club transitioning into Villa. That's okay. Club and Villa are 2 of the most played maps in the entire ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. But when you get down to Oregon, Cafe, Consulate, this is where things, really, really start to change up and the rubber starts to hit the road, especially around that Cafe marker. Cafe, one of those maps where if you mis-execute even with a touch of utility, you're going to run into a lot of problems. And then finishing it off with Consulate, where we're on Windows Simulator, there's going to be a lot of very aggressive plays if we get that far, you know what I mean? So it's one of those things where even looking down the tunnel and going, hey, I see the light at the end, there's still a lot of fighting to be done between, your starting point and that finish line.
Cafe is going to be interesting as well because there is currently no official data from Astral on Cafe at this point. They have yet to play it in an official matchup, but it's one of those ones where it's a little bit harder to read for us casters because I've noticed that they have also banned it out quite a bit, and their opponents have also banned it out quite a bit. So I'm having a little bit of trouble figuring out exactly what's going on there, but I would probably lean onto the side that it's probably one of their weaker maps when you consider how much they have banned it out and the fact that the Timbers have picked into it. So possibly a weak spot there for the Astral roster as we get deeper and deeper into the series. And that's the dangerous point, right? If a team comes in with a crushing victory on one of these maps that late into the series, it can really break a team going into that 4th or 5th map afterwards. And as you said, it's going to go into Consulate right after that. You have to start out on attack. You've got to get yourself right back into the matchup, as that's a brutal map to face if you're not prepared.
Exactly. And I think the brutality of that map is just the amount of things that can happen to you on the offense. You have to worry about all of those windows, as well as what's going on in sight and your map control all at the same time. But the thing about Consulate is it really at least within recent history, has seemed to be a snowballish map. If a team grabs that lead and starts to run with it, it's very hard to slow them down, even in between those side transitions. Going from defense to offense, offense to defense doesn't seem to affect these teams as much. Granted, going from offense to defense does seem to slow down people just a little bit, but when it comes to these top end squads, it doesn't seem to be nearly the case. Consulate seems to be a very one-sided affair. We'll see if we even get that far today. We'll have that discussion once again. But for me personally, inside of the series right now, I'm saying that we're more than likely going to end at Cafe. I really do think that Timbers are still going to get a map here, but they're going to have to prove to me that in these last couple of months, they've really made some strides inside of not only their team play, but as well as their strategy.
We'll indeed be seeing that, hopefully, guys, just within the next few minutes here. Like I said before, we were just waiting, I think, on 1 or 2 players to get themselves invited to the lobby. Do apologize for the delay with getting things started, folks, but as you know with Siege, sometimes things can take a few minutes to fully sort out the lobby, so we're just a couple more moments away. I believe we have resolved the issue that was delaying us, and things should be getting started any moment now. And I mean, Consulate's an interesting wrinkle as well, just as I was peeping the stats, I'm sure as you guys have noticed here every once in a while. But the interesting thing about Consulate is it's almost the opposite. We've got a decent amount of play from Astral on it and successful play too, but not so much the case for the Timbers. There's only one loss on record, and again, in recent history, if we go like the last 3 months or so anyway, and that loss was against Astral. So hopefully having some data to work off of there from that loss, but whether they'll be able to turn it around or not, as we've been saying many, many times here in our pregame segment, that is ultimately the question for the Timbers going into today's match.
Well, I think that one thing to talk about between these two teams is that, well, within recent history, we've actually heard a lot of talk about Astral from other pro teams inside of the scene, and whether it be in relation to SI or just some of the players on this squad. But it does seem to be that some of these Mexican players are starting to make waves, which would mean that they're more than likely starting to get better scrims, and practice is starting to go in a more positive direction. So for both of these squads, it could be the simple fact of over these last couple of months, major improvements happening simply by, practicing and scrimming up against these better teams. So that's what I'm extremely excited for, because obviously iron sharpens iron. So to actually, get in the trenches, deal with those kind of things and work those problems out, we could actually have a really, really good series here. That's what I am, the big question on my mind today is, what are these two squads going to be able to produce? Obviously, I'm still resting my heart inside of the Astral camp just because they haven't proven me wrong just yet. So, I have to reside over there. But for the Timbers, I definitely expect to see some improvements from what we saw inside of August.
Definitely the case. And like we talked about a couple of times here already, Astral is looking to continue to chase to be within the top 16 for SI contention and SI points. There are quite a few of those on the line today for both of our teams. The winner, of course, taking the lion's share of that, along with a 10K first place that comes with winning this major here today. But since Astral are already in the 20s with regards to the overall global rankings, the extra 225 points that they would gain from a victory today would push them up a considerable amount. I don't know if it would be enough to push them into the top 16 or not, but they'd be getting close, that's for sure. And that's definitely something they want to try and achieve for themselves, to see if we can have, or if again, keep in mind, I've only been in Siege for a couple of years. Stokes can correct me here if I'm wrong, but if memory serves me correctly, for the first time, possibly seeing a Mexican team go to SI, right?
It'll be the first time ever, yeah.
So,
which should be really, really cool. Like you said, it's always cool to see a region actually, punch high enough to make it into the big leagues and go to those major events like SI, the biggest event that we have for Rainbow Six Siege. So, but actually, as a part of that, I think Astral with this win will actually be inside of the top 16. I'm pretty sure. We'll have to see where the dust settles after all the major events go through, because obviously we still have majors coming up for EU, APAC, as well as NA. So there's a lot of things going on inside of Rainbow Six. Make sure you guys are paying attention across the next month. There's going to be a lot of Rainbow Six Siege action. So a lot of SI points flying around, John. Lots of excitement.
Yeah, those points are going to be shifting quite a bit over the next month or so while the major plays itself out. As obviously all of the majors are not being played on the same weekend. That'd be a little too crazy, both for our schedules and for yours at home. But yeah, over the next month or so, we'll be playing out the majors across all 4 of our regions. And as a result of that, we'll hopefully get to see the points shift and get a clearer picture of what SI may be looking like now that we would have completed the second major of the year. Still waiting, guys, by the way. Huge apologies from our side here for the delay with getting things started. It looks like we're still having that small technical issue getting a player in, but we are looking to resolve that as quickly as possible. As I know you guys at home want to see this match, we want to see it too, so we're just waiting on things to get ready here.
Yeah, waiting on this nice Saturday, you know, making sure the coffee's warm and all that in the afternoon. Excited for this matchup once again, John. Best of 5. We haven't commentated one in a while. Always nice to have you along for the ride, man, when it comes to this stuff. These two maps, or, you know, the two maps at least we have on the docket between these two right now, Club and Villa, to start us off once again. Right now, looking at a Club, just diving a little bit deeper in there while we're waiting for these players to get in the lobby, guys. We're just waiting for probably another 45 seconds here. But Club, a map that, you know, when we first started talking about it, quite rigid. And this map overall, very CQC in the, you know, style of play. Shotgun's very important at sometimes. Obviously, you know, we do have those longer areas of sight, especially downstairs. But when it comes to the sights overall and how you have to play it, you really have to respect what the offense brings to the table and try to counteract that. What do you think that both of these teams can offer walking into Club?
I think one thing that we'll probably see is, because we see Astral bringing a lot of that individual prowess to the table, most notably from Sigmas, but it's certainly not going to be just him as well. We saw great performances from Pixie, Skimzy. I mean, like, really this whole team, if I remember correctly from the last major that we casted with these guys, we saw rounds from every single one of them. So I think that that individual effort is going to come into play in a big way if we ever hit any snag points with Astral on the attacking side and them having issues getting into the site, especially against things like basement attacks. I think that that individual prowess that they bring to the table is going to help them out a lot in that department, with possibly finding those round-changing entries that can open up possibilities of attack that might not otherwise exist for teams that are struggling to get into sites on a map like Clubhouse, because things are so rigid, as we were just talking about.
I completely agree with you. And I think that the main thing to talk about there is, you know, the prowess that you were talking about. These guys have the ability to be playmakers, and that's really what you need, especially, you know, on that entry front where you're looking to get those early kills and get in some of those engagements where it might be a 50-50, but just because somebody's taking this gunfight rather than this other guy, you know, now it's a 60-40. There's a lot of things that go into this and how this works. So I'm extremely excited to see those improvements that we've seen Astral have, especially from Sigmas. I mean, Sigma's a highlight player. I know that you're trying to hold off on talking about him, but we got to give credit where credit is due, John. Sigma's an insane player when it comes down to it. Personally speaking, I play against this guy all the time on those Scus servers inside of ranks. And I'll tell you right now, I have never died to a guy more on pixel angles than anybody in my entire Rainbow Six, you know, if you can even call it career inside of playing. But the guy is insane. I'm extremely excited to see what he can bring today. So let's see what they have to offer.
Gonna get this guy into FPL maybe, but no more delay, folks. It is time to go live with our very first matchup here in a full best of 5 series. It's the Timbers going up against Astral for the Mexico Major. The winner taking home $10,000 along with 225 SI points. Let's see who will come out on top of our first map here on Clubhouse as we get into our initial bans.
Let's see what we got going on here. So Thatcher to start us off on Clubhouse. Pretty rudimentary ban here. Thatcher, always been a very, very potent operator inside of Rainbow Six Siege. Recently gotten a nerf to where he mostly disables utility on the defense. So just digging him off the board, going to make it toward getting walls a little bit more difficult, and Maverick coming in. So we're par for the course here, John.
Yeah, pretty standard bans as far as I'm concerned on the attacking side. Now, I'm pretty sure we're still working with the permaban on Echo here for this league as well, so he should already be out of the pool, meaning that we're more than likely going to see a Maestro ban come out here from the defender's side at some point. Wamai is going to be another one that we see. Wamai's proven himself to be a very powerful operator across pretty much all the maps as of late because he plays with Jaeger so well. So getting him out obviously makes it a lot easier just to get into sight, not have to dump utility entirely. And on top of that, gets rid of the deployable shield, which he can use to set himself up in some pretty dangerous parts of the map. Mira is going to be our final ban. That does mean that Maestro is left in play this time, so teams will have to deal with that on the attack, but Mira windows not going to be in factor for this map.
Now not the biggest deal either. We really don't see Mira on this map, even when she's up. You know what I mean? We see her a couple of times. We've seen, well, at least for, inside of the North American League, we saw the Sonics utilize her extremely well downstairs for their church setups, but we're not going to be seeing too much of that today. But we are going to be seeing a Monty off rip for the Timbers, and it is nice to notate right here. We need to talk about this. There has been some recent nerfs inside of shield play, so more than likely why we're going to be seeing the 6th pick from Navi here.
Seeing what else we'll get out of these teams. No additional 6 picks. Navi just clicking that one quite a bit there as he checks for it. But either way, we're going to head into the initial round here, take a look and see what exactly we'll have. And interestingly enough, we are going to build into a bedroom defense to start things out here on round number 1. Not something you always see teams going to, but Astral's going to hop onto that to get things started.
Yeah, it should be some fun here. I mean, looking over at the defensive lineup and, really what they have to offer, I think the thing that stands out most to me is going to be the Kaid. We don't see Kaid used too often on this, site, and there's really nothing for him to try and hold down. I guess that they're more than likely obviously going to be playing wall denial with this. I'm expecting Jacuzzi, but we'll have to see what they have. We don't have any impacts. That's the thing that stands out to me, because most teams really, really want to hold on to, cash. But instead, Astral seem to really be, prone to play for this plant here. They'd much rather try and use that utility to try and defend site.
We're going to see Timbers move out here as they spawn. Not obviously going to expect anything too crazy right off the bat, seeing as we've got Timbers moving in almost entirely from the cache side of the map here. Toski almost getting some unfortunate damage thrown against him due to timing, but the timing works into his favor this time as just a little bit of spam comes in from the Timbers members trying to take out the window over towards the main steps. We've got members on the roof. They're already going to work on the utility side of probably taking out this Jacuzzi balcony pretty quickly within the first minute or so of the round, as that'll be the initial priority for our attacking team here.
It's going to be slow beginnings here. That's exactly what we expect, especially on Clubhouse. But Timbers, working what they regularly would, just working their way down the list here. Astral more on a horizontal hold right now, which Timbers is going to have to respect. They want to handle CCTV. You can already see some of the hard breach placed around there, but we're actually going to have, technically speaking, triple hard breach right now, John. We're going to have a morph with that secondary hard breach on top of Capital, which very nice pickup here. Really like what the Timbers are doing with this. They banned the Wamai away, which makes it to where Capital is going to be even more potent.
Vector trying to throw in one of his charges. I actually might have hit himself with that one looking at it. It looked a little weird from my POV, but either way, I'm going to have to back up for a moment. Toski's going to be able to get an angle onto Vector, taking him out entirely. That removes the Zofia from the equation, along with the extra drone that goes to the grave with her there. A few other members here from the Timbers looking to see if they can find any initial picks, but Astral's not biting, not giving them any opportunities here. And at the moment, Astral just patiently controlling the site, waiting for Timbers to make the next move.
Well, it's funny enough that you talk about drones, because the drone economy right now for Timbers is, well, it's for the trees, because right now it's completely gone. Like, nobody can really do anything. All the drones are gone. They're going to have to face check all these angles. I don't exactly know where this went wrong for Timbers either. I mean, they're only down Vector right now, a little bit of damage onto Raven, but this seems like a misuse of information gathered, but nothing capitalized upon, and now Timbers have to try and do this with no intel, which is going to be a huge problem.
Morph continuing to try and look for those entries, as I was talking about previously. Nothing presenting itself to him on the inside of Logi. Oh, never mind. He is actually going to be able to find out Pixie hiding just by the closet transition. Takes him down. An immediate trade is found elsewhere on the map, and they'll be able to push that advantage further. But look at this from Raven. He snuck all the way up to top main. Gets a free pick against Toski. Biggest problem for the team right now is they did lose their diffuser on the inside of Logi, so Raven's got to redirect over to pick it up. But him, along with Reaper, still alive, and with Raven's next pick up there, they've got a chance at this one, but oh no, the trade comes in from Fungi. Doesn't get the confirm just yet, but ultimately we'll see Raven go down as he's actually going to crash out, it looks like there. And that will seal the deal for this round as the team asks for a rehost, and our observer confirms that. So I believe we will indeed be rehosting the match, but that round should stick.
Yeah, that run's definitely going to stick. Astral up 1-0 right now after a very, very strong gym defense. But I think that the thing that we got to talk about, John, is that drone economy and exactly what happened there. It really seemed as though obviously that was the biggest problem for them. It's just the simple fact of You're at a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and you don't have a single drone left on your entire team. You're only in a 4v5, which isn't necessarily the end of the world. They already got a decent amount of work done. And the major problem that they had looking into things was, well, not only obviously Habana getting caught up in a game crash, but also that lack of intel, which they really never were able to capitalize on, as well as just a little bit of a mark towards the straw, them not really recognizing what the current game state was in. Obviously, the drone economy had already been put into tatters for the offense, and Astral playing pretty reserved and not expecting them to get aggressive when that was really their only option.
No, that was a very like run of the mill round for Astral. There's not much to talk about on their part. They just held that standard hold on the inside of the site and played it out as well as they could, right? Despite that, still bringing it very close. But going back to your point about the drone economy, it did cause a massive delay with their overall attack, ultimately forced into making a play at the end of the round. Things still ending up being relatively close as it went down to a 2v2 at its closest point there. But unfortunately, without that drone economy, as you said, to really confirm the positions of a few of these players, you have to see one of them going in blind at the end of the day into that site. They may or may not have been aware of the fact that we had the Goyo playing on the inside of the bathroom, but they could have checked it if they had a drone. Unfortunately, not the case because, as you said, all their drones were gone at about a minute and a half.
Yeah, and as you said, it's going to be really hard for them to try and get in the building and everything like we discussed. So going into the future here, they really need to get these entries in and start handling the map. They spread themselves very thin on how they tried to go about things. It really seemed as though they wanted Habana to handle CCTV just for the crosses or anything from Garage, but there was really no Garage presence from Mistral. It really seemed as though not only the hard breach utilized on that side, but the positioning of how they wanted to use Habana, not very potent for the kind of take that they wanted to go for. They really prioritized that jacuzzi wall, used Ace's utility over there to get that open, but when it came down to it, they just couldn't capitalize on the master balcony, ended up getting picked off, and that's really where those problems started to show themselves.
That's the other question for me too, looking at that round right now for the folks on Timbers is they had so much hard breach, and we talked about this at length, right? About how they brought potentially 3 hard breachers, but it was really only the jacuzzi wall that got breached. I didn't pay attention too much to the chaos that was going on around the jacuzzi breach itself, but I'm very curious as to why they didn't find themselves having the extra hard breach to possibly take out one of the bathroom walls as well, and giving them a much greater POV into the actual site.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, especially with a hard breacher like Ace being on the offense and the only wall denial being mute as well as Kaid. I mean, you can't exactly trick a Selma charge. It just goes off too quickly. The Electro Claw's never going to be able to catch up to it. If somebody can, do that on a regular basis, somebody needs to sign them a contract right now. So, having Ace on the board is going to change this up a lot. I'm really excited, really, kind of scared for Timbers right now just because of that misuse and utility right there. Instead, funneling into sight, it worked out for them, but you really do sometimes have to chalk it up to Estral just trying to play their lives, trying to play that timer, and didn't expect Timbers to walk in a minute 20. I mean, we had some really nice frags come out, especially from that AK-12, but it was just too little too late for Timbers, and especially with that disconnect, Estral just played a much smarter game instead of that first round. But hey, that's Rainbow Six. I mean, we got a lot to talk about inside of one round. We're getting everybody back into the lobby right now, folks. We should be jumping back in very soon. I'm excited to continue this series in between these two and to see if Timbers can make any of these adjustments. But the biggest thing right now, that, rehost right off rip, round 1 for Timbers, might be a nice mental reset as I toss my pen. I'll go pick it up here in a second. Doesn't really matter, but I feel as though the Timbers do have something to offer here that could just be, the main problem. It really seemed as though Habana, lagged out quite early on there. So that round might have been a toss away from earlier on, and Timbers were just trying to figure things out and see how Astral really wanted to play. I mean, there's a lot of options here and what they could have done. They could have literally just said, hey, the game glitched out. Let's just use our utility to see what they're doing on site, what operators are running, and try and really get a game plan going into the future of Clubhouse.
Very important point to note, of course, with the disconnect happening there. That round obviously has a pretty big asterisk on top of it. So Astral's still going to have to try and perform a little bit more here when hopefully we have the full force of the Timbers roster back into the server and ready to play out. We are still, like I said before, guys, we are still working on rehosting things here and getting started out from round number 2. Just waiting on 2 of the members of the Timbers to reconnect, and then we should be good to get things rolling yet again. Go back onto Clubhouse here to see if Astral can continue their own dominance as they just started things out with a very nice bedroom defense, meaning that they have the other sites to choose from. Now here they can go to either cache or basement, which is normally where teams start out at. Astral's got a pretty big advantage already being able to win the usually off site for a lot of teams in a lot of other regions.
Yeah, as you were talking about at the very beginning of that map, it's, you know, very unorthodox to start on that tertiary bomb site, but instead they go to gym bedroom. They prove that, hey, it's a very, very strong strategy in what they're doing. Timber is really, you know, not having a horse in the race, but now they get to go back to the two sites that everyone's used to playing. Astral's going to feel very, very at home, and this could be, you know, the site triangle completed right off rip, run up 3 rounds, and, you know, already make it very difficult for Timbers to run back, put that pressure on them, and I think that's exactly what Astral's looking for. They're able to crush the spirits early on inside of the best of 5. There shouldn't be a problem, you know, taking the candy from the baby.
That's the important thing to know, guys. It's still very early days here in this best of 5. That's the first round out of like 60 or 75 or something like that. I'm not even going to try to do math.
We got a
live
long
on
day
air.
ahead of us,
but yeah, there's a lot of rounds potentially to be played today. We go the full distance of all 5 maps. Only the first one played out, folks. We still got a long way to go. We do have everybody reconnected now, so just waiting on the ready ups to come in. Astral is ready. The Timbers are ready, so shouldn't be much more delay, folks. I think we're just a couple seconds away, pending any issues loading the map for both of our teams. Fingers crossed there. We should be good to go here and start things out with round number 2. Once again, Astral's on defense. Timbers are on the attack. We're going to keep our fingers really crossed here as we get ready to go back in. And it looks like we're good to go. So
I was even trying to cross my toes there. It just didn't work. I don't have that ability. So
it's actually really hard to do.
Do you have toe dexterity? I don't have toe dexterity.
No.
Yeah. I'm not a, you know, a baller. I'm not a footballer.
My toes are still in like kindergarten learning their ABCs and stuff. I don't even know what that means, but
I mean, do your toes play footy? I mean, like, do you playing football or something, man?
No.
Some soccer?
I have no physical dexterity, so.
The only dexterity I have is with my voice, and that's why I do this. So, you know.
That's say, hey, that works for both of us then, man. All right, folks. So moving it into the second round here, we are going to go into a basement defense. Initially, Clash was shown, but it was 6 picked out over towards Amazi. So that'll be Skimzy jumping onto him, and we'll see how this setup works here. Definitely a couple mobile operators here. Not too many, though. So more than likely, we can expect that very turtle-centric playstyle that pretty much every team is using for their basement holds right now. But we'll see what Skimzy has to offer us, because he might play around a little bit towards top blue area, considering he's a little bit more mobile there on the Mazi.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. That's going to be up to Timbers to try and cut off his, you know, rotation back to site and make sure that he can't do it safely. But obviously, he could get away with the bag here, possibly get a nice, you know, kill to start us off. And, you know, there's a lot of things on the offense that are going to change up how this plays if he is able to get that pick, like you were saying. I think that the main one right now would be a pick onto Navy would change up a lot of things. You're not going to be able to play the verticality how you want to, simply because they don't have any other soft breach. The only other soft breach that they have is Vector, and Vector didn't bring any breaching charges. He has Claymore. So not having, you know, Ash on the board or anything like that could be a hindrance to Timber, you know, if things end up going that way. And we are going to have a roam game here, John. It's not going to be supported how we usually see with the castle barricades and everything that we, you know, usually see entailed inside of a roam like this, you know, those SSG style of roams. But it could still definitely work out for Astral. They just have to make sure that that fallback plan, the contingency plan, is thought out.
They've got additional reinforcements even going up onto these security walls here, so definitely a different flavor being brought to the table. Even the reinforcements come into the jacuzzi wall as well, as we got a quick little preview from the inside of Gym from the Observer. But oh, Morph gonna walk right up and say goodbye to Skimzy as he gets deleted. Vector will do the same to Toski. The roam game just not working out at all here for Astral, as both of their players get deleted within the first minute of the round.
And that's going to be a big problem here for Astral, you know, just getting the cart in front of the wagon here. And, you know, the problem is with that is that they really didn't play timer. We just saw them really try and take gunfights to the outside of the building. And that's not necessarily what you want from your roam game, especially this early on. You know, you're not really truly doing your job well as a roamer until you get to that minute 30 mark. So to have both of your roamers die this early on and offer truly nothing to the team except for getting rid of a couple of drones, you're going to be leaning heavily on your site players to try and make some magic happen.
Pixie here still holding an angle as well, waiting to see if there's going to be any aggressive swings from the Timbers players in the blue. seeing that just yet, but Morph is somewhat on the way here, although he's looking for a pick on the inside of Church right now to the soft destruction, and he nearly got it right there too, or at least got the opportunity for it. There's a player just past there. He sees the cross. Nice angle being taken there by Morph, but just not able to line up the shot he needs to take out the player on the inside of sight.
I don't think he's going to be contesting that for too long either. Sigma's with a TCSG-12, a hallmark weapon that's changed up the history inside of Rainbow Six Siege in recent times as Fungi takes down Vector, and that's going to be a good leadoff kill for these defenders on site as we continue to dwindle down the timer. They can't even get the hatch open either as it's been locked away. Frag grenade's already down. No more explosives for the offense. They're going to have to funnel down the main stairs. Sigma's now knowing this, just going to make some holes, starts to rip through, but he rips Reaper to shreds as well. 3 versus 3 as they're trying to flood into sight, but it's Astral all over the board. Sigma's with pistol out, can't even get the last kill. It's Pixie with the SMG-11 as Astral makes it look easy with that sight work.
Yeah, beautiful recovery from Astral deeper into the site here. A bit of a misread, especially with this last one here. Pixie getting the kill off from the corner by the member. Anyway, a bit of a misread by the Timbers roster there as they had the ultimate advantage at the beginning, took out 2 different players that were overextended out from the site. And as a result of that, ended up being down a 3v5, really right from the beginning of that round, right within the first minute, as we're going to see here on the replays right now. But still, despite that fact, able to turn it around on the execute. Great recovery by the Astral roster.
And this is very worrisome when it comes to the Timbers, John. The thing right now is that they're obviously getting the opportunities, especially instead of that 5 versus 3. You only have to worry about the side players. You already handled the roam game of Astral. So now when it comes down to that site execute, it's strictly going to be on positioning, getting yourself set up for success, and getting that task list done. You know, we're playing Among Us at this point. You got to make sure to do your wires before you actually, you know, get back to the emergency meeting. So for these guys, it's like, you know, they lied about their wires task. They didn't get the hatch open. They didn't have the explosives to be able to get off the Electroclaw, you know, and that's the things that they really need to worry about. And this lineup is just not offering it, John. They need to go back to the drawing board in this. In some ways, specifically with the amount of explosives that they're bringing, I'd really like to see a change up in that because they really need burn for what's going on site. Obviously, we have the Wamai ban coming in, so the burn game is going to be a little bit different here. Obviously, having those Wamai discs making Capital more potent, having those off the board, but with those ADSs in play, you still have to burn 6 pieces of utility, and the problem is that the offense doesn't have 6 pieces of utility to exactly burn. The only person with stun grenades in this entire Timbers roster right now is Reaper. Everything else is something that you're going to want to utilize, whether it be concussions, impacts, or frag grenades. Even the smoke grenades of Raven can be used as an execution tool. So to not have that secondary utility to burn through those ADSs right now, or to make sure anything's clear so your explosives can land properly and clear that utility to actually get you onto site, is Timber's main reason for not being successful.
And we'll take a deeper look and see how badly that's been affecting them when we get into another execute here. It probably should come up pretty efficiently within this site execute too, since this is such a claustrophobic push you have to make. More than likely, they're going to have to deal with those ADSs at some point, and that issue that Stokes is just talking about misused utility is going to come up for certain here. Vector, let's take a look at him here at the start of the round, looking for an opportunity to try and find a pick. There was a member of Astral that got very close to the edge of Red Hall, but no dice on actually getting the peek from him, so not going to see any commitment just as of yet. Nope, little slip up there from Vector, but thankfully will be quickly corrected here with him re-rappelling up to the top.
Well, the good news for Timbers is they've made some progress. CCTV wall has a breach in it, so not going to be able to be played how they wanted before, and that's a big pickup onto Sigmas. Already having a pretty decent game after the rehost, 2-0 and now 1, so getting him off the board, nicely done by Timbers, but his utility already going to be down. Have some holes here, wide spray by Pixie as Navy wins out that one. We're back in the exact same suit and tie and John, but this might be a different dance. Let's see how Timbers handles this.
Kimsey still trying to wrap back around here and find some revenge for his fallen teammate from a couple seconds ago. Fungi trying to push from the other side. Fungi's got to be careful, though. He just got revealed. They've got a soft panel on the inside of Cash, too, so they need to be very careful about how they play around that. And apparently, it's not going to be careful enough as Navy finds the next frag here against Fungi, slowly pinching onto the site, leaving just Skimsy and Toski alive. Skimsy's scared of a flank, and he's right to be scared of it. Tries to whip out the shotty in order to win out that fight, but only panics now. Has to fall back because his teammate's under a lot of pressure here, too. Skimsy's going to get pinched on the inside of Cash. Toski taken down at top red, and it's Timbers that finally control a round for themselves here on number 3.
Some big plays for Navy here, and some misguided gunfights from Astral. Very aggressive when it came down to it, and I really think you got to chalk that up to them respecting that man count. Astral really wants to play into their favor when it comes to that, and if they end up losing man count, they're going to try and refrag in a very aggressive way. I like this form of play, but for Astral right now, it seems as though they were getting caught off guard by what Timbers is doing, so that might be ill-advised. You might want to play more around your team and try and, successfully hit those refrags, but make sure that somebody else is there to support you inside of these gunfights. We're having a lot of hero plays, especially on that defensive round there, so I expect Astral to tighten things up just to make sure that, Timbers can't exactly run away with it on this offense. Astral's already proven that they can play clubhouse defense. They just have to go back to doing what they were instead of taking these early gunfights.
Right, so as we enter the 4th round, it completes the circle here for the Astral roster. They are not going to make a reattempt over in cash, and instead are going to head back into gym and bedroom yet again here. Things worked out pretty well for them on the first attempt here, due to the fact that Timbers lost so much of their drone economy early on, and a player, of course, will note that did unfortunately get disconnected, so that obviously made things a little bit easier for Astral as well, but still, Astral was able to put up a very nice defense and win that one out for themselves, netting them their first round in the match. Now we'll get to see if they can do the same thing on repeat here. Here's see the extra reinforcements going down to block off cache access, and this allows for greater freedom for the roam team that's going to extend out into construction and cache room itself. Obviously, with the reinforcements there, they don't have to worry so much about getting pinched that early on. The attackers will have to use quite a bit of their own utility and possibly some of their hard breach in order to get rid of the 2 players that are currently in there.
Yeah, absolutely. This lineup's sticking for Timbers, though, as we've been talking about it. But I would like to say that we really haven't seen the impact from Morph that I would really want to see with that Wamai ban. They've prioritized bringing Capitao inside of this lineup, which is obviously a positive with that Wamai ban coming in, but they really haven't made any true impact with those arrows that I've seen. We've seen Morph get some kills and getting some engagements, but it's mostly been with the rifle. We haven't seen the tactical crossbow come out and really, change up how this defense has to play. So now into round 4, about a minute in, Astral lying in wait to see what the Timbers have to offer, and it seems as though they want to go about things in very similar fashion to how they did the last time. We'll see if it goes better. Reaper still going to be mainly focused on CCTV and assistance with Navy from the CCTV window. Frag grenade out as they're trying to clear some of that utility. He's going to do some damage to Sigmas as well, as he'll continually contest the CCTV window. He's actually going to take a little bit more damage as well as he dips back inside of cash to play an off angle for the construction window.
But I think it should work pretty well too if the player tries to sneak up on it. I think that in fact it just did right there. Navy's able to find some good frag, or some good damage onto Navy, I should say. Sigma's finding that damage onto Navy, setting up a good early frag here. Speaking of early frags, Vector, one of the most impactful players, especially back in the initial round here, is going to end up going down.
Oh my God!
That's a nice shot from Morph right there as he says goodbye to his opponent. But the problem is Toski wants to say hello as he swings out from the window, takes out Morph on a trade, brings us right back into a 4v3 with Astral still having the advantage.
And that's what we needed to see from Astral, like we were talking about in between these rounds. Get aggressive on those refrags, but play that team game. And that's exactly what they did. They're playing tight-knit, close to the site, and are guaranteeing those refrags. Strong stuff from Astral here. They put Timbers on their back foot. Now, how are they going to act? 3v4 going in the last 40 seconds here. They've just now gotten control of CCTV and cache, but they have to make some more progress towards site. Not really any hard destruction left, as Raven's going to use his last Selma charge on this single panel here as they get rid of the mute jammer for construction, but they're already ready for the site execute. Navy rushes inside of logistics, takes down well, but there's going to be a trade from Toski as Reaper gathers another down to the 1v2, but quickly done and dusted by Astral as Toski just grabs the reins and runs away with it. Round 4 going the way of Astral.
Just a whole mess of frags there at the end once more. The folks from the Timbers trying to brute force their way in at the end of the round there. Take a look at some of the replays from the end of the last round as well. A deeper look at what exactly happened there. But once again, Astral holding it when push comes to shove in the XP. That's been the make or break factor here, it seems, for Astral, despite the fact that multiple times now, take a look at this very nice kill from Morph too. Look at that. Very well done from him. Very well placed. He was able to find that great shot. That unfortunately got immediately traded out there by Toski. And that's the big problem here right now for Timbers is they're finding a lot of early success, but they're having a lot of trouble translating it into an actual site take, as we've seen not only from this round, but the initial round and the basement attack as well, where they got 2 kills and initially a 3v5 advantage in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. And for Timbers, it's not like it's the worst thing in the world, right? Like they're getting the engagements and they're winning some of them. The main problem right now is that Astral is just simply better in the refrag game. And when it comes down to it in the clutch, Timbers have not been able to produce. We might end up having another bit of a problem here.
Toski's having some problem on the main stairs there. Oh, it's not even just Toski either.
Well, more than likely going to be having a rehost there, and that's exactly what we're going to have. As 2 members are dropped, and you can't necessarily play Rainbow Six Siege down 2 people. That's a lot of utility off the board. So you guys are going to be coming back to us. Welcome back to the desk, folks. How you guys doing? Let's break down some Timbers versus Astral gameplay, shall we? So we're already through 4 rounds, guys. We know what the next site's going to be. Everything's going to have to stay the same operator lineup-wise, yada, yada, yada. You guys get the gist. So we're going to basement for the next one, but we've already had 2 gym plays, a basement play, and a CCTV play. We've only had 1 successful round win by the side of Timbers, that being on their CCTV offense. Navy having a large impact on that. How you feeling about Timbers so far, John? For me personally, I'm feeling like this is going to lean strictly on how those frags pour in. If they have a really, really big round early game where they're getting, 2 to 3 frags and it comes down to a 2v4, I feel like they really have a chance. But when it comes to even man count going into that last minute, it seems like they have a major problem.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much echo your thoughts exactly, because it goes back to what I said at the end of that last round there, where there's a lot of issues showing up in the late round right now for the Timbers roster. I haven't been paying super close attention to the drone count minus what we saw back on round number 1, but if that's remaining an issue for them, it could explain some of the problems they've been having to try and force their way into the site and push their way through the anchor setup that's deeper in the actual site without having appropriate drone intel. They're just going to get shut down time after time again, as has been the common case here so far throughout the course of this matchup. Now that we're looking at a 3-1 scoreline, it seems to become more and more obvious here that they really need to try and iron up that intel game for those executes, because they're doing a fantastic job in the early round. Don't get me wrong. They're constantly finding early picks. The roam game right now is a bit of a mess from the Astral roster. So as long as they continue to abuse that, they'll have the advantage in the early round. But the problem is, without their ability to translate it, whether it's intel concerns or just problems trying to entry into the site, they're never going to be able to really pick up any rounds if they're not able to push it into the site.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I really do think you can chalk it up to mostly the intel problem. But the thing is, for me, is that Timbers handles their map in a very spread way. And that's not necessarily a terrible thing if it's done well. But the main problem is right now is they keep running into this, obstacle that is utility usage as well as intel. And when you're spread thin like that, it's very hard to utilize these pieces correctly, because you can't exactly capitalize on intel how you want to. Maybe there's a piece of utility that you really desperately need on that part of the map, but it's you don't necessarily have immediate access to it. There's a lot of implications that go into handling a map like Clubhouse, and really anything for the offense inside of Rainbow Six. You're going to have to run into that problem and figure out a way to go around it. A lot of teams we see focus all of their stock utility on a portion of the map, handle that, and then go to other portions of the map to then handle it with the squad like that. This team really seems to favor that spread offense, and honestly, I think it's hindering their success right now. We see them continually run into these problems where, they get that initial entry frag, but Astral's there for the refrag. Timbers just isn't. They're able to pick up those kills and then snowball it into these round wins, specifically abusing that Capitao. I mean, we've seen Capitao killed off early on almost every single one of these rounds, John, and that's just making it to where the Wamai ban is not assisting this offense.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a really bad omen, I think, for Timbers if it continues to remain a problem, not only throughout this map, but throughout the course of the series. Think about the map we're currently on with Clubhouse, right? This is a map where roamers are relatively contained and restrained to usually very similar parts of the map, depending on the site that's being played. So the roam game is pretty predictable for the most part when you're on attack on this map. But that's not so much the case as we move deeper into this series, even to just our second map towards a map like Villa, right? where the roamers have a lot more freedom to play, a lot more opportunities to set themselves up on parts of the map that their opponents may not be expecting. If they're not doing a good job of locking this down, and more importantly, not getting traded out by it early on here, then that's going to be a really, really big issue as we get to some of these more roam-heavy maps deeper in the pool, I think.
I completely agree with you, especially with what you said about Villa, but it is just multiplied by a million when we get onto the next map, because we're talking about Oregon at that point, and we're guaranteed Oregon as well, John. You got to remember that. So that roam game, like you said, going to come up huge in these next 2 maps. It's, oh my goodness, it's more or less contained. Yeah, I'm fine. Anyways, it's more contained inside a clubhouse, like you said, but going on to these next 2 maps, Villa and Oregon, it's going to just unleash the beast upon this squad. And if Timbers can't handle it, if they don't have the lineup, or really haven't grown inside of that category, then they're obviously going to run into some major problems. And I don't know if they're even going to make it out of these 3 maps, because if Estrella are still allowed to get away with this, and we actually see them produce when they get to their offense, I don't know how Timbers wins this.
We'll have to see, of course. Timbers, still very early days for them in this series, so plenty of time for not only self-improvement, but some self-reflection as well. If things do not go so well for them here on Clubhouse, they'll have those few moments in between to analyze themselves a little bit and hopefully make some improvements before they jump into their own map pick, which would be over on Villa. So that was the last map they won between these 2 teams in the previous major back in August, where we saw them clash in another best of 5. Like I said before, Villa was the only map that Timbers won in that series. Otherwise, there were 3 maps won by the Astral roster in order to take the victory for that one. Just waiting on one player, I believe, from Astral to reconnect here, and then we are going to be good to go, folks. If you're just joining us, we want to welcome you to the Mexican Major here for November. It is only a single match as we take the top 2 teams from the regular season of the Mexican division, seed them into this, well, very short bracket, obviously, and throw them at each other in a fully loaded best of 5 series. Astral comes in as the top seed. They have been number 1 in the Mexico division for quite some time now, and usually by a pretty big margin as well. They've been dominating when it comes to the regulation season. Second place was the Timbers, same as the previous major as well. So this is a direct rematch. The rosters, I believe, are also exactly the same as well here, the same as they were 3 months ago when these 2 teams faced that epic clash, and they're doing it once again here today in, well, technically October, but it's part of the November major, so
we're right around the corner. I mean, today's Halloween.
We're 1 day off, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
I just realized that inconsistency. But it's okay. We'll ignore that.
Yeah. Also, happy Halloween, everyone. Today's the 31st. It's the end of October. I know that the year hasn't been the greatest, but it's going by pretty quickly in some, things. That date just keeps rolling. We keep going through it. So we finally got the game launched, folks. Let's jump back in here in between Astral and Timbers to see, what everyone's costume is for this time of year.
Everybody's rocking with here. See if anybody's got the new skins. I don't even think they can rock those, though. I'm pretty sure those are comp bans, so nothing crazy gonna be coming out. The Muppet skins. Pretty sure those are banned in comp, so might not be seeing any of those today.
So troll. No, it's only esports skins for our esports program, so you can only run team skins. But actually, funny enough, thinking through this series and what we saw the last time inside of our August best of 5 between these 2, I remember both of these squads running Goyo all of the time. Like anytime Goyo was available, they would run him, and we actually saw him end up getting banned on one of those maps inside of that best of 5 as well. So I'm excited to see if at some point in time Timbers tries to take something away from Astral that they've been utilizing a lot, because it doesn't seem like they're exactly scared to do so. But also, just to point it out, we haven't seen nearly as much Goyo from this Astral defense so far, which is kind of funny, because with that Wamai ban, we usually see Goyo brought or things with lots of shields, because that's more utility that they have to burn through, but they're mostly just bringing that shield on Pixie.
Yeah, it's actually been pretty light on deployable shields for the most part. We're kind of shifted away from that meta a little bit here in this match so far, so it's been nice to see, of course, but regardless of that, Timbers have still had to be very careful with their clears, because defender utility is still very, very crazy right now. Maybe, of course, along with the rest of this team, looking to get into the first floor relatively quickly. It is a basement defense, so we shouldn't expect too much delay when it comes to Timbers getting their second and first floor clear done, as they're more than likely expecting the usual turtle setup that we've already seen from Astral earlier. Well, actually, we didn't see from Astral earlier on, but now we are seeing, as their roam game that they attempted previously just didn't really work out that well.
No, not at all. So they're going to bring a very similar lineup, but then they're just going to play it on site. Nice change up here by Astral. It's going to force Timbers to, more than likely want to drone the entire, map. And that's exactly what Astral's planned for here. We can see some mute jammers in aggressive spots, especially downstairs near the main double door. They've actually barricaded that off and put a mute jammer there. So they're just trying to limit the info game here for the Timbers, make it difficult for them to try and get any intel on site so that they know that those roamers are indeed back inside. So decent amount of utility found out by the Timbers. They'll be able to get rid of that, and they're actually on good time right now, a minute and 30 seconds, and they definitely still have plenty of utility to be able to handle all of this. Drone economy looking quite strong as well.
Morph to the bottom of main. Obviously being a little bit careful here as there is a small hole in the wall already. Don't want to give anything away. Makes another one here just to see if he can spot anything out, but roll back upstairs here to regroup with the rest of the team. Still working on getting their way through this hatch. Now, there was an impact hole made on the other side to try and deny this. Will it be utilized this time, though? Not looking likely, as the impact made by Navy there on the hammer are going to reveal any potential players that would go in to try and impact trick that. So no attempt is made by Astral. The hatch is open, and the Timbers now have the avenue of attack that they so desperately need here.
Well, it's nice that it opened because it was looking quite bleak there for just a second, but now Timbers have an opportunity. Let's see what they do with it. Drone economy, not in the best shape. Only 3 drones active, but most of them on flank watch, and that's going to be the big problem, is Timbers are going to have to go into this thick of the woods. Granted, with the chainsaw, but blind. Nitro Cell out here, and Sigmas is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Raven. That's case down at the bottom of main. Timbers, how are you going to act?
Morphed immediately rotates to retrieve the case. Should be able to get it back without too much trouble. Thankfully, no one from Astral has actual POV onto that angle. Just the capability to throw nitro cells at it, so they avoid it. We can see Timbers still trying to play to their top-down angles, but now as they creep in, you've got players in really advanced positions like Skimsy here, who's able to move forward, take out Vector without even looking at him. Morph's going to get dropped after taking down Sigmas. And Navy, he's still up on top here right now. No hope for the plant. Navy's just going to save his KD, as there's really no hope of this one. He'll drop in after the timer, as Astral has once again defended the basement.
It really seems as though Timbers continually wants to get information on site, and they just run their drones through a meat grinder right off rib. We haven't seen a roam game here from Astral, especially inside of that last round. Like the only round that we've seen, really good success on the basement attack was the roam game from Astral, where they ended up getting picked off up top. But Timbers just continually running out of intel, having to face check things. And like you said, Astral get to play advanced positions because of that, like we just saw there from the Mozzie inside of blue. It's very difficult to know exactly what these players are going to be doing. And sometimes it's as simple as that prone key coming out and making things more difficult. You're swinging an angle thinking somebody's going to be crouched or standing. All of a sudden, a guy, turned himself into a rug, and you're going to run into some problems. You can't necessarily gunfight that when you're worried about a million different angles.
Go back upstairs here. So far, to the only site that we've seen lost by Astral. Interestingly enough, it's also the site we often see most played by defending teams, because it's usually won by them. It's going to be up here on the inside of Cash and CCTV. We've already got one of the Maestro Evil Eyes going down the inside of construction there, so they can get a little bit of vision away from that. Nothing crazy really going on with the setup here from Astral. Everything looking very straightforward, very much what we come to expect. But they do also still have that half wall over here on the catwalk rotate as well, so we'll have to be careful of that.
Indeed, we're going to have an extended hold here from Astral as they'll reinforce Jacuzzi, so we'll see how this works out for them. Defensive lineup looking quite strong. They are leaning a lot into information utility here, and especially with Toski coming out with this Valkyrie, I'm wondering if we're going to get more aggressive here on these gunfights, especially with what they have to offer. They've put Skimsy over onto the Malusi, which is not only going to slow them down, but also help with that info in certain regards here with those Banshees. But Skimsy can also get very, very aggressive with his Operator, recently getting an angled grip on that MP5. So switching out for that T5, Org's grabbing that T5, and that MP5 coming over to Malusi. So some recent changes here that can really go either way. The MP5 isn't the craziest gun, but with an angled grip on it, I mean, the thing can definitely rip some people to shreds. So we'll see if Astral can make good use of that. But over on the Timber side of things, they've actually already handled CCTV quite nicely. Ace using all of his charges on this
Here we
wall,
are.
but it's going to be Toski to strike first.
Toski's been looking for that opportunity to pick up an early frag for such a long time. He was roaming over by the strip club door about a minute ago. In fact, if you caught that, because I'm pretty sure he has a camera outside that more than likely Timbers is not spotted yet. And as a result of that, he's been allowed to go crazy here, chipping off damage onto Reaper and getting the frag onto Vector here. Navy with a good opportunity to try and turn it around, and he finds the headshot at the very end of his spray. That'll take Skimzy down and re-equalize the game into a 4 versus 4. With a little under half a round remaining. Morph now feeling the confidence from that kill going to start to move in and take barrage control away from the Astral roster. And interestingly enough, there's no one here to defend this right now from Astral. Despite the fact that we have ADSs and a whole bunch of utility committed here, there's no one home.
That's a big problem. I don't necessarily know where Pixie is. It seems that they've rotated off. They really considered that Timbers were going for a master take. But, you know, Timbers has really liked the spread offense so far, and they're still making good work of it as Astral goes live and takes down 2, all of a sudden down to Reaper and Raven. But they don't even have the utility in order to execute on his side as Pixie takes down Raven. It's now all down to Reaper. He has case control, but it's going to be too little too late. I don't even think he's going to get on the other side of the fence. So much gunfire coming in, trying to get through the hole, but the hole's broken. Can't necessarily take a gunfight right now either. And the problem is low mag capacity weapon here with Habana, so he's really only going to be able to take 2 gunfights at max, but that's not even going to matter either. Sigma's on the off angle with the cog, takes him down round 6, going into the back pocket of Astral.
Great round from Toski on the Valkyrie there, making some really great impact, and more importantly, kind of just delay the overall Timbers attack for a very, very long time there, allowing him to set up and still find the impact, getting 2 frags at the end of the round as his opponents failed to hunt him down despite putting people in front specifically for that purpose. Great work with the Valkyrie cameras there in order to line up some of that early damage and really put a dent in the overall attack there from the Timbers.
Yeah, absolutely. The main problem for the Timbers, like we said, you know, going back to the beginning of their offense, is that not only are they lacking inside of the intel department, but also the utility department. Like, there's a lot of problems right now for this squad. They're not really able to get the refrags on offense like they want to. They want to play that aggressive style, and I think that they're actually handling map control quite well. It's just that every single time that Astral contests them, Timbers aren't able to fight back. You know what I mean? It's really is like, you know, that sibling rivalry. You know, your big brother just usually wins. He's just simply bigger. So it's really difficult for Timbers right now inside of these gunfights. I don't necessarily know how they're going to try and adapt to that going into the future here. Obviously, this best of 5 is going to be long-winded, guaranteed 3 maps here since there is no map advantage. So there's going to be a lot of time for Timbers to actually, you know, right the ship and see if they can, you know, try and produce on their offense. But now the big question is, can they make anything happen on this defense?
Let's find out, of course, as the tables have flipped. Timbers now on defense, also heading back over here towards Jim and Master to start things off. I'm guessing this is a little bit more common here in the region. And of course, we now have Strahl on attack. Taking a look at their initial pathing to see if they're going to go for any aggression right off the bat, it does not necessarily look like that will be the case, as most of the utility players are going to put themselves over towards Jacuzzi Balcony. Navy's got a great camera up here on the roof. We'll be able to see, well, pretty much everything that's going on here in the event that Astral want to try to set anything up.
It's a pretty strong camera, especially for this site. You really want some vision onto that master balcony, and that provides quite a bit of it, as well as a lot of roof intel as well. And no one's necessarily going to be looking for that, but it doesn't really matter though. Toski's already got a nice pickup onto Morph. That's the Jaeger down. Obviously, ADS is still going to reside, but those problems still rearing their ugly head when it comes to the Timbers camp.
Reaper working on tricking this wall, and so far successfully, as far as I've been able to see. No hard breaches have worked their way through just yet. All of the utility from the Kali in the meanwhile has been utilized. We did see a little bit of a trade from a run out there. Sigma's able to get one on the response that brings us down into a 4 versus 3, but important thing to note here again is that the hard breach for the most part has been dealt with. There is one single ace charge remaining. No secondary hard breach to be seen either, which means that Jacuzzi wall is more than likely sealed for the rest of the round.
Exactly. And I mean, Timbers looking worse for wear right now. Strahl playing a very similar game when it comes to this offense. Stroll utilizing Pixie over here on the plat rappel, just trying to make it to where no one can actually walk inside of CCTV and take any of these gunfights from that window. So the master balcony players are going to be safe. Amazing snipe here as he takes down the bandit. Great shot from Fungi, and it's all of a sudden all down to Raven as Navy gets taken down inside of bar. But Raven at least good for one, but not before Zigma's jumps inside a gym, takes him down, and a Strawl now on map point.
Sigma's really looking to take over here now that they are on the attack, and thankfully it's going to be a very short takeover for them with the way that things are currently going. Already starting out the half at 5-1, just a single victory on the initial round has already put them up on map point. A very strong start to the series is looking like the way we are going to go here, unless it's going to be a massive turnaround here by the Timbers as they need to win 5 rounds in a row now. And keep in mind, this is just the first map in a best-of-5 series. You kind of got to pick your battles here in this series, and Timbers might be better served just moving this to the next map at this point.
Yeah, I would like to point this out just before anybody does, think about touching their browser. Don't move it just yet. Listen, Clubhouse, this is Astral's map pick, okay? So walking into this, you knew that they were going to play well. Obviously, we didn't think that was going to go this well off rip. You always want to give the opponent the benefit of the doubt, but Astral are just looking really, really strong on this map. Timbers don't really seem to have a horse in the race when it comes to Clubhouse. Their overall, thought process about this map, their overall game plan for it is quite strong, but they are handling some things and just, some very strange ways, especially inside of their refrag game. Some very aggressive showings here and some, hero plays that necessarily weren't, needed at the time. But for Timbers, as long as they're able to get through Clubhouse, learn something about what Astral is doing and apply it to the other maps, I definitely think that they still have a chance. So going into this last possible round here on Clubhouse, let's see if Timbers can start their stand now.
We've got Astral out on the board yet again. Let's take a look and see where they're going to funnel their beginning here, since we are going to a different site this time for the Timbers, as we'll be over on the cash side instead. No basement holds just yet here for the Timbers roster. Raven's got an extension down in the lobby, and he's not alone. Vector's going to be playing with him here too. It's on top of the player that's on catwalk, so a very, very strong site-focused setup for the Timbers, both below and up on top, trying to prevent access to both the lobby as well as the area over in the garage. Not as much in the inside of the bedroom defense, but still quite a few players over there as well in the event that Astral want to try and go for master control and funnel that over to the site as well here. Still trying to trick out the walls. We'll get an update as to how well that went in a moment here, but it does look like the garage panels here from Morph are being opened.
Very surprising stuff with that Electroclaw working through Navy. Seen someone inside of stock, but not able to confirm it with the re-peek, but SMG 11 bounce just a little too strong, ends up hitting mostly the bars. But Astral making good work on this timer. Already have that CCTV wall open. Now it's up to Timbers to try and hold them back. Try and stem the tide as much as possible. But the problem is that Astral have gotten most of our entry frags so far inside of this series, and I expect this round to really not change up at all. Navy getting very aggressive on the CCTV window, but it's actually going to be Vector to be the first one to lose his head.
Sigma's once again stepping up to the plate. We talked about how he's really going to take over now that he's moved on to the attacking side, and that seems to have been true so far here. I think he's picked up at least 3 to 4 kills just in the past 2 rounds here, including this one. Morph going to fend off any players trying to push their way in through garage. He sees the door opening, but as far as actual player count, they're still a couple feet away, so he's going to be waiting a bit longer for any potential duel to come that direction. Actually, maybe not too much longer, as there we go, gets the lineup, but hello, Pixie from down below is available for literally an instant trade. We're going to see Reaper start creeping up on the garage to try and find a trade as well. He wasn't expecting the blue presence to be there, so he's going to get forced up to the top of red here. And this becomes a very, very turtle-focused setup now, as Timbers don't really have any additional room to maneuver anymore.
And this is going to be a major problem right here. We were actually seeing some really, really nice sniper play from Fungi, which, as we know, with any game with something like this, it makes it to where you cannot cross how you want to. If you do and try and contest that initial shot can be the difference between life and death. Some trades come in as Pixie picks up Reaper, but Raven fires back. Timbers, worse for wear right now. It's on to Raven to try and clutch things up here on Clubhouse, but Pixie's already putting the plant down. Raven does have an opportunity presented to himself as he tries to rotate in, but Skimsy takes him down with a nice headshot that was quickly followed up by a sniper rifle bolt action bullet there. So Astral making quick work of Clubhouse here and sending us right into Villa.
Gimsy taking that full control and at a massive scoreline advantage. Him and the rest of Astral will come out on top of map number 1. 7-1 is going to be the final score here, as well as a 1-0 lead in the series now obtained for Astral. They're just 2 more maps away from shutting things down within this very, very epic best of 5. Villa is the second map that is up on deck, and that will be the pick from the Timbers, is where we'll be heading next. And as I mentioned a couple times already, it's so far the only map that we have seen in the previous series between these teams that was won by the Timbers. So hopefully looking to repeat that performance. It was very, very close, though, going all the way to OT. Only an 8-7 victory being given to the Timbers. So there's still a chance for redemption here for Astral to take it as well and give themselves a nice, easy 2-0 lead at the start of this series. Stick with it, guys, as that second map is going to be coming up right after this short break. We got more action coming up here at the Mexican Major right around the corner.
Pero tengo los míos, hermano. Aquí estamos todo bien. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, tú dices. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Fortify. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, tú dices. Cuando necesitas mula, yo sé que te pone coqueta. Porque no busca trabajo, al menos vendiendo paleta. Gozo la vida, trabajo, lo tuyo no te comprometas. Me gustan independientes, también que tengas un...
Nice shot for me! Perfect!
Live.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mexican Major here for our November Major. We've got 2 of the top teams within the Mexico region bounding it out here in a fully loaded best of 5 series. The first map having already been concluded. We've got Astral in front of the pack right now with a 1-0 lead coming off of their victory on Clubhouse. Villa is going to be the second map. It'll be the first pick from the Timbers. And we'll see how well it plays out for them, of course, but now we'll bring Stokes into the picture and get his thoughts on how he thinks Villa is going to transpire here. Now that we've seen the first map victory come out from Astral. Stokes?
You know, I'm really looking forward to Villa here just because it was our most competitive map between these two. The last time, I think that Timbers has something to offer when it comes to Villa. It seemed like they had not only their defense, but their offense planned out extremely well, and it was quite potent, especially up against the Astral roster. So walking into this, I'm expecting something very similar to what we saw the last time in between these two. On Villa, I don't want to see another iteration of Clubhouse. I don't want to see Timbers just lay down and let Astral do whatever they want to do, because that's really what we saw inside of that first map, John. Astral just allowed to run roughshod over the entire map at any moment in time. There was really no counters to whether it be the roam game or even, you know, the entry ability of this squad. Really, the only time that we saw Timbers make any progress on this Astral roster was when they ended up winning that, not only that first round that they ended up getting, but as well as their roam round on basement, where we saw them pick off those 2 roamers extremely early on. But even then, they weren't able to transition it into a round win.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some good stuff especially in the early round, within the first couple of rounds on that map. But even that started to fade away as we got later into the initial half where they were on attack. And they never even really got much of a preview of their defensive half because the map ended so quickly. We only had those 2 rounds played out with them on the attacking, or excuse me, with them on the defensive side. So then we'll get a better picture of that going into Villa. This is their map pick, so we might have to wait a bit for them to get on the attack, depending on how the overall ban phase played out there. But once again, we are going to have to see not only greater prowess when it comes to the early round on attack from Timbers here, because of the fact that there is going to be much greater and much more varied roam presence. You're going to do a lot more work to lock those players down. And when you consider that the drone game is also at a considerable weak point right now for the Timbers, it does not look good going into Villa. So we're going to have to hope that they quickly are realizing these issues and honing them in, because if not, we could unfortunately be looking at another clubhouse. We could be looking at another very one-sided affair from Astral. I hope, of course, that does not happen and we see a much greater performance from the Timbers. Hopefully they're feeling a lot more comfortable now on their home map here on Villa.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. And just to update you on the side start here, we're going to have Timbers starting off on the defense, which obviously is going to be the stronger side for Villa. And honestly, I don't necessarily know how that exactly happened. Obviously, it's because Astral picked offense, but then we'd have to have the whole discussion as to why they picked the offense. I mean, the thing is that for Astral, like we saw inside of that last map, they're not afraid to play offense and they're not afraid to play aggressively. We really saw this, brought to the forefront by Toski as well as Zigma's inside of that offense. Zigma's not really showing too much face on that defense. He just played his role and he played it well. But when we got to the offensive side of the coin for them, he just started to prove exactly why he's on this roster. That Zofia play coming through is exactly what we expected from him. But Astral versus Timbers on Villa, folks. It's coming up right now. Let's jump into Italy.
In game, they're saying good luck to our observer as well. So some camaraderie all around here. Just wanted to point that out, as you guys aren't going to get to see that, unfortunately. But the bans are going live now as we go through our very beautiful map preview, getting to see exactly what Villa has to offer us on the real estate department. Now we get to see what it has to offer us in the ban department here. As once again, Thatcher is gone right from the rip here, and we'll see exactly what the second ban is going to be. Do we get that Maverick ban to follow it up, or are we going to get something different?
What?
Yana, interestingly enough, is going to be removed from the pool here as the first ban from Astral.
I have never seen Yana banned inside of a competitive match in my entire life. So let's break this down real quick. Yana is an operator that is extremely strong when it comes to the intel gathering department, and that might be why Astral is taking her away. This could be a pocket pick here from the Timbers to really help out in that department, as well as you have to remember with that hologram of Yana, she's able to bait people into doing things that you necessarily wouldn't do if you considered, the person was fake, whether it be taking a gunfight or what have you. That little bit of misdirection is just enough to get a good entry kill or something along those lines. So nice ban here from Astral. We'll see if it affects Timbers at all, but the main thing is you have to remember Timbers is going to be starting on defense, as well as Timbers took away that Wamai once again. So we could see that Capital worked back in. We'll just have to see exactly what they want to bring to the table. Astral, as of right now, though, going to be showing the gridlock at least. This is somebody that we don't see utilized too often, especially with Nomad up.
Yeah, it's more notably that we've seen Nomad put in that position, but Gridlock can somewhat fulfill some of the same duties, and on top of that, also add some additional benefits to how she can really muck up the defender's ability to rotate within the site. That's going to get 6-picked out, though, so we don't have to worry about it too much right now. Just keep that in mind in case she comes up later, as the sledge is going to be brought by Toski instead. So Timbers have pretty much every advantage they could ask for at the beginning of this map. It's their own pick. They got the defensive start because Astral wanted to go on to attack. Now it's time to see what they can show us here.
All right. Well, defense-wise, I mean, we're looking quite strong with the utility that we're bringing. I really like what we're offering here, especially with the double SAS operators. I mean, you're going to have nitro cells for prevention on, vault plants, as well as some Waldenio here with that mute. So that's going to, be a twofold pick there. And I really like that they're, moving on over to the Malusi pick. those Banshees so potent, and especially with the lineup on offense from Astral, it's going to force them to use those explosives. This is something that we didn't see Timbers utilize inside of Clubhouse, was making sure that they kept that Ash Sophia on deck, because you need those explosive property, devices like those, breaching rounds as well as impacts that Pixie has to offer inside of Sophia's kit. Without those, it's going to be hard to work your way into sight. So it's nice that Astral brought those along for the ride.
Vector is going to immediately run into some trouble, but thankfully he's not alone in that battle over towards the main stairs. He's now getting pinched out by players both from the front doorway and the art studio area. Not the only part of the map that Astral's looking to take control of here too. Skimzy, now on the Ash, in fact, is going to be moving in. It already has main red stairs control here, so quite a bit to play off of. I'm not even sure if the members of Timbers have caught on to this yet, which could prove to be problematic here later on in the round, since Raven is currently not watching his flank, and yeah, that could be dangerous if this ends up transpiring here. Skimzy can walk right up behind him. The good news is it looks like the player has noticed that he's seen the drone presence, so he's actually not going to be ready for the swing from Skimzy, but thankfully has the security of that vault to work with, and even that won't be enough, as now Navi can line up his own shot against it. Raven will take some additional heat, however, and he's going to be able to survive it as he takes down Skimzy. Not the way I was expecting that fight to go, but ultimately Astral fails to get their initial picks. Timbers still looking good.
Yeah, major problem off rip here as Navies is able to actually pick up a frag as he took down Pixie, which made the gunfight even harder for Skims. He had to worry about two different angles, panicked a little bit, shot went wide and able to take him down. So no, Astral worse for wear. They need to find a way to get this wall open. That's a nice starter here for Toski as he takes down Vector, but there's still a long way to go. Raven, 1 HP right now, so that could be the next pickup here for Astral, but the problem is right now is they're standing quite flat-footed, trying to get this figured out on how to get these walls open. They're trying to prioritize planes here, but the problem is they don't have any pressure to the northern side. It's all focused around the study area, and they need a place to safely put this case down. The good news is, though, they have Fungi still alive, and since Wamai is off the board, all of these arrows are going to land true. Which for, them, that's going to be a really, really nice thing. They're going to start things off by breaching open the wall. They have someone standing at the center of planes right now. Could have a nice pickup if they're able to find him next to the map table, but Reaper's already moved up. We could see some smoke criminal activity, though, as he has an opportunity to push through. No one really holding that angle either. Some smoke's pushing through now, but Fungi takes down Reaper, so that's going to be the Alda off the board as they begin to pressure onto site.
There's such a claustrophobic push right now here for Astral. They're going to try to expand it out a bit, but working their way over. Sigmas just denies that Nitro Cell entirely. Can he deny the defensive attempt here, though? Yes, he can take down Morph. Still 2 more players to find, and only 8 seconds to do it. They picked up that one, and Toski gets the final frag on Raven as well. What a turnaround from Astral as they clutch out the 3v5.
I didn't see that one coming from a mile away. Toski with the SMG-11 and 2 amazing frags pour in right there. And for Timbers, you got to be hanging your head low after that one. You thought they had it, but seemed as though they got a little gun shy when it came down to it. And Timbers just not able to close it out when they really, really needed to. Some misusage of utility there and just not opt to take those gunfights, John, when they really needed it.
Yeah, certainly the case. We'll get a nice little replay here, see what exactly transpired. Raven with his great hold. Once again, man, we talked about this in the last map. It was more from the attacker perspective, but this is very nice as well from Sigmas. Denies it, the Nitro Cell that was thrown at him. It's very difficult to get that shot, but Sigmas gets it done and then takes out the player on the peak from the shield as well. That's against a shotgun at close range too. It's very impressive stuff from Sigmas to put Astral on the front foot here and put them ahead, more importantly, against the Timbers hold.
Talking about the Timbers hold, we're transitioning downstairs into a kitchen defense here. I thought it was a living room defense just for a split second when I looked up, but no, we're not that lucky, John. We're going back to kitchen. Timbers working pretty well so far. I mean, their initial picks worked out well for them in that last round, but going into this one, it's going to be leaning on that roam game and the success that they have with this. They're going to start Raven all the way over inside of study, probably just to get some initial cameras outside here just for that intel and to see where Astral are going to be moving to. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Pre-fires outside just to see if he can get anything on his way back to site. But this is all going to be on the success story of Navy and Vector upstairs here. if they're able to hold this down and especially get some early picks, we could see this round go well for them, but we saw how well that happened the last time when Astral were able to fight back. So obviously the thing is that you can never count Astral out. It's just going to be up to Timbers to actually push them fully into the grave instead of having one leg in.
Reaper getting one ping very close to him. I'll have to be careful about how he plays this out. Now he's going to stick around in that neighborhood. Skimzy, once again, already putting his foot forward here and sneaking up right behind the Timbers defense. He's actually gotten very close to the site, although he's still in the basement, of course. So we'll have to transition that up a floor, but it's still some very, very early map control for Astral to be getting, and could prove dangerous for the Timbers hold if it's utilized properly over the next few moments. Still a lot of factors to be dealt with, though, before Astral can really use that angle here. You still have the upstairs hold. Reaper ends up peeking directly into, I believe that is Skimzy or another player possibly over here on Pantry. Looks like it might have been Toski on the rappel there, so he finds some damage onto him. No kills as of yet here, though, but we're getting closer to that point as Pixie is just going to walk right into Tarps here. Takes out Raven. That's a player gone down. Skimzy's going to run into some trouble as he moves out in a red carpet hallway, but he's going to see if he can circumnavigate his way through the living room to make up for that. No, won't be the case. Vector beats him out yet again, takes him out, but Sigma's no. He's going to show up now. He takes down Morph, and Pixie finds his second as he eliminates Reaper. Down to just Navi and Vector here to try to turn it around. Never mind, it's just on Navi's.
Big problems here for the Timber squad. Navy trying to get into a gunfight, but Pixie done and dusted. Astral run through round 2 off the back of Pixie's efforts. Some, I would say, misguided information there from the defense, trying to prioritize that pantry push, but we're not expecting the man to jump himself inside of Bike and push into Tarps. And that was the Pixie show as he shows us a highlight reel inside of that round. Astral looking like dynamite right now on this offense.
The whole story of that round is really just Astral players getting incredibly early access to parts of the map they should have had no business doing so. So Timbers, very, very sloppy defense being put up right now. They need to iron in on some of these things as they're getting opened up on by members of Astral that should really not even be in those positions that early on in the round, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. It's kind of like, inside of MMA when someone's, blocking high a lot and they continue to hit you with those leg strikes and those, the stomach blows, right? You start to work the body and stuff like that. That's exactly what Astral are doing. Timbers are putting up a really aggressive front on certain aspects of the map. Astral, as you said, very nicely worded, by the way, circumnavigate the entire process of what's going on. Simply just hit the site. They know Timbers are weak there. Take it from the backside, and Timbers just cannot do anything about it. And when they try to contest those angles, Astral win them out time and time again. And we've talked about this on a regular basis inside of Rainbow Six Siege recently that, it's a swing or be swung meta. You need to take these gunfights. Timbers are doing so, but Astral just win these, these situations out more often than not.
All right, so let's take a look here. Round number 3, time to see if the Timbers can put up a round finally onto the board here, or if they're going to have to continue rotating, looking for success in an area where they unfortunately have not been able to find it just yet. We still have that extended roam game being played by the Timbers. There's going to be a lot of action, looks like, over towards the Aviation this time as they'll try to play onto the inside of Trophy for their actual site defense. But in the meanwhile, we can see quite a bit of a split on the Astral camp too, as they're going to be moving in here at all sorts of different avenues, looking to see if they can poke and prod their way into the site, as they've been able to successfully do for the previous 2 rounds now. Just finding openings that shouldn't be left there. And as a result of that, they've been able to work their way in, despite even working from a 3v5 back in round number 1 here. It's going to be Skimzy starting us out yet again here. He'll move forward, jump directly in towards the bottom Astro Stairs area and take it too. There's not going to be any resistance. Oh, that'll come from Vector, who's going to be on the inside of Walk, and a great swing and a great takedown from him. One of the most impactful players from Astral now out of the fight as Zigmas has been eliminated.
I was about to talk about how it seemed like Astral was seemingly clairvoyant, but definitely not the case when it comes to this closet play. We've seen quite a few teams actually, lose full when it comes to trying to clear out this section of the map. We'll see if Astral can try and bring it back. But as of right now, Timbers in the lead, and they have the supporting angles to keep Vector alive inside of the closet. Still has 3 of these smoke grenades as well as 2 ADSs in tow. So Astral trying to get their game plan figured out here, but it's going to be another strike still from the Timbers as they land a crushing blow onto Toski.
What a great start here from Astrals. They're finally running into some problems getting those opening frags, but they've been no strangers to recovering from situations like this, so do not count them out of the round just yet. Pixie being droned up the stairs, having to be careful, of course, due to the angle that was set up above him. No resistance coming in from the Timbers there, though, so he will be okay. And in the meantime, a few other players repositioning. Got Fungi on the outer windows here. Pixie still waiting for the all clear to try to swing up the stairs, but no, he's going to get someone swinging towards him instead. Morph takes the battle and successfully pushes him away, but Pixie still finds success, takes down Raven. That's not going to be before Navy also swings out, though, and finds the trade against Pixie. But Skimzy goes through the Master Bath, takes out the player on Walk, and unfortunately falls to the guy in Master Bathroom as Morph is going to be able to pick up the trade yet again, and now this all falls to Fungi in a 1 versus 3.
Need to find some success here for the squad. They've already picked up 2 rounds, but this clutch would crush the spirits of Timbers. Utility usage down with that smoke grenade. Knows one's going to be to his right, using the LMG to perfection right now. Takes down Reaper. Doesn't know where the last one is, though. Doesn't have case control either. It's over inside a bathroom. Where's Morph playing? He's inside of Master. Has the rotate hurt him? Rotate through split. Here is Morph back inside a statuary. Worried about this case. He's going to grab it with only 10 seconds remaining. Uses that smoke once again to his advantage, but he has to be aware that Morph can be anywhere around this map, and that's exactly what he's looking for right now. Does he look left or right? He looks left. He's right. It was a 50-50 shot, but Morph chooses correctly, and the Timbers walk away with their very first round here on Villa.
Great attempt from Fungi, of course, to clutch that one out. Nearly another incredible turnaround from the Astral roster and from Fungi specifically under those circumstances, but not to be had as we do end up seeing the close from Timbers. They finally get a round on the board for themselves, and now we can see them rotate over towards Aviation End Games. Astral's early lack of success, as we've seen a couple times here, finally ends up costing them as they're unable to retranslate those kills and trade them out on the Execute, as they've really had no trouble doing before, but finally ran into a little bit too much to work with on this round.
Yeah, the closet play from Timbers paying off in massive margins. I mean, really able to throw a wrench into the problems or into the plans of Astral there. So Astral now back to the drawing board for this round as we're headed to AVG. They got really nice execute off the last time, but it was really up to Timbers just not playing the situation correctly. It was a really low map control execute for Astral, as well as low man count. I mean, we're talking 5 versus 3, and Astral are still able to just walk themselves into sight seemingly and take everything away from Timbers. So Timbers now, though, seemingly wanting to fight back. I'm excited to see how this round goes. I really think that this is going to tell the story of how the rest of Villa is going to play out.
Certainly, you're probably right about that one, Stokes. The first run around here. Now we get to see the repeat here from the Timbers and how their potential defense of Aviation will go for them. A lot of drone work also still being done here by Astral, and that will probably continue for the first couple seconds into the round itself. They've already got a good amount of intel as terms of what the trophy side looks like if they're going to be trying to push in from Master, as indeed it certainly looks like from their current spawns, but try to see if there's going to be any wrinkles in the Timbers roster. We'll try to throw at that. Raven is on red stairs right now, so he might be able to act as a counteraction to some of the forces that will be moving in from Astral. And the same can be said for Navy, who's going to be holding over here on 92. So quite a few of those players probably going to be first up to bat in the fight here. Navy even setting up the reinforced shield against the Master Connector push. So very much expecting the play that we are seeing from Astral right now.
Completely agree with you there. Timbers not prioritizing too much intel this time around. They're still going to be rocking the Evil Eye Master himself, Maestro. So we'll see how that works out for them. But as of right now, Timbers just lying in wait. Not too much activity going on around the map. Astral still biting from map control. We'll find a Timbers member on red stairs, though. So he'll soon have to rotate away. But actually, Raven going to continue to reside on red. Has some barbed wire at the bottom of his stairs, so he should be able to contest this for the time being. But the problem is now is it seems like the pressure is going to be coming quite soon. Some drone work going to catch out the Malusi downstairs, as it's actually going to be a re-entry into the gunfight, but still allowed to exist inside of living room. Intel's still good. Skimzy now having to cut off for library, and this is going to be really strong on this pinch, but Vector wins it out instead. 2 big frags come through for Timbers on 2 different portions of the map, and now all of a sudden Timbers in the driver's seat.
Astral looking to once again try to turn things back around, but now the Timbers seem to be in control of the matchup a little bit more here. It's a bit more difficult to try and turn a lot of these fragging situations around here. Zigma will use one of his smokes to block off 90 control, hopefully give his team a real chance to possibly swing onto the red stairs player, but it's just not working out right now. They're having so many problems trying to commit to this push. It looks like they are going to move, I believe, Pixie around possibly counteract this flank with a flank of his own. Raven does take some heat right there from Sigma's, and no previous response to come in from the other side as of yet. Sigma's just going to commit to it here now, pushes Raven into the corner. Fungi also wins a very important fight over by the main door into the site itself. That's brought it down into an even encounter now at a 3 versus 3, but Fungi gets dropped. We're going to see the reversal. Sigma's recovers yet again and gets another kill. He's up to 3 on the round now. Some crazy stuff coming out from these members of the Astral roster. It's all up to Morphed again here to clutch it. He finds the first kill. He knows he's got the other player right around the corner, and he's going to be able to close it out as he denies the comeback from Astral yet again.
Oh, these rounds are getting so chaotic, John. I think these guys are finally starting to wake up on both sides. This Villa map looks like we're going to be competitive once again. I honestly got scared there for just a second after Clubhouse. I didn't think that Timbers really had a chance to get through this, but getting to Villa, obviously making it known that they are a force to be reckoned with on this map, and now showing on this defensive side that they can take it to Astral. Astral not looking too strong on this offense, especially in the early round. They need to change this entry game up and actually start having these fall on their side, because we can see what Sigmas is able to produce when he finds some space. That playmaking gene once again showing its face, and Sigma's such a potent player, but you have to give it to Morphed in this Timbers roster, able to slow them down early on and limit the impact in which Astral could possibly make.
Morph has sealed the deal on 2 of the rounds that his team has won now, so both of them have been won directly by him. Some massive performance coming in indeed from this man. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to carry that forward throughout the rest of this matchup. Really, a Straw Camp, really all they seemingly need to do anyway, is just clean up that early round, as Stokes was just talking about here. They're able to do a bit of a better job with their roam clear, because for some reason they're losing the fights there, but they're winning all the fights in the late round situation here. Maybe just change up a bit of the player placement and the fight selection, and they'll have better results, because if those players from the Timbers are going to get knocked out early on, they'll probably have much better success with the late round fights in the site as well, because they really haven't been having any problems with that. They clean things up there. Astral will more than likely be in control, so the Timbers, great stuff in the late round, but they do need to be careful about the number of players they are losing on the actual sites.
Well, Astral now let out on the field. Let's see if they can patch up this early round, and it really hasn't been towards the info game for them at all. It's been actually just towards the fragging department. They've gotten the intel. They've done everything correctly up until that point. It's just these gunfights have been inconsistent so far for them. Timber's able to not only refrag, but also get more bang for their buck inside of this map so far. We'll see if that's going to continue. Strahl starting us off on the south side of the map. Drone work already going out. Mainly prioritizing this north to south clear here, or south to north, excuse me, clear here, as Astral already focusing up around this, Boar hallway. Good intel game actually into the actual site. Not too much onto what these roamers are doing, though, as Timber's playing quite far back.
The Timbers, although they are playing far back, as a result of it, it means that members of Astral have once again been allowed in very early on here. But without a full clear, we still have the roam game from Timbers, which is going to continue to cause problems, just as it has been in previous rounds. Skimzy gets deleted from across the hallway over its statuary, taking out the Ash, possibly opening up some more opportunities for frags for the Timbers here too. Fungi has taken over that area in the meantime, forcing out the roam presence that was here just a few moments ago. Thankfully, this time for Astral, only with a single loss against their favor. It's been a little bit cleaner than they've had in the past, but still, similarly to the previous rounds, losing one of their players in the process of trying to clear things out at the top here.
And just a lack of intel on that. I know we obviously just touched on it and said that the intel game seemed to be there, but that time around, it definitely was not for Astral. The other problem is that they really weren't set up just yet to clear out that top floor. They had some pressure over onto Astronomy, but it hadn't been established just yet in the way that they wanted it. They wanted to be able to push back Timbers and get some picks in that way, but that's not the case or what happened at all. Vector with a double kill now as he picks off Fungi. That's going to be the Capital off the board, no longer able to utilize those Capital bolts. So Astral once again into a clutch moment. Toski on low HP. He's not going to have the same impact as he once had inside of these gunfights because he can't handle them in the same way. He's down to angle holding and trying to hold these flanks. No damage done by Sigmas or dealt by Sigmas through that wall, but finally gets some off. Sigma's now entering into the building all on his lonesome. Pixie trying to pick up the pieces as well as he's trying to get that hard, but it's a Nitro cell to clean up. Sigma's now all down to Pixies, but he's not going to exist for too long as Raven takes him out inside of Pantry. So Timbers, for the very first time inside of this series, have a map lead.
Much more controlled situation coming out there from the Timbers as well. Things are looking cleaner and cleaner for them as we get through this half, and now with a really good chance to try and solidify things. They could push it up to 4-2 at halftime here if they close out just this final round. At the same time, Astral's been faltering quite a bit from the performance that they were bringing to the table earlier on in this map. Haven't really been able to see those late round turnarounds that have been present in the past, and yeah, we did get a disconnect there, so good possibility we will have a rehost.
We will have to see what happens.
No one's called for it yet.
But... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say. All right, so it looks like we will be having a rehost here, folks. Possibility there, John. I don't really know. I mean, hey, Sigmas wasn't making the most of it at all anyways. I don't think they need him. I think they can just do it 4v5 and walk right into sight. But right now, John, we're looking at Timbers being in the lead here on Villa. Their defensive half looking quite strong in comparison to Clubhouse, and actually quite funny when you talk about it in that way. Clubhouse, a map that we usually expect the defense to be quite potent. Their defense, definitely not the case on Clubhouse, but over here on the Villa side of things, they're looking quite strong. These early picks coming through for them. Astral not able to clear the roam game how they want to, or even handle the map how they want to at all. It really seems as though Timbers has their number when it comes to clearing on this specific map.
Yeah, I mean, we had talked about this in the early game too, and interestingly enough, I was talking about how it would be more of a problem for the Timbers dealing with the roam game, and it's the opposite. It's actually Astral that's really struggling in that respect right now. So hopefully they'll be able to take this time now in the rehost and kind of recenter themselves, figure out where the holes have been in this roam clear here, where they haven't been properly droning things out, and be able to kind of solidify that strategy a bit more as they get prepared to head into the final round of their attack. They're going to have that little bit of a sigh of relief after this upcoming round because they do get to move on to defense, where obviously that's going to be a much lesser issue for them. However, still, considering the way that this map started off, I think they were expecting to be able to pick up more rounds than they've had, and they're definitely going to want to try and fight for this third and final one to attempt to tie things up.
I think that the thing right now, especially from the Astral camp, is that they're just getting ahead of themselves. We talked about in that previous round with a nice pickup upstairs instead of trophy and stat. They just really weren't respecting that info game and what they needed to get done earlier to actually make an impact on that roam game. You have to make sure you check all of those boxes before proceeding into another portion of the map. Otherwise, things like that happen. Somebody's holding a cross angle, you end up dying, and you didn't actually have any impact for your squad. Your utility's now gone, and everything else in between. So for Astral, I really do think it's simply slowing things down, making sure that you check all those boxes, and actually apply the pressure how you want to the Timbers. Follow through with it. Just because the plan's there doesn't mean that it's going to be executed properly at your disposal. You still have to go through the motions and do the proper things at the proper time. It was just simply that they did not do that. It's, oh, he's such a beautiful boy, isn't he? Oh, man. Well, John, going to have to handle the dog real quick. Aspen, definitely an asset to the broadcast, I can tell you.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it, man. I'm sure everyone at home is so happy to see him. Don't worry about it.
All right. So anyway, going back to the discussion on this map. Yeah, I mean, it's led itself to be a really interesting series so far because these teams are playing like really forward in a lot of respects on Villa, which is especially for the Astral camp, right? Because it's not necessarily what you should be doing on Villa when you consider how much roam presence there is, and that's their biggest issue right now. As you were saying, they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves. They're trying to move into parts of the map that they really haven't fully cleared out the other routes leading to that parts of the map yet. So they're leaving a lot of roam potential open, and that's why we're seeing them getting closed in on so often in the early round. And even the times that they have been able to get good positioning for themselves, they're still not having the greatest record when it comes to winning out some of those initial duels. Like we think back to round number 1 as well, where they had full vision onto the player that was sitting in the library and still ended up going down to a 3v5. Now, ultimately, they were able to recover that round, and it was a really great recovery, but those situations really shouldn't be getting thrown at them in the first place when they have all the intel leading into that. They should be able to take care of those players with relative ease.
Yeah, well, the thing is obviously like there is a different play style, and a different approach to what's going on in between these two. Like a lot of the times we see from, the top end teams will see, a very slow, calculated push, not a lot of go with the flow type of play. Both of these teams are offering that style of play. I feel is like they expect themselves to have portions of the map by a certain amount of time, and they're just going with the flow. You know what I mean? Like they get the initial readings on trophy upstairs, but they really didn't have anything to do with statuary. Their main focus was, let's get trophy control, let's work our way into astronomy, and then let's start on this vertical play. But forgot about that statuary portion of the map, end up getting cut off because of that, all because they're going with the flow. They're not calculating exactly what portions they need to take control of. I think that they simply just need to go back and do what they know works and clear out that entire portion, at least intel wise, before initially putting it in there. They definitely win their gunfights, as we've seen today, but they just need that intel game to back it up.
All right, guys. So once again, like we said, we are in the midst of another rehost here really quickly. So just a bit of an update. We've got 5 out of 10 players reconnected. Our observer is very quickly working on re-inviting the rest. So as soon as we have them in, we shouldn't be too far away from resuming this matchup where we left it off. And in case you guys missed it, it is currently 3-2 in the favor of the Timbers. This is the first time in the series that they have had the lead for themselves, but overall, Astral still has the series lead at 1-0 in their own favor as well. They took the win back on Clubhouse and very convincingly at 7-1, now trying to deal with the issues on their attack here on the Villa. And, well, they're not actually going to have to deal with their issues on attack for that much longer, as they've only got 1 round left here. We're going to be switching sides as soon as we finish our initial round from our return.
And I did have it down just because we did end up getting into the map there, or at least that, round 6. So we will be going back to statuary, which you've already seen win. It was actually their very first round when they're on a 3-round heater right now, looking to make it 4. I think going into statuary, this is going to give Astral a lot of problems. We've seen them so far inside of Villa not really been able to, divide up their utility and use it properly across the whole map all at the same time, which this map really, really needs you to do. We saw them really favor that south-north clear, starting inside of study and pushing up towards the trophy end. That didn't work out too well either, not really able to make the impact off-rip that they needed to actually get access to the site. So for now, Timbers definitely in the driver's seat here, but this all hinders on the success of their offense. And that's the thing that I really, really want to talk about right now. Their clubhouse offense, not very strong. We might be able to chalk it up to some, issues going on simply with, computers and stuff like that. But it did still seem as though even at max, man count and maximum potential, that they really weren't cut out for those offenses up against Astral's defense.
So when we consider the potential switch that's coming up here, we have to kind of ask ourselves how much of Astral is going to show up on the defensive side that we haven't been able to see a lot of here yet from the attack. How much is that extra freedom of not having to worry about roam presence from the other side going to add to their own gameplay? Of course, that's going to be a pretty big change up here. It's been very kind of night and day, I think, between the two teams when they've switched sides. And that's the question the Timbers are going to have to answer for themselves, as well as Stokes is just talking about, is whether they're going to be ready for the challenge of the attack, whether they're also going to be able to deal with the same issues that Astral is facing now, the roam presence, which isn't really being cleared out properly, on top of just the issues that are popping up with some of the early gunfights. If those same problems go right into the Timbers' face, I do think that on the individual side, Astral will be able to take advantage on that a lot more consistently, and that could lead to a potential comeback. Even if we see Timbers close out this last round and get the 4-2 advantage, Timbers have to be very, very careful here, although they are in good straits right now.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that it's going to be the roam game that's going to be the differentiating factor between these two, and it's mostly going to be on the defense that we see a lot of the big impact rounds come through that are going to tell you who's going to end up winning this series. And so far for me, Astral has just looked so much stronger on defense than Timbers have. Timbers have looked much better here on Villa, but again, they have to prove that they can, make something happen on these offenses. Otherwise, you're only playing one half of the game, and you can't necessarily win Siege strictly by winning defensive halves. You still have to win those offensive rounds. We need to see Timbers make some magic happen when they get to that side of the coin. But for Astral, this still seems to be the weak side. We were talking about it on Clubhouse, how it seemed like they might be able to run away with things here on Villa. That wasn't the case. Sigma's not making the impact that we thought he was going to have. But when it comes to the defense side, I still think that Astral are still going to be potent on Villa, and that's going to be the main problem going into this for Timbers.
I think the big difference is going to come into play there on defense is not necessarily the same people from Astral that's going to step up and find the big frags, I think, as we have been seeing on the attacking side. Like we talked about, it was Zigma's on the Zofia back on Clubhouse that was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for, to be fair, the relatively short second half there of those 2 rounds they needed to play out. But still, within those 2 rounds, I personally saw him get anywhere from like 3 to 4 kills just within that. So a very, very solid record if he was able to carry that through, if that half had to go on for longer. As Stokes had mentioned, we haven't really seen that carry through onto Villa just yet. He hasn't necessarily been able to set himself up for those opportunities as well as he was doing so back over on Clubhouse. But the thing is, once we jump onto defense, it's not even really going to be in Zigma's court anymore. I think that's going to fall onto some other players like most notably, I think like Toski and Pixie, as well as Fungi as well. You're seeing some pretty good playmaking being made for back over on Clubhouse when they were on defense. So just looking to a different part of the team, I think, to step up there and make a lot of the impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And Villa really forces you to do that. You're going to need a lot of people making an impact for your team. You can't just have, your entry fraggers getting a lot of those kills. It's not going to influence the map the way that you want it to. Obviously, you're going to be taking down a couple of people and getting rid of some utility. But if you really want to be potent on Villa, you need that whole squad making an impact, especially inside of that fragging department. We've seen it time and time again where, whether it be the roam game or the supports on site that are able to, stem that tide and actually make it to where the offense has to slow down, make those game-changing plays. So for both of these rosters right now, it's anybody's game, especially at this moment in time. We just need to see really any member from any of these squads step up. It's that time inside of the map to where it's anybody's game. They can run away with it. It's just who's called up to that mantle, who can finally pick it up and say, hey, we're going to win this map.
Of course, guys, keep in mind this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. So we've got a much more extended series coming up following these maps, following the conclusion of Villa. Even we still have Oregon afterwards. That's Astral's second pick. Cafe to follow that one up, being Timbers' final pick. And then if we need to go to the 5th and final map, we will go all the way over to Consulate to fully decide the series. In case you are just joining us, we are in the midst of a rehost currently. One of the players had to disconnect there from Astral, and I believe we are still waiting for that player to reconnect. So that's been what the cause of the delay has been. Apologies to those of you that have been waiting so patiently. We thank you very much for that. And we are looking to get that player from Astral reconnected as quickly as humanly possible so that we can resume this matchup.
Yeah, well, I mean, so far this matchup, John, I don't even really know what to say about it at this moment in time. I mean, Astral has run away with certain things on Clubhouse, and it really seemed like it was going to be a one-sided affair. Honestly, I thought that we were going to be getting out quite early here, but the Timbers finally starting to battle back, and that's exactly what I want. I'd never like sitting down and thinking that a series isn't going to go the maximum distance. It's just not my personal mentality. So, seeing Timbers fight back and actually provide some really strong rounds here is giving me high hopes that they're going to be able to make something happen going into the future here on these next maps. But again, it all comes back to what they're able to do right now. As for the Timbers camp, I'm really looking to Morphed and Navy to make these big impacts when they get to that offensive side. We've already seen Morphed come up really big on this defensive half. We just need to see that continue on into that offense, which they've already shown that's going to be the big problem for them inside of this series.
Yeah, Morph's been a bit of a hero of himself in the way that he's been handling these 1vx situations. On top of that, really nice pick he got from inside of walk-in at the beginning of a couple rounds back too, setting his team ahead right from the start. And then not only that, but we've seen him be able to follow through. He clutched out that final 1v1 where they nearly lost the 1v3 from a player. I believe that was, I think it was Fungi that was trying to clutch that one out from a straw and nearly got the job done on that last trophy attack round. But it was Morph that was able to save the day right there. And then he did the same thing in the 1v2, I think on the round right after that on the inside of Aviation as well. So some really good plays coming out from Morph, saving the day just when he's needed to and making sure that the Timbers really stay ahead in this matchup as they've been doing a pretty bang-up job of picking up these rounds on the defensive side so far. About to take a pretty solid lead here, too, at 4-2, but they do need to solidify that final round of the half before they can do it.
Yeah, and I think that this just solidifies, Timber's success story on Villa. We talked about in the previous series that we had all the way back in August that it was a major success story for Timbers here on Villa, and now we're back. They're able to do it again, especially after what we saw on Clubhouse. Once again, 7-1 win by Astral. So for Timbers to find some success here and finally start linking some rounds together, I mean, they've already tripled the rounds that they've gotten on Clubhouse here on Villa. So already some success coming in here for Timbers, but let's not dilly-dally, folks. We're back into Villa here. Round 6, the last round of this half in between Astral and Timbers.
All right, let's take a look and see where exactly we're going to go. Stokes had mentioned it before. It looks like we are going back to it again. It's still going to be a trophy defense here for the Timbers roster. Astral as well should be aligning with pretty much the same picks that we had back when the round actually started. That was a while ago, though. So you guys probably want another look at those to see what exactly we are dealing with. But away from that, nothing crazy coming out here on the overall setup. Even going to get a 6 pick over towards a castle there on Raven, as they'll be playing into that instead. Probably going to use that quite a bit over towards that master side to barricade out the walls and slow down the attack from Astral.
I completely agree with you. It seems as though we... Okay. We're going to have another rehost here, folks. So, welcome back to the desk. Let's talk about some castle strats and stuff. We got Phil. Don't worry, chat. We'll make it good. Listen. We might not be as good as Jackie at filling, because how are you going to try and go above rehost riddles?
Jackie's reference game is just unmatched.
It's unmatched, man. Unmatched.
I can't even hope to contend with that level of banter.
The guy is just a walking book of knowledge when it comes to references. It's insane. So, but honestly, the Castle 6 pick there, that's the thing that I want to talk about a lot, especially on the Trophy Stat defense. Trophy Stat is a site in which you have to handle in kind of a weird way in comparison to some other sites, especially just because of the arches section right in the center of that site setup. Obviously, you have Trophy and Stat that are sitting parallel across from each other, and you have Astronomy on the other side, and that's mostly where our utility is going to be set up. But a lot of teams, like we saw previously, for the Timber side, like to set up inside a closet with that smoke in tow with a couple of ADSs just to allow him to exist in there longer. Now, you might be asking yourself, why is Smoke playing in such an advanced position? Well, it's because he's not necessarily supposed to live in that situation. His job is to delay and, hold off the offense for as long as possible by any means necessary. Gunfire, shotgun, smoke grenades, anything at all. His job is to sit there, soak up utility in time. And well, the last time that we saw, he was also able to get some frags as well while also doing that. So that's going to make it to where the defense is slowed down even more. And once they're actually able to clear that, granted, if they're able to get through it with, full man count and a decent amount of utility left, hey, that's more bang for your buck than anything. But then you actually have to transition that into going into a site to execute, getting this bomb down, and most of the time they're going to be prioritizing that statuary setup, which makes it even more difficult when you're going for that execute, because you still have to worry about the contention from over inside of Trophy. So you're still having to worry about players inside of Astronomy and everything else. So you still have to pressure different portions of that bomb site in different means. Otherwise, getting that plant down is going to be extremely difficult. So for Astral going into that master take, they're more than likely going to be prioritizing that statuary take, getting that plant down, whether it be on the actual statue on concrete. We really don't know yet. We really haven't seen any plants inside of this series at all. It's mostly been up to that, gunfight centric play style. So, going into this site setup, especially with that castle in tow, we'll have to see how they go about things. I want to see if this sledge pick is going to work out, or if they're even going to bring it. I don't necessarily remember if it was in this offensive lineup. Obviously, they're going to have to stick to what they brought, so we're still going to be seeing the castle, but they're going to need a lot of soft destruction to handle the setup brought by the defense.
Well, guys, just a bit of an update from our League Ops team. Because of the lengthy amount of time it has taken Astral to fully reconnect to this match, we are going to end up ceding a round over to the Timbers as a result of that. So this current score when we go into the matchup is going to be 4-2. In fact, it will not be 3-2 any longer. I don't know if that means we are skipping the final round of the first half or not, and we're just going straight to the second half. But that will probably become more clear to us when we get back in the actual map.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess while we're doing that, we might as well continue our deep dive on strategy and everything else inside of Rainbow Six Siege. So that trophy statuary defense that we just got done with, discussing, I mean, it's going to be
We're not gonna be able
really.
to see. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're not going to be able to see it, but I mean, we're definitely going to see another iteration of it come out by Estrel now being on defense. But flipping sides here, let's talk about Estrel and what they could possibly do to make an impact on this defensive side. Obviously, we're going to see Timbers now on offense, and I think that that's going to be the bigger storyline here for what's going to happen on this defense. Timbers not having the greatest success when it comes to their offense in really any category, John. I can't think of a category right now where I go, yeah, that was a stellar showing by Timbers on their offense. I mean, even inside of the refrag game, they were able to get the frags, but the refrag game for them just not strong. And that's really where Estrel were able to, separate themselves from the Timbers, able to frag back and really keep themselves going inside of that map. So now here we go, folks. Estrel getting kicked on over to defense is exactly like we thought it was going to be. And hey, we're still going to have a trophy stat defense.
Taking a look here. Indeed, we will have that defense that Stokes was talking about. Does look like we have split sides, though, as we were kind of wondering before. And it looks like, indeed, we had progressed the round forward around. So it's Timbers on the attack. It's Estrel on the defense here now. And we'll have to see how well they're prepared for it. Estrel obviously will be able to use their roam game a lot more proficiently here. And we're going to see a 6-pick to align with that pretty well, going from the Mozzie over towards the Ella in the case of Skimzy. And we'll probably see that come into play pretty early on in the round here. Other than that, like Stokes had mentioned, it is the trophy statuary setup. Things are being done the way that we are somewhat used to right now. We are going to see the one panel on the statuary to master bedroom wall ending up getting destroyed. That allows for a little bit of counterplay from the defenders and hopefully a little bit of capability to deny the rest of the wall getting opened up too, assuming that we're going to see those reinforcements come in over the next few seconds.
Yeah, it's also going to make it to where the defenders can assist Closet with a lot of different things. They're not going to be able to like they want to, and that's what we were talking about inside of that setup. This is why it's so difficult to play into this position. And now you might wonder why the 6th pick came through on Skimzy. Well, that's because Skimzy's actually going to be the one more than likely playing inside of that closet. He should have the howitzer and or the shotgun as his primary, and that gun is not fun to try and get into any sort of combat scenario with if you're on the receiving end. So we'll see if Skimzy is able to make some magic happen in here, but Timbers already trying to go about things in a very different fashion as to how Estrel was going about things. They're actually going to be going for the study take. Right. So well, Toski and the rest of the squad here, apologies for that, folks, still working inside of sight. Banshees and everything else in between going off. Toski now with some impacts, but he actually misses the mark there, not able to get the wall open. Still has a lot of Timbers members inside of study. Had a pretty good portion in time. Quick shots here, but actually Navy with a wall bang from the 90 window takes down the site player. Very nice shot there from Toski. Good progress so far for the Timbers. They're starting to wrap themselves around this site. Pixie getting aggressive towards study. Actually able to take down one. That's going to be Vector's taken out, but it's an immediate refrag. Problem now, though, Estrel worse for wear when it comes to their defense. Vector in a 1-for-3 situation.
Once again, finding themselves on the back foot here. Estrel having to try and battle back from a man disadvantage. Not something that they're not used to being in a position for, though. So I don't necessarily want to count them out of the round. You see it, although their recovery chances from these situations have been growing weaker as the match has been drawing on longer and longer. Fungi here trying to take a battle against anybody who might try to swing against that statue connector, but not going to see it as of yet. Timbers have all this map control, and they have it still with a little over a minute on the clock, so a lot of time to play out here, and a lot for Estrel to worry about and possibly over-rotate towards. Timbers could still get some more early kills, or maybe Sigmas will be able to find one against Timbers instead here. Massive damage going on to Reaper. Sigmas with a beautiful read onto Reaper's movement there, follows him through 2 separate windows and takes him down. Starting to bring us back into a much more controlled situation here as the man count is evened out. But at the same time, members of Timbers very quickly getting to the edge of the site. We can see the Zofia just inches away from it.
Well, 3v3 situation now. A Skimzy comes up with gold. Zigma's onto the double kill now. All of a sudden left to Navy with only 25 seconds remaining. And sadly, he's on the outside of the building. Repel comes up, and they more than likely heard that. He's going to throw a frag grenade at the bathroom window, see if he can possibly get anything with that. But the only thing he's going to get is some damage to himself and an Alda to the face. Fungi with the last pickup here as the Straw makes a stand on their defense. We thought Timbers had it, but that's not going to be the case. 3-4 still in favor of the Timbers.
An attempt to get the flick at the end there, but Astral's still just a little bit too ready for that. And as such, they do complete the comeback there. They flip it back onto themselves as they are able to take control of that situation at a 4 versus 5 or 3 versus 4 comeback for them. And that allows them to leverage their third round, starting to work back that disadvantage, of course, from the disconnect earlier and the lost round that came along with that, as well as the overall 2-4 deficit that they're fighting back from halftime here. Only one round away from doing that, as they'll just be one round away from tying us up now.
This might be the round to do it as well. We're headed to Living Room Library, a site that we don't get to talk about too much, but in recent history, we've gotten to talk a lot more about, which has been nice and good change of pace here on Villa. And one of the things that Villa offers that not a lot of maps do. You can go to every single one of these sites and you can make it work. Let's see if Astral can prove that this site works once again, but we might as well get into the nitty-gritty details. So Astral are mostly going to be focused to the north side of this site inside of A. There's 2 soft panels over inside of the living room, which we see a lot of these plants go down. But you can actually end up handling this in a lot of different ways. Timber's more than likely going to go for this top clear and try and get these Astral members out of the AVG section of this map, that Aviator game section. So this is going to mostly focus on those Astral members upstairs, trying to hold down the living room space while the true site anchors worry about what's going on B. Let's see how Astral goes about this. Timber's now out onto the field, though, and are showing a very similar face to what we saw the last time. Going to be bringing the Nomad along for the ride as well, but we haven't seen too many extremely impactful air jabs go down just yet by either one of these squads.
I'm curious to see where the roam game is going to be here from Astral. And yeah, it actually does align with this. This is going to be a bit interesting because the top downs they've made are not inside of the gun vault. They are inside of Astro, directly over the doorway, or excuse me, not an Astro. I think it's stat or trophy is where those are actually are. So it's in a little bit of a different position that people may be used to. I think they might have the gun vault impacts that have been made as well, so we'll have to kind of follow up on that later on in the round. But Astral are taking a much more active role to try and deny the upstairs presence the Timbers is going to want to try to use to funnel themselves down to that double soft wall by the dresser.
Yeah, and as well as, I mean, Astral right now, they're playing more of a on-the-go cross setup. They have Sigma's rotated across, and you can see he's established some lines of sight here. And this is where things get complex for the offense because you have to worry about a lot of separate angles. And as of right now, you can see that that's why they slowed down just a touch. Early showing here by Astral, and they have to make sure that they're not going to lose any man advantage simply because of presence. So Raven now working his way into statuary, but this part of the map has already been cleared. Sigma's working his way back to site, as well as the Vigil of Toski hopping downstairs. So they definitely still have to worry about this roam game, as there's a possibility for some major impact on this Vigil.
See, there we go. There's the gun vault impacts that we were looking to be made a lot earlier on. This time it's going to be done with the shotgun. There's a late rotate to the inside of it. Pixie still looking to fend off that eventual incoming, which is starting to build up from the Timbers very close to him, but no sign of an actual execute just as of yet from that Timbers roster. We've got Skimsy patiently waiting. He does hear the drone on the other side of the wall, just hasn't been able to spot it rolling through his doorway as of yet. In the meantime, we've got a couple players for the Timbers finally starting to make an effort to push forward, but one of them's going to run right into Toski, who's patiently waiting over here by Tarp's room. Takes out Vector, eliminates him, says bye-bye to the Ash. Rest of the team, a little bit frozen right now as they try to figure out what their next move is.
And that's going to be the main problem. Flat-footedness right now for Timbers as they really, really need some progress. The other thing is no intel game. The drone economy completely shot, and that means Toski gets to live over here inside of Laundry, but it's not even going to matter. Skimsy's first one of the fight inside of Tarps, takes down one. Can't win the game gunfight up against Raven as he fires back, but not before Fungi can pick up one of his own. Raven, the last member alive, as he's trying to pick himself up right outside of China. Do they know that he's been down, though? Doesn't seem as though they have. Zofia, the only offender that has this ability, so we'll see if he can make anything happen, and he definitely does. A double kill onto Toski with a nice flick, but probably not going to get too much farther, and he won't. Sigma's going to be there to say the buck stops here, my friend. Astral tying things up here on Villa.
The active roam from Astral works out very, very well, and on top of that, a beautiful hold by Fungi on inside of the site there. Picks up a massive, I think it was a triple kill for him there at the very end of it, and is able to completely destroy most of the efforts from the Timbers to push in Timbers were unfortunately, again, really struggling to find a foothold to work with. Eventually managed to work their way downstairs and got themselves some kitchen control to play off of, but just never really able to transition it into the site. A lot of the same problems that were prevalent back over on Clubhouse now showing here in one of the first rounds of their attack. So you need to hopefully clean that up relatively quickly and try to control that roam game.
Yeah, this is a big problem for a lot of teams inside of Rainbow Six when they're dealing with issues on offense. And the issue is that they're not taking true map control. What I mean by that is that the portions of the map that they have aren't exactly theirs. Estral still exists. It's just the fact that Timbers are blatantly ignoring them. And, going about it as in, well, if I don't recognize that there's a problem, then the problem just doesn't exist. And sadly, that's just not how it works. Astral continually getting good intel off of their positioning and allowed to exist in portions of the map that they have no right being in. For instance, Vigil being inside of Laundry. Granted, he was able to get all the way downstairs and rotate through, but we're talking Timbers walked all the way through kitchen, in through dining, everywhere in between, and never droned nor did anything to make sure that that portion of the map was clear or that they could possibly get a frag. Because if they drone out Vigil where he is inside of Laundry, that's one of the easiest kills you'll see any day of the week. I mean, he only has one door to transition out of. It's not like he's Oryx and can climb up through hatches.
We're going to see Timbers move towards Master relatively early on here. All four of the players pushing in from this side of the map, going for it, in fact, here. So a very heavy clear from this side. Zigma is going to be looking to get into the way of it, as Stokes had just been mentioning there. He'll definitely spot some of the presence working its way into the Master closet over the next few moments here, but whether he'll be able to fend it off or not, that's a whole other matter entirely. Zigma's does get droned out here. He's got the reinforced wall to play off of, but is going to choose not to stick around here. Shotgun from Raven to quickly work their way through, and elsewhere on the map, Navy, who I believe was separate from the rest of the team, is going to get picked, so an early advantage to Astral here.
I believe that was a drone hole kill, maybe? I don't exactly know, but either way, a very nice frag from the Goyo of Skimsy is actually, he's been contesting 90, so it seems as though he's gotten the pick through other means. Nice Z-ping here for Zigmas as he's playing a beautiful angle with this deployable shield. Drones out, though. Don't exactly have the most amount of intel, able to get rid of something, but it's going to be a smoke grenade here to block the line of sight. Good news for them. Zigmas does not have a nitro cell as a deployable shield. Instead, just to try and assist with that site setup and make it more difficult for Timbers to actually work their way onto site, forcing them to burn a lot of utility. Just like that right there. Vector not making sure that there was any ADS. He still has 3 of them, but 0 breaching rounds. So going about his business in kind of a backwards fashion.
Let's see Pixie and Fungi here patiently waiting for their opportunity to frag out against the push from the Timbers. Timbers, kind of similarly to the last round here, a little bit frozen now that they've worked their way past the initial pick, but it's not going to stay that way, though. Vector with a very nice find downstairs is able to eliminate Skimsy on the roam, taking, or excuse me, not downstairs. Looks like it was over here on 90, so allows for Timbers to get some more access towards the site. Don't have their right to initiate in just yet, but oh no, not another one of these. Zigma's nearly lining up the drone hole kill against Reaper as he goes down to sub 25 here, and we also enter the final minute of the round.
We need to see some progress made by Timbers, but it's a stroll all day, John, as Fungi is letting the chopper sing from downtown, but not before Morph's able to fire back. He's going to take a lot of damage for that one, though. Lots of heat on the top of Red Zigmas. Multiple bodies to deal with. Can he do it? Not exactly right now, though. Didn't have enough ammo inside of that MPX to make some magic happen, but he's fully locked and loaded now as he jumps right back into the angle. This guy has a lot of fight in him, and he's making it work. Takes down Morph, but he knows where the last 2 are. Vector fires back onto Pixie, though, so still definitely a chance for the Timbers to make something work. Toski, though, takes down 1, continually contests Reaper, and takes him out with a TCSG-12. That shotgun coming back to the forefront of this Astral lineup.
It's always this awesome individual effort that we see in the late round that seems to really seal the deal for Astral. And we get that exact same thing yet again there on round number 9, as it's Toski to close things down for his team. Now put them back in control of the matchup yet again. Already up 1-0 on the series. Now just 2 more rounds away from making it a 2-0 lead and putting themselves in a potential match point situation if they can close out this map.
Just some very, very straightforward mistakes being made by Timbers right now, and this was the thing that both you and I feared for this roster, is once they got to offense, things were going to start to be a very big problem, mainly because of well, how Estral plays defense. I mean, they're very, very aggressive. It's seemingly unorthodox at times. I mean, we have, some roams that are on the go, or I don't know exactly the phrasing that you used, but I really, really liked it. It's the fact of like they just continually move through. It's just free flowing. They don't have exactly any sight setup or, reinforcements to support it. They just have made, lines of sight with shotguns to establish new crossfires and stuff that the offense has to worry about. And every single time that we've seen that happen, Timbers have slowed up. And, you can't exactly do that in the game of Rainbow Six Siege. You still have the same amount of time allotted to you. Inside of that early game, there's a problem that's been presented.
Take a look, see if there's anything crazy going on with the setup here from Astral. Not necessarily looking like it, just the extended play over here into Aviation and Games, which is fairly standard for the hold here over at Trophy and Statuary. Away from that, 2 out of 3, the walls will be reinforced, same as we've been working with before, and things look pretty much as you would expect here for our defensive setup over on Trophy and Statuary. Now the Timbers are out yet again. Let's take a look at their quick clear they're going to be going for here. Just a drone work to be done over towards Study first, and then they'll begin the work of trying to clear out the hold that's currently sitting on the inside of the extended site.
Well, slow beginnings here for Timbers, but that's to be expected, especially with this hold right now from Astral. Have a committed AVG hold here from Pixie as Toski's worried about main stairs. Let's see if Timbers are actually going to be fearful for their lives instead of just walking in. Last time able to actually get some entry frags that were desperately needed, but now it still seems to be the slow beginnings. Intel gathered here for Timbers, but Charles still allowed to exist on this portion of the map. And the main problem is right now, John, we're already down 3 drones, and this is something that I need you guys to pay attention to throughout this series. Pay attention to that drone economy and how they have to interact with it in order to actually make some success here. I mean, they're already down 4 drones. They're just now applying pressure to the Astral members over here on the AVG side of the map. This isn't even the site. The site is Statuary and Trophy. We're already through a decent amount of utility as well as some gunfire going down on to the Timbers members, but they're actually going to make it work. Vector with a double kill. Morph picks up 1. This matchup just going back and forth as Fungi, now the last one alive, but it's going to be a makeshift 1v5. The Alda can actually make some magic happen, picks up 1 inside statue, but doesn't. Oh, actually, I take it back. Very nice shot all the way into 90 to take down Raven, but I don't think he's going to get much farther. He does have sight control now, though, as Timbers not really having the drones to work this out. They have 2 drones left, so they're still going to be able to get some sight information, and they really, really need to. Especially with Fungi having this weapon, I mean, they could run into some major problems.
Fungi here certainly trying to look for the clutch, and this is the insane thing about it. Astral down in the 2v5. It wasn't just Fungi. Another player decided to swing out into the hallway as well and take the fight against the Timbers. That one obviously not going as successfully as Fungi's did. His own play has now opened up the potential clutch, but it's not going to happen. Not Navy finally shuts things down here for the Timbers, and they will take control over round number 10, tying us up yet again.
Well, very straightforward round there by the Timbers. I mean, they handled AVG in kind of a weird way, but it really just came down to the gunfights. They got the initial pressure onto planes, which is what they needed, using that ace utility to get that wall open and making it to where they can't hold the angles exactly how they want to. And as we've seen, Astral, once that happens, they really are prone to take these gunfights. This time around, though, not working out for them in any regard. I mean, it really did come down to an individual effort from Fungi, but when you're in a 1v5 situation, you shouldn't be expected to win that. Even then, he was still able to pick up 3 big kills and make it seem like he had a chance. Just for Astral, it seems like they need to mainly focus around, that refrag game. Right now, like you said, there's a lot of hero plays going on, and if they don't win their individual gunfights, everything goes south.
Let's take a look here and see if those gunfights can be picked up here by Astral. Can they piece themselves back together enough to close out this second map? Keep in mind, this was a penalized round working against them too, because it took them so long to reconnect on one of our rehosts. So Astral working against a lot right now and still staying competitive with the Timbers. Some really great stuff here. They're going to try to look for that map point here on round number 11, as will the Timbers though. So this is coming down to the wire. It's looking like that overtime match that we had the last time these two teams faced off in a major may be happening yet again if we continue to have this close of a matchup here. The round has begun. The Timbers are out and about. Got Raven droning himself through the basement to start things out, and a few other players going to work their way into the front door, at least just pop it open so they can begin droning it. Probably going to be some time before we see any actual action in that direction. I say that, but Vector also already pretty deep in here as well, so
what we can already tell you is this is going to be a much different round just from the beginning. Timbers handling their, map in a completely different way. They've now, focused themselves over to the southwest side of the map, playing a lot of these windows to see if Astral is going to try and rotate around, which is a good game plan because Astral does tend to do that. They really like this roam gameplay and trying to get in your face. But right now, that's not the case for Astral. They know they need this map control and they need to worry about this top floor. If they give too many bodies up early on, Timbers are simply going to be able to walk into sight. There's not really much you can do about it. You need these early picks provided to the defense to be successful on this site. Now, the main problem for Timbers is that if they don't adapt soon enough to a different game plan, they're still going to run into the same problems. They're going to have to take these gunfights, and Astral are more than likely going to win it simply because they have the advantage in these angles.
Toski waiting very patiently for a player to potentially swing down over here on 90 window as well. Very, very close indeed to having that interaction go down, but still nothing yet here, as Timbers have not really wanted to test the mettle of the Astral players. They know that Astral's players are quite aggressive under normal times. I mean, even in that 2vx situation, still wildly swinging out from the site to try and take fights. And there we go, finally getting one of them. Pixie's going to end up going down. No confirmation coming in from the Timbers just yet, as Morph still looking around, still trying to play this carefully in the event there's someone going for the trade. But there's the revive. However, Morph can't confirm either of them. He gets some additional damage onto Fungi, who was the player that resurrected him, but Pixie's back up. Fungi now heavily damaged as well, and the members of Astral have just been completely unable to return any damage. There's another pickup here now. Navy finds one. He's even going to down a second player before getting traded there, and all of a sudden the Timbers will start to pick up kill after kill after kill here. It's all falling down for Astral, as Sigmas is going to get eliminated as well. Now down to just Toski in the 1v4 scenario, trying to make this play happen, but it's not to be made. Vector closes it down for the Timbers, and they get up to map point first.
Well, very scary sight here for Astral. I can't necessarily tell you how exactly they did it either. It just seemed like a lot of combat going on inside of the bathroom, and then all of a sudden a plant's going down. So, I mean, I'm assuming that they got backdoor VIP access, just allowed access right into site to put that case down. And it worked out well for them. I mean, we saw the gunfights pour in. Obviously, Timbers, A+ inside of that category, because Astral did not have anything inside of that round to even hold a candle to what Timbers was able to achieve. So Timber is now well within their right to take this map and push us to 1-1 inside of this series, which, makes this story completely different from how we started the day off.
Definitely does. A much more competitive Timbers is starting to show up here, and one that can consistently win the gunfights against Astral as well. It seems like they've really locked in Astral's number when it comes to how they try to play their own aggressive defense here, and have been able to punish that in the early round very consistently. And as of the last couple of rounds, they've been doing an absolutely fantastic job of following through on those early successes, making sure that they do not lose the advantage and taking it all the way to the site. Some really clean stuff here from the Timbers. And Astral needs to be very careful. This round needs to be won, otherwise we are going to go to that third map with a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing right now is that Astral has just stopped being patient. We've seen Timbers actually be a lot more patient on their offense than Astral has been on their defense. And funny thing is like, it should be the exact opposite, no? I mean, one team is named offense, the other one's named defense for a reason. One's going to be patient, the other one has to be aggressive. And it seems that we're playing opposite day right now. Astral being aggressive inside of these gunfights and repeaking some things that they really don't have any right to repeat. Specifically talking inside of that last round about that Nomad engagement inside of Art Vault. That's not supposed to be going that way. Castle just repeaking, spraying through a wall, hoping for something random to just happen. And it's not going to go down that way, especially when you're trying to gunfight that ARX. I mean, it's just going to be a very, very difficult gunfight. So it's weird to see Astral trying to make these refrags happen, especially when, they don't have the upper hand. They're just trying to force these successes that are few and far between here on Villa.
Foskey coming very close to a first engagement with some of the members of Timbers. He's not even going to see it coming. Vector just walks right in on top of him. Has great intel as to Pixie's position as well, so he's also going to be able to light him up down to 50 HP. And once again, the early round has been won here by the Timbers. The Straw's going to be forced out of their extended roam, well away from that one. And here we go. Now a trade starts to roll in from the Astral side. Skimsy finds one downstairs. There's a bit of a hunt that has to go down now for Timbers to try and make sure that that player is dealt with, or at the very minimum, will not be a continuous threat to the rest of the push here from the Timbers as they try to move in from ABG side.
This is where this game's going to change up a lot inside of this best of 5. You can see a lot of people are starting to get more comfortable, specifically in that play right there for Vector. That's simply a crouch walking Ash coming right up bookshelf or classical hallway, whatever you know it as. But it's going to work out for both of these squads as they continue to get more aggressive and try different things. Another pick comes through for the Timbers. This is getting more and more difficult for Astral, but we've seen them fight out of these situations before, but not when Vector swinging like that. Double kill for him. The R4C not able to win it out up against Pixie, as well as that Alda 2v3 all of a sudden as the Straw's fighting back 2 versus 2 as they're actually transitioned to another portion of the map. Some bullet spray comes through the wall, which is set a Straw onto their back foot. Navy now with some pressure into split, frag grenade out, but he's timed it wrong, goes off inside of Astronomy, going to have to go for it once again. Some good damage onto multiple of these members, but does the last one get picked up by an ADS? I assume that it did. It's out of Navy's inventory, so now some major problems. Not hearing that ADS go off, though, he transitions into split, gets taken down by the Astronomy player, and he can't stop Reaper, but he can actually. He's transitioning over to the other end. He's got him off the plant. Navy now needs to swing inside of sight, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He's now transitioned himself into Astronomy, but he gets taken down. Reaper gets found, but he's quick to the trigger. Timbers win round 12, and they take Villa.
Reaper given the opportunity to hop off the plant and shut things down. It's the Timbers that'll take control over map number 2 in 7-5 fashion, continuing the storyline from the previous time that these teams matched up. They are still going to control Villa in this best of 5. And now we get to move on to Oregon with a tied series here, definitely making it a competitive match between these two to crown our champion here in the Mexican Major.
Great map here by Timbers. I honestly didn't expect the success coming in, especially in the initial iterations that we saw earlier on. But, you know, after all the rehosts and everything finally calms down, Timbers back to form, looking very, very strong here on Villa. I'm just hoping that it's not more of the same that we saw back in August. I don't want to see them just win Villa. I'd like to see them at least pick up another map here, show us some progress inside of this region. As of right now, though, we got Oregon on the docket. I'm extremely excited walking into this one, John. There's a lot that this map's going to have to offer.
Indeed, it is. We saw some really impressive stuff from Navy when it came to the entry game. A massive step up for him in that one, definitely putting his team on the right foot forward and overall putting Timbers in a really solid position. We're going to have to see if they can carry that through, as Stokes was saying, on to Oregon, which is the next pick from Astral. That and a whole lot more action is coming up right around the corner, folks. So stick with us and we'll be right back.
Ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Es que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere andar y ser ese spirit que goza la vida y lo hace con esa chica.
for me. Perfect.
You are live, dude.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mexico Major for November. It is just about time to jump into our third map between Astral and the Timbers. We are about to go live on Oregon, which is the pick for all. Both teams claim victory on their initial map picks. The score is currently tied at 1-1. Both teams need 2 more victories in order to claim the title here today, along with a prize pool that comes with it. $10,000 is up for grabs to the team that takes first place here today, along with 225 SI points to the global rankings to hopefully push these teams that much closer to a top 16 finish, which would indeed hopefully send them to SI, which would be the first time we've seen a Mexican team go all the way to that event, which would be very fun to see indeed. Astral won the previous major, so they are on top of the point totals in that respect right now, currently holding in the 20s for the global rankings. Timbers is looking to try and take that away from them, however, as they just took map number 2 in a very convincing fashion, 7-5 overall. But towards the end of it, they're on the attacking side. Timbers were looking very, very strong indeed, especially with entries coming in from their player Navy. Things were looking very, very strong, and for Astral, looking to kind of rally themselves, looking to try and find some ways to battle back in the early round. And while there was a little bit of light starting to show up towards the end of the map, ultimately it was not enough, and they were constantly getting locked down on the roam game. Timbers very much facing the same issues from their own defense, but much to a lesser degree, at least in that last map. As we go over to Oregon, these very important aspects are only going to become more important, as Oregon is a map that allows for even greater freedom to the roam game. Map number 3 should be getting started here in just a second, guys. We've got all 10 players connected. They are pretty much ready to rock and roll here, so we're just waiting on the admin team to get these players ready to go. Then we can start the actual match and get going. We can take a look at the bracket in the meanwhile, see how things led up to this as well, see what kind of play these teams were getting themselves into prior to this matchup here. Or excuse me, we'll take a look at the bracket for our Brazilian finals as well, because those are also going on, also part of this very same major here in Latin America. We've already seen quite a bit of play that, of course, we've been seeing Jackie and the boys casting a little bit earlier on it today. We just managed to witness Team 1 versus NIP, I think was the most recent match we had over on the stream, where Team 1 ended up coming out on top of it. They now push themselves forward to the final matchup versus Team Liquid tomorrow. Team Liquid already making their way through from the upper bracket, and now they hold that position in the grand finals next to Team 1. That sits next to the match we are currently playing now here in the Mexico grand final, where Astral and Timbers are facing off against each other, also in a best of 5. Stokes is back with us now, so we can bring him into the conversation here. Talk a little bit more about what we could potentially see between these two teams on Oregon. Stokes, we're just a couple seconds away. In fact, looks like we're starting things out now. So let's get your brief thoughts here on Oregon as we're getting ready to jump back into it.
I think Oregon's going to provide, more of a litmus test between these two and see what both of these teams really have to offer. I think it's actually a really nice mesh of Clubhouse and Villa's play style as instead of utility and everything else. So, I think that this is definitely going to be the spot in which we can see one of these teams prove that they're better than the other.
All right, guys, here we go into the bands, getting them started right now. You can see all the beauty of Oregon as we take our nice little house tour there really quickly. It's a little dirty, but that's okay. It's a fixer-upper. Ace is going to be the first operator to get banned out here, as that'll be the first choice from Astral. So we're removing that very prolific hard breach that we've been seeing used quite a bit, even outside of this match across the global meta. He's become pretty much a big piece of the puzzle, so it's no surprise to see him getting knocked out here. Thatcher is going to be the first ban for the Timbers and the final attacker ban.
Really strong bans here, really hindering the offense a lot. We're going to see some Maverick play most definitely coming out. He's going to be a necessity for this map, whether it be hatch play or trying to get that attic wall open. So be seeing him on the offense. We're going to have Wamai banned out for the 3rd time in a row. So these teams really, really not liking Wamai. Both of them banning him out in their own regard. So I think you can simply just chalk this up to having Wamai off the board not only makes it to where Capitao is more potent, but he also makes it to where your clear is easier. So get him out of here. Let's see what this last defense ban is going to be. Timbers, what do you have for us? Kaid off the board. I like this right here. Getting this Kaid out, especially with that Thatcher ban in, this is going to make it to where hatch play will be a lot easier.
Yeah, no really need to bring Kali for those situations anymore, simply because that ban counters out a lot of the issues you'd be working with there. At least when it comes to a basement attacks for the upstairs sites, you may still need to bring that extra bit of utility if you're trying to focus heavily on making sure you open up your hard breaches. But that's more to be talked about when we get closer to a situation that requires it. Already got seen some of these picks coming in. As we're actually going to start again, man. It's LATAM's no stranger to starting out on the off sites, it seems here, as we're going to go in a kitchen dining hall to begin things for a straw.
It's all a mental game with these guys.
I've noticed Brazil does that too, so it's something interesting I've noticed with this region.
Yeah, they really like these off, these. Well, I guess you can call them off meta, right? And then these off meta picks to start things off. And honestly, I like it. But the thing is, as you know, like if you do it all the time, then it's no longer a surprise. So it's just one of those things. I don't know exactly Astral's history here on Oregon. I didn't really watch any VOD on this map in particular for them, so I don't know if this is something that they do regularly, but we'll have to see how it works out. I mean, they are bringing some things that actually are quite strange in some ways. I mean, we don't really have any wall denial. I mean, the thing that we talk about on this site in particular all the time, John, is showers, and there is nothing inside of showers right now. Not a thing. Like, I think we got some reinforcements in there, but I don't really see any mirror windows or anything getting dedicated down here just yet. I see fungi inside of there. I just want to see where they're going to put these mirrors at, because that's what I'm really worried about.
Well, Zigma's going to try to get a little bit aggressive here with the Valk play yet again. Chucking the camera outside. Does land right on top of the fence. Nicely thrown by Zigmas there. So I'll have good intel about the front building. And probably will be able to see all the way over to small tower too, depending on the position that it ended up landing in. Either way, a lot of intel for the defenders, and last time this was used, I don't think Timber spotted out, and it actually became quite a deficit. So you're going to have to be careful to hopefully try and find that one out. Meanwhile, in the site, Zigmas has since fallen back, and he's actually getting ready for a pretty quick push here. We've already got one player way up to the main doorway into connector over at top main stairs. So Zigmas will have to fall back even further as a result of that. In the meanwhile, though, Pixie tries to get aggressive, and he's going to get punished for that pretty heavily, as Raven will take him out on a run out and give his team the first kill of the round.
I just saw a smoke hop out of white with an SMG-11 and try and kill a guy as the first kill. All right, so that was a thing. So I'm very, very surprised that Pixie was actually the one to do that, even though the intel was there. Like, yeah, you can get the kill, but your utility is so important here. And I mean, Astral, they're able to fight back, and I guess that's really what it is. They really, really just want to take these gunfights, and they're very confident inside of that, and, more power to them. But what in God's name is going on? Fungi inside of security, he's immediately traded by Navy, but very weird, back and forth inside of the office. Timbers, though, end up with map control that they didn't have before, able to impact the single panel inside of security, working kitchen in a very weird way, but Skimzy's able to get a kill. They should have the read on him now. Navy up to the plate. Can he win it out? He can't. Skimzy, with what seemed like a really, really nice flick. We'll have to see if it was, but Astral, absolute dominance inside of these gunfights.
Oh, and it was a very nice flick from Skimzy there. Beautifully closed out by him. And the rest of Astral, as they're able to take control. A little bit aggressive, if I do say so myself, in the way that they choose to handle things, especially with, I mean, to be fair, the same criticism can be given to the Timbers too, because they move through the map incredibly fast, especially when it comes to their upstairs clear. So all that control being taken, there's not a whole lot of time to establish appropriate flank watch drones or players for that matter. And that led to a whole lot of chaos, as we were just constantly seeing players get all up in each other's business and leading to flips within the round itself, where it looked like we were going to start seeing the other team begin to control things.
Yeah, it all happened extremely quickly, and I think the thing that caught me off guard the most is that all of a sudden we have a lot of Timbers members inside of security with really no presence around the Showers dining area, and that's usually a part of the map that you don't see any offensive member in unless it's the dying seconds of the round. But that was not the case when it came to that round at all. That was probably one of the most unorthodox rounds of kitchen dining I've seen on this map so far. So, for Astral, again, more power to you. I mean, if you're going to play that aggressive setup, you might as well, go for it. They were swinging for the fences, and it worked out in their favor.
Let's take a look, see if there's going to be anything crazy happening with the basement defense. Things look pretty normal so far as I've been able to see anyway. We do have the half wall set up over at the tunnel entrance there, which again, it's played in pretty normally, especially when we consider the fact that Mira is unbanned. But interestingly enough, we don't have Mira in play for our defensive team on this round. So despite the fact they're going to leave that one half soft, we'll see if they try to fall back and reinforce it later on in the round when the kitchen gets a little bit too hot. Other than that, things do look relatively standard as far as a basement defense is concerned.
You know what they say, if it's too hot in the kitchen, you should probably get out of the fire.
Yeah, no Goyo though, so that metaphor doesn't work as well this time, but either way.
I got bailed out with a Capital. We're good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, that is true. There is a Capital. So.
See, you're thinking way ahead of the game here. 30 seconds off the board and no action left between these two, which actually is quite strange, as well as Toski accidentally almost blowing himself up. So it seems to be really worried about some possible Timbers members pushing down the staircase, and he damn well should be. Morph already working on the hatch, as well as some stun grenades that could possibly give him some trouble, but nice comms here, going to find him. Capital transitioned his way outside there. Almost thought he was going for a hot drop just for a split second, just because of the positioning, but not the case. Some more smoke grenades going down on the back of shield, some misused utility, but the good thing is they can just pick that back up if they do, end up fat fingering those. So not exactly misuse in any of those regards. But as of right now, Timbers just wrapping around this site. They really want to go for this laundry freezer execute, but Fungi going to be a massive piece that they need to get rid of.
Well, he's getting fed kills today. So many from that Alda going his direction, and that one is no different there. Vector, who, to be fair, has been pretty good on entry, tries to start things out well for the Timbers here, but ultimately it does not pan out. Two other players are trying to move themselves in and get access over towards Freezer side, so a little bit of a laundry freezer pinch being built up here by the Timbers. We'll see how well it'll work for them, as they're still waiting out a lot of the smoke gas charges, which are plenty still to be used there. In fact, he's still got two more of those to use out, and a great swing from Zigmas. Nearly loses his life for it, but gets the headshot off first, and that's going to be another player down for the Timbers into a 3v5 scenario here now. Navi's trying to stun his way deeper in sight to open up more avenues of attack, but again, nothing following that one up from anyone else on the side of the Timbers here. Still kind of flat-footed here, still looking for a way to get things started, looking for that one entry they need to cause a hole which they can breach through, but they haven't gotten it yet. Strolls remain stalwart in their current hold. Finally, Navi hitting back around to the laundry hatch, drops into it. Do they expect this to come? He's trying to spam from all directions, but ultimately gets spun on by Fungi there, who gets his second kill on the round. Another player getting dropped by Skimsy Raven. We'll find the only pickup this time for the Timbers, as a straw give us a very beautiful basement defense.
Very convincing defense as well, as it seems that every single time that Timber steps up to the plate, whether it be for map control or to just utilize a piece of utility to get, new lines of sight or what have you, they lose a body every single time. And that's the main problem for the Timbers offense on this map so far, is that every single time that they go to do something, Timbers knocks them down another member. And, sooner rather than later, you're going to get to the point where you can't handle map control how you would necessarily want to. And the Timbers keep getting, running into this problem where they can't necessarily, continue to gunfight the Astral members how they want to. They need something to go drastically in their favor to bring the round back, and they just can't get that to happen. So whether it be playing for these refrags or what have you, we'll have to see how the Timbers adapt. But as of right now, that's the problem they're presented, and until they're able to fix it, Astral are running away with this.
All with very solid control, and they're going to move that upstairs here now as they finally go for a kid's defense. This does give a few more angles of access early on to the attackers, so Timbers still want to try and play for early controls. They really have been for the previous two maps here. It's certainly going to be an option. They just will have to get through the utility game before they are able to do that, whether that means opening up the attic hatch or the walk-in hatch. Niall's at a minimum right now for the defenders, so there shouldn't be too much of an issue with being able to open those things up. It's just whether the route of attack following that is going to be solid enough in order to get them into the site, as they've often lost players trying to fight for that early advantage, arguably really early on the timer as well.
See how that works out. Yeah, as you said, Timbers getting a lot of engagements early on with a straw, which has been that hindrance that we've been talking about. Might want to go to more of a conservative offense to try and make some magic happen here, but I mean, not for the most part, doom and gloom. I mean, they still have had some success inside of gunfights and what have you. It's just that, the negative far outweighs the positive, at least for right now. We're going to have yet again another very aggressive roam here by Astral, if you can even call it that. It's more of just a very aggressive face showing here by Toski. And oh my, Vector gets absolutely shredded by that SMG-11. Not expecting somebody to be on that staircase, and frankly, I wouldn't either.
And again, that's the entry player for Timbers going down. 2 rounds in a row now where Vector has tried to line something up here for the Timbers and ultimately has failed to make an impression as we see this time. Not really much his fault there. It's just such a brutal angle that he has to go up against, so he's just going to become a victim of that. But once again, that does mean the Timbers are fighting for a man down, as they've had to do previously here, and it usually hasn't had good omens attached to it when it's happened.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? Is that Vector has been the main, protagonist for them throughout this entire thing. He's been fighting his way through here, making the hero plays, but now all of a sudden, it's not looking good, especially when you look over the Astral camp. I mean, look at Skimzy and Fungi. We want protagonists. Let's talk about antagonists for a second. Fungi and Skimzy are making things so difficult for this Timbers lineup. Every single gunfight that they've tried to take has not been working out for them, but Raven, with a nice torch hole through Attic, walks his way in. No Attic presence at all, but they're finally able to refrag him, finally learning of his presence, but the Timbers weren't able to make anything work with that, and a nice swing from Skimzy. Pixie with the icing on the cake. Astral, round 3 in the bag.
How do they just let Skimzy swing on them like that? Beautiful play. Skimzy sees the Hibana for a split moment. I think he caught the Hibana going for a reload as well, so knew that was his moment of opportunity. Knew at most he was going to be having to take down one player who would have actually been trained on him, and just executes both of them there. Beautiful stuff. Timbers with a big blunder there, and it really seals the deal on their attack for that round. 3-0 advantage now for Astral.
The major problems, John. It's just like you said, the early engagements are going to be the biggest issue for them. I mean, they had the play there as well with Raven, going all the way over to Attic, torching a hole inside of the wall, and then sneaking his way into sight. But the main problem was not even that play. It was the other Timbers members. When Raven's making that play, you have to do something on the other ends of the map, because if you don't, right when he gets that first pick, all of the sight presence is all of a sudden going to be focused on Raven. And that's exactly what happened to Raven. He got taken out by multiple different angles. All the Astral members are swinging Attic, and you can't take, every single gunfight in the world and win it. Even Bolo can't do that. I mean, if you have to worry about multiple crossfires, you're more than likely dead. But for the Timbers, all they had to do was start pressuring into Trophy and starting to try and get in Astral's face, instead of just having, the one lead-off member do so. They just didn't follow suit there, and that was the biggest problem. You have to make sure that everybody's on the same page, and it just seemed lacking on that round.
As we go down to the zero timer for prep phase here, see if there's anything interesting going on for the Astral setup. Astral probably getting a lot of their confidence rebuilt up again too, because of how well some of these early engagements have been going. They've actually been falling behind quite a bit on that as we take a look at the results from map number 2, but really seem to have found their luster again back over here on Oregon. So their map picks definitely playing into their favor with regards to how well they can wait out aggression across a few of these maps. 3-0 lead for them built up. Definitely a very comfy cushion to build off of here throughout the rest of the round, and also some great intel onto the Ashe. It's not being red pinged either, so the Ashe has no idea that they have complete intel as to her position currently. Same thing can be said for the Zofia, of course, here, and this is going to continue to provide lots of great intel. They're just waiting for them to get close enough to a window, more than likely, before actually attempting to swing on them, because these are still going to be dangerous fights, even with having the security of the intel from the Valve cam there.
Still plenty of time on the board for both of these squads, though, and a ton of utility still to burn through. I don't even think that we have the true story of what could possibly happen here just yet, but I mean, Vector with quite a bit of damage, as well as a mirror that is trying to hunt him down. But oh man, the misdirection there from Vector sent Skimzy for a trip as he just peeks openly into lobby and gets taken out. Not exactly what you want from your Mira, but I mean, that's exactly what Astral is going to be dealing with. And Skimzy getting a little bit aggressive, but now some good pressure here by the Timbers, specifically from Navy. Nice impact onto the Mira window there, as Morph's going to make it even more difficult.
Morph just peeking in for 2 here before finally meeting that Aldo. Once again, Toski having to shut things down for his team, but much like many rounds before, now it's a massive disadvantage. They're trying to fight back from all the way into a 2v4. Reaper already going for the plant on site. Zigma's trying to hold back the angle against Toski, but it's not going to be enough. Now Zigmas has to swing, and he'll also be taken care of very quickly there by Vector, who has himself one heck of a round on the Ashe here to make up for the lack of frags from the past couple. Beautiful stuff. Finally, the Timbers are on the board.
Strong stuff here from the Timbers off of some really nice entries, but the main problem is that it was really Astral messing things up and just not taking engagement that they really should have. I mean, we saw an engagement inside of lobby that should have never have happened from that Mira. I mean, you're in charge of that entire map control for the meeting section of the map, and all of a sudden you just walk out of Split trying to take a gunfight on the main stairs. I mean, you could die from literally anywhere. Just because Vector wasn't inside of Garage doesn't mean that there's not another member of Timbers inside of the Garage. There's so much randomality that can go on that side of the map that, you know, you don't necessarily know what you're walking into, you know? And that's the biggest issue for them, is that they're now taking these engagements that they just really shouldn't. And especially inside of that round, that's going to be the thing that they should take away from that. Let's slow things down a bit. Let's have the Timbers try and bide for that map control, because they are just so good at striking first when Timbers gets inside of that building.
Well, let's find out. See if Astral can quickly rebound here, capitalize on the things that they hopefully learned back on round number 4, and be able to try and shut down some of this early roam game yet again. They're able to peel back their extensions a little bit here. The good news is, as well, is they don't have to worry so much about early pressure, since they have the basement hold to work with here now. A much more secure position for them to fend off the Timbers attacks from. We already saw this from the previous attempt to defend it, was that the Timbers did struggle quite a bit to maintain position in the basement, and more importantly, translate that positioning into anything close to the site. Astral did a fantastic job, especially Fungi, of shutting down the pushes from multiple avenues.
I would just like to point this out. We have not seen a Maverick come out just yet from the Timbers. They did end up banning the Kaid away, but
we had him a couple runs back on the kids attack, actually, because that was how he snuck in.
Oh yeah, you are correct. You are correct. Apologies on that. So, you know, but Morph ends up picking up a frag upstairs. But what I was going to say is that we haven't seen him too much, especially on this basement setup. Most notably for the Timbers, they're going to continue to bring this Capitao and use that secondary Heartbreed. So it's nice to see this new piece of secondary utility get a lot more play in recent history. Even when the change initially happened, we didn't see a lot of people adapt it into their lineup. So to see the Timbers, you know, utilize it in a pretty strong way so far, it's just nice to see people picking up new things.
So initial frag once again goes into the favor of Timbers due to Toski trying to take an aggressive fight early on and ending up on the losing end of that. Morph has taken quite a bit of a hit himself. He's down to under 25, but thankfully he's fulfilling a utility role right now. So as long as he stays alive and gets the opportunity to use those crossbow bolts, it's not going to be too much of a loss if he's unable to participate in the fragging throughout the rest of this round. He's also already contributed by opening up one of the hatches, as Stokes had been mentioning. Sigma's with an aggressive position, no reinforced shields or any sort of utility that I can see at least to support this, but still try to take the fight from the inside and wins it. Nicely done by Sigma's there. Taking out Vector, trying to swing in from the tunnel. That's the first trade back to bring us down to even terms at a 4 versus 4.
Well, the utility already been, for the most part, you know, utilized by the offense, and now here comes the problem. The Strahl still with forward positions inside of sight and no real crossfires to worry about. So, I mean, this is just going to be free for the taking right now for a Strahl. Can't even set off any of their X-Kairos on the freezer wall because of the mute jammer. They're just going to hold these crosses and continue to contest. Pixie now waiting for someone to round the corner at the bottom of the laundry stairs. But we're going to just simply sit here until Timbers are able to funnel in. They finally got the mute jammer off. Frag grenade coming out. See if they can get any damage off here. But they do have to worry about Pixie as he falls back. Gets away from that bomb chassis. Not worried about... Oh, no! Pixie takes down Morphed. I didn't expect to see that one happen. He's been down, but he's killed his opponent. Timbers now with the biggest problem that we've seen them face so far. We thought it was going to be a free entry and that they might be able to get away with it, but that's not going to be the case. Raven taken down. Reaper the last one that remains, but with very minimal time and only a bearing 9. Sigma's with the double to close it out in round 5. Falls nicely into the bag.
Sigma's with some great aggressive swings there in order to save his team. Gets the initial pick back over on the tunnel push. That takes out the entry. That's been a real big problem against some of the members of Astral here, and then gets the final kill as well. Takes us into the last round of the half. Things are looking very convincing for Astral right now, but it could be even more convincing if they chain together that one final round to put them up at a 5-1 lead. That'll put them in the same position that they had back on Clubhouse, where they were also controlling things very convincingly back over there. The Timbers, much like Clubhouse, it's time to wake up and wake up quickly, because if not, you're going to be staring down that 1-2 deficit, and you cannot let Astral take any of the 2 remaining maps.
This is the thing that I was really afraid of when we first started this series and saw that map pool, because I was having flashbacks to the last major we commentated. Really, Villa was the true contention between both of these teams. Timbers ended up winning it, but we didn't see them, hang their hat on any other map inside of the entire map pool. There was nothing to where they pushed Astral to the limit, and it seems as though that's starting to happen again. Now, I will say this, let me preface it. Astral have not went to offense just yet, and Oregon is a map that is very difficult to handle from the offensive side. So for Timbers, they still have their one round. You'd really like to here. They need to close out on this Dorms attack, but I'm saying that this is going to be a 5-1 right now in favor of Astral, simply because we saw Timbers really start to, run into some major problems when it came to actually attacking this. They were able to get into the actual site, at least one member being Raven, torching himself inside of Attic, but that's really all we saw from members. It was the Strawl all the way inside of that round.
So Strawl back in the driver's seat yet again. Now time for them to really try to seal the deal here at the end of the half. If they can make it 5-1, that's a massive scoreline that the Timbers would have to come back from here. Taking a look at the Timbers opening movements here, it's quite split across the map. No serious commitment to any single portion of it just as of yet. More than likely still focusing quite a bit on the drone work here. Skimsy is going to get found out from the top of T2, and actually he's just going to transition himself right over there, realizing that his position is no longer a surprise, and it's not really worth it to stay here anymore. So better to back up within the relative safety of his teammates, even though he does have to take that little risky run out to get there.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the runouts that's one of the riskiest ones in the game right now, strictly because with any operator, you actually can't make it window to window without getting detected. So we've actually seen some aggressive plays through this, avenue here. The most notable one, I believe, was Oxygen, and it was, I want to say Shuttle. No, or actually not, excuse me, Shuttle, but Vertical that ended up sprinting to that and trying to frag out onto the hard breachers over on that portion of the map and ended up getting taken down. We haven't seen anything too crazy happen with it just yet, but I really like Astral's version of this. Start over inside a big tower and then rotate back into Attic. The only thing is that you'll probably get away with it once and it won't happen again. Skimsy with a Nitro cell to start us off, though, takes down Morphed, one of the more potent players right now for this roster, and that's going to be a major problem. We'll need to see Navy step up in that frag department.
Now, the key thing here is that the attic access has pretty much already been gotten for the Timbers roster. It was missed last time by Astral, but it seems like the correction has already been made by them. They've got about 2 people watching the attic position. Zigmas is committed to it now. He just doesn't know where the aggro is actually going to come from as of yet, since you can see the Mavericks rotated outside to the window. He was hoping that Zigmas would get over aggressive and possibly peek into his angle, but that doesn't end up happening, so it looks like the Mavericks rotating back. A lot more flash work being thrown in from the Master side. Meanwhile, here, Pixie in a bit of an awkward position, misses his chance to pump off a shot, but gets a secondary opportunity. While back on the other part of the map that we did see Vector find an opener back on Kid's stairs, he's able to take another pickup here. Finally take out a member of Astral. It's a small gesture, though, as he's had to actually back away from that position entirely. He's gone over here towards the diffuser now, spamming into his teammate's dead corpse, hoping that was an opponent, but it only gives him away to Pixie, as he now gets his second kill on the round by taking out Vector. Everything's on Reaper and Raven now, as they try to make this 2v4 happen with only 20 seconds left.
They're going to be going about it on 2 different portions of the map. Raven working his way into Trophy. Doesn't have to worry about the cross just yet, but top white already done and dusted as he works his way in. But it's Zigmas quick to the trigger once again as the Strawl. Round 6, put it in the bag. I mean, they're practically robbing him at gunpoint at this point in time. I mean, that's going to be 5 rounds on this defensive half. Looking really strong going into this offense. But again, let's go back to what I talked about previously. Astral now have to prove that they can make some magic happen over on this end. Otherwise, we could see a run back from the Timbers. Timbers did have quite the success story on their defense on Villa. Ended up splitting that 4-2. But the problem is if they split 4-2 here, then we're honestly going to have it. Well, obviously going to have Astral end up winning this in 7 to whatever fashion. So they really need to provide a really good show here on this defense. Otherwise, Astral going to be up 2 maps already.
Taking a look and see what the Timbers are going to bring to the table for their basement defense. We do, at the last second there as well, 6 pick in on the Clash. So that's going to change up the pace of the game. They know for a fact that Astral has wanted to play very, very quickly sometimes, and oftentimes wanted to play quickly in an independent fashion, which is very, very dangerous in Siege here. So if that continues to be a factor, and someone from Astral tries to take early map control anywhere close to the site, Navy can get right in the way of that, and more than likely lock that player down to be taken out as well. So this could actually be a pretty big piece of utility for the Timbers, depending on what Astral are going to try to bring to the table for their own attack.
We're about to find out here in just a second, but they've already changed up a couple of things that we didn't see Timbers exactly utilize. We have a Thermite out for the very first time. They're not going to be using the Maverick, but they don't necessarily have to worry about that, especially with Toski along for the ride. He'll have enough hard breach to be able to handle all of these hatches. Obviously, Fungi's job makes some very large holes inside of the site. So we'll see how this goes. They've already lost a drone early on, but that's not too big of a deal. Probably just site confirmation as they work towards their goal. But for Astral, it doesn't seem like they want to go for that freezer laundry take like we saw Timbers go for time and time again. They'd much rather go for that standard construction big tower take. Now, this is where the Timbers lineup really needs to find some success. They've already set up for this with the close for the construction hallway. They're able to hold elbow in a very aggressive fashion with that Clash, as well as that Mira combo, because Clash can back up and get support from that Mira inside of that, part of the elbow. So, you can have Mira peek off that, get some good intel, as well as that crossfire being held by Reaper on pillar. There's a lot of good things going on right now for Timbers.
A lot of drone work being thrown in from Astral down the back stairs. A lot of emphasis on trying to figure out exactly what's going on around the pillar area, that they can try to get past the pinch that's set up by Timbers in this neighborhood. Away from that, though, still plenty of time for Astral to utilize here. Still just clearing things out. Not much for roam game from the Timbers outside of the basement, so not much to worry about in that department. Just trying to get as much intel gathered as possible here while keeping the drones alive, so that they'll feel safe in their capability to execute. They've got the position of the Clash lockdown here now. Skimzy was just priming a flash a moment ago to try to maybe open up an opportunity for the team to use here. There it goes, but no immediate follow-up upon that. We can see the Clash continuously holding the doorway. This will ping out a drone here real quick. Trying to take it out with an impact to deny that intel, but possibly a little bit of a commitment here going to be coming in from Navies. He swings out from construction, just trying to see what exactly is on the other end. Only really gets the fire back from the one player, so it's going to see that it's pretty light here instead, but we'll continue to hold the door regardless. Mort is committed here with him too, keep that in mind. Reaper now having to be pushed back, however. Falls further into the site. He's affected by one of the flashbangs from Astral. They'll finally work their way in the back stairs, and with no real contention either there. No one from Timbers trying to fend them off. Fungi now going to try to push his way in. He's got to be careful of the Clash angle here, of course, but 48 seconds left. They are starting to get a little bit lower on time, so that issue is starting to peek its way into their own strategy as well. While this distraction's going on over by the tunnel, though, the players at Pillar are making massive progress. They've gotten the wall open, but that may come back to bite them. Reaper finds a trade. He's still alive and well, but at the same time, Fungi has been ripping apart the hold on the inside of the tunnel, brings the Timbers count down to 1 now as Zigmas finds that frag on Raven. Everything falls to Reaper. He doesn't even know where to go as Skimzy finishes him off, and Astral claim round number 7.
Oh man, this is not looking good right now, John, and it's simply because of the gunfight selection from our defense here. Timbers stepping up when it's not necessarily needed. These guys do not even want Astral to attempt a plant, which inside of Rainbow Six, that's not necessarily how you want to play the game. These guys continue to get in Astral's spaces because they don't want them to get on the site, but Astral have already set up these crossfires as well as these angles that are going to be extremely hard to contest from the defensive side. Unless you have an ACOG or something like that and you know exactly where that man's going to be sitting off intel, it's going to be a difficult gunfight. And that's exactly what we saw with Fungi inside of construction, just continually taking down every member that pushed inside of elbow from this squad. So when they're attempting to go for those plants, you got to lean on that utility to prevent that. I mean, they still had a nitro cell on the Mira. They simply just had to play for the execute, and when that goes down, try to kill the planter. You now have case control and you can play things a little bit slower. It just feels as though Timbers do not want to play for the timer. They'd much rather play for those frags.
Well, that mistake will come back to bite them, as now they need to win 5 rounds straight if they have a hope of winning out this map and taking the advantage away from Astral. If not, even 1 round is won by Astral out of the next 5. It's going to be a 2-1 lead for them. They'll get themselves up onto a match point series advantage and push us into our 4th map on Cafe, which is the second pick from the Timbers, so maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable there, but The Straw as well with that 1 map lead will still be looking good, especially coming out 2 maps now with 7-1 wins. Setup here in kids, not going to look too crazy. Not that there's much room for variance here right now. Going to see a pretty standard lineup here, morphed as well on the castle, looking to double down on the barricades and block out important window access across the site as well.
Have to make sure that no one can, be a peeping Tom and make sure that they can't see inside that site. Very important stuff going on in there. Don't exactly want them to know where all that utility has been placed, but it's going to be an early entry here for Astral, and I expect Pixie to simply just walk his way in. He's going to get rid of the initial camera, so no intel for Timbers on this side of the map now, at least for the top of the main stairs, which means that Astral definitely have an opportunity with this Ash over inside of Armory. They're making quick work of Big Tower as well. Fungi currently all the way across the map, and man, when I say quick work, I mean it. 2 minutes and 10 seconds still on the clock, and they already have attic access.
Sigma's already staring down the scope as well, trying to see if anybody from the Timbers wants to take the fight at the other end of attic. Hasn't necessarily been the case. We've got players in a connector already here too, as Pixie's moved in very, very early on. That means the Timbers are going to find themselves crunched. And in just the first minute of the round here, they're going to be very heavily restricted to the small tower area, the first floor, as well as the site itself, of course. Now we're going to see the Thermite move in, look to open up the wall leading into, I believe that's walk-in that's being opened right now here by Fungi, and we'll see if that'll be much of a success, as it was being muted as of a second ago, so not sure if they figured out a way to deal with that or not, but I better look at that once the actual execute begins, more than likely. Toski still sitting at another window, waiting to see if anyone from the Timbers will try to get aggressive. They seem to have intel on a player that's down there in that neighborhood over by meeting room here. Sigmas will begin his push through, and he's not the only one either. Toski still sitting on that rappel, can move up pretty quickly to help him. Sigmas will continue to be aimed in while he's on this Banshee. Needs to get rid of that first. Gets the job done. Now can focus on what's deeper in the site. Fungi also finding success yet again here as well. Well, it looks like he might have gotten himself traded out there a moment ago. Maybe not the case, though. Navy picking up the next one here for the Timbers. He eliminates Sigmas, bringing us down into a 3v3. The Timbers are holding for right now. Seems they may have learned their lesson from the last round, but still bleeding out players one by one here. Fungi with the next pickup. He's been key on the entry, but he finally goes down. Navy now alone, but he turns his back at the wrong time, and Pixie swings into Kids to finish out the round. That's going to be a Straw taking control here on map number 3 at 7-1.
Well, John, they say it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood, but that's all unless you're a Timbers team member right now, because 7-1 twice today. Club and Oregon both following the way of Astral in amazing fashion. We're talking 14-2 on round count in between those two maps. Timbers really only showing up when it came down to Villa. Cafe next up on the docket, and granted, it is going to be a Timbers map pick, but we're going to have to see the Timbers that we saw from Villa here. Otherwise, don't necessarily know how this one's going to go. We saw some strong stuff by both of these teams, but I mean, it's really, really hard to say anything negative about what Astral has done.
Even more players stepping up to the plate for that one, most notably Fungi having himself some wild performances, especially at the end there on the Thermite. I think he got 3 or 4 kills in that final round there. So beautiful stuff. Once again, coming in from Astral. They're just one map away from getting themselves the consecutive W's here in the Mexico Majors. We'll have to see if they'll be able to pull that off, or if revenge is still to potentially found here by the Timbers. It's going to be a short break, folks, a little bit longer than the ones we've had previously. We're going to be going away for about 10 minutes. When we do return, we will have that next map. It'll be Cafe between the folks from Timbers and the folks from Astral as the Mexican Major continues.
Va cogiendo el filé, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, yeah, yeah. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo.
for me. Perfect.
Pam, pam, Suri no queda al que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Pero le gusta lo malo, los underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Vamos a pecar con perreo, baby. Te veo con un flow criminal. Aquí en el party se siente como el ambiente nos lleva a otro lugar. Con perreo sin todo. Todos estamos head, también en la zona. Solo cuando pone freaky, 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 freaky dona. Canta como loca porque se emociona.
Nena, seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás. Si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, los underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, los underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Y baila todos los reggaetones y se saben mis canciones como si fueran oraciones en la misa. Tiene carácter de guerrera como todo en esta era, pero conmigo ya está bien sumisa. No es mala mía, si andas sudando. Tú pasas todo el día conmigo aquí gozando y tras. Y no es pa' tanto, esto es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
No seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás. Si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, los underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, los underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos cogiendo el feeling, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, yeah. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, los underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que siempre me round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, los underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Ella lo sabe.
Te desvestiste, lo hicimos en la habitación, qué rico mami. Pero en cosas del amor muchos fallaban. No veía nada, mi amor, algo esperaba de tu mirada. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Y yo no sé ya, si fue algo más que el placer. Si me amaste alguna vez, ya, o si fuiste mi mujer. Por lo que he visto y lo que te gusta, amor de tu vida yo no voy a hacer. Dame una noche, te voy a demostrar que soy el pecado que amas con mi chica. Y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres beber. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, resumo en el desayuno. Éramos pares, no éramos uno ni un te amo. Solo había sexo, nada cariño, solo pretextos. Estaría fine si lo sabría y no llenaras de fantasías. Ya me dijiste lo que quería, no eran besos ni poesía. Chica, y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo, hay que ser claro lo que quieres, bebé. Ya pasó tu primavera y el amor que se fue, pero las ganas de darle aumentan cada vez. Perdidos, loquendo, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos. Siento, pero tú no. Nos entendemos haciendo el amor. No hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. Yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé, yo no sé. Día que me falte tu piel, ¿qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? No seas parte de mi amanecer. ¿Qué será? ¿Qué será de mí? Y por todo yo brindo, desde lo feo hasta lo lindo. Tú eres una prueba que el mundo a mí nunca me brindó. Quería casarme, yo tan loco en ilusionarme, creyendo en tus besos y tus caricias. La verdad no fue el culpable. Ay, todo tiene un propósito y dejarme será solo uno más. Siempre a medias no he logrado encontrar mi otra mitad. El tiempo dirá, el tiempo dirá. Cuando la encuentre de ti no me voy a acordar. El día que me falte tu piel.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the November Major. It is time for the Mexico Major here, and we are already pretty deep into this series. It's a best of 5 between the top 2 teams for the regular season of the Mexican division. Astral Esports going up against the Timbers. We enter map number 4 here in just a few moments. It is going to be the second and final map pick from the Timbers. It's Cafe Dostoevsky. We'll be jumping into Stokes. What do you make of this one?
Oh man, well, we've already had a banger of a series here so far between these two, John. But for right now, going into Cafe, this is going to be the Timbers map pick, but we've only seen them find any success at all on a single map today, and that map would be Villa. The other 2 maps that we saw picked, Astral's map picks, obviously, but it was Clubhouse, as well as a very, very brief instance here on Oregon, where we saw them quickly get dispatched both times, only picked up a singular round on both of those maps. So we're talking 14-2 spread between those 2. So walking into Cafe, a map that requires a lot, specifically from the offensive front, it's simply going to be who can do it better. And right now, it really is looking like Astral.
It's going to be the big question, right? Because Astral's been incredibly dominant on their own map picks, but looking at Villa, we had some issues start to pop up. Some of the same issues that were prevalent during the last major, in fact, where they also managed to lose in overtime to the Timbers on Villa. Now we go over to Cafe and we get to test the limits of Timbers' own map pool. See if, once again, they can still extend beyond that single map they managed to win and finally put a second one up on the board, ultimately to drive them to Consulate for our final matchup between these two teams.
Well, Cafe should be right around the corner. And the thing about Cafe, like we were talking about before, John, this map is mostly focused on what you can produce on offense. The defense has it pretty good here, let's be honest. Like the map control is very difficult to come by, and you really have to bide for it. You got to fight tooth and nail with utility and supporting your map control through different means. And that's going to be the biggest thing for me going into this matchup. Again, like I said before, I think Astral simply does it better, but Timbers is not afraid to get aggressive or even just strictly try to attack the site. Granted, they haven't found much success inside of that, but just because it hasn't been successful on those 2 previous maps doesn't mean that they can't, all of a sudden come back to form like they did on Villa.
I think a big factor from this one, and a big factor that's been developing over the previous 3 maps now, is going to be what exactly ends up happening in the early round situations. We've looked at a very aggressive stance being taken mainly by Astral, but ultimately sometimes by Timbers as well throughout the earlier portions of the rounds, because they've been wanting to take up much more aggressive positions on their rim. They've been wanting to fight players before they even enter the building. Very, very aggressive things like that. And that can work pretty well, in my opinion, on a map like Cafe, because so often, depending on your site, of course, as the attackers, you often need to clear from the roof and move down through the rest of the building. That gives so many different opportunities to roamers to find that impact, whether it's before they enter the building while they're rappelling up to the roof, whether they're clearing out the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, so many of those opportunities. So this is really where we're going to get to see the most of that roam game, and hopefully be able to see some more of that really nice early round action that's been making this matchup quite entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams have a lot to offer, especially inside of the fragging department, but that's been the part that's been actually the most sad for me, especially from the Timbers camp, is that they have not been able to produce all except for a singular map, and I just hold them to a higher regard. I expect more out of them, especially from the last series that we saw. I don't want to see them fall into the exact same tracks that they have already set. You know what I mean? Like, I'd much rather see them go off the rails and try something new, try and get aggressive, win this series up against the Straw, or at least do better than they did last time, to show some of that improvement. But the main problem is right now, John, is that it's looking to be more of the same. And if anything, it seems that they've backtracked just a little bit. Granted, they were able to close these out in Villa outside of overtime, got it inside of relegation or regulation, but I mean, you look at the other 2 maps and there's just nothing good there. Not even a semblance of something positive, really, for this squad. And that's the thing that scares me the most walking into Cafe.
I do think there are things to be abused on the Astral side by the Timbers as we get into this map, as we're going to hope Timbers are a little bit more comfortable on this map since it is their own pick. And I think some of those things that we may end up seeing is the fact that, again, just what I was talking about before, Astral plays an incredibly aggressive defense based on the way that we've been playing out on the previous couple maps. If Timbers realizes that and is able to properly play around the map, they can execute those players and get incredibly early access to the sites, as we had been seeing back over on Villa a couple maps back. There's a lot of areas where I think the Timbers can still find a lot of success on this map. So like you've been saying, I definitely don't want to count them out of this series. I definitely hope we see some good things for them. And overall, I hope we get a very, very competitive map out of this one to take us the full distance over to Consulate.
All right, guys. Well, we're not too far away from the series just yet, and our possible, conclusion to this, if Astral is able to shut it out and avoid Consulate at all costs, that's going to be the main game plan for right now. Timbers need to close out Cafe and win Consulate in order to win out this series, which would bring us the full distance. And looking back to the previous map that we just saw, don't necessarily know if it's possible, but as John just said, there's a lot of things that Astral are doing that Timbers can obviously take advantage of, whether it be those early engagements or what have you. We'll have to see. But I mean, there's multiple avenues that Timbers can take to avoid a lot of the problems that they're having. I mean, simply talking about their entry game right now, Astral are very, very aggressive to the forefront. They're really working with or just go with the flow roam. It's not really supported. They kind of just step up to the plate, try and get an early frag outside of a door or what have you. And then when it actually comes down to it, it's simply Timbers not respecting that Astral is going to go about their business or conduct it in that manner. And Timbers aren't ready for it. They get taken out a lot of the times early on simply because they don't have the intel on that side of the map that they're approaching, and Astral are able to capitalize off of that. So, especially with that Yana ban coming in that we saw, previously inside of this series, I really think that they are well aware that Timbers need that intel to make something happen on this offense. And they continue to, play the mutes, play the Mozzies, and all these kinds of things to make it more difficult for this squad, simply because the Timbers cannot work their way around it. Like you said earlier, the circumnavigation is there. It's just that they're not taking it.
Another interesting part of this matchup we can talk about is we're still a couple minutes away from the matchup starting, guys. The mainstream, of course, it's happening with our players in it. They're still getting themselves wrapped up, and the players themselves are still getting ready to play. So we're just waiting on that to conclude, and we should be good to start the map. But another important piece of this has been the individual players, and it hasn't necessarily been as tied to one or two players as I would have been led to believe the series would have been. Players like Zigmas, of course, who get talked about whenever we talk about the Mexican Rainbow Six scene quite a bit, stepped up quite a bit at the end of the first map, but we haven't necessarily seen him be the be-all, end-all of everything on the frag department for Astral. It really has been a full team effort throughout these maps so far. Whether it's between Pixie, Toski, Fungi, Skimsy, I can remember at least casting one round where we had a highlight play from every single member of this roster. And this is something I remember from the last major too, is that this is a very, very solid roster. A big part of the reason why it's probably stuck itself together for so long and remains so dominant within the region itself. And the same can be said to a certain degree for the Timbers. Still one or two players that I'm looking to get a bigger piece of the pie here, but I think a large majority of their roster is also finding their moments here. They're definitely stepping up to the plate. So this is a full team effort from both sides.
All right. Well, should be approaching game time anytime now, folks. But I completely agree with you, John. It's really been a lot of individual efforts that have led to the success of both of these teams on their map wins. But the biggest thing for me has got to be Astral and how dominant they have been outside of Villa. I mean, they've been very, very difficult to shut down. And even when Timbers forces them into a clutch moment, they're still able to fight back and win things out. I mean, we've seen them time and time again from a 3v5 bring things down to a 3v3 and then just crush the Timbers' hopes and dreams. So it really seems to me as though the Timbers are able to force these situations, but once they actually get to that point in time, they don't really know what to do with that. And Astral definitely know what it's like to play from that clutch, position. They're taking those more aggressive angles that Timbers don't really seem to be ready for and are able to win out a lot of these gunfights simply off of mechanical skill. We see this highlighted by Zigma's playstyle a lot, where he's able to get away with a lot of things, which if simply a cross was being held, he wouldn't actually have the opportunity that is presented to him.
The hesitance that we've been seeing sometimes from the attacking side of the Timbers, I think, is also potentially going to become a big problem for them here on a map like Cafe. This is a map where I think as the attackers, you very rarely find yourself in a position where you have the ideal attack going into a late round scenario where you're coming down to that final 30 or 40 seconds. The timer is a little bit higher, of course, for these matches. These guys are a tad more aggressive than we see in some of the other regions where the timer oftentimes gets used to its full extent. That's actually very rarely happening here in Rending rounds still with like a good 20, 30 seconds left a lot of the time.
As well as plants.
Yeah, as well as plants too, which Stokes has brought up a couple times. But either way, right, going back to the point here, it's a very rare thing on this map to execute as the attacker when you have like everything set up for you. You're usually missing 1 to 2 pieces of the puzzle every time, and you've got to work your best to work around that sort of a thing. Timbers has been really delayed oftentimes when they haven't had those missing pieces of the puzzle, and I think that could potentially be their death knell on quite a few of these attacking rounds. The good news for them is they're starting out on defense, so that's only going to become a worry in the second half, but we are now going live, folks. This could be it. We've got Astral on match point. All they need to do is close out this map, and they have the major championship twice in a row between this one as well as the major already won back in August. Let's see if they can get it done, or if the Timbers will be in for a full 5-map brawl if they can take control of their own second pick here on Cafe.
Some exciting stuff. I am lying in wait, seeing who is going to win. Extremely excited, but let's get into these bans, John, shall we? Thatcher going to be off the board first here, which that's a pretty regular one. We talk about this guy all the time. Already talked about him earlier on today. So just dealing with a lot of those electronics, and that's exactly why Thatcher is going to be taken away. Astral going to ban the CAPSULE, which honestly, for how today's series has went, Not the most potent ban, but definitely strong up against the Timbers because the Timbers have really, really liked bringing him along inside of their offensive lineups. He hasn't made the biggest impact, even with the Wamai ban being implemented, but still a pretty good spot ban here from Astral. Defensive ban finally coming in, and that's going to be Kaid, just making sure they get him out of here due to that Thatcher being gone.
Final ban coming in from the Timbers now as they will get the last ban and the second defender ban here. Couple choices prevalent to them depending on how they want to play this matchup, and we'll see in just a moment. It is going to be another Wamai, which makes a lot of sense considering Cafe. Just the pixel position alone with him is really annoying to deal with, and that's not the only spot Wamai can set himself up for on this map. So makes a lot of sense to get him out of the mix, just like we saw back on maps like Villa.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the thing about Wamai that's so dang annoying is the simple fact that he can just sit there and wait for his ADSs to be burned and throw all of his discs. We see this happen a lot of the times, inside of the NA scene where Wamai won't toss out any of his discs until every single ounce of utility has been burned on those ADSs. Then he throws out 4 discs, and all of a sudden you have 4 other projectiles that you have to toss at the same shield. So getting him off the board, especially for Cafe, like you said, it's specifically that pixel spot, really, really good ban here. And out of all of the maps that he's been banned on so far, I would definitely say that this is the one that he needed the ban the most. So a straw going to 6-pick away from the Nomad. We're not going to have flank watch for the offense, so it's going to have to happen through other means. They're going to have somebody dedicated to that. But Astral 6-picking the buck here. This is telling me that we're more than likely going to be going for a cocktail attack, but that's going to be the issue. It seems as though Astral assumed that Timbers would start upstairs, but that's not going to be the case, John. They're starting inside of Rainy Dining.
Either way, the Bucks going to help out here quite a bit since there's no sledge being brought to the table. They do need that consistent soft destruction to open up top-down angles, and that'll have to come from Fungi here. Very important that he stays alive. Nobody's brought breaching charges to make up for it. And away from that, they just have the Ashe and Zofia impacts that would be able to give them those angles. This is almost a requirement for attacking this site is to take upstairs control first. So Astral need to be very careful with how they approach the 3rd floor clear. Because obviously, there's going to be some counteraction up here from the Timbers roster, too.
Well, they definitely have what they need in order to attack this side. I mean, we got triple soft destruction, double hard destruction. So, this is something that we've seen ran quite often by a lot of squads. Not necessarily with the Buck. We see Sledge a lot inside of that slot, but, still... for the course, it's pretty par for what we're talking about. I mean, the Timbers are going to have the top hold here. Utilities spread along this entire top floor. I mean, we're talking Banshees and everything else in between, but it's actually going to be Timbers here to strike first as they're able to take down Reaper inside of Train.
See Fungi moving up here as well. Already a player down here, so Timbers... good advantage to play off of. They're going to probably remain a little bit more restrained throughout the rest of the round, but unfortunately, they won't have a choice. Toski finds an exchange here, brings us back down into an even man count as we go into it 4 versus 4. That trade going into the favor of Astral here. Still haven't cleared out the 3rd floor as of yet, though. You still have Navy upstairs looking to cause some problems, and he may not be alone either. Scratch that, he is alone. But either way, it's not the immediate priority from Astral from the looks of things. It looks like they are starting to bypass that upstairs clear slightly in hopes of clearing out some of the players who may still be extended out slightly on the 2nd floor as part of their main horizontal roam going on there.
Well, Astral's making good progress. I mean, the drone economy's not looking strong right now, and that pickup from Navy onto Tossi is going to change up a lot of things, but Raven gets aggressive as well, and now we're starting to see exactly why Cafe was the pickup for Timbers. They're very aggressive off of those picks as well as intel that they can get from sight. But finally, Skimsy fires back, making this a 2 versus 3. Definitely winnable still. Lots of time on the board. Pixie knows that someone's inside of pillars. Oh, and a misplay from Raven. He peeks wide. Not worried about one upstairs. And oh no, John, Estral's all over this, and they know where Morphed is as well. Shotgun in hand, but can he do it from range? He downs Skimsy, but Ash should adhere the call to honor here in just a second. Let's see what Pixie can possibly produce inside of this 1 versus 1. Banshee signifying exactly where he is. Cross angle here with the SMG-11, and Morphed able to do it once again for the Timbers as he picks up the first and very important round.
Almost another impressive comeback there from the Astral roster, but Morph gets it done once again here for the Timbers. That's at least his 3rd 1vx clutch in this series. Beautiful stuff from him, saving the day yet again here for the Timbers and putting them on the board first. The ignorance from Astral of the upstairs roam, even after they cleared out an initial player, allowed Navy to stay upstairs and continue to cause problems. He got a free pick from the balcony before going down a little bit after that because Sigma's entered the third floor late. So bit of a tactical error there from Astral. Everything was looking great up until that point, but that started to throw things off and gave Timbers the opportunity they needed to battle back in the midst of that round.
I guess the weird thing right now that was really highlighted by that round is that these guys, once again, really don't like to allow anyone to try and make any objective play. We don't see any member try and attempt for a plant or anything of that sort. Even from the Timbers side, they don't want Astral to plant. I mean, they knew exactly where that Ash was inside of pillars, and they threw every single body that they had inside of sight at that position, which is not advised in the slightest way inside of Rainbow Six, but it's working for Timbers, and that's the thing, is that Astral just are not ready for the tsunami that's crashing out of sight every single time. I mean, it seems like they get any sort of, presence towards the site, and all of a sudden someone's putting their face in something that they're not supposed to, and it's taking down these Astral members. We saw this happen really often on Villa, and this is looking more of the same. So Astral knows exactly what's happening, or at least what's affecting them right now. Let's see how they try and change things up here. We're not going to have a lineup change. For the most part, we are going to have Fungi shift gears here on over to the Kali.
Already seeing the time start to tick down here for Astral. Quite a few players going to work their way over towards that bakery entry right at the start. No dilly-dallying when it comes to the site execute. They are looking to get in here and get in quickly. So we've got a big stack of players. Once again, doesn't seem to be paying much mind to that potential roam happening outside of the site, but Pixie will have to try and deal with some of it. He's looking to work his way in through small bakery. Already taking some heat, but it's being returned too here. Not onto the player you'd expect, though. Vector on the pulse here, trying to play close up to the prep wall. He's even got the half reinforcement to really allow him to get a bit aggressive here. Ultimately, it is going to be Astral that gets the first kill this time as Zigmas knocks out Navy. Morph now going to be in the hot seat. A lot of the pressure going to start building on him sitting behind the bakery bar.
This is the big issue, especially for Timbers right now, is if these engagements don't go well, Pixie with a big pickup, then Astral could possibly just walk into sight, and all of these offensive rounds are so pivotal on Cafe. Raven now contesting down red hallway, but now before Pixie picks up yet another, down to the last two operators, both SAS with those SMG-11s, but it's not going to matter. Raven able to pick up one, but more than likely just going to be a participation trophy, and that's exactly what it's going to be. Astral walk away with round 2 was a significant man lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the polar opposite of what we had happening before. Straw really struggling to deal with that extended play, and it ended up biting them in the back as they tried to execute without having dealt with it completely. This time, it gets dealt with in a matter of seconds. They immediately get the intel as far as what that extended hold towards small bake, the inside of the bake, or even over towards whiskey bar looks like, and they just fragging out one by one, tearing those players to shreds, getting them to the inside of the site. I think we were still at over a minute left when that round ended.
Yeah, and that's, again, like, that's what this entire day has been like in between these two. And I think that the main thing is that we're seeing a lot of engagements, obviously, from the defensive end towards the offense. We talked about it earlier about how they've basically, switched sides. It's opposite day. But the problem is when it comes to that is a lot of the times you're going to be contesting long angles, specifically on kitchen defense on Cafe, with SMG-11s and SMGs in general. You can't contest those the way that you want to. You have to be damn near pixel perfect to get a kill. Like, it's not really the best way to go about things. Granted, it's working for Timbers, but you're going to, find these potholes in the road where Astral are simply going to be better inside of those engagements because they have rifles. That's just how it works. The guns are simply going to be better at range. You're not only, with rate of fire and what have you, but just simply damage drop off and damage margin. They're simply going to be able to outgun you unless you hit that first bullet headshot.
All right, let's take a look and see if the third floor defense fares better for the Timbers here. Obviously a much more comfortable position given the success they had with their roam game back on the second floor hold. But will it work just as well when they're fully committed to it? Or if a little bit of a misthrow there ends up sticking it to the top of the windowsill. Not much of an issue, though, as he can just pick it back up and retoss it again, as you guys saw there. Astral are out and about. Looks like we're going to see most of them head to the roof to start things out first here. Toski will be the first one to go up there as he's on hatch duty, so he's got to take those out relatively quickly. Shouldn't have much trouble doing. Away from that, probably going to be a bit of a delay, I would imagine, before we see anything crazy come out from the Astral roster, though, simply because they do need to drone that third floor and see what exactly the setup looks like for the Timbers before they try to hop in and take any sort of control.
having a lot of troubles with this hatch right
Oh,
now.
yeah,
As Toski apparently
trying to get his
can't
drone
get
in there.
open. Okay, I guess I don't really know. We'll have to see exactly what happened there. It might be open on his screen. Could always be a spectator issue. So I guess that's exactly what it is, because Toski's going to go back down after not opening.
We would see it like falling infinitely though, if that was the case, wouldn't we? Or would
Honestly,
we not see that on our feed?
I don't believe that we would see that on our feed. So, but they actually have the hatch open now, though, and since it's fixed on our screen, it's more than likely fixed on theirs. That's usually what ends up happening with those things. So, they're able to pass through it now. Astral with shot control, for the most part. Still have to worry about some Timbers members downstairs on that roam game, especially the Valkyrie inside of Dining with that Nitro cell. This could be a big pickup here for Morph if he's able to get something to happen, but they already have full Christmas control, just looking for these initial picks, and they're already worried about the Valkyrie play down low.
Toski with that advanced position, looking to see if he can line up anything with it against any Timbers rotates, but we're not going to see it. They're all contained within the third floor for the most part here. Much slower push this time from the Astral roster, but with good reason behind that delay. When you consider the extra facets of the defense, they now have to try and work themselves past. Morph is still on the second floor, looking to pop off shots on anybody that's going to try and take noob out control here. Going to be, in fact, work out here, too. It's not Morph, but Reaper instead is going to be able to find the first mark as Skimzy over on the Ace goes down, removing the hard breach from the attacking side. Straw probably won't end up needing that, though. Pixie already pushing himself forward. Some massive damage on a Navy, but not enough to get the kill. And Raven finds yet another one here now. Pixie tries to swing on Vector, and Navy gets shut down as well. This is a great hold from the Timbers. Astral just can't get anything going for them.
Yeah, I mean, Astral falling apart at the seams right now. Zigmas and Fungi, the only two that remain, but plenty of time on the board to try and make something happen here. Fungi get into a gunfight with the Mira player. Zigmas all of a sudden hopping inside of the new Valk drop here. Able to get rid of the Valkyrie camera, but there's going to be way too much intel off of these mirrors for them to try and take any of these contested gunfights. Gets eaten alive from Freezer. All of a sudden, all down to Fungi in a 1 versus 4. Don't see him getting too far here. This is more than likely going to be 2-1 in the favor of Timbers. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Vector, very quick with his Vector to take out that round. So round 3, falling into the lap of the Timbers here. 2-1 favor going towards the defense, but that's exactly what we expect out of Cafe. So far, though, it's really been the Timbers show. Astral only able to show up and really gun out inside of that second round, and I think that that's the main problem right now. We don't see them leaning on their utility to get a lot of these jobs done. They're just trying to simply kill the other members of the team. No plan attempts, no nothing, no, breakup of sight, trying to force Timbers to use their utility. We're just running at them. That's exactly what's going on. I mean, you see Pixie try and push his way all the way up long bar and get in the face of that Mira. But the problem is with Mira, like it always has been, is it's immediate information. He saw you make all those moves. Just because you think you're slick doesn't mean that it's going to work, right? When you step in a line of sight and it's going to be an optimal gunfight for that Mira, that Vector is going to just outrate a fire you, and it's going to win, and that's exactly what we saw. So Astral needs to work their way around this site setup with utility, John. With utility. You cannot gun your way through Cafe. It is not possible.
Not going to work out well, and now Timbers, with solid control over 2 out of 3 of the sites, are going to rotate down to the initial one, which they've already been able to control for themselves earlier on. This is the round where Astral did leave part of the roam game and Cocktail alive after taking down one of the 2 players on top of it, and tried to execute primarily in from Pillar's room. Wasn't enough to work with because they still had that player in Cocktail, and just couldn't really fight against the counteractive pressure that started to swing out from the Timbers there. So many players, in fact, swinging out against them, and it ultimately took them down. Astral still almost brought it back, and that's been part of the storyline here for today, as Astral having some pretty incredible comebacks in the midst of seemingly lost rounds, but wasn't enough that time. So we'll have to see if they can clean up that top clear a little bit to make their overall second floor push a little bit easier to deal with.
You can definitely tell the Timbers has put in quite some time on this map. I mean, I really like the setups that we're seeing. Granted, they're pretty rudimentary, and especially with, like, the Mira setup that they had upstairs, that's quite straightforward. That's what we regularly end up seeing. But it's quite weird for Astral because they flashed that buck early on, which means that, they more than likely know what a cocktail take is, supposed to look like. When they saw that Mira setup, to not have someone, at least just manage the cocktail windows, that could have changed up that entire round just with that simple adjustment. But not anything that we saw too much of. Vector with an off angle here, something that we don't see too often is he's inside of Train. He's going fishing right now, could possibly pick himself up a frag of Skimzy, act-upping into this angle. That's exactly what he's ready for. Sees the head, and Pixie gets ripped alive. But Vector, very, very quick to fall as well as Skimzy gets the refrag.
A 1-for-1 to start things out. Not great, not terrible for Astral here. Gonna have to try and see if they can find a better path forward away from that, as Timbers will more than likely have eyes on that avenue of attack throughout the rest of the round now. Certainly, that's just where they lost one of their players from. A lot of drone work being done here as Astral's had to slow down quite a bit. This is part of what we were talking about. Astral just can't brute force their way into all these sites. They're going to need to take some time to figure out exactly what's going on in the Timbers camp, and they've done just that. Quite a few players now going to start to work their way in from Engine. Toski will watch the pillars hall. Skimsy watches the right flank from the same position. Sigma's moving in, trying to see if there's any presence on the inside of the fireplace room, but you wouldn't really expect any presence to be in there. Closest thing you're going to see is the player on the Malusi Reaper way back over here on the staircase, and everyone else is contained within library. So they're all trying to get a lot of vision, trying to set themselves up, but now are they going to be able to leverage it into sight? That's the next big piece of news here, because again, keep in mind, they still have ignored this upstairs hold. You still have 2 players in Cocktail ready to dive down on this attack at a moment's notice.
Well, they're going to continue to ignore it here. They're going to try and go for this dining plant. That's exactly why the Timbers members are acting so quickly now. They know exactly what's going on, but the problem is Astral has ran completely out of information. It's dried up. There's only one drone that's actually active right now, and that's the one that Pixie's going to be manning. They do have the top control to try and go for this dining offense, though, and Sigma's needs to be allowed to exist inside of 90. Otherwise, this round is probably going to fall into the Timbers' favor. Still has to worry about a Banshee, but he can't get close enough to get it, but not before the frags start to pour through. 2 big quick kills happen. Raven finally getting on top of the pile with a double kill right off the top rope into pillars. Pre-fires again, takes down Sigma's. The triple now. Morph getting picked up. A Toski inside of Reading, trying to barrel his way into Laundry, but he can't find the last remaining members. And this round going Timbers' way. Astral cannot find their way through these defensive setups so far on Cafe.
A nice little view of a very sad Hibana locked in prison there as the final 2 players swing out after the timer ends. Another successful round picked up by the Timbers. And again, it's because of that upstairs hold being ignored so much by Astral. They need to figure out a way to deal with this, as it's costing them 2 rounds now. They're not going to get another chance to attack that exact site, of course, but now that things move back down to the kitchen, hopefully an opportunity for Astral to rebound themselves, as this is where we saw a very, very convincing win a couple rounds back. Let's take a look at that play from Raven yet again.
Yeah, some very, very nice stuff on the replay, but well, back into it now. Astral going to be picking up the collie here. We've seen this once or twice today in Fungi's hands, and he's actually made some pretty good work of it. Actually gotten some sniper kills, which is actually a lot better than what we usually see come from Kali. Usually the frags that we see happen come from that secondary pistol. So to see some rifle kills come out is really, really refreshing, actually.
So into the basement, or not basement, the first floor hold we will go here for the Timbers. Let's see if they'll bring anything special to the table for this one. They do the Mira in play yet again here for this whole Navy. Be bringing the Mira this time, and we'll see that setup put pretty quickly onto the window, or onto the wall that leads over into the bakery, allowing for a little bit more aggressive play here, hopefully with a little bit of extra safety behind it too. Morph did try to play out on the bar the last time this was held, but ultimately got pinched because the rest of his hold away over towards Small Bakery and inside of Whiskey Bar, he really failed to keep themselves up, and he got kind of taken out through process of elimination there. So gives him a bit more security to play off of.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how that works out for him. Vector going for an early frag here from Red Stairs. A common angle to be taken up, but Astral not even worried about it. They're just going to circumvent that entirely. Don't even need to deal with it, and they're much rather go for a bakery offense instead. Are going to have a very forward mirror here inside of, I believe, Prep Kitchen. So we'll see how Astral is going to go about that. They have plenty of hard destruction to do so don't have to worry about it too much. But what they did have to worry about was the pulse up top, and Skimsy, very quick to the trigger on that one, takes down Vector. The pulse all of a sudden gone, and that's a lot of intel off the board.
The Vector leaning in way too heavily towards the window angle there, unfortunately gives himself away to a player that he can't even see at that point. So just not the way to take up that window. Gets knocked out as a result of it. We're going to see the Cali and a few other players push themselves forward here, trying to get access to Prep, but it's a good setup to shut these guys down. Reaper fends off the right side. Morph gets himself pretty much a double there on the first pump. Fungi's got to finish off with the second one to take him out, but the hold has worked out brilliantly here. Astral don't even know it just hit him, as Pixie and Skip are not going to even dream about reattempting an entry through there. They're looking at the Whiskey Bar instead as their route to move forward.
And honestly, it's probably a very, very good idea. They need to try and change something up here, but Timbers, once again, just way too fast. They know exactly what is going through the head of these Astral members. Pixie, the last remaining member alive, gets in a gunfight inside a coach check, but he's almost out of bullets. Doesn't really matter, though. Navy swings it with the Vector, puts him in the dirt. Now Pixie and the rest of the Astral members down 3 rounds. This is going to be the 4th round here for the Timbers.
Timbers looking good, definitely making quite a bit of an impact with regards to how they correct their mistakes from the previous round there. We did get a rehost request from Pixie due to his sound bug, and that also works out pretty well because we've also had a sound bug here on the stream. If you guys have noticed that there hasn't been a whole lot of audio, and that's because we did get a mute bug there, but thankfully on this rehost, we'll get a chance to fix that. So on the return, that should not be a problem anymore. The Timbers, in the meantime, still with some really solid control. It seems to be, the theme of the day here is both teams just really honing in their own map picks and having some great control over them.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what else to say besides that, John. I think you're completely right. I like that might be the nail on the head that we needed to describe all of this, because whoever's map choice it is, they're really setting pace, and the other team really doesn't seem to have an effect over the overall map control or how things are going. We've never seen somebody actually argue the point that they're more dominant on the other one's map pick. And that's the problem inside of this best of 5 so far, is neither one of these teams has been able to produce on the other's map choice. I mean, even on Villa, like, saw Astral have some, beams of light shoot through, but there was nothing that was just, so bright that, got them all the way to the end of the tunnel. They immediately saw the dark path and chose it. It might have been the path left traveled, but it was definitely the one that was not going to get them to the end. They continually take these gunfights. Timbers just better on their map choices. I really don't know what else to say.
It seems like the Timbers may have been able to map choice their way into a 5th and final map. That's really going to be the kicker now, right? If things continue to go down the path for Timbers. Now, at halftime, we could start to see a bit of a change up in the way that this map is being played, of course. But similarly to the last map, if we just see the Timbers run the full gauntlet, end up with that 5-1 scoreline, there's not much of a way for the folks on the other team to work their way back into it at that point. And we're very realistically going to be looking at that 5th and final map. And now we have to throw up the question, what happens there? Because that's neither team's choice. That just ends up happening as what's left in the pool at that point. And it's going to be on Consulate, really a true battleground between these two teams that we might need to end up going to.
Yeah, and Consulate would just be an entirely different pace for these two teams. I mean, for the most part, looking at the map pool, right? Club, Villa, Oregon, and right now we're on Cafe. I mean, those 4 maps, in my personal opinion, you can say that they play with very stark similarities. And what I mean by that is, like, it's mostly a lot of utility burn. Some of the other maps you can be more aggressive on instead of roam game, but it's mostly down to, your strategy and what you're able to do inside of, that realm. But when it comes to Consulate, that's when your aggression can really be shown, especially from that defensive side. And what better region to do it other than LATAM? I mean, we've talked about LATAM's Consulate for a very long time. I mean, I'm talking up at this point, probably 2 years at this point. Very aggressive on this map, especially with the early spawn peaks and what have you. But obviously within recent history and defense and how we handle utility now, that has changed up just a little bit. But it would not blow me away in the slightest if we do reach Consulate, either one of these teams shows that exact aggressive front.
Yeah, it's really all up to Astral at this point and trying to figure out a way to battle around Timbers' defense, which has looked incredibly solid. And once again, to our surprise, right, given the way the matches that we normally watch them play out, incredibly aggressive, especially with that kitchen hold they had right there too, getting right into the face of the members of Astral as they're trying to get access to the building, even just the first couple rooms in the building, and trying to shut them down right then and there. And it works so beautifully. That was a great setup over at the prep kitchen wall there for Astral to try and utilize, using both of the mirror windows together, serve as kind of a complete cutoff angle, even though the attackers were given the illusion that they'd be able to sneak around it. Some great stuff there. And now we'll get that 1 or 2 final rounds to see if they're going to have anything else crazy to show us here.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited to see what this last round has to offer for us from the Timbers side of things, just because their setups have been so unorthodox. I mean, that super aggressive mirror window, we don't see that played ever. And honestly, this also is chalked up to how Astral are simply just handling their map. I mean, they're really not getting any initial information and adjusting to what's going on for the map inside of that round. They're simply going about things and, okay, well, we just want to do this and we're going to try and force it to happen. And that's simply not the case when it comes to attacking into these Timber setups. A lot of the times, like for Estrel's offenses, they really want to get onto the map and get into the actual site very, very quickly, and they'll go about it in any means necessary. It's mostly, from what we've seen, been the room right next to each other, and that's been really highlighted by Cafe so far. I mean, they've been going for bakery offenses as well as, train executes for their, dining reading offenses. And the biggest problem with that is that they don't have a lot of map control in order to really, really assist in that regard. So when they go for these offenses, they continually get picked off from these aggressive showings from Timbers. And until they actually bite for that map control and can hold it, they're not going to get any more rounds.
All right, guys, so we're just waiting on the rehost to get set up for us here, and then we should be good to resume the matchup. Once again, big apologies from our side here. I know we've had quite a few of those today. We're looking to get these fixed as quickly as possible so that we can get to the end of this match. We value your time as much as you value ours, folks, so we are working as quickly as possible to resume the match and get things started here. We've got pretty much all the players reconnected, just waiting on a few more. I think our admin just finished setting up the settings as well. So fingers crossed, we're hopefully just another minute or two away from getting things started. For anybody who is just joining us, this is the Mexican Major. It's only one match because we just take the top two teams from the regular season of the Mexican division over the past couple of months here. These same two teams, in fact, just fought each other back in the August Mexican Major as well, and now they're facing each other with the same rosters yet again here in November. It's Astral versus Timbers, map 4 out of 5 right now in the midst of Cafe Dostoyevsky. And currently, Timbers is controlling the situation. And if they take this map, they'll be able to tie it up at 2-2 overall, sending us to our 5th and final map. All players are reconnected, so we're just waiting on the final ready checks, and then we should be good to go.
We got a double ready, which means we should be jumping in any moment in time, folks. He's hit the S button. We're back into Cafe between Astral and Timbers. We're currently on round 6, folks. This is going to be the last round before we switch sides. So Astral desperately needs this if they want to stay in contention for Cafe.
All right, guys, into the operator picks now. Let's see if we got anything fancy being built up here. It's going to be the 3rd floor hold yet again from the Timbers on their final defense. And operator picks look pretty much what we would expect here. A decent amount of denial, both in drone and wall capability from the mute. You've got Jaeger, because, well, obviously it's Jaeger. You've got the smoke to help out here as well. And then the mirror, which has been helping out pretty good here for the Timbers and trying to set up angles and just shut down most of these early Astral pushes.
We are going to have a 6th pick come in. Just make sure that it's confirmed, and it is. So Yana coming up for the very first time today. We saw her banned earlier on inside of the series, actually by Astral, funny enough. And they're going to be the first people to use it as well. So Zigma's bringing that to the table, which could have quite the impact. I mean, this is a team that really, really likes to be aggressive, and to have that hologram to be able to confirm a lot of players' positions off of is going to be something well-suited for the squad.
We take a look and see what else is being built for here. To see if there's any weird walls or reinforcements. We do see that little stripe going along. Our observer just lost it, unfortunately. We did see that little stripe going along upstairs. I'm kind of curious to see how Timbers are going to use that over in Freezer. But we also have the extended play downstairs, too, which is important to talk about there, since they're going to be, seems like, putting a bit of roam presence on the inside of a library, maybe, or just looking to use that as a staging ground if they have to.
Yeah, I think that's more than likely what they're going to go about. And I think that's the perfect way to put it. Just a staging ground area to, really make some things work and possibly, provide some new lines of sight that Astral are not exactly going to be ready for. They are, oh man, early engagement here, but Reaper ends up winning it out. I don't even think that the Buck exactly knew that he was on white stairs at that time. Sutoski getting caught off guard, and that's going to be a major problem. This is a Buck off the board, and obviously him trying to push up white is a big sign that they were going to go for a cocktail take here, John. They were going to go into reading, try and clear that out, and try and use that skeleton key to buck up under the cocktail players and get them to move. But now they can't do that anymore. There's not enough vertical play available to the offense, especially with only Ash being the soft destructor.
Once again, it's the Timbers finding the early impact yet again here, although the trades oftentimes are found very quickly after that, as we've just seen from Pixie. Able to take down Reaper. That's the Jaeger extended out, going down, and what a trace from Pixie onto Raven, completely through the soft wall. Beautiful stuff from him. He's going to get dropped here. Ultimately getting confirmed by not Navy as he finishes off Pixie, but Skimzy also eliminated Navy a moment before as well. Beautiful work from Astral. Now they sit ahead in a 3 versus 2.
way to do it, but now the main problem is that they're out of drones, and this has been the problem for all of these offenses, John. We're halfway through the round, and there's one drone remaining. Make that none. There's 0 drones remaining. This is all sound and, you know, face-to-face checking. That's it. That's all we have to offer here. So obviously, the best position to be in right now, the defense, especially with what they brought to the table in these mirror windows, is going to be so much intel, and they're going to be able to continually gunfight these guys back and forth. But finally, Astral gets a cocktail windows player, and this is what's been needed the entire time. Rotate Fungi across the map, start putting some pressure on these players, and start getting aggressive to these areas, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But Morph's running for both of them, and he takes them both down inside of White. The refrag tries to come through, but Sigma's just not good enough inside of this engagement. It's all down to Fungi now. No case control, and he's on top of the world, but pretty much the exact opposite. He may be on top of the building, but he probably wants to eject himself from this current position. And he's actually going to re-inject himself into Christmas. 1 versus 2 right now with 2 mirror windows still up.
Morphed once again being the hero that the Timbers need in the middle of these rounds here. It's just lambs the slaughter from him as that Whitehall push went through. I believe they've even replaced the shield to allow for him to play even further up. Great stuff from Morph there, really shutting down this final round of the half and giving a solid 5-1 performance to the Timbers as they now switch over to the attacking side. They're looking great to close things down here on Cafe and send us over to Consulate for our final map.
Okay, well, let's see how the defense go for Astral. I mean, right now, this is just looking a one-sided map in the favor of Timbers. We'll see if their offenses are as potent as their defenses were, but Astral really needs to get things figured out. I mean, Consulate just around the corner, if not.
See if Consulate's going to become a factor here. This first round will be a big tell as to whether Astral looks to fight back or not within this map. Just see a nice little zoomed-in replay of that trace as well that we had in the previous round. Great stuff coming out from there. Just wasn't enough to win them the round, as ultimately our defenders from the Timbers ended up coming out on top, and now they have that massive lead. 4-round deficit in their favor here against Astral. Only 2 are needed in order to close out the map. I like those odds. Sure, Timbers does as well, but Astral, not so much. So they're going to look to see if they can turn that around right off the bat here with a 3rd floor in defense as their initial round.
It's 1 to 10,000. You take it any time. This is how it goes, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, yeah, sort of, kind of. Anyways, on to things that are actually important, like Astral's defensive setup here. They're going to be bringing the mirror as well. And as John was just talking about, Timbers have a very, very good chance. And if I had to put my bottom dollar on something, I'm definitely saying the Timbers are pushing us to map 5 here. But Astral can always make a run back. They definitely have the tools in order to do so. The bans right now definitely leaning towards a more successful defense than an offense. The Thatcher and Cap combo getting banned away. I think, honestly, out of these two, the Thatcher being the more potent operator out of these two, especially with that Omai ban coming through, having Thatcher on the board and, having him inside of this offense on Cafe makes it to where you can circumvent a lot of this utility that is offered by the defense. So there's going to be a lot of utility burning for the offensive units here. And that was the main problem for Astral, is they never really got to the point in time where they had a strong enough burn to actually get in and start, trying to get a plant down. It was mostly gunfights, and that's what we saw from these squads all day today. I honestly think that throughout this entire series, as of right now, we've only seen a possibility of a single plant. I don't even think that we've had one just yet, at least from my notes, but obviously I could have always missed that one. But as of right now, we have a possible 1 objective play across 4 maps.
Yeah, it's been very much a secondary thought, I think, for a lot of the attacking teams, the way that these have been played out so far. Just hasn't really led itself into a lot of rounds where we could actually see plans. Because for the most part, it's been raw aggression from both the defenders and the attackers, and we're seeing results come out of these rounds incredibly early on compared to what we're used to the rest of the meta giving us. Things will start out well for the Timbers here, and that's not a good sign for Astral. Raven once again meets his mark, eliminates the Jaeger over on Astral's side. Skimsy goes down, and the Timbers have that +1 advantage to build off. They can start to take some risks here now, and that means Astral needs to get ready for the upcoming aggression that is more than likely being built by the Timbers right now.
Well, if they can, they will. Smoke grenades in. Is this going to be the swing? It doesn't look like another EE1D. No one can move. Good, quick game of freeze tag here for the defense, but everyone's actually going to maintain their life. Big deal here is Selma actually goes wide and lands on the floor. Don't necessarily think that one was supposed to happen, but Sigma's going to get scared away. Nevertheless, a little bit of damage dealt by that. Now contesting this man on the windows is Astral actually looking quite strong still. Have a leg to stand on here. More breaching rounds and all this utility except the kitchen sink being thrown at the defense as Sigma's still allowed to
How is he
exist
alive?
inside a freezer. I have no
Shoot him.
idea. This guy is just living through everything that's been thrown at him. The last EU1D being used by Lion. Candela in. Is it finally going to be done? No, it's Raven taking down Pixie. Navy working his way in from behind. The Ying finally taking down this Mira, but it's going to be all for naught for the defense as the Timbers make quick work of this or almost CC, but the cocktail side of this map with some really, really good Ying play as well as those EE1Ds of Lion to support all of that aggression.
Whole round was like, how many things can we throw at Sigma's, and he still lives through it. Like it was 2 different frag grenades, a Ying charge, and he was the second to last guy to go down. So a lot of patience coming out from Sigma there, but unfortunately not enough in order to give them the round itself. They fall behind to the ultimate deficit here, 1-6 against the Timbers. Only one more round needed by our attacking squad, and they push us to Consulate. It's up to Astral. Now they need to run the next 5 in a row here without losing a single one. That's just for OT.
Yeah, and that is just for OT. You're absolutely right, my friend. But looking into that last round there, John, we were talking about it earlier about how we assumed that we were going to see a cocktail take from the Astral offense, but that's what we saw from the Timbers instead, and they went about it in a very different way. We saw them provide a lot of things or utilize a lot of things that we don't regularly see inside of a take like that. So, no real buck play from underneath or anything like that. It was mostly, throwing things at Sigmas and hoping that it sticks. I'd say the wall, but I mean, they mostly just focused it on Sigmas. And the main problem with that for Astral and the way that they set up site was those mirror windows. I talked about it before that when Mira gets brought on that site, you simply just go cocktail. That's it. Like, you don't have to have buck. You don't have to have anything. You simply have to have somebody on those windows to make their life harder. You don't even have to kill them. Half of Rainbow Six Siege is just being really annoying and being in the way of what the opposing team wants to do. And that's exactly what the Timbers did there. They knew that the Mira was coming, so they 6-pick into the Ying and go, hey, we're just going to go for this take. We know they're going to put this Mira window on stacks as well as one inside of Cocktail, and we'll just handle it through Cocktail instead of trying to go through Christmas and clear out into these Miras. Let's handle them from the back.
A little bit of rotate holes being opened up here by the Vigil. Sigma's trying to give himself some more intel to play off of, and he's not the only one that wants that. Skimzy as well, looking for some downstairs. He's hiding up by Harry Potter and Smallbake, being supported, of course, a little bit by his teammate upstairs to make sure he doesn't get flanked out here. Tusky also trying to help out with that from the window that's been set up over here by Bakery as well, but you don't mind. Sigma's is the big piece of the puzzle right now. He'll get free view on anybody coming in through that Cocktail door, and it's going to have to be the main player looking to fend off any of the aggression here, because Tosky, quite a few other of the players that are holding down in the actual Bakery itself are going to be busy. Skimzy, though, there we go. Finds his impact, takes down Reaper, gives his team the opening advantage.
Well, Astral, sudden in the driver's seat. We haven't seen them here in a while, but now they just need to punch the gas, and that's going to be the main problem is the gas is all of a sudden gone. Nothing in the tank, and the EE1Ds are out. Pixie, with a very important gunfight buddy, wins it onto Morph. That takes down the Ying, and all of a sudden the Astral train, it starts chugging along. This locomotive not stopping as they take down yet another 2 bodies of the Timbers. Raven and Navy, the only 2 that remain. All of a sudden, this is looking doable from Astral on their first defense.
Being brought down to just those 2 players in the Timbers. They don't want to give this one up just yet. Keep in mind, this is super early in the round. Still 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining here for the play to follow through. Timbers have an infinite amount of time, in Siege terms anyway, in order to make this play happen. But already, they've lost one of their 2 players. It's all on Navy now. A 1v4 down to a 1v3 after finding the pick on Pixie. Needs to take out Sigma, Skimzy, and Fungi, and the round is his, but that's a big ask. And he's down to the final 50 seconds of the round. Kit's going to get picked up here. Sigmas may very well take him down on the follow-up if he's not careful. Has to watch those top-down angles. Navy's desperately hoping for somebody to swing him, but he's just not being given that opportunity. Does see the top-down angles before crossing it, but it doesn't matter. Sigmas wins it out anyway. And Astral finally net themselves another round. Just when they were about to be thwarted here on Cafe, they find another one.
Well, there still is a possibility, but they have a really, really long road ahead of them. As I said, first defense, but that's first defensive win for the defense there. So, obviously we have our good friends the Timbers on map point right now, trying to push us to Consulate, but there is still a chance that Astral is able to run this back. Again, this is Cafe. It's not the easiest map to handle on the offense, and that's exactly why we see the Timbers keep bringing that Lion. This Lion choice has actually been quite influential so far, especially inside of these gunfights, making it to where Astral cannot rotate around how they want to, or really, peek into angles that they necessarily need to when they're going for these executes, simply because of timing. You get found out by that Lion, and then all of a sudden, you have a bunch of guns trained on you in which you really can't combat all of them. But besides that, we are going to be 6-picking away from the Lion as soon as I finish that. So obviously that's going to go to the wayside for just a second, but we're going to have the IQ instead. Now this pickup could actually be quite potent. They have enough explosives on the team to be able to handle the Evil Eyes and everything else. There's really only one deployable shield here for Astral, but this is going to be a nice pickup for the Timbers strictly because of Toski and his Valkyrie cameras. This has helped out Astral a lot in the past because they really, really like getting that intel initially and then taking those gunfights in a very aggressive manner when they know where the offense is coming from.
All right, so once again, taking a quick little peek at the setup here from Astral, seeing if there's anything out of the ordinary on this build-up, since we are going to be back up on the 3rd floor now for the next attempt made by Astral. Toski setting up his own little play box here downstairs on the 2nd floor and checking out a camera as well that'll hopefully give him vision from this window that he was just on his way to. We shifted away from his perspective. Now, whether he'll be able to impact or not, that's what we're trying to find out here right now. And it's not looking likely. He can't really swing from that window onto the players that are on rappel because that barricade on the left side of where they're rappelling up from blocks a lot of that POV. So more than likely he'd be spotted and trying to do that. And there's a pretty good chance he'd lose that fight. So smart hesitance there from Astral not to take any duels from that. We are still going to see the majority of Timbers now get up on the roof and start working to at least begin their clear from this point forward.
Well, that's the thing, is this seems to be a regular Christmas clear. We haven't seen any of these teams really go for this just yet, and that's mainly the problem, is a lot of times when you go for it, you end up getting picked off from, an irregular angle. That's exactly what's going to happen. Skimzy ends up picking up a frag all the way from C1 through the trash wall. So a nice pickup from him onto the Ash, and now another big problem here, John. That's Vector off the board, and usually he's at the forefront of these offenses.
Definitely not a good player to go down first here for the Timbers. It is as though his other players have certainly been able to step up to the plate when it comes to this map so far, so do not want to count the Timbers out of it as of yet here, especially with only one player having gone down. Zigmas is going to take some heat upon trying to swing out from his position deeper on the inside of the bathrooms just by Christmas. I'm going to have to maybe do it from Pixel instead as his POV gets smoked off. They'll move in. Toski will find success via Nitro Cell, though. Takes out Navy. Eliminates another key piece of this puzzle, the IQ going down. Still a lot of utility for the attackers to play with. Morphed! What's going on there? Skimzy hiding behind the bar. He's given every opportunity to take him down, but Skimzy stands up, flicks around, and gets the kill onto him anyway.
Oh, Astral starting to make the run back. Timbers falling apart right now, but still have an opportunity. Lots of damage done, but Toski too quick inside of Pixel, takes down Reaper. It's all left up to Raven, but no, Zigma's already making the rotate to Cartwall, takes down Raven, and that's going to be the first flawless round of the day from either one of these teams.
What a round it was from Astral right there. So many opportunities given over to our attackers, but not able to capitalize on the morph, specifically with a big miss there. We'll move past that pretty quickly, though, considering that's the first time we've seen anything like that from him all day. Just obviously can't win them all, right? But either way, a big miss there that could have opened up bar potential. Obviously, with that opportunity being closed, a lot more opportunities were found from the Astral side of things because they had ultimate freedom throughout the rest of that round. We got it on replay and everything there. Morph trying so hard to lock that kill down, but just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't think Skimzy was supposed to be there. That's one of those things where you peek and you're just like, why are you here? I don't exactly know why you're here, but now I'm dead. So it's caught him off guard, and that tends to happen a lot of the times, especially with teams like this. I mean, Astral never stopped moving. Notice that inside of especially their very aggressive players like Skimzy. Notice how he moves around the map. The guy is never in the same place twice. He likes to be aggressive, especially when they have intel on where Timbers is coming from, and I expect that to really not slow down throughout these next rounds. If anything, it's going to get more aggressive as they continue to try and crush the spirits of the Timbers. They have 3 rounds left to push us to OT here and try and close it out in 4.
Let's see if they can get it done. We are going site setups using nowadays here for their second floor defense. The dining room is going to be abandoned for the most part, with almost all the defense placed up here in Cocktail and downstairs on the inside of the other site in Library here. Those will be the two main focal points for Astral. This is the common strategy that pretty much every team is using for this site defense right now. I'm not too familiar with any other setups that we've been seeing for this site yet.
And we haven't seen anything too unorthodox, to be honest with you. I mean, we haven't seen anything that's like, a fresh region take on how to handle, reading and dining. So it's not that big of a deal. But, I mean, from the Astral side, we are going to see the Goyo come back out, which, again, we haven't seen too much of today, which is very strange for me, simply because the last time that we saw these two teams, Goyo was the most picked operator. I think he had an 84% pick rate inside of that series alone, which, I mean, for our region, we're starting to see Goyo more. But he's not at a pick rate of 84%.
Definitely falling off the pick charts a little bit from last time. It's still making appearances every once in a while, especially on these sites where movement is going to be key. And obviously, the ability to slow down the attackers being even more key from that. Toski will get flashed out after his ADS gets burned here, but he was able to deny any of the presence. He gets some damage onto Vector there, too, because he gets a little too close to the gas charge. So first player has been fended off as a result of that. He's more than likely going to toss the second one in there as well. But hello? Raven just walks right up from bar. No one's watching it. Gets the pick for free. The good news is Skimsy's been able to trade this out and add an additional one onto his team's favor. Both Reaper and Vector have been taken out, but Raven is still going off right now. He's found the trade onto Skimsy and brought us back into a 3v3, and he could still find impact onto the players in Cocktail. And he's not alone here either. He's also got Navy with him.
Well, the good news for Astral is it's still a 3 versus 3. Still have their 2 remaining SAS operators, but this could be some problems. Minute and 15 left, not much utility on either of these defenders. The only bit of utility that they have to stop a plant right now is a singular smoke grenade in the pocket of Toski. So if this is handled right by the Timbers, this is probably going to be Consulate here. Let's see if we can get any important frags here by Astral. Some gunfire in through the floor. Zigmas needs to get this frag, but no, he's been downed. Picked up by Navy as they're putting on the pressure now. The heat's high, and I don't know if Pixie and Toski have what it takes to battle back. It's not that necessarily anything's going to go wrong, but you're talking about 2 SMG-11s with crossfires everywhere. This is going to have to be some stellar work by these 2 site players. Have to handle this map control in such a beautiful way. Pixie's still going to maintain bottom control here as Toski pushes up white. We now have some presence from Timbers inside of Train as it looks to see as they want to go for a dining plant. Drone coming in, but he's going to hear it. Gets spotted, but no, it's Raven with the 2-time scope to take him down from range all the way from Fireplace, and all of a sudden Toski, the only remaining member of Astral, to try and stop Consulate from happening. They know exactly where he is now. That SMG-11 does not have many bullets inside of the magazine, folks. He's going to have to try and make something work, but only a little bit of damage onto Morph, and they have already got the angle picked up. A lot of damage onto Raven, though. Almost drops down the hatch, but the plant already happening here for Navy, and he doesn't have any sight lines onto it either. It's been planted inside of Dining, and now this is going to be a major problem. 1 versus 3 into the post plant.
Just trying to find any sort of advantage he can still get from the top down before he has to leap over this. Here comes the drop. He's down. Now the question remaining is, can he re-entry? That's a good start on the Raven. 2 more kills need to be found, though, and he's now at sub 25. This is a tough ask for Toski here. 20 seconds remain. He's got 13 to get onto the kit while still being able to defuse it. We're going to see the gas go out, but it's, I think, going to get caught by that Goyo shield getting blown up there. Spots the second player in Dining Room, but it doesn't matter. Morph, yet again, shuts it down for the Timbers and seals the deal on map number 4. We're going to the 5th and final map, folks. It's tied at 2-2.
Consulate right around the corner, John, and it's been done in absolutely damning fashion right now for Astral. Honestly, I thought that we were going to have it there, the 3-1 series in favor of Astral, but Timbers proving me wrong once again. They are not just a Villa team. They can play this game on other maps and look quite strong doing it. Those offenses on Cafe in particular, quite potent. Astral just not able to bring it back when they needed to most. Started just way too late trying to run up those rounds.
It's been an incredible series here so far, folks, going the full distance yet again. Both teams thriving, truly thriving, it seems, within their own map picks here. Some great attempts from Astral to fight back at the bitter end of Cafe, but ultimately going down to the 1-5 deficit just as they've thrown that very same advantage on their opponents on their own 2 map picks. it was not enough for them to be able to make a comeback so far behind. So stick with us, guys, as map number 5 shouldn't be too far away. We're going to take a very, very short break. When we do come back, it is Consulate to settle this match between Astral and Timbers. Return in a few with us here, and we're going to find out who is winning the Mexican Major.
Tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. A las 12 me llamas, yeah, yeah, porque ella quiere placer, mujer quiere fuego en su cama, yeah, yeah, porque no se lo da él, yeah, mujer, yeah. No es un delito tenerte a mi lado, no es un delito estar obsesionado. Pecados que se merecen, que se repitan muchas veces. Aportar la gana que tenemos no es seguro.
And for the final time tonight, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Mexican Major as a big part of the November Latin American Major. We are here in the final map between Timbers and Astral. The winner will take all. Both teams have been battling it out. Both teams have claimed their own map picks within the first 2 and the second 2. Now it comes to this, the map that nobody chose, well, kind of, because the team would have gotten the last pick between that and another map. But either way, Consulate is what remains here now between these two teams, and it must settle this series. Stokes, who's going to take it? It's a hard question, I know, but let's start talking about it.
Oh, really, really difficult question, especially when you got to take trouble and make it double, because both of these teams taking their own map picks twice in a row. We haven't seen any team take a map in which they did not pick. So walking into Consulate, as you said, very, very hard question. But my heart has to reside with Astral on this one. I mean, they've been just the stronger team throughout this entire series today. I mean, granted, on the map picks of the Timbers, they were able to win them. But even on those maps, Astral had a better showing on Villa than Timbers did on any of Astral's maps. So I still have to, give a slight advantage to Astral. We're walking into Consulate. We talked about this before. This map doesn't play like the other 4 maps inside of this map pool that we have to offer between these two. So we have to see a different face come out from both of these squads. It's truly going to be who is the king of Consulate.
We're going to be finding that out hopefully over the next few moments. We've got all the players connected, so we're just waiting for final ready checks to come in, and then we can head in the game and get this battle started. Important to note, too, that this came down basically to a selection between Consulate as well as Cafe for the final map, and it would have been Timbers that made that choice. So Timbers specifically chose to play Cafe before this, of course, that they were okay to bring Consulate into the pool, but now maybe a little bit less confident than they were with their Cafe. That'll hopefully open up some possibilities for Astral to battle back in this map and hopefully give us a much more even one to settle the series here. It's coming down to the wire. Like we said, there's a lot on the line for this matchup as well. First place is walking home with $10,000 for their efforts today, on top of the lion's share of the SI points that are available for grabs at the end of this tournament. 225 points are going to be going to the winner.
Well, it seems like we're just around the corner, John. We're just waiting for the S key to be hit here, and Consulate going to be a very, very exciting map here to actually end off the day in between Astral and Timbers, as we're just waiting for the final confirmation here in between these two teams. Extremely excited to see what they have to offer us here on Consulate, just because we have seen some unorthodox strategies here today. A lot of Mira usage, which I'm going to be questioning. Are we going to see that Mira ban here on Consulate? This is not a strong map for her in the slightest, to be completely honest with you. But we have seen her utilized very, very well on the basement site. So we could see these teams ban her away here on this map.
Yeah, it's like you said, still a couple sites where Amira can find quite a bit of use. Even like to a certain extent, she can be used on the split site to fend off garage attacks as well. So there's definitely room for her. And considering maps she's already been banned out on, I wouldn't find it too surprising if one of these teams chooses to knock her out of the pool yet again, just because of the annoyance of playing around. And some of these the teams, the way they execute is in a very straightforward fashion. They want to not have to worry about any pieces of utility as they go in. And obviously, a mirror window is one of the most disruptive pieces of utilities that you can have when it comes to a straight up 1v1 gunfight. So it's possible that we see that get knocked out if you're just in the principle of the team that bans it, wanting to have an easier time with their attacking gun rounds.
I mean, it really makes sense as to why they bring Mirror, right? I mean, both of these teams are very aggressive in trying to fight those site players. So to give them access to those Mirror windows where they have that instant intel and, have the upper hand no matter what you do inside of those gunfights, unless you get rid of that Mirror window, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to try and gunfight them, especially with the players that they have on those very pivotal positions. So for both of these teams, honestly, I definitely think that this ban's going to come through just because they've both been so potent with it. We're just waiting for the confirmation from the Timbers camp, folks. And once we get that, we should be able to jump right into Consulate.
Take a look at the rosters one more time here for anybody who might be joining us for our final map here. Get a quick little preview of what exactly we have up on the table here. Like we talked about already quite a bit on the Astral side, it's Skimzy, Zigmas, Fungi, Pixie, and Toski. And for the Timbers roster, it's Vector, Raven, Reaper, Morphed, and Navy that have all been stepping up to the plate here. So a lot of effort coming out from all 10 of these guys today. Like I said, it's been a full team effort from both of them, although Morphed from the Timbers has certainly been standing out as of the last few maps, minus that one little black mark we saw in the middle of the previous map there. We'll just kind of ignore that. But away from that, Morphed has been responsible for at least 3 separate 1vx's over the course of this series, on top of many, many mid-round situations where he helped his team out of a bad spot. And over on the Astral side, we've been seeing every single one of those players frag their hearts out throughout these maps to try and claim victory in a second consecutive major.
All right. Well, looks as though we are getting our final confirmation once again. Just have to make sure all the Timbers guys are here. And then, yeah. So that's really about it, folks. I mean, like, we've had a hell of a series so far between these two, Timbers and Astral, going back and forth on multiple maps. Finally, we get that ready, and we're ready to hop into Consulate, folks. Astral versus Timbers for the last map of the day. In between these two, who will claim $10,000 and those very, very important SI points? Let's get right into it.
Let's take a look, folks, as we're heading into the ban phase now, and we'll get that nice little overview of our final map while in the process. Timbers get the first and final bans. Astral get the 2 middle ones that you guys are going to be seeing on your screen here in just a short moment. What the picks are going to be for our bans. I said Timbers getting the first one here, so their choice is going to be. We've been following a pretty common trend so far, and we are going to continue to follow that as we move into the final map. Thatcher is going to be the first operator to get knocked out.
Well, let's see if we stick with these common trends here, as the next offensive ban is already around the corner. And Astral going to take away the Ying, thinking that's too potent. And you really have to agree with him, John, especially from any position located inside a freezer on Cafe. So
yeah, that was just a personal ban from Zigmas more than anything else after that one round. But
they were like, "What are we banning?"
He's like, I'm never having this happen again. Absolutely not. I'm just quitting if that happens again.
Oh, we're also going to have the bald pulse get banned away as well. That's something we don't see too often anymore, but I mean, for Consulate, why not? This is one of his best maps, and he can really, really just coordinate his entire defense through that cardiac sensor, as well as he's got a good portion of lethality inside of that inside of that kit with that nitro cell as well. Well, am I going to be our last defensive ban here? And we've talked about it throughout the entire day. Just makes that burn easier and also gives Capitao a little bit of a buff.
All right, guys, so let's take a look, see, and find out which of these two teams will come out on top. The Timbers get their defensive start once again here, so an opportunity for them to try and build a bit of a lead early on, but at the same time, Astral has still been very, very lethal on the attacking side, so not going to be any pushover on this half either. Let's take a look and see. the initial round will be going, and it looks like we're going to start things out with a pretty standard basement hold. Mira did not get banned, so that is available for play, but as Stokes mentioned, she's got kind of more mixed use on this map, so not too surprising to see her being left on the initial pick. As interestingly enough, we're going to 6-pick a smoke into the Navy, he said, for Nomad over on Skimsy there.
That's actually something that you really never see 6-picked, especially away from a Valkyrie. I mean, I respect it because obviously they saw the IQ pick there, but Astral also thought ahead on this one as well. They picked the IQ 6-pick away from it just to scare them away from maintaining that Valkyrie, and Valkyrie could assist them a lot here. I mean, Consulate is a map which, like we were talking about during the break, you can get very, very aggressive on, and it actually likes that playstyle, to be honest with you. Getting those early picks can change up how the entire round goes, mainly because you have to be able to handle a lot of things on this map with those window plays as well as just map control. So, you know, losing people early on the offense is going to be a massive hindrance. So we'll see if Timbers are able to, you know, channel that into any of their defensive play.
Find out, of course, as the final preparations are being made for the Timbers. The final couple hatches are being secured here, and a little rotate holes being opened in the process as well. But Astral are out on the map. They've been let out of the starting line here. We are going to take a look and see what exactly they can build themselves to. Nearly seeing a fight build up right there if we saw a bit more aggression from Vector, but never getting close enough to the window to really end up on the angle versus his opponent. So not going to see that transpire just yet. Raven will spot the drone working its way onto the inside of Visa. Don't react too strongly to it. Just, yeah, continues to hold the angle and hopes we see the peek at the window in Visa. But again, similarly to that initial fight that I was looking at there, we've yet to see that transpire either. So both teams just staying at really a breath's distance away from each other right now. As finally we'll see a little bit of damage going off here. Vector going to end up shattered down just a little bit as he tries to retreat down through Visa stairs.
And this is just something that we just don't see a lot of teams do. I mean, a very aggressive showing here from Timbers, but just a self-made rotate with the TCS G12 to make it where they can safely get back into that staircase. It's just more of a makeshift roam game here for the defense, seeing if Astral will slip up at all. But as of right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. They're actually working the map quite well. Astral going for the top-down clear, air jabs in tow here to make sure that no roam game is possible for the Timbers. They're going to have to try and fight from the low ground, and that might be a big problem, but Astral still have good time here. Need to mainly focus on the Grods. They don't have the buck, so they're not going to be able to handle Piano from CEO. They'll have to transition down into actually having Piano control.
So Timber's still just patiently waiting for that push to come primarily from the backside around. They're not expecting too much to work its way in from the garage. There's good reason behind that too, just because it's so difficult for the attackers to get access to it with the way the bans ended up playing out. Away from that, though, Skimsy already on the inside. Same can be said for Toski. He's going to start working on getting these top-down angles aligned, and that will hopefully give them the opportunity they need to try and open up the garage itself here. They've spotted out one of the electric claws. There's another one on the other side that still needs to be dealt with, too, but Toski, he was just looking at where it was here. Either way, with the explosion they just got off, that is going to be enough to get rid of the electric claw and give them the room they need to open up this wall.
Oh, nice pickup here by Morphed, and completely avoids the air jab because it's inside of Teller. So he's allowed to go all the way upstairs. Air jab, a little bit of a misplace there because now Morphed is allowed to exist. So we'll see if Pixie and the rest of the squad can try and shut him down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Pixie picks up Vector, but actually that's not even Morph. Morph's actually right behind him, more like Morpheus there as he blinks, and all of a sudden this man has transitioned all the way across the map. Funky working his way up inside of White, takes down one, but he's now the only resisting member of Astral, putting this plant down. Do they even know that he is actually on the opposite side of White? The plant goes through, shotgun assumingly behind him, but actually it's going to be a transition. Two pillars, but actually taken down by Morph. He makes a quick play towards Pipes, and Timbers walk away with our very first round here on Consulate.
Morph's like a cat in the box, man. You can't let him out with that stair play there. As soon as he got up top and started picking up frags, there was absolutely no stopping him. Beautiful stuff from the Timbers. As soon as they started to get a bit more aggressive and begun swinging against the map control that their opponents had already gained, that's when they started really turning around back onto itself. Astral seemed like they were a little bit too convinced of their own control upstairs and just never really able to take appropriate positioning to counter that back out. Timbers had them read every step of the way on that re-clear, and as a result of that, they're going to take solid control here with the defusal, finally a defusal as well, on the first round of the map.
Yeah, actually, that was the thing that I was going to talk about. I'm pretty sure that's our first plan of this entire series, and it's on the last map. So that's I don't even know what
Interesting.
to say about that. Like when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege and how the game plays, you never see that happen. Never ever see that happen.
Definitely an interesting turn of events, that's for certain. But either way, Consulate would be the map to see it, obviously, as this is a very, very tried and true map when it comes to Rainbow. Plenty of teams know how to play this map, but it, as Stokes was saying, plays out quite differently than some of the ones that we've already used throughout the course of this series. With success being found in the basement, Timbers will move right along the line that we expect them to, as they're going to go up to CEO and Projector here. Or rather, that's technically the same thing, but yeah. They're going to go over here into CEO and Projector for the second round.
Well, I mean, honestly, this is a site that we don't see anymore, like at all. We don't see teams play this site anymore, and we'll get into it later if those problems end up rearing their ugly head. But it's mostly just because of the map control for this site. A lot of teams really favor the basement as well as split site and lobby. But Timbers want to defend this top floor. It might be ill-advised simply because of the utility brought on the offense. We'll see how Astral go about things, but the thing is right now is that they only have aces or hard breach, which could be easily abusable by Timbers here. They're going to be able to get rid of a lot of utility, but no, Raven actually gets picked off really early on here. I don't necessarily know by who either, but that's the castle downed as he's crawled his way into the kitchen.
He should get revived. Like, it's definitely possible to revive him because he, if I saw that correctly, dies upstairs. And because of the position he dies in, he falls down to the first floor by main desk, and then is only a couple crawls away from going into the basement there. So it's actually a very smart spot to die in. It's very easy to get him back up because I highly doubt anyone from Astral was reading through the hatch play that just happened there and was going to be able to find him out way down in the basement after he got killed through a second floor window.
Yeah, I guess if you're going to get shot, you might as well get shot near a hospital, right?
Yeah, pretty much. More of a science experiment there from Raven than anything else.
Oh my god! Oh, Navy! Oh man, that guy just got ragdolled across the entirety of front desk by a frag grenade. What a landing explosion from Astral. Amazing cook there as well. No ADSs to try and slow him down. I guess that Toski had all the burn needed in order to make it happen, but a lot of this drone economy dedicated into CEO, and this is going to be a CEO take overall. The deployable shield already getting destroyed, but Timber's now fighting back. Reaper and Morph with two really big kills that were desperately needed. No, actually still quite a bit of time here for Astral. I assume just because the execute seemingly was going through that would be at a lower timer, but that's not what I should be expecting from these squads. As two more kills pour in for the Timbers, all of a sudden down to Toski in this 1 versus 4 with a minute remaining left on the board. Doesn't even have case control, has to worry about the run out. He has to fight in between the bars, but able to pick up Vector. Actually, very surprised that we didn't see anybody try and, jump through those console windows, but doesn't seem to be the case for Timbers. They want to lean on that timer and make sure they guarantee this round and a possibility at those $10,000.
Toski's still looking for any possibility to make impact here. Still has 40 seconds to work with, a little under that now, of course, but he's not giving up just yet. He's going to run across the roof, probably try to go for a quick hop into the admin office and see if he can get better positioning to execute from there. His team will be able to discuss things while this time, is going past as well. That'll prove itself to be quite a big advantage. There's quite a bit to talk about right now. These have been two very Timbers-sided rounds. Ultimately, however, Toski does run in a copier where Morph is patiently waiting in the side room. Takes him out nice and quick. And that's another very solid defense being put up by the Timbers roster.
Yeah, some really solid stuff, and it's what we've seen throughout all of today. Astral can simply not handle Timbers when they get aggressive late game. Astral has that really strong early game. They're able to get some picks, but Timbers fire back. And then once the execute goes down, specifically with that smoke, Timbers, call of Duty. I don't really know. They just run right inside of the room, able to get the frags and slow down this entire Astral offense, which is not really how we see things go down on a regular basis. Usually when that execute time happens, those crossfires are established, and when those players step into those crossfires, it's usually that obviously the player that's holding it that ends up winning the gunfight. But it seems to be that both of these teams from the defensive side can just continue to win these gunfights, and that's been the main problem for both of these squads on that offensive side all of today. And it's still a major problem here for Astral.
So coming down to the wire as far as the site rotates are concerned, Timbers are more than likely on their last leg as they go over to their third and final point on the site triangle, assuming they don't want to try for a lobby hold in addition to the holds they've already gotten for themselves. That is, they're going to go to split, which is the most fun, obviously the most complex of these holds as well. And the most interesting thing that I want to point to right off the bat is most of the time we see this play, there is a huge stack of nitro cells on the defending team. We do not have that in any sense from the Timbers right now. They've only got a single nitro cell, 4 barbed wires, and primarily impacts beyond that. So this is going to be interesting because obviously the pulse is banned. So you also can't play that site in the method that you would normally expect because it relies on the intel from pulse. So Timbers are going to have to come up with something interesting in order to make this work. And I'm very curious as to what it's going to look like in its final form here now.
Yeah, and that was going to be my big question as well, is where's the intel game? Because there's none right now for this team. It seems as though they want to hold this top floor in a very aggressive fashion, but we don't even see any ADSs supporting this up here. It's more or less just throwing Vector and Morphed into the wind and hoping that they can make something happen. But the problem is they have to contest these windows, and as we know with those Repel players, they can move very, very quickly and take, very strange gunfights that are hard to contest. Let's see if the Timbers can make something happen here. Vector going to be the very first point of contact here for the defense, takes quite a bit of damage, but oh my god, we are only a minute in right now, and there is already 6 drones dead on the Astral camp. This is I don't even know how they're going to get inside of the building at this point. I mean, there's more drones gone right now, John. They only have 8 drones remaining at a minute 45.
They keep throwing them into the admin, and Vector and his teammate Morph, they're just killing them every time. It's like they know where they are too. They keep re-throwing drones to reconfirm positions, but no one's actually trying to execute on it. Like Fungi moves in here. He's going to be able to try and fire through those bullet holes that were made earlier. In fact, he uses a Selma on one of them from the looks of things there too. Sigma's taking another angle here. They've already wasted half the round. Nastral finally takes out Navy as they finally have an entry to work with here. Pixie's also going to move in throughout most of the first floor here, but now Morphed is able to dive back down. He finds the frag onto Skimsy, who I believe might have been one of the people on Repel, since both of these guys are still upstairs holding admin control.
Man, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Astral have a minute and 15 seconds left and not a single drone in sight. They do have a kill, though, onto Vector, but the problem is now is a lot of these positions for these Timbers members are not going to be known, and things like that are going to happen. Nice headshot there from Morph. That's case control as well, but Pixie's forced himself onto site. Toski takes out yet another member. It doesn't seem like face checking is going to be that influential at all. I mean, they continue to get these frags. Nitro's so ready for Raven. It seems like he wants to mask his sound of moving up the staircase at the same time, but they've already got the cross held. Toski to the trigger as he takes down Raven, and Astral win round 3, which is going to be their very first round win. And when I tell you that this is one of the weirdest rounds won by an offense in some time, I absolutely mean it.
And I agree with you when you say that, because given the situation we were looking at up until that final push, there was not a realm in the world where Astral should have been able to make that work, but it does. Surprisingly, it works out for them, and that more than likely has to do with the kind of awkward hole that we saw from the Timbers. Everything's so detached from itself. So many points where it seemed like players could get cut off from each other, and I think that's ultimately what ends up happening towards the end of the day. Nice hold here on our little zoom in replay, as one of the kills was picked up upstairs, but not enough, seemingly. Not enough delay either, after absolutely draining the drone count and bleeding out the first 2 minutes of the round.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Astral, 0 drone economy. Absolutely none. At a minute and 15 seconds left in the round, you still have equal man count, and you end up losing that round. I mean, I just really don't know what to say when it comes to that. It's really difficult to kind of put it into words, because that's something that you should be winning 9 times out of 10. And for Timbers, that has to be just such a rough round for them. You know, the mental game right now could possibly be taking a shot simply because of that. They know what they did upstairs. They obviously know the amount of drones that they shot, specifically the Vigil and Jaeger morphed upstairs. I mean, they just decimated that drone economy, and Astral still allowed to win that round that they had no chance in hell in winning. I mean, that round right there is going to go down as one of the weirdest rounds that I personally have ever watched.
Well, some early spray coming in, I think just through barricades as well. I don't even think it was aimed at Vector, but regardless, it's going to hit him and bring him down to around 30, 35 HP. So that'll kill a lot of the aggression. we're potentially going to see from Vector throughout the rest of this round. He's not the only one, though, on the front foot of the aggression side of the defense here. Morphed, also a big piece of the pie. He's potentially going to be positioning himself on the inside of Copy, or at least for the beginning of the round, but he's been droned out by 2 separate drones, so he needs to run. He's going to head towards clearer pastures here. And the meanwhile, Skimzy will waste no time getting to the inside of Visa, already finishing off Vector from that earlier damage that had been done.
Well, now the issue is for Timbers, as Astral has complete map control for the first and second floors. So basement control obviously still in their back pocket, but air jabs being set up to going to have from on-site, all except for the singular Jaeger player, Morphed, still existing side of antechamber. Still have a roam game set up upstairs, so they still have to worry about that and a possibility of a member being inside of there. So Astral currently working around that top floor just to make sure there is no defensive presence.
Morph still trying to push his way forward here as well and fend off any of the control towards top yellow that Astral want to go for right now. Morph actually a very good spot here. Does see, I think, for a split second the player in Visa. Same can be said for the player at top spiral. Morph is dodging death multiple times, but finally his lives have run out. Toski locks him down from a rappel window on the outside of Piano and is able to take him down.
A much more patient Astral this time around, John, and I think that it's paying off. Timbers are starting to freak out a little bit when it comes down to it. You know, they start getting that pressure on them. They're trying to get out of the situation that they're in, and they're getting caught off guard by those crossfires like we were talking about before. We haven't seen Astral necessarily handle maps in this way either just yet, so it's a nice breath of fresh air, and it was really needed coming into Consulate. We needed to see them crack down on how they were handling their maps and this roam game, because Timbers cannot be allowed to exist in those portions of the map. You can really see what my brain's on, right?
The sponsor team on the line right now. Moving us down to those final 30 seconds. Astral's going to open up the hatch. That's going to completely expose Reaper, but regardless, he picks up a kill. Unfortunately, not able to escape to the safety of the deployable shield. However, not finished off just yet either. I think they were using him as bait, though, to try and see if they could get a second player out. So eventually he will still be finished off a few moments later. A nice snipe goes on to Raven from Skimzy. And now Navy, the only one left standing, and doesn't stay that way for very long. Astral clean things up on round number 4 and now tie the map up.
That's the slowest offense that I've seen all day. All day long inside of this best of 5. That is the slowest moving offense that I've seen, and it was done so well. Astral with a very nice roam clear, respecting what Timbers has to offer on their defense here on Consulate, and playing the window game. That's exactly what they needed to do, especially with establishing those cutoffs when they actually get the pressure onto those roamers. Done so well inside of that round specifically, but now they have to do it again. Timbers heading back upstairs to console office. Again, this is a site that we don't see too often, but Astral running into a lot of problems. They went for the yellow execute, but just Timbers being way too powerful inside of those gunfights, knowing exactly what Astral wanted for the map control, as well as those windows that they were contesting, and just continue to snowball those gunfights. Let's see if it happens the same way that it did the last time. We are going to have some changes in certain things, but nothing too different from what we saw the last time. Still going to have the castle set up, and more than likely that smoke deployable shield inside of the back of console.
All right, so let's see how the upstairs hold fares for Timbers yet again, as they're going to look to regain control over their lead after just having lost it to their Astral attacks, which has started to solidify themselves. They started to lock into the formula from the Timbers here. Both take advantage on their very interesting hold that they tried to do a couple rounds back at the end of their rotation when they went for the split site. Time to see if Astral can really start to make impact against these solid holds, just as they've been doing against that basement defense. They'll have to do it upstairs. For the Astral roster, they're out on the table now, so let's take a look and see where they're going to look for their initial control across the map. If it plays the same as before, we can expect some action to go over towards Visa, but we've got the large majority of the team spawning right by yellow, so may see a quick attempt to scale those stairs here if the entire team is going to play together.
Well, the real question is how they're going to go about it this time. They know that Timbers are going to be aggressive towards the windows, and they actually have some really good drone intel early on here, but the main issue is that they get very aggressive with these drones onto the actual site early on. I think that we're just now starting to see some of the wrinkles inside of the plans for both of these teams. I mean, these drones being inside of sight so early and really not having any other intel, whether it be inside of piano or what have you, could be a major problem. But that's mostly on to those, certain players to try and get those into the certain section of the map that obviously your IGL wants. So that could be, what Estral are looking into, is trying to get some bathroom pressure just to make sure that Maestro doesn't have anywhere to swing into. They're still worried about that position. Very smart from Navy to not play that deployable shield anymore, especially with no ADS there. They're going to use the secondary, frag grenade here to get rid of the castle barricade, and that's actually going to get them a kill as well. No ADS being there really changes up how that strategy works.
So Astral already with one player in their advantage. Still a lot to work past, though. You can see the full yellow is still here and still potentially going to be causing problems. Navy, however, doesn't have the utility support that he needs. As Stokes was just mentioning, no ADS in the department over here at top yellow from what I can see, so they will have to work past that. Thankfully, the good news for him is that I don't believe there are any frag grenades remaining on the attacking side, so it doesn't have to worry about getting insta-drop. Still has to be very present of the fact that he could get flashed out or otherwise stunned if the players want to try and swing onto him. Oh, whoa, Zigma's on the swing and actually ends up winning out the duel versus Navy, despite having close contests. Zigma's even gets a second one now. Skimzy will get dropped via the smoke charge, but players from the Timbers are dropping like flies, and the trades, they're just not happening quickly enough. Astral shut it down on round number 5, and they take yet another one here, pushing themselves ahead now at 3-2.
It's a full window execute, John, with everything for everybody at home. I mean, we had some amazing gunfights there. We also had some, botched parts of the execute as well. But overall, a great round from Astral, shutting down Timbers in every single way possible. Read right through the strategy, saw there was no ADSs inside of console office, and just took full advantage of that situation. Great stuff by Astral overall. But you know what? I just got to say it because I saw it. Skimzy swinging into bathroom right into a toxic babe as it's actually like pluming out of the window and dealing damage to him. He takes damage the entire time that he's in the animation of the swing, John, goes all the way into the reinforced wall and then walks back into the smoke and dies. That's exactly what happened. Skimzy never got in a gunfight or anything. He simply died to a single smoke grenade that he swung through into bathroom. Happens to the best of us. Hey, but at least it happened on a round win, right?
Very true. And now we're going to go into the final round of the half here. The final chance for the Timbers to make an impact on their defense. It'll be on the basement yet again. We'll see those electricals getting deployed here by Raven as he looks to set those up. Looks like he was going to hide one on the inside of the flooring there, but probably not going to work out too well, considering it'll get revealed here when Astral takes the control of Piano. But that'll all be found out in good time here. It's probably yet to even spawn. We're probably going to see a similar path from them that they took in the previous round with a lot of focus on yellow. Possibly some players trying to work their way in from Visa too if they want to clear out the roam game that has been there from the Timbers across the first floor.
Just a quick notation, this round might play out just a little bit differently because Raven and Reaper have already taken a little bit of damage. Reaper, not so much. That's not enough to say like, hey, he is going to make a big difference inside of a gunfight, but Raven most definitely. He has to try and contest with this TCS G12 as well, which is a single fire weapon, and to, put your face out into a, a gunfight and try and take that with that low of HP, probably going to be ill-advised. So we're more than likely going to see him, angle holding a lot more often than not. But obviously, since this is Timbers and what we've grown to expect from this roster as well the sub-region so far today is that aggression more than likely won't stop. But I'm just going to say, as of right now, it probably should, just to preface it. But Morphed as well as Raven going to be inside of Tellers as that aggressive showing still going to exist.
A quiet start to the round, which is actually pretty untraditional for what we've had so far throughout this series. We've been no stranger to seeing relatively early frags transpire just like that, as Navy's going to swing wild there with the NAL skin against Toski. Not going to work out, though. Toski's ready for it, takes him down, and it's going to be Astral yet again. They get themselves off to a round advantage here.
And they're just starting to take their time. And I think that that's the beauty of what we've experienced so far today, is that they finally figured out how Timbers like to play these defenses, and they're picking it apart. That's the best part about Rainbow Six, is when you see these teams make adjustments like that. And this is all on pacing. You can see the Timbers members want to get so aggressive right now. Look at Raven's positioning. He's now hopped out of tellers. He's into the actual Visa office area, and he's just simply looking for gunfights. But Astral's across the map with piano control working on the wall. Where are these Timbers members? You're a roaming team right now. You need to have impact on what's going on in these portions of the map. These are the most important parts of this puzzle.
Raven still looking for more here as he continues to hold back by Visa. No sign of a retreat just yet. At the same time, the angles he's looking at, no sign of any presence from Astral upstairs at all here so far. So we're going to need to see those members of Timbers fall back to hold inside of Cafeteria in the next few moments here. 35 seconds remain. Still a hefty advantage towards Astral. They're just trying to get the last little pieces of intel. They still have a couple drones to play with as 3 are still standing. Raven possibly having his opportunity to frag out right there, but it doesn't pan out. He's going to toss a Nitro out into the open, hoping to find a player around the corner. Is not to be found. Misses another chance to frag out as he falls back as well here. Nice play. Morph swings out, drops the diffuser there, which means that a member of Astral is going to have to run around, and that's actually going to waste a lot of time. With Raven's kill, we may still have them in this, but no, never mind. Astral show right back up with the immediate trade onto those 2 frags and win out the round regardless.
I gotta know what happened with that roam game right there. I mean, they're just sitting inside of tellers, and Astral is just handling everything that they need to handle in order to actually execute side over in piano, and it was just too little too late. I don't know why the rotation came in there so late, especially with how early the information came in from those site players about what was going on. It just seemed as though they wanted to be patient to try and catch Astral off guard, and they did, but they weren't able to capitalize on it in the way that they wanted to. I mean, you know, obviously Kaid being allowed to live through tellers and rotate over towards Z was a positive thing for Timbers, but it just wasn't handled the way that it was supposed to be handled. I mean, even burning the Nitro cell in a really, really weird fashion. I mean, he tosses it into circle on the wall and just randomly blows it up. I guess he's trying to obviously, you know, make some sound to where they don't exactly hear where he's rotating to and kind of throw them off guard. But even then, I mean, it's just very, very strange that of all operators, we have the TCSG wielding Kaid off of site.
So we switch halves now. Astral jumps onto the defense. Timbers jumps onto the attack. We are going to have a basement hold here. I thought we were going to have something a little interesting there. It looks like Zigmas was possibly leaving the right pane open, but not going to end up happening. We haven't gone into that realm just yet. So we are going to see it reinforced, and a relatively standard electric wall just gets tossed right on the garage paneling. Got Timbers spawning out in just a second here, so we'll see how they fare on the attack. They need to bring it back quickly here. Astral has the 4-2 advantage. Just 3 rounds separate them from consecutive major victories. Oh, and that's going to be a great start from Skimzy. Just deletes Navy. I don't even know where from. Looks like up here on the balcony windows. Must have got him right as he moved out of spawn.
And this is something we haven't just talked about just yet. The Oryx coming in for Astral, and this is a map where Oryx can have so much influence simply because of the hatches and how he can transition through it. And he's the only operator in the entire game that can do so. Recently getting somewhat of a buff, you could say, getting the T-Vive in his arsenal. Oh, it's a trade as Skimzy gets him with the hip fire. Oh, morphed. Oh my, what a trade there in between those two. And that's going to be Navy and Vector off the board. I hate to say it, but I think the round is over before it even started. Soft destruction, all gone. They can no longer handle piano how they want to at all. The only person that they have that can do anything is Ash with breaching rounds. They have a nice pickup from Reaper all the way downtown onto Zigmas, but I mean, you still have to worry about all of these site players as well as what Toski has to offer with this Vigil.
With that next pickup, the round may still be alive just yet here for the Timbers. Still a lot of work to be done, as Stokes mentioned, but at the very minimum, they are not completely out of this fight. Toski, though, great opportunity to find impact. Morph even missed him, but can't find the frag. Only knocks off half of his HP. More damage going to be found on him, though, a couple seconds later. I don't even know where that came from. Either way, brings him down to about 40 here. A few members of the Timbers are still patiently waiting this out, hoping to capitalize upon the roamers that are still out and about right now for Astral. They may have missed that chance. They need to start focusing on the site as we come down to that last minute or so.
Old Reaper with a good head on him instead goes outside to start work on the triple wall. And that's exactly what needs to be done. We could see Toski with a very aggressive hop here, John. You can indeed hop from this window and hop over the balcony down there on Blacktop and try and contest these garage players.
Thinking about it.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about it. I think he's going to be here for the rest of the time until the call comes from site for him to do something. They have the piano player, so this could actually be the play to change up everything because they don't assume that they are exactly ready for this. We do still have a smoke grenade on the smoke. Some impacts on Fungi as well, as he'll utilize that. He knows that someone's rotated down the back staircase, though. Deals a lot of damage onto Morph, but it's an entry frag here from Raven. Onto the white van. Fungi now needs to step up to the plate. He gets one, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Toski rotates outside. Decent amount of damage, but are they going to be able to get the frag? No! Toski does it all the way from the garage panel. Morph's the last man alive, and he can't even win the gunfight. It's a bailiff kill for Astral as they pick up their 5th round.
Toski with the hop out. We were waiting so long to finally get to see that, and it showed itself to us with the sealing of the deal for the folks on Astral to try and take control of that round. They seal it, and now they've moved up to 5-2 on the scoreline. And it looks like we do see a rehost call from the Timbers, so more than likely that will be agreed to. And we'll head back to our screens here for a moment. Confirmed.
Okay. That's what I like about our observer here. Like, ours is always like rehost confirmed. Very, very serious, very posh way of saying that your rehost is good. This guy's is like, okay, we got you. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. But so far on Consulate, John, it seems as though we're having a one-sided affair yet again. Astral's so strong on offense, and I guess that's why they were okay with this one going to Decider and ended up banning something else. For the Timbers camp, though, this is not looking good. I mean, even with their offense, they're able to frag back on some, current things that are happening, to them inside of the map. But it's really the defense that has stolen the show from Astral so far on their half. And that's just the first round. I mean, we saw what Timbers were able to produce on their defense. And sadly, none of it looked like that.
Yeah, so we've been seeing like a really close matchup here so far, and I think overall though we're still trending towards Astral at the end of the day. Things are starting to look very, very good for them, and now we're gonna have to just wait and see here if we can see any sort of rebound whatsoever from the Timbers coming up over these next couple of rounds here. Things are starting to look drastic. They're gonna have to try and bring this back relatively quickly. Hopefully the rehost at minimum gives them a couple of moments here to discuss the things that have been going wrong and how they can start to turn this around.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the one nice thing about rehosts when they do happen is it does provide you a little bit of a, TV timeout to make sure that everything is, talked about. You can handle things. You can really talk about what's going to be going on inside of the map. And that I think is definitely needed for the Timbers right now. Looking at that last round alone, just the way that they went about their map control did not bode well for them at all. Astral able to get away with a lot of things that we didn't see Timbers work into their mix at all when it came to their defensive half. So seeing the roam game be so potent from Astral, as well as some extremely wild plays happening that we don't see too often on Consulate anymore, it's just absolutely ridiculous what we've seen them produce so far. I mean, honestly, after Cafe, I thought that Astral might have lost it, but looking back onto Consulate now with what we've been seeing, I mean, that is something quite ridiculous.
All right, guys. Well, we're just working on getting the rehost set up here once again. Hopefully, it shouldn't be too much further away as we are just working on getting these players back in. But hopefully, shouldn't be more than a couple extra moments here. As like I said, the admin is working on re-inviting everybody right now. So once we got them all in, same as before, guys. Like I said, you've been through these rehosts quite a bit today. So once we have them all in, just a matter of getting things started, and we'll resume with that second half. See if Timbers can make the comeback indeed.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So getting the band set in right now, and apologies, guys. We know the rehosts have. We wish we could say few and far between today, but not exactly the greatest. So, guys, it's gonna go to the one box for me. John's gonna have to step away for just a second. He's got some stuff going on, but either way, guys, let's jump right into it and talk about this series overall. I think that both of these teams have a little bit of something to offer, at least in stylistically wise. And what I really want to talk about is how Astral has changed throughout the day today. Obviously they play up against the Timbers a lot, being from the same region, and the fact that Astral now is able to change up the pacing on offense and really throw them for a loop has really shown on Consulate alone how that will really assist you in helping to win a series. It's been a long day for us so far. folks. So bear with us as we're just getting these last little tidbits plugged in here so that we can jump back into this series and finally see who wins this best of 5 in between these two. But I mean, looking over on the Timbers side of things now, Timbers really worse for wear coming in this last matchup. They've been quite slow, especially on their defensive half, whereas on Cafe, we saw them being very, very aggressive. Even when the mana count was, even walking into that, I mean, we really saw them go about handling their map control in some very unorthodox ways on Cafe, getting aggressive in some situations which you necessarily wouldn't expect from a defensive team, but it worked for them and it worked well. That's exactly why we're at this point that we are right now. Walking into Cafe, I'm assuming a lot of you, as well as me, thought that we were going to see Astral walk away with this one, but that was not the case. Cafe ended up falling right into the Timbers' lap, and as we were just discussing, rightfully so. Timbers looked extremely dominant, but now Consulate, a completely different game when it comes down to it, like we were talking about inside of strategy with these matchups, and Consulate proving to be Astral's map pick. They're, going about things at a really strong pace on offense, and their defense looking quite strong as well, simply because they can play that aggression just in a more potent fashion.
All right, guys. Well, I am back. Apologies for that.
Hey, there we go.
It is Halloween, so I think someone was like really aggressively banging on my door for the like 2 minutes straight there.
Get your damn candy.
I had to go see what that was. I guess they left because they weren't there anymore. But yeah, sorry about that. I'm back now.
And we are porch lights on.
They are. I should probably turn those off. That might explain it. Yeah,
but you might want to turn your front porch lights
my front porch lights are always on, though. That's the thing. So, but either way, we're live with the match again, so we can head back in game and see what exactly these teams have to offer us.
There's a guy banging on my front door, and I have my porch lights on October 31st. I don't know what's happening.
My house isn't decorated at all. Like, I thought that was like enough of a message, that,
it doesn't matter. Give me your candy, old man.
I don't have any candy. I'm sorry. I forgot to get some.
We're just boomers now.
I woke up too late.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, fault. Also, you kind of have a job to, go to as well.
Yeah, I'm working.
Necessarily, you can't necessarily answer the door. If you started just walking to the door every time someone like knocked on it to give them candy, I don't even know what I would say.
This would be a really disruptive cast if that was the case. That's all I'm gonna say. Thankfully, that's the only time that's happened tonight, as far as I've been able to hear. So.
Oh man. All right. Well. Astral versus Timbers, folks. We're back into it after hopefully our last delay of the day. Astral in the lead, up 5-2 right now, and their defense is looking solid. We talked about it a lot during the break. So we're ready for some more action. My plate is empty, and my belly is also following suit. So I need some things to happen here from one of these teams to fulfill my life for at least the next 30 minutes.
Oski taking that aggressive angle yet again here. We saw somebody from Timbers doing it in the last half as well. Not so much success, unfortunately, but the same problem is going to present itself to Toski here, as nobody from the Timbers side is going to get themselves up to that angle this early on. We're going to see the large majority of their players work their way over towards the admin window at the start here, but probably not the only avenue of attack here. We've got a couple other places that I'm assuming Timbers are looking to get some control over at the beginning of this round too.
Looks like Astral still wants to be extremely aggressive up against this Timbers offense. As you said, still trying to find that map control over here on the admin side of the map, working in towards it. But this is the main plan for Astral as well. You can see they've dedicated impacts to front desk as well as some deployable shields to make sure no hard destruction can go off on the long desk hallway here for the projector wall. Also going to have Toski as a mid-floor aggressor here with Skimzy. This is something we've seen them utilize quite often today to get these early picks and get these early advantages. Skimzy almost with a head outside, but not able to make it work. But this is definitely putting a lot of pressure onto this Timbers offense.
Time continuing to swing down here, about half the round having gone by. A very passive Timbers continues to build up their strike here. Skimzy tries to get aggressive against some of the control that Timbers have closer towards Spiral, but only gets a bullet to the chest for that. Brought down to right above 50 here. No other success being made by anybody else on Astral. So this is a great start for the Timbers. They've started to build themselves up through Visa stairs as well, getting a lot of pressure into the site. Sigma's counters out that drone nicely, but he's still on the run right now. as he's trying to keep himself under good control of that site, and more importantly, trying to stop the Timbers from swinging around onto it. That's a good find from Sigmas as he takes out Vector, one of the first players trying to move in and get access to Projector. Now Skimzy potentially can make a play for the basement as well as he's lining up a secondary flank. Another drop from Sigmas as Navy goes down. Not confirmed just yet, though, and it'd be very unwise for Sigmas to go to that window just in case someone else is on rappel. Navy's locked in that box anyway. He's not getting out. Skimzy finds the next pick against Raven and eliminates him. So we're down to just Reaper and Morph now to make this happen.
This is the main problem. Astral continue to be the thorn in Timber sides on their offenses as they're not able to put anything together. Finally, Reaper gets a kill, but that's a triple kill as the man bleeds out on the suicide balcony. Reaper tries to get to short desk, but Toski's there as the dead stop. Astral push it to round 6. Map match, $10,000 in the pocket and some SI points. You're welcome.
Nicely done. I enjoyed it. But yeah, from the Timbers right there, unfortunately, just not seeing enough confidence built up to get them into the site itself. Map control wasn't really a major issue for them. They got what they needed towards the end of the round. But again, it goes back to that individual point that we've been talking about all day since we started this series many, many hours ago. Is that, again, in the ultimate gunfights, it just seems like Astral is coming out on top when you put their entire team against the Timbers. And that was the case yet again there. Not only that too, but Sigmas with his fantastic hold on the inside of Projector, constantly stopping the push from both that main top door at Visa stairs and the balcony windows as well, really sealed the deal to make sure that Astral's hold was going to remain solid throughout the rest of that round.
I mean, just looking back through this series inside of my notes and, you know, trying to puzzle everything together to really tell the tale of what happened here, you know, if this is our last round. This is one of the streakiest series that I've seen in a very, very long time. And what I mean by that is, like, the rounds that are coming, they're either coming in a massive flood or it is an arid desert. There is no in between. We don't see these guys going back and forth on the teeter-totter very often. I mean, there has been some, you know, breaks inside of concentration for certain teams, like Astral losing some rounds every once in a while, but they immediately get back onto the train. Locomotive doesn't stop, refuels at the station, and continues to power forward. It's been the same thing, same song, same dance for the Timbers as well. If they're able to string some rounds together, then they're more than likely going to win the map, but that's the problem here. Astral has been the team that's been on the hot streak. Timbers not able to thwart any of those plans.
So coming down to the wire here for the Timbers, they need to step up to the plate, and they've got to do it right now. Otherwise, they'll have to settle for second place in Mexico yet again, and Astral will continue to be the reigning champions of this region, just as they were back in August. Down to the final wire here. Players are going to start moving their way in for the Timbers over here towards Visa. No resistance when it comes to the Astral setup in this department here. They are playing very, very much for the late game, trying to defend the site itself. All the resistance going to be coming in much more upstairs than on this side towards Visa. Timbers will even be able to push into areas like admin for free, which have been seeded. Sigma's nearly losing himself there and trying to set up that utility. That'll put him at sub 25. Not going to be in a great position to swing or take any sort of aggressive gunfights for the rest of this round.
Well, Astral being quite patient here. Might have an aggressive gunfight from Skimzy as he gets some good intel. Seizes Sophie at the last second, but oh no, his gunfight opportunity was the first peak. Re-swings into a hail of gunfire, and Vector makes sure to let him know about that one. Rips his head off, and now all of a sudden the Timbers in the driver's seat for the very first time in quite some time. Sigma's still on quite low HP, but it's actually Pixie that's being shot up inside of sight right now. Timber's getting quite a bit of pressure here, and Astral is going to have to respect this unless your name's Fungi. You take down Vector, and then you haul ass back down yellow stairs. It's looking quite strong now as they're able to fight back. Fungi, the man of the hour right now. He's done so much work with this Aldous so far inside of this series, and this could be the nail in the coffin that's needed.
Down to the wire here, folks. 1 minute remaining. Husky's still waiting for his opportunity to frag out against anybody swinging down yellow, and he's not alone in waiting for that opportunity, too. 2 other players in the near neighborhood are also trying to hunt for the same exact thing. Toski going to run into some trouble here because of the pressure coming up yellow, but he has some assistance in the form of Pixie deeper in the bathrooms doing some work of clearing this out. Him and Morph get the double working together. Pixie and Toski both getting knocked out. Now it brings it down to Fungi, but Fungi's been so clutch, specifically with this all the 69 bullets still in the chamber here. Nearly gets himself another kill. Brings Navy down to just a sliver of health. He still has a little over half of his. He'll make the rotate over to the other side of Piano. Gets the finisher onto Raven. One more to go. And he's got the ping for it. Shuts them all down. And it's a Straw that'll once again be your Mexican major champions for the November major at the end of 2020.
Fungi, you absolute madman. The Alda proving once again why it is the superior firepower on the defense. There's a reason why he's been banned so often inside of Rainbow Six Siege as of recent. GG's all around to both of these squads, but a very special GG to Astral. Back-to-back Mexican major champions, 2 best of 5s under the belt, and a perfect record to go along with it. 10 grand SI points, a bunch of commiserations to go along with it. You have to be happy if you're this team.
And like we talked about, this is a massive deal for Astral. They put themselves forward, now having both of the Mexican major wins under their belt as well. That's going to give them a whole lot of SI points, meaning that they are potentially going to be, again, I'm not the math aficionado when it comes to the major points, but should put them in very good contention for a possible top 16 slot, depending on how things develop over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, especially for a best of 5 coming back to Mexico and doing this all over again, John. I mean, I remember doing research on these teams the last time, and we expected a couple of things, some aggression, some newer stuff, and a different take on how Rainbow Six Siege is played. But this time around, we got a more dominant Astral, which on any map that they felt confident on, they completely decimated the opposition. You can say some of the similar things about the Timbers, but that just so happens to be a little bit less. I mean, obviously, they still put in a really, really nice show, went the full distance here, claimed the maps needed to make it happen. But at the end of the day, the map pool just did not support them, and Astral is your winners inside of this best of 5.
They're all really taking full control of the situations there at the end, especially Fungi, man. He's been going off with the Alda all day. That's not even the first really crazy play we got from him on the Alda as well. I can think of at least 2 others prior, pretty early on in the series, to be fair. It's been a while since he's been able to step up with that thing, but what a way to do it. What a way to finish off the series, and what a way to seal the deal on our final map of the day to give them the tournament and the $10,000 that's going to go along with that. All right, guys. Well, it does look like we do have an interview with our winners ready to rock and roll here. So we're going to bring Toski into the comms and talk to him a little bit about the team's success. Toski, welcome to the stream, man. First of all, congratulations. Tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, man, we're hyped. It was a tense match, 5 games. Not usually what we have on Mexico. So, yeah.
Well, we saw some really exciting stuff. The play style that we see out of this region. I want to talk a little bit about what we see from the early rounds out of you guys, because it is aggressive, especially even from a defender's perspective. Talk to us a little bit about what your kind of game plan is for some of these early rounds here and trying to get an advantage at the beginning.
Well, I feel like whenever they don't drone us or we have info on them and they don't know, we tend to play really aggressive. That's our play style. We were dominating Mexico, and to be honest, it was a surprise that Timbers gave a fight today. I mean, they did an impressive job on the strategic play, and well, on Vela, let's not talk about Vela.
All right, well, we'll avoid all the Villa questions possible, but we got to talk about one other thing. A little bit of a blimp on this, but Cafe, my man. I mean, those defenses from that squad, so very aggressive, Toski. How did you guys end up dealing with that aggression off site? Because these guys are peeking you with a minute left on the board. Like, they're not even letting you get to site to try and plant. How do you go about trying to deal with that?
I think we choked on Cafe because we weren't reading the defense. We were just going in. We were confident from last map. We weren't playing as a team. And after that map, it was like a mental reset, a team reset, and said, okay, guys, don't worry, that map passed. Let's focus for the next one. Because I mean, I didn't feel like that was the Astral we want to show you guys.
Were you guys a little bit worried at all having to go to Consulate for the final map, or did you feel relatively secure in your capability to take that down, given that was going to be the final battleground for the series? And especially when you consider how back and forth the maps were up until that point.
No, we didn't have pressure. I mean, we love console. Our weakest maps are Villa and Cafe, so we feel less worried about console. So yeah, I mean, we knew Timbers were a really strong team on Villa, and it's our weakest map. So I think that's the main issue. I mean, on Cafe it was all mental issues from us, but on Villa they played strategically better than us.
All right. Well, I guess we'll try and, put a cornerstone on this really quickly. We're into Consulate. I mean, Consulate, a map that you guys seem to handle so damn well, Toski. Let me talk to you about that for a second. Your guys' window play, as well as how you guys had handled your roam game up against the Timbers. Did you know that your aggression on that map was going to be the thing that sort of sealed the deal here up against Timbers? Is that regularly how you guys go about that?
Well, not really. Normally, we tend to be really strong on site, but this time they were clearing our defense really well. So the roamers needed to step up to take the W.
I mean, all right, fair enough.
And Toski, we want to thank you very much for joining us here. Is there anybody you want to give a shout out to, or anybody you want to thank here before we close out the show for the day?
Well, I want to congratulate the owner of Estral that's marrying today. So yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
congratulations.
he's on his phone on his wedding, watching the game. So yeah. And also to all the fans and support we have been getting from all of you. And that's it. I mean, we're still hyped, and we want to go to celebrate and see if we can make the SI.
All right, awesome. We're not going to hold you back from that any longer. Thank you very much, Toski, for your time. Hope you guys have plenty of fun celebrating your second consecutive win here, second major win in a row for the Mexican division. Big congratulations to you guys.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, definitely a great interview there as well. Very insightful as well. Had no problem talking about some of the in-depth stuff with his team. So really appreciate that, Toski. And overall, what a way to put a bow on this match for the day. Like we said, it's only that single match when it comes to the Mexican major itself, but we still have the Brazilian part of the Latin American major to conclude. Our grand finals for the Brazilian major going to be played out tomorrow. That is going to be Jackie and Ace stepping up once again to cast that as well. They'll be back tomorrow to bring you all the action from that matchup, which is going to be Team Liquid versus Team One in a bare knuckle brawl between those two teams. I'm very excited to watch that tomorrow as well.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Extremely excited for that series tomorrow, but I think we're just about to wrap up over here, John. I mean, hey, I had a great time commentating today. This best of 5 going the full length. I mean, that's not something that I exactly expected when I woke up this morning. I honestly thought that Astral was going to just run away with it. We were going to have the 3-1 again. But I mean, you heard it from the horse's mouth right there. I mean, the guy said they're playing stronger defense. They're clearing us well. Timbers brought a lot to the table today, and it's nice to see them improving and pushing Astral the max distance. Hopefully next time around, we see Timbers, I don't know, possibly win the series. You never know. It could happen.
They're getting closer and closer, but today was not close enough for the Timbers. We still see Astral reign true as the #1 team out of the Mexican division. Be sure to join us tomorrow, folks, as we find out who the #1 team is going to be from Brazil. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. We wish you all have a good night and a happy Halloween as well. And hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for the finals of the Latin American Major.
Dime, ¿te recuerdas? Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando te tatué aquí, solo pa' mí, pa' mí. Recuerda cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí, yo te comí. Bebita chiquita bonita, ella siempre me llamaba porque la dejaban con las ganas y yo siempre la hice que llegara como 5 veces a la semana. Tú supiste que tenía novio, pero me pisaba con el odio. A mí me decía que a mí me quería, pero yo no quise más de ti. Y ahí fue cuando yo tomé la salida y también me fui. solo lo supiera. Donde lo hacíamos y donde tú me verás. Siempre tu manera, siempre te escondías porque tú no eres mi bea. Y cuando tú te fuiste me mandaste una foto para que no te olvides. Ella no se decide, quiere más de mí, pero así no fue, baby. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí. Recuerdo cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir. Solo pa' mí, yo te comí. Bebita chiquita bonita.
Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Creo que el novio teme que su relación.
Nice shot for me. Perfect.
Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños. Nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, ya me doy el palo. Ese empate si lo desigualo. Le gusta lo honesto y lo malo. Me traje un regalo. Ella ya no quiere relación. Alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, pa' después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos pibis que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en sí, que yo parezca en mí. Dime todo lo que ella quiere, nada ha sido regalado. Entre más independiente, más quiero estar a su lado. Esas nenas, mata, es que más. Ella está plena la noche entera. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Pa' que que el jefe se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, que ella parezca No, 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 no. And I said, oh, oh. Baker. Rap.
Lonely. Yeah, yeah. Sé que tú amas ese mal, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Los amamos, yeah, yeah, porque ella quiere placer, yeah. Mujer quiere fuego en su cama, yeah, yeah, porque no se lo da él, yeah, mujer, yeah. No es un delito tenerte a mi lado, no es un delito estar obsesionado. Hay pecados que se merecen, que se repitan muchas veces. Aportar la gana que tenemos no es seguro. Salen porque salen, baby, es inoportuno. Por eso yo procuro que lo hagamos en lo oscuro, baby. No somos nada que ver, aún así quieres verme. Quieres verme, yeah. Ya sé lo que tengo que hacer, comer callado y perderme. Nah, nah. A las 12 me llaman, yeah, yeah, porque ella quiere placer, yeah. Mujer quiere fuego en su cama, yeah, yeah, porque no se lo da él, yeah. Mujer, yeah, yeah. Lo prohibido es más rico, baby. Tú haz lo que quieras, nena, que solo estas paredes verán lo que tú eres cuando actúas en la escena. Ven, pórtate bien. Si tú quieres, baby, que me porte mal, que de 0 yo acelero hasta 100 y no freno hasta yo verte volar. No somos nada que ver, aún así quieres verme. Quieres verme, yeah. Ya sé lo que tengo que hacer, comer callado y perderme. Nah, nah. A las 12 me llaman, yeah, yeah, porque ella quiere placer, yeah. Ella quiere placer, quiere fuego en su cama, yeah, yeah, porque no se lo da él, yeah. Mujer, sé que tú amas a ese man, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer.